After Jiang Mai's proposal to the schoolgirl was rejected 99 times, he obtained the reject soft rice system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining charm 99 plus, rewarding you with $10 million. The whole school is waiting for Jiang Mai to start the 100th proposal Toby's fiancé, but the result is to wait for the woman to wear a ring to the door to propose. Jiang Mai, I provide my own dowry of 300,000 yuan, and then a Maserati, as long as you marry me over the door. Jiang Mai, however, coldly returned, sorry, I don't eat soft food. Chapter 1, 99 Marriage Proposals. Late afternoon, Southside University. Everyone, look! Jiang Mai went to the playground to propose to schoolgirl Xia again. As an excited yell rang out, it immediately caught the attention of the other students. Again? This is the 99th time he's proposed. Hasn't he given up yet? He's so persistent. He proposes every day at 8 o'clock on time. Rain or shine. How much he must like Xia schoolgirl. The group ran towards the playground in a hurry, just in case they couldn't make it to the show. The playground had been decorated and was especially romantic. The plastic runway was covered with pink rose petals and balloons, and candles were lit around it to surround the hearts. A long figure waited there holding a bouquet of roses. The boy had sharp black hair, clean features, and a refreshingly clean demeanor. The white shirt was worn loosely on his body, and his body was straight and slender and debonair, clad in bright moonlight, light and dazzling. He was not half as formal and uneasy because of the chattering of the bystanders, and always held his head high and unassuming. This handsome boy is today's protagonist, Jiang Mai. How many girls were stealing glances at him, all of them poring over his good looks and secretly blushing. Why does it feel like Jiang Mai is getting more and more handsome? I so hope he doesn't succeed in his proposal this time. Maybe then I'll have a chance. Thinking too much. He's a lover. He only likes the Xia schoolgirl. How could he move on? As the girls were flirting to the point of wailing, they were directly poured cold water on by the boys next to them, which is called a love saint. This is called licking dog right. Although they have a doll's marriage, but Xia schoolflower is not interested in him at all. Otherwise why Jiang Mai proposed so many times but did not say yes. The boys also bloated. I think this time Jiang Mai will be rejected by Xia, and he will have to prepare for his 100th marriage proposal. The girls shook their heads in regret. Jiang Mai has a good face and good grades, but it's a pity that he's just a hamstring. He is interested in Xia's schoolgirl, and he's dead set on it. He's surrounded by so many swallows, and he doesn't even look at them. Even if his proposal fails, they won't stand a chance. While the group was talking, I don't know who in the back row yelled out excitedly, "Schoolgirl Xia is here!" In unison, everyone began to look at the entrance to the playground. Just a stunningly beautiful girl, surrounded by her 3 girlfriends, appeared on the scene. As one of the school's 4 school beauties, Xia Shiran was naturally very pretty. Under the backdrop of her girlfriends, she was even more eye-catching at a glance. Xia Shiran's long hair reached her waist, a soft goose-egg face delicate and serene, spring-like clear eyes, faintly swept over Jiang Mai, without showing much emotion. She has a face that can make women feel inferior and a body that can make men salivate. A light purple slim-fitting sportswear outlined the slender shape of the soft petite body. Every step, full and well-proportioned bunny to break through the fabric. A pair of fine and well-proportioned long legs can make people crazy nosebleed. Hormones rise. The corner of Jiang Mai's mouth slightly hooked after seeing Xia Shiran appear. Finally, it's time for the 99th proposal. Jiang Mai walked forward without hesitation, and under the public's attention, he knelt down on one knee, and while offering flowers with his left hand, his right hand took out a red velvet ring box from his pocket. Quick open, unveiling a sparkling DR diamond ring. The set would have been so skillful it would have been heartbreaking, but displayed by Jiang Mai, the hearts of the girls present all began to swell. Only Xia Shiran was as calm as water. Jiang Mai's clear ink-like eyes with determination. He tilted his head towards Xia Shiran and said loudly, "This is my 99th proposal to you. I crossed over the confession and directly proposed, just to have a relationship with you with the purpose of marriage. A lot of things get tired of looking at them after a while, but you're the only one that gets better and better. I've never liked a girl so much, and you've broken me. I'm a 3-minute man who never sticks to anything, but I stuck to proposing to you 99 times. You robbed me of a lot of firsts. The first time I wrote a poem for you. The first time I learned to cook for you. The first time I stood guard downstairs in the women's dormitory to bring you breakfast. The first time I kept time and place to wait for someone." Jiang Mai spoke with an unspoken soft light in his eyes. It also brings one into that infatuation. Deeply moved by him, there are already so many girls who are mesmerized. It's really not uncommon to see guys this infatuated these days. If they were Xia Shiran, they would have jumped up and hugged Jiang Mai by now. But Xia Shiran's autumn watery cut eyes slightly converged, obviously not very interested. The river of stars rolls on, and you are my earthly ideal. Jiang Mai's eyes gleamed as he looked at Xia Shiran and shouted loudly, Xia Shiran, please marry me. I want fine water to be you, firewood to be you, old age to be you, and the rest of my life afterward to be you. I wish the kite had the wind, the dolphin had the sea, and I could have you. His loud and passionate confession resounded throughout the playground. People are starting to speculate. You should always agree this time, right? Jiang Mai is almost making me cry. This is a DR diamond ring, only sent to one person in a lifetime. So romantic. Schoolgirl Xia will wear it, right? You little girls really don't understand Xia school flower. If she was willing she would have put it on already. How could she still refuse 98 times? This is absolutely hopeless. And Jiang Mai was not at all afraid of those gossips. He gazed warmly at Xia Shiran and waited for the other party's reply. Xia Shiran frowned and said calmly, that's it? Yes. Jiang Mai saw Xia Shiran approaching step by step. His temperature rose and his heart rate increased. Did she agree to this one? The bystanders became exuberant as they saw Xia Shiran getting closer and closer. Man, this one is accepting a marriage proposal, isn't it? Our college's first newlywed young couple is going to be born. The one who just said there's no chance stand out. See if I don't kill you. Jiang Mai has a high face value and is devoted. Xia Shiran must have agreed. P.S. Please be sure to bookmark the article. Stick around for the first 50 chapters and you'll be pleasantly surprised. Female chasing male, overall snooze dog food. Ha ha, the author has reopened the article in order to buy a little dress. So please support me, I'll be diligent. Chapter 2, Activating the Divine Greatness System. Jiang Mai raised a smile and looked at Xia Shiran with eyes full of adoration. Her absolutely beautiful face, close at hand. Xia Shiran faintly swept over Jiang Mai's diamond ring that was held up in midair and said, then you can get out of the way. You're delaying my run. The smile that Jiang Mai hung on his face became stiff. Just felt a cool wind blow through. Xia Shiran indifferently put on her headphones, crossed over his shoulder, and started running up the playground. Shock filled the surroundings. What's going on? Schoolmarm Xia didn't agree. Obviously Jiang Mai is so good. Why did she reject it? Even Xia Shiran's girlfriends were a little too upset. Jiang Mai was obviously so infatuated. But he was hurt by Xia Shiran 3 times. But they were after all Xia Shiran's girlfriends. So naturally they hurriedly went after the running Xia Shiran. The students who were originally watching the show were gloating when they saw Jiang Mai's failed marriage proposal. It would have been impossible to propose to Xia Shiran. Xia Shiran is the school bully and the school flower. How many boys like her? She is still so young. Why should she give up the whole fish pond for a fish? Jiang Mai felt the sharp sensation of tearing filling his heart, and his eyes reddened for a moment. The first time he proposed, he was too thin-skinned to go out on a limb. A marriage proposal? It's too hard. No experience. Green and awkward as hell. Stumbling over the lines of the proposal. After these 99 marriage proposals, Jiang Mai had already brushed his experience value. The result is still facing failure. It's very torturous to repeat the pain every time. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for completing the mission of proposing 99 times, and has now successfully bound the reject soft rice system. A man should be self-reliant and strive to be a great tycoon. Jiang Mai's world resounded with a system tone. Jiang Mai, who was originally sympathetic in the eyes of the crowd, raised his eyes at this moment. His eyes were complicated. Jiang Mai entered the university, only to find out that the original and his fiancée, who has a dull marriage, is actually Xia Shiran, whom he has liked for a long time. At this moment, he is also bound to the refuse to be soft system. Requirements for activating the system, 99 marriage proposals. It has nothing to do with activating or not activating the system. At that time, he was not interested in the system at all. He just wanted to marry Xia Shiran back home. So he resolutely proposed. Originally, Jiang Mai thought that the proposal was unsuccessful once. Then the proposal 10 times can always agree. The result of the proposal 99 times, Xia Shiran is still 10 moves to refuse, but also triggered the start of the system. Perhaps this is the arrangement of fate. Then he will not touch love after this. And from today onwards, he will utilize the system to rebound. Rumble. The sky was already thundering with dark clouds. Bean drops of rain fell from the sky, and the others were drenched when they fled away with their heads in the sand. Xia Shiran, who was running at night with her girlfriends at the moment, after knowing that it was raining, instantly rushed with her girlfriends to hide in the rain shelter on the next floor. As Xia Shiran wiped the rainwater from her face with a tissue, Yuan beside her exclaimed. Why hasn't Jiang Mai left yet? Xia Shiran's heart trembled and she immediately looked over. There was only a lonesome figure somewhere still standing on the plastic track. The rain had fallen on his dark hair and gradually seeped through his white shirt, becoming soaked, but he lowered his eyelids, said not a word, and made no movement to run. Xia Shiran's lips opened and closed, obviously a little anxious. How could he be so stupid and not know to find a place to get out of the rain? As she was about to run over to her, she was directly pulled back by the glasses girl beside her. Shioran, you're not going to him. Xia Shiran's eyes were full of worry. Then we can't just let him stand around in the rain. Then you went over. Is not the same as agreeing to his marriage proposal. Don't be silly. You can't give up bread for love. You're a model student, but you have to fight for the qualification of guaranteed graduate school to go to Peking University. If you're teaching your husband, will you give up your studies? Didn't you say that you still want to be a female postdoctoral fellow? Glasses girl said seriously. Xia Shiran instantly bit her lips. She was having mixed emotions right now. But I don't think there's anything wrong with teaching a child. At least I can be with the person I like. Sure Ran, do you like Jiang Mai? Yuan asked. I don't know. Xia Shiran was a bit flustered. Abruptly her cheeks flushed and said, I've never been in love. Xia Shiran had been a good girl since she was a child, and all she could think about was getting high grades and being a model student so that others could continue to like her. As for how to like someone, Xia Shiran didn't understand a thing. When you like someone, you blush and can't wait to see him every day. When he's unhappy, you feel bad. And when he's happy you can't help but want to be happy. Do you feel that way? After Yuan's reminder, Xia Shiran was instantly caught up in her memories. She couldn't help her skin reddening every time she saw Jiang Mai, too close to touch each other. But, not being able to see each other starts to start thinking about it again every night. Now, she looked at Jiang Mai's pale and forlorn appearance, and again her heart was hard. So, is she in love with Jiang Mai? I like him. I'm going to find him. Realizing this, Xia Shiran leapt up. Soon after, the glasses girl poured cold water on her, saying, liking someone, and living a life alone are two different things. You are now in love, affecting your studies and delaying your future. Aren't you afraid of your own regrets? Xia Shiran, who was about to run in the direction of Jiang Mai, stopped her pace at once. She's under a lot of pressure. Who's important? Love or reading? If she chooses to fall in love and give up her studies, won't she regret it someday? Xia Shiran bit her lower lip now, and after a few seconds of apprehension, she subconsciously walked over to her girlfriends and said with difficulty, We're going back to the dormitory. Yuan was surprised. Aren't you going to look for him? It's almost time to finalize the guaranteed spot for graduate school. I don't want to have any slip-ups at this juncture. Xia Shiran took a deep breath and said, Everyone else, except Cobalt, was a little sorry. What a shame to end your youth without having a great relationship. Besides, Jiang Mai is handsome and tall, and he's also in love with Xia Shiran. Is graduate school so fragrant? Can it be more fragrant than love? But no one could sway what Xia Shiran had already decided. No matter how much of a pity it was, he could only follow Xia Shiran back to his dormitory. Suddenly, Round's exclamation of surprise rang out. Isn't that schoolgirl Lang? She's even in the... When Xia Shiran heard this, she quickly looked in the direction of Yuan's finger. Under the dark clouds rolling in, the rain was getting heavier and heavier, and Jiang Mai's wet hair was already dripping water downwards. His body was cold and his heart was colder. With his eyes already blurred by the downpour, something seemed to be propped on top of his head, and all his ears could hear was the crash of the rain hitting the umbrella. Don't get wet, you'll catch a cold. A felicitous voice rang out. Jiang Mai's heart trembled and he immediately raised his eyes. Under the night, a slender figure was close at hand. She had dark brown waist-length hair that looked like it was in good condition, but what looked even better than her hair was that magnificent face. She was stunningly beautiful. Her skin was whiter than ivory, and her lupin-covered eyes were beautiful. A clean, pure light blue color that blinked and made the mind wander. She was wearing a white JK shirt with the placket slightly open. Her swan neck was slender and her collarbones were delicate and beautiful. A black velvet ribbon was tied around her neck, and the charming deep groove lines spread straight into the depths of the shirt. Hidden from view, and wearing a short plaid skirt under her, her waistline was slim and charming, and her pair of straight and slender big white legs looked elastic and glistening, and her legs were beautiful to the extreme. Chapter 3, He'll come back for the 100th proposal. It was just that her overall style was on the cold side, with a hint of ice wrapped around her nice eyebrows. Jiang Mai was surprised. Lang Ruoli, who was the top of the four school beauties, was now holding an umbrella for him? Lang Ruoli was a transfer student. Stunningly beautiful, but extremely cold in nature. She likes to be quiet and always sits alone in the corner, but her super high face value and perfect body have become a goddess among the boys, and she draws attention wherever she is. Jiang Mai had been listening to the other male students excitedly talking about it before, and had also seen Lang Ruoli, but there were no ripples in his heart. Lang Ruoli was beautiful, but he only had Xia Shiran in his heart at that time. Naturally, she wouldn't be overly concerned, but now she's coming to hold an umbrella for herself? Not to mention Jiang Mai was surprised. Even Xia Shiran and the others were shocked. Yuan said in surprise, "Why is Lang Ruoli here? Do the two of them know each other?" Lang Ruori has many boys chasing after her, but Lang Ruori ignores them, and I don't see Lang Ruori actively approaching anyone. She even made a bold speculation. Or can Lang Ruoli like Jiang Mai? When these words came out, Xia Shiran's heart was struck hard. She looked at the man and woman not far away, and abruptly her eyes stung at the image. Xia Shiran thought she looked good and her family was okay, but after meeting Lang Ruoli, she admitted that there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. Lang Ruoli's skin was whiter than hers. Her body was better than hers. Her grades were good. She had a small waist, long legs, and big breasts. The family is also better than her. Lang Ruori is a real plutocrat 1000 gold. The family has more than 50 companies. I heard that Lang Ruori's daddy directly to the school donated building and sports equipment, but also in order to Lang Ruori eat well, and in the school opened a private restaurant only for Lang Ruori service. If Lang Ruoli liked Jiang Mai, then did she have anything to compare? It was directly crushed by Lang Ruoli. Lang Ruoli was simply too perfect for words. Xia Shiran looked at Lang Ruoli jealously and realized that the other party wasn't as icy as usual. Her gaze obviously softened. She didn't know what the two were talking about, but she clearly saw Lang Ruori's face prancing red. Could it really be a favorite? At this moment, Lang Ruoli, looking at the handsome face in front of her, her heart beat violently. Obviously a little nervous, she said to Jiang Mai, "Let's go. It's raining heavily." Lang Ruori, why give me an umbrella? You should not. Jiang Mai glanced at Lang Ruori's beautiful face, and then turned the conversation. Before and I know. Originally, Jiang Mai wanted to directly ask Lang Ruoli if she liked him, but then again, it feels too abrupt. Wouldn't he be too self-absorbed if they said no? Besides, Lang Ruoli was so sought after, with countless pursuits around her. She didn't have any interactions with her. She can't have a crush on herself. Lang Ruoli's big eyes blinked frequently, her little face nervous and shy. She swept a glance at Jiang Mai's shoulder. A thin layer of shirt, soaked by the rain, had vaguely exposed a hideous, gruesome wound underneath. Lang Ruori instantly felt guilty. After all this time, he's still scarred. This time what she owed him must be paid back. With that, Lang Ruoli took a step closer, tilted her face, and said very seriously to Jiang Mai, "I'm here to return the umbrella." "And the umbrella?" "Yeah, return the umbrella. Last weekend, I didn't bring an umbrella, and then you ran down and gave me the umbrella." Lang Ruoli sniffed the crisp breath on his body. Both cheeks crimsoned up. "Thank you." It was only then that Jiang Mai realized. "So it's you." Last weekend he came downstairs and saw a girl in the rain. It just so happened that he was wearing an extra umbrella, so he handed it to the other guy. He didn't think much of it at that time. Even if it was a man, he would have borrowed an umbrella without hesitation. It's impossible to let someone get drenched. But he didn't know that this girl was Lang Ruoli. After all, the other person was wearing a medical mask and a black beret, so it was hard to see what he looked like. "I'm sorry, I came in a hurry and now I only have an umbrella with me. Let me send you to the men's dormitory downstairs first." Lang Ruoli looked at Jiang Mai sincerely. She was apprehensive. I was afraid that Jiang Mai would refuse. Jiang Mai looked at the rain getting bigger and bigger. Lang Ruoli's hair also has some rain seeping in. Also not twisted. Go. The umbrella is small. Not enough to hold two people. So Jiang Mai held most of the umbrella towards Lang Ruoli to avoid the other party getting wet. The corner of his shirt was gently rubbed as Jiang Mai set off with his men. Lang Ruori raised her watery eyes and said softly, "You can come closer. It's okay." She took the initiative and grabbed his hand that was holding the umbrella. Jiang Mai's heart speed was about to riot. It was the first time he had ever touched a girl's small hand. Smooth and white. Caught off guard. It made Jiang Mai's heart burn. Jiang Mai was naturally not used to it. He moved his hand away in a fidgety manner, just for fear of having too much contact with Lang Ruori more often, lest the girls suffer. "Okay, listen to you." Lang Ruorue looked at the boy near her eyes and her cheeks reddened. Her eyes held a deep fascination. It was clearly seen by Xia Shiran. Xia Shiran's eyes certainly turned red. Not long ago Jiang Mai had proposed to himself, and now Lang Ruoli had taken the initiative to hold an umbrella for Jiang Mai. The two stood together in a surprisingly beautiful and harmonious manner to say the least. Seeing that Jiang Mai was already coming in the direction he was in, Xia Shiran's confidence rekindled. Jiang Mai was able to propose to himself 99 times. That is, he only likes her. Even if Lang Ruoli liked Jiang Mai again, what could she do? Xia Shiran held her face proudly. She was waiting for Jiang Mai to see her and then come anxiously to explain that he and Lang Ruori had no relationship. Take another stand. She's the only one in his heart. He's gotten closer and closer. Eyes were still locked with to her. Definitely coming to an explanation. Xia Shiran's eyes lit up. However, Xia Shiran predicted wrongly. He coldly retracted his gaze and led Lang Ruoli past her, coldly going in the opposite direction. Xia Shiran's heart was hit hard and heavy. Her gaze was dull as hell and her red lips opened and closed. Why is he gone? The girlfriends also saw that Xia Shiran's state was not right and hurriedly comforted her. Shiran, don't think too much. He probably didn't see you or he wouldn't have walked away like that. Yeah, it's raining hard and he's in a hurry to get out of the rain. Yuan, however, came in coldly, but he proposed 99 times and Shioran didn't agree. He must be very upset. Now that schoolmarm Lung has come to show her goodwill, she might just take advantage of the situation. Xia Shiran became pale, gradually buried by worry. No way. He likes himself so much. To be able to persevere and wait for yourself for so long. How easy it is to like someone else. Realizing this, Xia Shiran stubbornly returned. No way. He will definitely come back to propose for the 100th time at this time tomorrow. Glasses girl asks, if he comes and proposes for the 100th time, will you still say no? Chapter 4, just one proposal and she marries him. No more rejection. I want to be with him. Xia Shiran had realized the importance of Jiang Mai in her heart. Reading is important, but so is love. This time she didn't want to miss it. Jiang Mai, who had just been there, naturally saw Xia Shiran, but he was disheartened when he thought of Xia Shiran's ignoring. There's nothing wrong with being alone. Why lose your pride? Jiang Mai wasn't stupid enough to continue degrading himself and handing his dignity to the other party to be trampled on viciously. Paying attention to Xia Shiran had become an act, so this time he didn't care about Xia Shiran, which took almost all of Jiang Mai's courage. But thankfully, he was finally brave enough to do it. After bringing Lang Ruoli to the downstairs of the women's dormitory, Jiang Mai said gratefully, "Thank you for today." "It's okay," Lang Ruoli asked tentatively. "Are you okay?" His face looked so haggard and tired. Lang Ruoli was heartbroken. How she wanted him to like how good he was. No need for 99 proposals. Just one, and she married him. Jiang Mai forced a smile. "Of course I'm fine. I'm an undefeatable little strong man." "Good." Lang Ruoli tried to guffaw. "I'll go first." Jiang Mai nodded faintly and ran through the rain with his umbrella. Watching that slender figure gradually disappear from sight, Lang Ruoli was both happy and sad. Joyfully, Jiang Mai did not succeed in his proposal, and he still has a chance. The worry is that she doesn't want to watch her favorite people continue to get hurt. In the past, it was Jiang Mai who was protecting her. Now it was her turn to protect Jiang Mai. Congratulations to the host. One successful check-in in the dormitory. 1 million RMB. A message from the system rang out. Jiang Mai then saw that the balance panel had credited 1 million RMB. The system was much more lucrative than he thought it would be. It is true that when you lose a love affair, you have a little money to soothe a broken heart. After Jiang Mai put away his umbrella, he wrung the water from his clothes and hurriedly headed for the dormitory. Just after entering the door, Jiang Mai was smoked. Holy, did the school cesspool blow up? It stinks so bad. Jiang Mai pinched his nose and started backing up to the door. He found 3 of his roommates around a small bench cooking and eating conch fritters. The smell, the stench. Jiang Mai was starting to get out of breath. "Which stinks? Fragrant. Eat a mouthful of stuffed fairy." "Lao," he grunted. "It's a pity you can't get used to eating it. It's less fun." Shan Gu, who was shivering powder, raised his eyes to see Jiang Mai's wet appearance, and instantly jumped up from the stool and ran to the balcony to collect his clothes. "Mamma mia. It's raining, and I still haven't confiscated my underwear. Screw you, little white dove. I thought you were going to care about me, but it turns out it's still your stinky pants that matter." Jiang Mai huffed. "Chen Gu, white skin. Name harmonics and pigeon the same." Directly by the dormitory people called small white pigeon. The little white dove justifiably took in a couple of pairs of pants and said, "What am I going to wear if I don't?" Run around naked? Besides, it's not like you haven't been in the rain before. You animal, listen to what this is saying. Jiang Mai rolled up his sleeves to clean up little white dove for a beating. The dormitory head Kai Zi hurriedly just flung a towel to Jiang Mai and said, quickly wipe with the towel and change your clothes to go, or else you'll really catch a cold. It's still Kaiser who is sentient. Jiang Mai hemmed and hawed. I also treat you not bad. See? No, you have no dinner, and do not like to eat snail powder, especially for you to the cafeteria to beat the meal. Hot. There is your favorite plum cabbage buckle meat. Can be expensive, but also $6 a serving. The little white pigeon yelled. Jiang Mai took a look and there really was a bento on his table. In the moment, it was really touching. Although these three are big-headed and seemingly heartless, they are actually knives with a heart of gold. Jiang Mai wiped his hair and then changed into clean clothes to the dirty clothes basket, planning on taking it to the laundry room tomorrow. That's when he heard Lao He's strange voice. Mako, don't you have an umbrella here? Why are you still getting wet? Jiang Mai sighed. It's a long story. The little white dove said, concise and concise. Is that the person was again rejected by the summer schoolgirls chanting? Otherwise it can be drenched in the rain. At the mention of Xia Shiran, Jiang Mai's heart vaguely ached. Jiang Mai walked over and just slapped the little white dove's back heavily, gritting his teeth and saying, don't talk if you can eat. The little white dove almost choked. Kai Zi said in a serious tone, Mu Zi, listen to my brother's advice. There is nothing difficult in the world, as long as you are willing to give up. If this one doesn't work, let's change the girl. There are so many people who like you anyway. Lao he said, we all have girlfriends in the dormitory, but you are still a bachelor, pulling down the rate of singles in our dormitory. The little white dove nodded, that's right. They say that men chase women across mountains. This is Mount Everest, right? You've proposed 99 times and you're still not moved. Do you want to graduate and still want to be a single dog? Jiang Mai, however, opened his lunchbox and ate, feigning nothing and said, what's wrong with being a single dog? Without a woman in your heart, drawing a sword is naturally divine. After experiencing these 99 painful marriage proposals, Jiang Mai had already thought about it. He used to think that other people chose to turn back after hitting the south wall, while he hit the south wall because he wanted to bring it down. As it turned out, he realized he thought wrong. If he wants to push the wall, he has to be allowed to do so by others. It was obvious that Xia Shiran didn't mean it. When she got herself wet in the rain, she was indifferent. When she was cooking for her and burned her hand, she only glanced at her with a faint glance. Not a word of concern. He proposed 99 times because he didn't want to start regretting that he didn't give it his all at some point down the road. And now he's not going to continue for no other reason than he doesn't want to humiliate himself. I've drank the strongest wine, loved the worst person, didn't look back before, and I don't want to settle for anything later. The three roommates let out a long breath as they listened. To be honest, they were heartbroken for Jiang Mai. Time and time again, he was abused by the summer school girl and continued to fall in love. This summer school flower, in addition to a good-looking face, good academic performance, the family is not bad, which is still worthy of Jiang Mai. But love, it's not something that can wear out just because outsiders don't see it as a good idea. In their hearts, they could only pray that schoolmarm Xiao would abuse Jiang Mai less tomorrow when he proposed for the 100th time. Women abuse brothers. As a brother of a few people naturally have to bring the woman's share of doubly good to Jiang Mai. Lao he took out the country bumpkin chicken leg he couldn't bring himself to eat, put it on Jiang Mai's table, and said, here, Newsy, here, I'm full tonight, here you go. The little white pigeon said, I'm sorry for this time, the snail powder with sour bamboo shoots, next time I will not add it. Kai Zi said, here, I made you 999 cold spirit granules, don't really catch a cold, then our whole dormitory will suffer. Jiang Mai looked at the three people's caring appearance and snorted out a laugh. What did you guys do to hurt yourselves? Little white pigeon spit, ass Lo, is to use your LOL account even kneel 10 hand. Jiang Mai exploded. Little white pigeon, you owe it to yourself. I'm just kidding. Look at you in a hurry. I spend all my time cooking conch fritters. How can I have time to log on to your number? Jiang Mai laughed and scolded. Alright, you guys quickly finish the snail meal for me. Open the window to ventilate the room. The smell is making Dad I'm going to throw up. Make it seem like you're eating a snail meal bento. The little white pigeon passed a mouthful of powder indebtedly. Come on, take a bite. Delicious on earth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm going to kick your ass. Oh. Get out of here. Fierce what? I'm not even enough to eat. But also for you. The little white pigeon prettily continued to shiver the powder. Jiang Mai ate without a smile. The original haze of rejection in his heart slowly wore off in the midst of gags with his brothers. At the moment, the system's panel alerts have been continuing. Congratulations on your successful signing in the dormitory and receiving 500,000 RMB. Congratulations on signing in for 5 minutes in your dorm room and receiving 100,000 RMB. Congratulations on reaching 10 minutes of signing in at the dormitory, winning 200,000 RMB and giving away a chance at the lottery. Sweepstakes. Jiang Mai was interested. What can he draw? Chapter 5. Jiang Mai didn't propose. Jiang Mai directly started clicking on the lottery. Soon the sweepstakes page appears with the gifts. Congratulations to the host. You've been given a brand new Apple 13 Pro Max. It's now in your drawer. Please check it out. In addition to giving money, you get a cell phone? The cell phone was the thing Jiang Mai needed most right now. My own old cell phone is too laggy and still has little memory. I was going to wait until 11 to buy a phone, but now I have a system that presses me to get a new phone. Jiang Mai authenticated it. It is a real Apple 512G, conscientious system that gives a genuine product. After Jiang Mai changed the memory card, he started using an Apple phone. Playing games with an Apple is so much smoother. Come on, hack. Jiang Mai intended to play a disc game to calm and pacify his wounded heart. Lao, he is taking the cell phone. The result glanced at Jiang Mai's cell phone. Stunned, surprised. When did you buy the Apple? Or the new out of 13? Mako, you will not be stimulated. Overspending it. Wouldn't cyber/loan it. That one's untouchable. Keiko got serious. Little White Pigeon took Jiang Mai's cell phone and played with it. Weiqiang buys? Q. Positive. What's wrong? I can't use a good phone. Don't worry. I don't have an online loan. Just a new cell phone. One excited into what? It was only after hearing Jiang Mai's words that the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Little White Pigeon yelled. Come on. Start hacking and abusing people. I'm going to kill the whole game. So Jiang Mai and his roommates started hacking away. And it felt like he was lucky to win several games in a row. And he was also the MVP. While Jiang Mai and his roommates stayed up late wandering around the game world, Xia Shiran tossed and turned in her bed, unable to sleep. Her mind was filled with images of Jiang Mai and Long Ruoli together today. Is Jiang Mai really angry with her and ignoring her? No, it can't be. It wasn't the first time he'd been rejected by himself. Anyway, no matter how far he ran, he would have stood still and waited for him. Xia Shiran's mood only calmed down when she thought of this. Just wait for tomorrow. As long as Jiang Mai comes, he himself will agree to his marriage proposal, so there will be no complications. The next day, at 7:58 p.m. In the classroom, a few boys from the design department were sitting around. Here, bet on the boys to succeed in this 100th proposal today. $100 to start betting. The inch-haired man excitedly proposed. Okay, I'll bet 300 that Jiang Mai won't make it. I'll bet 500. Jiang Mai and Xia Shiran have no chance. I'm 800. 1,000. The inch-haired man thought for a moment and said, I'll bet 100, just in case Xia Shiran really agrees. After all, the two have a marriage contract. The result was to invite ridicule. That doll's marriage was a joke between the two parents. Just Jiang Mai took it seriously. That's right. Even if Jiang Mai proposes 1,000 times, 10,000 times, both of them have no chance. While they were talking loudly and freely, abruptly the table was tapped. A stack of reddish-colored $100 bills was instantly placed on the table. I'll bet he presses on not going. Now the boy's eyes were staring straight up. That's a lot of bills. The result is a bet that Jiang Mai won't go? Just kidding. Jiang Mai likes schoolmarm Xia so much. Brother, it looks like you're going to lose money this time. I advise you to change your mind quickly. As they pretended to be benevolent and advised people to change their tickets, they were stunned when they saw the visitor. The boy in front of me showed a kind of razor-sharp light in both eyes, calm and frank, and said, No, I'm going to win. The crowd gasped backward. Who else could this boy be but Jiang Mai? It's almost 8 o'clock, and as a result, Jiang Mai now appears in the classroom instead of confessing in the playground at the old location. It defies common sense. Jiang Mai, are you looking at the wrong time? There's still a minute to go before 8 o'clock, the inch-haired man reminded. Jiang Mai, however, said calmly and self-assuredly, That's right, I'm here to study. He raised the books he was holding. One was wide-eyed. What's the situation? Jiang Mai didn't go to propose and came here to read a book? Or is Jiang Mai simply not proposing for the sake of the bet? That's unlikely. Jiang Mai raised his eyes to look at the clock on the wall directly in front of him and said, It's 8 o'clock. So, I win. Without thinking, Jiang Mai began to move all the bills on the table for all of them under everyone's shocked eyes. It's a bloody good deal. Originally, Jiang Mai came to study in the classroom in order to prepare for the 4th level of English, but he didn't expect to encounter the good thing of making money. Jiang Mai directly found a quiet seat and sat down. System prompt: congratulations to the host for successfully signing up for the self-study classroom and obtaining 1 million RMB. Now gifting the host with 20 points of lucky value. Jiang Mai spread out the book and began to read. His grades were always good, but he was heavily biased. English is the death of him. He also does not know why the people of the country to learn English. To carry forward the Chinese language is not good. The most egg of the pain is the university still need to get to the English 4 certificate before graduation. Last year, Jiang Mai clearly kept in mind the English teacher's mnemonic in doing the questions. 3 long and 1 short, choose the shortest. 3 short and 1 long, choose the longest. 2 long and 2 short, choose B. The same length and the same short, choose A. Long and short, choose D. Uneven C. Invincible. The first thing you need to do is to take a copy of the main, in order to rip off as a supplement. If you combine the two, you will pass the exam. However, only scored 30 points on the test. This year, he must make a clean break and get his English 4 certificate. The boys next to him were in a state of shock after seeing Jiang Mai's actions. When did Jiang Mai become so studious? Did he forget about the summer schoolgirl at Daming Lake? The most important thing is that TM's money is riding on it. Being cheated out of everything by Jiang Mai. The longest road traveled is Jiang Mai's set. A waning moon hung amidst the rubbing clouds, and a cold wind blew into the early fall day, making the temperature much lower than usual. Xia Shiran, accompanied by her 3 girlfriends, arrived at the playground early. Besides them, there were quite a few onlookers. These people had obviously come to see Jiang Mai propose for the 100th time. Even some good people have already picked up the live broadcast, saying, "Our school, but there is a love saint. Perseverance to the school flower proposed 99 times rejected." Yes, you guys read it right. It's not a confession. It's a marriage proposal. I even have to say a courageous. No, today he has to propose for the 100th time. Old Ironman double-click 666. Don't let the popularity of the live room come down. He'll be here soon. However, the popularity of the live broadcast room rubbed off and began to rise, but the protagonist was slow to show up. Not to mention the onlookers were anxious. Even Xia Shiran was anxious. She kept looking left and right, just wanting to see that familiar tall figure appear on weekdays. Why isn't Jiang Mai here yet? Isn't he always on time? Yuan could see that Xia Shiran was anxious, so she began to calm Xia Shiran down, saying, "Just wait a little longer. Maybe he's encountered something." The glasses girl nodded. "Yeah, maybe he accidentally fell asleep, or misread the time. Surely he's heading this way. He's been able to propose 99 times. How can he be worse than this one proposal?" This calmed Xia Shiran down a bit inside. Yes, how could Jiang Mai not come? One should be patient. After tonight, she and Jiang Mai would be a real couple. Chapter 6. You may not initiate, but don't move a muscle when I do. As soon as she thought that she would be entering the wedding hall hand in hand with Jiang Mai in the near future, Xia Shiran's little face blushed. But time passes by. The weather is getting colder and colder. Those onlookers can't afford to eat, and then see that Jiang Mai has never appeared on the scene. They are disappointed. Let's disperse. Jiang Mai is not coming. There's no more fun to be had. Go back to the quilt. It's freezing old me, and he's not coming without a word in advance. Did Jiang Mai really give up or come back later to confess? Nor did he report it in advance, leaving us waiting in vain. The students, who had been huddled together in a swarm, now dispersed and went their separate ways. Only Xia Shiran and the others were left on the playground. The cold wind whistled and whistled. Xia Shiran's pink and pretty little face had been blown red by the gusts of wind. Her nose reddened, and her body was shrinking from the cold. Yuan was already shivering from the cold. She subconsciously said to Xia Shiran, "Shiran, let's go back to the dormitory. It's so cold." Xia Shiran's eyes immediately had a mist of tears spreading out. Did he have something he couldn't come to? Or did he not like me anymore? A few people looked at Xia Shiran's lost and uncomfortable appearance and also became in a bad mood. "Shioran, don't feel bad. Let's ask around. Maybe there's something hidden," the round-faced girl said. Xia Shiran then had a glimmer of hope. Yuan took her cell phone and inquired about it, and quickly inquired about Jiang Mai's whereabouts, and said to Xia Shiran, "Shiran, he's in the study classroom on the 3rd floor. Let's quickly go over and ask about the situation." Yes, Xia Shiran's footsteps quickened all of a sudden. She couldn't wait to meet Jiang Mai. Soon, Xia Shiran and the others had arrived at the entrance of the study room. She caught a glimpse of the slender figure sitting with his back to her. Xia Shiran's heart was pounding, but she was a little too shy to move forward. After all, what would he think when she rejected him like that yesterday? Is it really angry? Go on. Cheer up. Yuan cheered Xia Shiran on. The glasses girl said, he must have delayed proposing to you for the sake of his studies, so if you go over there now, he'll definitely have to coax you, and maybe even apologize to you. Xia Shiran then gained some momentum. Her spring-like eyes then looked around and said somewhat shyly, I don't want him to apologize, as long as he wants to be with me. Xia Shiran's eyes fell on Jiang Mai. With a small gasp, she gathered her courage and went over in the direction where Jiang Mai was. Jiang Mai was doing a laborious exploration with the English language when he suddenly felt that the light in front of him was blocked and the book had a dark shadow. Jiang Mai was wondering who was coming when he heard a familiar voice. Why didn't you come to the playground today? Jiang Mai quickly raised his head and saw Xia Shiran's absolutely beautiful face. She was obviously a little anxious and a little overwhelmed as she started to grab her skirt. He wouldn't be lying if he didn't say it throbbed. It was a favorite after all. But Jiang Mai now understands that if you like someone, you have to know how to restrain yourself, especially to like someone who would be fruitless. Jiang Mai loved her, sensational and the most crazy. His dream was ruthlessly shattered, will not forget. Over and over again it hurt like hell. And over again it licked itself and wore away that pain. Jiang Mai won't make the same mistake again. Don't want to go. Jiang Mai endeavored to sink his voice, pretending to be calm, and continued to look down at his books again. Xia Shiran's lips trembled. She thought that Jiang Mai could be ecstatic to see her come to her. However, he was calm and didn't react at all. It's like his past self who ignored him. Xia Shiran panicked. She became very nervous when she realized Jiang Mai's attitude change. She tried to hold on to her smile and asked, Your DR diamond ring now? What for? You take it out. Today is the time when you have to propose to me 100 times. Xia Shiran forced a smile, now anxious and teary-eyed. As long as you propose to me, I'll think about saying yes. Jiang Mai's heart went cold. Consider? Instead of just saying yes? So that means that the 100th time he proposes, he could still face rejection. Jiang Mai then felt extraordinarily ridiculous. He took the 1 DR diamond ring out of his pocket. Xia Shiran's eyes became translucent. Finally took it out. She's stupidly excited to put a ring on it. And a few of her girlfriends in the back row followed suit. Jiang Mai listened to Xia Shiran so much. How could he not continue to like Xia Shiran? Even if the world was destroyed, Jiang Mai's love for Xia Shiran would not be destroyed. I bought this ring after working for months and saving my money, even though it's very tiring and hard. But when I think of you wearing the ring, I feel it's worth it. I wear this ring all the time, just in case you suddenly change your mind. In case you suddenly want to say yes. Turns out I haven't waited until now. Jiang Mai endured his heartache as his gaze fell on the ring. You may not initiate, but don't you move a muscle when I do. In the moment when Xia Shiran felt that the ring was within her reach, it turned out that Jiang Mai turned around and threw the ring out of the window with a direct grip. The ring presented a parabola and was flung out, slowly disappearing from Xia Shiran's sight. It shocked everyone. Shouldn't it be a marriage proposal? How come Jiang Mai even threw away the ring? Xia Shiran ran to the windowsill as soon as she became alarmed. Turns out there was no sign of that 1 DR ring. She turned back in surprise to the figure standing there proudly. The corners of his perfect jaw reflected icy arcs, and his thin lips were pursed extra tight. Xia Shiran's small face became very white. She felt gripped, so she started to question Jiang Mai. Why did you throw the ring away? Isn't that mine? Did you put it on? Jiang Mai asked a rhetorical question that instantly confused Xia Shiran. Yeah, she's not wearing a ring. This one ring, then, is not really hers. Even if she had decided from the beginning that the ring was hers, it didn't count. Jiang Mai forced down the unwillingness in his heart and said, Not anyone can be mad at me. First figure out your relationship with me, who you are to me. I made plans to spend the rest of my life with you, and you're ready to leave at any moment. So I'll just have to say goodbye. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Jiang Mai overbearingly announced, Xia Shiran, I'm officially breaking off my engagement with you today. Xia Shiran felt her body tingling and her vision blurring. What did he say? To break off the engagement with her? Jiang Mai picked up the books on the table and directly headed out with a firm pace. The glasses girl grabbed Jiang Mai's wrist and asked with a huff, Jiang Mai, are you kidding me? Shiran had a hard time putting down the pedestal to come to you, but you turned out to be so heartless. The one who was ruthless is her. Why wouldn't I put my foot down to find her? Jiang Mai shook off the glasses girl's hand and said negatively, Xia Shiran is a human being, but he's not? He would be heartbroken and cry. He had been stupid before, but now he wanted to be honorable. And he doesn't want to be stupid anymore. Jiang Mai left after he finished speaking. Xia Shiran's entire body felt a painful shudder and covered her chest helplessly. The heart hurts. A few of her girlfriends rushed up and comforted Xia Shiran, saying, "Shiran, are you okay? He's just talking out of breath, so don't pay any attention to it. He's just pretending. How could he not like you?" Xia Shiran directly burst into tears as she shook her head and whimpered, "I really like him so much." "I know." Round nodded. "He only rejected me once and I'm in this much pain, but I've rejected him 99 times. Xia Shiran gripped her chest, her heart about to tear. How much pain should he be in? Chapter 7 Since you like him, get him back. Xia Shiran cried like a pear. It was only when she was in pain that she realized what she had lost. "I really regret it. How good it would have been if I had accepted earlier." Xia Shiran bit her cherry lips in regret. "But there's no medicine for regret now, so let's think about how to make amends." Yuan reminded Xia Shiran. Xia Shiran's eyes contained tears and froze for a moment. "Make amends? Yeah, since you like him, get him back." Yuan said seriously. "Yes, I'm going to chase him back." Xia Shiran's eyes burned with small flames. As a result, the eyeglasses woman said disdainfully, "Why should Shiraran go after Jiang Mai backwards? Boys don't like girls who take the initiative like this at all. And they won't cherish them, they just play with the psychology. Do you want to see Shiraran being abandoned?" Yuan was in a dilemma. What should we do then? Can't we just watch Schoolmarm Lang chase Jiang Mai to his hand? A single sentence instantly caused Xia Shiran to hit the ground running. She had almost forgotten that there was a Lang Ruoli around. Could it be that schoolgirl Lang said something to Jiang Mai, so Jiang Mai didn't come to propose this time? Otherwise, Jiang Mai would have proposed every day. Xia Shiran bit her lip as she hesitated for a long time and made a difficult decision. "I need to talk to her. The on-ringer of the bell needs to be tied to the bell." She wanted to find out what exactly Lang Ruoli had said to Jiang Mai that day that changed his mind and decision. 8:45 p.m. Xia Shiran knocked on the 502 dormitory where Lang Ruoli was. After waiting a moment, the door was opened. Xia Shiran then saw the face that was too pretty to be true. The other man's azure eyes, looking at her coldly, asked, "Something wrong?" Xia Shiran was completely shocked by the other party's icy aura. Lang Ruoli topped a plain face, still pretty and delicate like a doll. He thought he looked pretty enough, but when he stood in front of Lang Ruoli, he was instantly compared. As girls, they all love this face to death, not to mention the boys. Thinking of this, Xia Shiran's eyes swooned with loss. She'd never voluntarily hooked up with a stranger before, especially when the other person could also be her love interest. This caused a thin blush to color Xia Shiran's face, and she stammered, "Hello, is it convenient for me to go in and talk to you alone?" Lang Ruoli faintly Xia Shiran then walked in. Lang Ruoli lived in the most luxurious two-person room. The area was much larger than the other dormitories, not to mention the interior decoration. "I feel that this is not a dormitory, but a hotel room, just that a princess bed looks particularly comfortable." "Say it, what is it?" Lang Ruoli held up her coffee cup and took a shallow sip. Her skin as detailed as beautiful porcelain glowing with a biting coldness. Not to be outdone, she was the high ridge flower of the boys' hearts and the school's iceberg beauty. Xia Shiran deliberated for half a day and said, "There have been rumors about you in the school recently. Do you want to step in and clarify them?" Xia Shiran stifled her red face. "It's just that there are rumors that you like Jiang Mai." "Oh," Lang Ruoli answered softly, and then in a very calm tone, she replied, "It is in need of clarification." Xia Shiran's eyes suddenly became bright. Lang Ruoli is going to clarify. Doesn't that mean that Lang Ruoli doesn't like Jiang Mai? Phew. Luckily, Lang Ruoli wasn't his love rival. Otherwise the chances of her and Jiang Mai making up became slim. As Xia Shiran snickered, Lang Ruoli said calmly, "I want to clarify that it's not a rumor that I like Jiang Mai." The smile hanging on Xia Shiran's face instantly became stiff. She wondered if she'd heard wrong. "You like Jiang Mai? Are you sure?" Lang Ruoli said firmly. "Yes, I'm sure as well as certain. I thought you would give him happiness, so I suppressed my liking for him, but now I realize that you don't deserve his liking at all." Lang Ruoli couldn't keep her sanity anymore. Her eyes were already misting with tears, and she cried empathetically at the thought of all that had gone before. "He likes you so much. You can't eat cafeteria food when you have gastroenteritis." He ran all over the small stores outside the school to borrow the kitchen and specially learned to make kanji for you to drink. But you, on the other hand, didn't eat a single bite. You failed your exams and he was the one who sat on the basketball court with you who was crying. And you ended up thinking he was nosy. You had a fever and no one dared to send you to the fever clinic. But he risked possible quarantine to take you to the hospital for an infusion. Why can't you cherish a boy who is so good and nice to you? Lang Ruoli's eyes were swollen from crying. Every time she saw Jiang Mai giving for Xia Shiran without asking for anything in return, her heart was like a knife. Xia Shiran's insides trembled. There were details she hadn't noticed before. But after Lang Ruorue said this, all of them came to mind. It turned out that she was so cruel to Jiang Mai. And Jiang Mai never left him again and again. Xia Shiran had been enjoying his goodness, taking it for granted that Jiang Mai was good to her. After all, he was going after her. How can someone who is full of himself not be a treasure in the eyes of others? Xia Shiran looked at the sobbing Lang Ruoli in front of her with complicated eyes. Lang Ruoli's eyes had turned red into rabbits. She bit her lower lip and said stubbornly, "I'm going after him. I'm going to give him back all the happiness you owe him. No, double, multiple times to him." Xia Shiran's face turned pale with a swish. She was flustered. The thing I feared the most, it still happened. It's cheap for a girl to chase backwards. You chase him, he must. Xia Shiran's words were immediately interrupted by Lang Ruoli, who stubbornly replied, "There are no cheap words for feelings, unless they are not liked enough." Lang Ruoli's red lips slightly opened. "I wasn't brave enough in the past. Now I want to be brave for my love for once. What's so embarrassing about a woman chasing after a man?" She hesitated only because by the time she showed up, Jiang Mai was already too in love with Xia Shiran. But now Lang Ruoli realized that Xia Shiran would only hurt Jiang Mai. None of the 99 times Jiang Mai proposed to Xia Shiran, she dared to go and watch. But that day was a fluke, and she witnessed Xia Shiran's desperation and indifference. Also saw Jiang Mai's sad appearance on a rainy day. Then she wouldn't want her beloved big boy to be hurt by Xia Shiran again and again. Xia Shiran's heart received a storm of blows. There's no such thing as a cheap feeling unless you don't like it enough. No, she was fond of Jiang Mai. Then why can't she chase Jiang Mai backwards? Is it that she can't let go of her frame? Or is it her face? Jiang Mai has chased her 99 times, time and time again. He dropped his face and pursued her very bravely. Why won't she do it once? Xia Shiran looked at the determined Lang Ruoli in front of her, and immediately felt a deep sense of crisis. God, how many ridiculously wrong things had she done? Jiang Mai loved her so much. How could she hurt him so cruelly? Xia Shiran's breathing became rapid. The angina is terrible. She realized something and abruptly flung the door open in a panic. She had an important business to attend to. Chapter 8, Xia Shiran's first confession. Jiang Mai from the self-study classroom. After returning to the dormitory, the three roommates are either on the phone to his girlfriend Pot, or playing games. After seeing Jiang Mai come back, those who hung up the phone hung up the phone, those who hung up the cell phone hung up the cell phone, and all of them came together in front of Jiang Mai. Little White Dove said anxiously, "Jiang Mai, where have you been? The school's intranet is blowing up, saying you didn't go to propose." Kai Zi nodded. "Yes, I heard that Xia schoolgirl is waiting for you in the playground early today." Surprise, no. You're hopeful. Lao, he said. Why don't you go and see schoolgirl Xia? Maybe the proposal will be successful. Jiang Mai, however, said with little interest, "No need. I won't propose to her anymore." And I threw away the ring. These words shocked the four seats. Little White Dove directly put her hand right on Jiang Mai's forehead and said, "You don't have a fever. Go away. The old man is fine. Then why don't you go and propose? Don't you like schoolgirl Xia very much? And the ring was bought by you after working for a long time. Why did you just throw it away?" Throwing away the ring is me saying goodbye to my past silly self. I won't continue to like her, Jiang Mai said without changing his face. I'll say goodbye to her and never cross paths again. The three were so shocked that they could fit an egg in their mouths. The little white dove was stunned. Really? If she came after you, you wouldn't like her either. As a result, Lao he rolled his eyes. Overthink it. Xia Shiran is very high-minded and proud, and is the school's famous literary schoolflower. Surely won't come to chase after Mu Zia. Keiko sighed deeply. Have you thought this through? Instead, Jiang Mai said in a firm tone, yes, even if she comes after me backwards, I won't accept her. As soon as the words left his mouth, Keiko's phone rang. Keiko picks up and realizes it's a call from the student council leader, Yuan, and he asks curiously, hey, what's up? Yuan's anxious voice rang out. Is Jiang Mai by your side? Ja. Keiko was feeling oddly comfortable. I don't know his phone number. Just give him your cell phone, Round urged. Kaizi then gave the phone to Jiang Mai and said, Yuan, our group leader. who's also the best friend of Xia's schoolmarm, doesn't know what she's looking for you for? Jiang Mai also felt strange. Did she contact herself for something? He took the phone and heard Round's anxious voice. Hey, Jiang Mai? Come to the school building. Something's wrong. Jiang Mai was taken aback, and his black eyes instantly became dark. Under the school building, it was dark, but there were just a few strands of flashlight light shining on the grass. Only Xia Shiran was seen catatonic, one hand ruffling the long hair scattered at her cheeks to her ears, and the other hand shining a flashlight at every corner of the grass. The sky was already drizzling, and it looked like the rain was still gradually getting heavier, and it would soon be able to soak people into a drench. But Xia Shiran had no intention of leaving and was still looking for something. Instead, it was the three girls around her who were in a hurry. Shioran, don't look for it, it's too late now and it's raining. What if you catch a cold in the rain later? That's right, the ring is so small. This range is so big. How to find the big ah? It's so dark in this neighborhood. And it's raining now, so stop it, okay? But Xia Shiran wouldn't listen to advice. She said, impatiently, no, if I don't find it now, it will be harder to find it tomorrow. No matter what, I have to find the ring. This DR ring is Jiang Mai's heart and soul. It also amounted to her happiness. Since she was the one who had lost her happiness, she had to get it back, even if it means going through fire. Xia Shiran's white and beautiful face carried persistence. Even though her eyes were blurry and she couldn't find the ring, or the weather was too dark and she stepped on the ground several times, she was still persevering in her search for the ring. Her girlfriends are especially distressed, and they hit the umbrellas for fear that Xia Shiran will catch a cold and flu. When Jiang Mai ran with his roommates, he saw Xia Shiran who was already drenched. She seemed to be searching for something, biting her stubborn cherry lips and persistently crouching down to rummage through the ground. Jiang Mai's eyes were cold. Xia Shiran, it's raining. How long are you going to fool around and even drag everyone here to get wet with you? If Xia Shiran hadn't made this mess, making her dormitory roommates all follow along in the rain to look for something, and attracting the attention of the school authorities, Jiang Mai wouldn't have wanted to come here at all. Xia Shiran was looking for something, and as a result, after seeing the heroic Jiang Mai, her small face was permeated with joy. Jiang Mai, I'm looking for the ring. Wait, I'll find it soon. If I don't find it, I'll just keep getting wet. She looked down and resumed feeling the grass. Jiang Mai had already seen her white and tender wrists, cut by the branches and leaves, flowing a steady stream of blood, and there were even many marks on her fingers that had been punctured by thorns. Yet it was as if she could not feel the pain, and was still searching for the ring without a second thought. Jiang Mai's three roommates were completely dumbfounded. The previous Xia Shiran had ignored Jiang Mai, and no matter what Jiang Mai did, it seemed like he couldn't arouse his interest. Even when Jiang Mai took out the ring to propose, she didn't even look at it. Now that Jiang Mai has lost a ring, she is so disoriented that she seems to be giving up her life to find it. Next to how to persuade her to go back is useless. Xia Shiran unforgivingly don't. Tonight I want to find. Her tearful eyes were a source of pity. Even his voice was choked with trembling. As long as I find the ring, you'll still be with me again, right? The pupils of Xia Shiran's eyes were filled with hope as she looked at Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai's heart was full of mixed feelings. If this comment had been made in the past and he had heard it, he could have been half happy. But the current Jiang Mai listened with a cold heart. Late in deep love. Feed the dogs and don't believe it. Little White Dove and the others felt that wave of heartbreak when they looked at the lovable Xia Shiran. It looked like schoolgirl Xia really had her heart set on it. They were both happy for their brother. Kaizi gently poked Jiang Mai's ribs and reminded. Mu Zi, say it right. The little White Dove hated to agree instead of Jiang Mai, urging Jiang Mai, don't freeze quickly answer. Lao he was envious. Before, he still felt that Jiang Mai's single-minded devotion was foolish, but now he felt that Jiang Mai's infatuation was correct. And this is not it. The iron tree has blossomed. While everyone was expecting Jiang Mai's answer, Jiang Mai said in a cold voice, nope, even if you find the ring, we won't be able to go back. Little White Dove was incredulous. What are you talking about? Jiang Mai? Xia Shiran is a dream goddess. Keiko also had trouble understanding. When Jiang Mai fell in love with Xia Shiran unsuccessfully, now that Xia Shiran has turned back, he doesn't even accept it? Chapter 9, I asked you to marry me 99 times to ask for my love. Jiang Mai said coldly, I've thought it over very clearly. Xia Shiran, we missed it. If you want to leave, you can do it whenever you want. If you want to come back, I'm sorry, there's no such possibility. Xia Shiran's heart was like a knife. Her eyes glistened with tears and she choked. I like you, Jiang Mai. Why is it that you are able to give me 99 marriage proposals, but you can't give me a chance? Jiang Mai lowered his eyelids and said decisively, I asked you to marry me 99 times because I wanted to ask for my love with a clear conscience. Then rejecting you now is because I want to be sincere with my dignity. Life can't be rewound. Just like my feelings can't be turned back. A miss is a miss and I won't regret it. Xia Shiran's girlfriends were shocked as they watched Jiang Mai's desperate look. It wasn't that they hadn't seen Jiang Mai pursuing Xia Shiran, a boy who liked Xia Shiran so much, but resolutely said no to Xia Shiran's confession. This was the first time Xia Shiran had ever been sincere, and it hurt so much that it was engraved in her heart. Look, Xia Shiran is crying like that. Tears fell like pearls one by one. She was full of regret, but it was too late. Jiang Mai deliberately went to ignore Xia Shiran's crying appearance as he feigned indifference and headed for the men's dormitory. As a result, he heard Xia Shiran's loud confession from the back. Jiang Mai, I like you. I want to chase after you. I hurt you 99 times in the past. This time I'm chasing you backwards for 100 times. One more time for you, and I'm not ashamed of my love. Jiang Mai's back trembled slightly. He looked back at Xia Shiran. Her eyes were glowing hot, and for the first time the pupils of her eyes were full of him. It was like a dream. The images that had been fantasized in the past, all of them now appeared. Only this time Jiang Mai had woken up from his dream. Jiang Mai pursed his lips and coldly walked quickly towards the dormitory. The crowd had long been deep in Xia Shiran's declaration of confession. Xia Shiran, who had always been bland and literary, now frantically stated that she wanted to chase Jiang Mai backwards 100 times? You're kidding. Say it and who will believe it? But it just happened. Xia Shiran was born in a bookish family. Her parents are both university professors. She is beautiful and sensible, literary and intelligent. The people who pursue her can form a long queue. Never seen her so dead to anyone. It was evident how much Xia Shiran liked Jiang Mai. The little white dove and others shook their heads. Really never expected originally thought that Jiang Mai is a love saint. Did not think that Xia Shiran is also a love-struck woman. Did Jiang Mai win the lottery? As Xia Shiran reluctantly gazed at Jiang Mai's departing figure, her girlfriends were still a bit incredulous. Are you really going to chase Jiang Mai backwards? Yes. He was able to propose to me 99 times, so what's wrong with me chasing him 100 times? If he can do it, I can definitely do it too. Xia Shiran was full of confidence. He could be so fond of me before, and he'll be more fond of me afterward. Xia Shiran couldn't believe that he would die to her so easily, with no feelings remaining at all. Since Lang Ruoli could be brave enough to pursue her love, why should she hesitate? After Jiang Mai returned to his dorm room, the system began to come as a reminder. Congratulations to the host, who rejected the courtship of Xia's schoolgirl and was awarded a set of duplex sea view villas in Jiangling Court. This comforted Jiang Mai's wounded heart. Jiangling Court? Isn't that the most luxurious part of the city center? The houses there are sky high, and as a result, you got yourself a duplex ocean view villa? This was completely unexpected by Jiang Mai. By this time the three roommates had also returned. After seeing Jiang Mai lying on the bed, they shook their heads. Mako, that's the summer goddess you've been longing for. Now she's starting to come after you backwards. Do you really dislike it or are you just gambling? Little White Dove asked. Jiang Mai's eyes complex, some wounds, no matter how long. Still a touch of pain, some people, no matter how long. Also still a thought of pain. Some people are not in love anymore. Just, love hurts. Jiang Mai's heart was already full of holes. He wants to love. But there's no more courage for lovers. Some people don't fall in love at the wrong time, like me and her. Jiang Mai has faded from the passion of loving her, and as he prepares to start a new life, she turns back to him. What is he? Is she just a toy that she can call up at will? What if she doesn't love him anymore? Is she going to lose him again? Jiang Mai closed his eyes tightly and didn't say anything. The roommates also noticed that Jiang Mai's mood had become quite low and depressed, so they didn't continue this question. In fact, Xia schoolgirls are not so good. Mako around not lack of girls is not it. Kai Zi said. Before Mako's stomach pain, there are people in the drawer to put stomach medicine. He gave summer school flour cooking burn. The result is that some people called the scalding medicine to him. Late there are people secretly help sign in punch card? Kai Zi's words instantly made the little white dove come to life. Right, oh, I forgot about this. Jiang Mai, do you know who that sister is? Keeping an eye on you and shushing you. The girl must not be bad. Jiang Mai shook his head and said, I don't know. The vast majority of the girls who pursued him were passionate and bold. Even the shy ones will hand him love letters. But there was never one person who was following him anonymously, preparing something he needed from time to time, and not leaving his name. Jiang Mai had once wondered why the other party didn't show up if they figured to be with him. He had squatted with a couple of his roommates but found nothing. Didn't find out who the other guy was. No information at all. Coupled with the fact that Jiang Mai's body and mind were all focused on Xia Shiran at the time, this matter was left unsettled. The three roommates just regretted. Hey, you missed a chance to get off the hook. I do not want to fall in love now. In fact, there is nothing wrong with being a single dog. Jiang Mai said. I'd rather be in a situation where I don't settle for anything, don't make do, and just wait for the person who has the right destiny. Jiang Mai's attitude got a few shakes of the head from his roommates. In their opinion, Jiang Mai must not be able to forget schoolgirl Xia. Xia schoolgirl looks so good-looking and talented. How can it be easy to like someone else after liking Xia schoolgirl? However, they were also glad for one thing. Jiang Mai at least wasn't hanging on to a tree anymore, which was a kind of progress. The next day, after the rain, the sky cleared. Jiang Mai was woken up by hunger. A quick glance at my cell phone time and it's 8 a.m. He heard Keiko next door, under the covers, calling his girlfriend. You, baby, I miss you too. Are you hungry? It's okay, I'll go buy you breakfast and send you to your dorm room. It's full of dog food first thing in the morning. Jiang Mai was all propped up. Jiang Mai just came down from the upper bunk. The little white pigeon in the lower bunk said sleepily. Mu Zi, got up bring me a breakfast. White porridge donuts plus 2 meat buns. Lao he also poked his head out from under the covers and yelled with sleepiness. Me too. Bring me a rice ball with grilled sausage in it. And have auntie add more squash and fritter crisps for me. Kai Zi said even more coyly. You happen to be going to the cafeteria. Why don't you bring me one? My baby is hungry and says she wants to eat tofu brain and siumai. So why don't you buy me 5 meat buns and soy milk? The comforter is too warm. I can't get up. Can I squint for a while? Jiang Mai looked at this group of cheeky guys and got depressed. Alright, it's okay to bring it to you guys. It just so happens that the system has released a cafeteria check-in quest. Jiang Mai thought about being able to fill his stomach and make some money at the same time. The three roommates waved their hands, urging. Ha ha ha, get on with it. Waiting for you. Thanks, bro. Then I'll continue talking to my baby on the phone. Jiang Mai laughed and scolded. Bringing you guys food and still pushing for orders. He grabbed his meal card, pulled on a black cotton shirt and headed out the door. Recently, the weather has cooled down especially significantly. And before that, you could still wear short sleeves. But now the cold air is coming soon. And it's cold enough to make you shiver. Jiang Mai walked to the campus. And there weren't even many people upstairs. But when Jiang Mai arrived at the cafeteria, he felt a wave of warmth come over him. The heat is so cozy. The cafeteria wasn't crowded, after all. Many people didn't have classes in the morning. So who was up? That's when the message came from the system panel. Chapter 10, The Schoolgirl Has a Crush on Me. System, congratulations on successfully signing in at the cafeteria and receiving 500,000 RMB. Jiang Mai listened to his brother's instructions and went to the window to buy breakfast, only to have the corner of his coat gently tugged. He then felt an electric tingle. Jiang Mai hurriedly looked down. He then found the beautiful and stunning Lang Ruoli standing in front of him. She was wearing a light blue long-sleeved dress over a white flannel jacket today, but it was hard to resist her dimples. She was even wearing black silk on a rare occasion, looking exceptionally fit, slim and sexy, with very nice comic legs. The overall dress is a lot more girly and looks approachable, not too cold and hard to approach. At this moment, her thick feathered eyelashes were slightly blinking, her cheeks were hot, and the pupils of her eyes looked at Jiang Mai with tentativeness, carefully asking, the meal card, can you lend it to me? This? Jiang Mai was amazed that he could run into schoolgirl Lang again today while handing the card to Lang Ruoli. Aha! Lang Ruoli tilted her pretty little face and smiled at Jiang Mai. I was in too much of a hurry to go downstairs, so it's a good thing I ran into you. After I swipe my card, I'll give you the money. Jiang Mai was surprised. The usual iceberg beauty is smiling? Outsiders have always said she's cold and icy, and they've never seen her smile. But now Jiang Mai saw it. She's really pretty when she smiles. Eyelashes curved. The overall outline are clear and refreshing. Crimson lips swirled with a smile, but there are a few points of iris elegant and moving. Could be. Jiang Mai was not a petty person. Now that my sister is in trouble, I'll help her if I can. Lang Ruorue was obviously happy. Her pair of soulful eyes slightly raised. After scanning the window, she finally decided to ask for a bacon and vegetable patty and a cup of freshly squeezed soy milk. 2 in total. After swiping Jiang Mai's card, she returned it to him and said with a smile, thank you. You're welcome. Lang Ruoli was directly in front of Jiang Mai. raised her cell phone and asked, "Can you add WeChat?" Ha! Jiang Mai was surprised. It's not like he hasn't been asked for tweets by girls, but the person in front of her is Leng Ruoli, the head of the 4 school flowers. How many boys pursued her? She was unmoved. As a result, she came to ask for her tweets today? Usually when a girl approaches a guy for a WeChat, it's mostly because she's interested in him. So, Leng Ruoli is really interested in him? While Jiang Mai was thinking, Leng Ruoli blushed and said, "I have to pay you back. I have money in WeChat." "Oh, it's on me. No need to give it." Jiang Mai didn't intend to ask for money after realizing that he was the one who overthought it. After all, he wasn't short of that small amount of money. As a result, Leng Ruoli was very insistent. How can this be? At the sight of Jiang Mai's puzzled eyes, Leng Ruoli's little face blushed with shame and said, $5 is also money. I'm going to transfer it to you. Transferring money is an excuse. Trying to add Jiang Mai's WeChat is the real thing. Leng Ruoli especially wanted to see what Jiang Mai's WeChat circle was like. Wanted to know what his life was like. Wanted to know what his hobbies were again. Because she liked it. She wanted to know more about him. Alright then, you sweep my WeChat code. Jiang Mai opened WeChat and let Leng Ruoli scan it. Leng Ruoli's fingers were shaking as she held the cell phone. So happy. She had wanted to add Jiang Mai before, but there's never been a chance. Now there's always a chance. I'm adding you. Leng Ruoli's eyes were bright and vivid. Watching Jiang Mai lowered his head to operate his cell phone, her little face was on fire. She simply couldn't suppress her fluttering mood. Okay, Jiang Mai informed. This was still somewhat of a dream for Jiang Mai. He actually added cold schoolgirl's WeChat. Saying that out loud, his 3 livestock roommates would never believe it, right? After making sure to add a friend, Leng Ruoli contentedly made a note of the name, 1%. Why is it called 1%? Because he's her centurion and the one who wants to chat even when he's down to his last 1% of charge. Leng Ruoli quickly transferred the money and Jiang Mai received it. Classmate, your breakfast is packed. The cafeteria aunt informed Jiang Mai. Good, Jiang Mai answered. Leng Ruoli then saw Jiang Mai carrying a big bag of breakfast. Surprised very much. Do you eat so much in the morning? Jiang Mai laughed and said, brought them for my roommates. One more than the other can eat, making it look like I'm a pig-feeding professional. It's heavy, isn't it? Let me help you. Leng Ruoli subconsciously started to help Jiang Mai carry some bags. Jiang Mai was flattered. Don't. I'll just do it myself. Leng Ruoli, however, said seriously, no, you just did me a favor. So as a courtesy, I have to help you too. With another slight wink in her eye, she said, or do you think I'm too clumsy to let me help? Jiang Mai's face heated slightly and hurriedly shook his head. Of course not. It's just that he's never had a girl carry something for him before. The main thing is that he's a boy. How can he let a girl do all this work? Moreover, Leng Ruoli's fingers are delicate and white. I heard that her family still has money. That is, the 10 fingers do not touch the spring water of the luxury family. Should not have done this kind of thing. Leng Ruoli's eyes curved and she said with a big smile, that's good. Let's go. She was already carrying her things forward. Jiang Mai had no chance to recapture it, so he could only catch up and walk beside Leng Ruoli. Jiang Mai formally sized up Leng Ruoli for the first time. She looked beautiful, had a great body, and was a total white moon in the eyes of the boys. His height should be 1 meter 6.5, but standing beside Jiang Mai, who is more than 1 meter 8, he looks a little small. She came just below his shoulders and looked bird-like. Nothing was said between the two, but because of the proximity, her arm flung itself to his side several times, touching the other party's fine, soft, jade-like skin. Jiang Mai unexpectedly became a little nervous. He didn't know how to place his hands. Stealing a glance at her, she lowered her pretty melon face, biting her cherry lips as her skin turned scarlet, becoming more and more dainty. Jiang Mai's heart surged into a frenzy. There is indeed a reason why Leng Ruoli can become the top of the 4 school flowers. That is, a real white rich beauty. Leng Ruoli felt the attention and looked over. Smiling sweetly, his cheeks exploded with clamor and heat. Who said that Leng Ruoli is very cold? This is obviously very soft. As Jiang Mai and Leng Ruoli walked side by side, they naturally received a lot of attention. It's simply $1 million. The students were skeptical that they were looking at it wrong. Leng Ruoli, who had the reputation of being the top of the 4 school beauties in the High Ridge, now came to buy breakfast with a boy? The most important thing was that this boy was still Jiang Mai, who had proposed to summer schoolgirl 99 times before. You should know that cold schoolgirls are more popular and harder to chase than summer schoolgirls. I've never seen school mistress Leng walking with any boy. It could be said that school mistress Lang refused to even spare a glance for other boys. But now Lang Schoolflower's cheeks were flushed with a teenage girl's shyness as she walked with Jiang Mai. It's nothing short of a miracle. Soon there were boys who were envious and jealous. Before, we all said that Jiang Mai was Xia Schoolflower's lickspill. How could we think that this is not what it used to be? He even managed to hook up with Lang Schoolflower. Who says it's not? No wonder he's not making his 100th proposal. Who can't be moved when they meet Lang Schoolflower? I see that Lang Schoolflower seems to be calling to him. Finally, Jiang Mai is not just wishful thinking. Jiang Mai really earned hair. Before I also laughed at him licking dog licking to the end of nothing. The original Jiang Mai is the smart people want what have what. I'm the real single dog. Chapter 11, Crush on a Man. And at the moment, Jiang Mai was not affected by those gazes at all. He had long ago developed a thick skin after proposing to Xia Shiran 99 times. From social fear to social cattle. What are you afraid of? Go your own way and let people talk. After Lang Ruoli sent Jiang Mai to the downstairs, Jiang Mai took the things and said thank you gratefully. Thank you for helping me. Then I'll go upstairs first. Bye. Okay, bye. Lang Ruoli said softly. Although she had said goodbye, she couldn't take her foot off the gas. She peered at Jiang Mai's slender back as he left. Soon, seeing that her friend list had Jiang Mai's WeChat, Lang Ruoli was overjoyed. She was very timid before. Has been afraid to hit on the boys she likes. But now she's bravely taking the first step. It must be a lot easier to walk out the remaining 99 steps then. Lang Ruorue held her cell phone to her chest and smiled sweetly. After Lang Ruorue carried her breakfast, she happily ran towards her dorm room. When Lang Ruorue returned to her dorm room, she moodily placed her breakfast on the table of her roommate, Moroku, who was putting on makeup. Moroku, I brought you breakfast, said Lang Ruoli happily. Moroku was also the school's 4 schoolflowers. The family is just a little inferior to Lang Ruoli. Is the school's sexy goddess? Is the senior sister? Then Lang Ruoli older than 2 terms. It was also one of Lang Ruoli's rare friends. Now Moroku was a little-known model. She had a pretty face and a mountainous bounty, and wore a slim V-halter dress with big white legs that were long and white. Can be said to be an angel face, devil body, sultry and seductive, sexy and provocative. How many geeks at school are drooling over her? A veritable 10,000 person fan. Moroku, who had crossed his legs to draw his eyebrows, put down the eyebrow pencil and asked curiously, "What's wrong today? Suddenly brought me breakfast." Turning the tables, "It can't be that your male god rejected your breakfast and gave it to me to eat." Lang Ruoli's face immediately flushed red and said, "How can that be? It's for you anyway." She wouldn't be the one to say that she had eaten breakfast, saw Jiang Mai appear in the cafeteria, and secretly went to buy an extra serving, using the name of borrowing a card to bring her relationship with Jiang Mai closer. "Hey, you can be so happy. You must not have rejected you, ah? Tell me what happened between you two." Moroku got curious. She did know that Lang Ruoli had a male crush, but she didn't know who it was. Lang Ruoli had transferred here for the sake of the other party, but unfortunately, the other party was already in love with other girls. Lang Ruoli would have to be unrequited, silently paying behind the scenes. Moroku especially wanted to fight for Lang Ruori. If she were that boy, she would have fallen under Lang Ruori's garnet skirt long ago. Where would she go to like other girls? But who exactly was that boy? To be able to make such a beautiful and perfect Lang Ruoli unforgettable. I only saw Lang Ruoli's little face redden to the extreme, and stammered. I added his WeChat. Speaking of this, Lang Ruoli's heart was again in a frenzy. He covered his face in embarrassment at Moroku's wow. Her pretty face was already red to the extreme. Although I added WeChat, I don't know how to chat with him yet. This is not simple. Directly send a few cool photos to go. Which boy can hold it? Our family Ruoli's body is so good. Show off your boobs and long legs, and you're guaranteed to get your hands on them. Moroku teased with a smile. In the face of Moroku's assault/chest, tossed Lang Ruori's small face scarlet, immediately covered her breasts with both hands. Giggling, "Moroku sister, you spare me. I don't dare to say it again. This will make him think I'm too casual." Lang Ruoli was shy. Moroku analyzed. Right, girls should be more reserved in the beginning. What with the old colorful batch, it's better to let the guys do it. Lang Ruoli nodded shyly. "What do you think I should do? How about?" Moroku came closer and started to say something in Lang Ruorue's ear. Lang Ruorue, then her face turned even more red with shame. "Is this okay? Try it. It might just work." The corners of Moroku's mouth lifted up as he said, "Lust for do is the highest level of flirting." As Jiang Mai brought breakfast to the dormitory, the 3 roommates in unison began to look towards the door. like a wolf or a tiger. The eyes glowed with a long green light. Looking at Jiang Mai gave him the creeps. The little white pigeon even raised his cell phone towards Jiang Mai and smiled wistfully. Oh ho, Mu Zi, you've learned the hard way, and you're hiding it quite deeply. On the cell phone was the very photo of Jiang Mai and Lang Ruoli walking on campus that had been surreptitiously photographed. Jiang Mai was surprised, didn't realize the photo was taken. Where did it come from? Jiang Mai asked. The little white dove said excitedly. The school network sent now it's been directly topped as a hot post. You're not really with Lang, are you? He was very excited. Muzi, you really have a future. That's the Lang school flower. Her family is super rich. If you go and become a son-in-law, you'll be able to eat and drink without worrying for the rest of your life. You'll be absolutely top-notch. Kai Zi panted. See you have a small pattern. Do you only think of eating soft rice? Is it possible that Lang school flower is not pretty and has a bad figure? If I were to hate to stick together with her every day. You're all guys with girlfriends alright. Don't think about those have-nots. Jiang Mai poured cold water down. Little white pigeon quit. Beautiful women who like have a girlfriend or does not hinder to see me watch the movie He then hemmed and hawed and said, well, it's starting to get short shrift. So how far did you and Lang go? Did you boo-boo Jiang Mai rolled his eyes and said, dump all the yellow waste in your head. I have no interest in her. And it's just a simple classmate relationship between me and her. Breakfast still eat or not? If not, I'll feed it to the dog. Little white pigeon was eager to protect his food, and instantly got up from the nest, fearing that Jiang Mai would really dump his breakfast. He said anxiously, Mu Zi, no, brother Mu, I'm wrong. Okay. Jiang Mai then nodded in satisfaction. He began to sit in his seat and started to eat his breakfast. The three men also got up and went to wash up. He brushed his teeth, with toothpaste foam still in his mouth, and asked, I think Lang schoolgirl is interested in you, isn't she? I haven't seen her get close to any boys. The little white dove nodded. I think so, too, knowing how many people have confessed to her before and how many have cried at her rejection. I think you need to launch an active pursuit to take her down. Jiang Mai's brows knitted tightly. The mind swirled with Lang Ruoli's actions and her scarlet face. A girl who learns to take the initiative is mostly interested in the guy. So Lang Ruoli should be interested in him. Jiang Mai lowered his eyelids and said faintly, so what if I'm interested? I don't want to fall in love now. It's exam week soon. It's better to study hard and get a few more certificates, which will help me find a job in the future. Jiang Mai was a person who took his feelings extremely seriously. He had a hard time ending a relationship and a hard time walking into one easily. He needs time to heal, to calm down and think independently about the gains and losses of his last relationship, and to face his next relationship with a new self. But schoolmarm Lang is so pretty and rich. Little white pigeon was a bit hateful. Eat more, talk less. Jiang Mai picked up little white pigeon's breakfast. Push me to lie again, and I'll fall down. I eat. It was natural for the little white dove to guard his breakfast. He couldn't go hungry. Jiang Mai then ate his breakfast in silence. Lang Ruoli was perfect, but liking someone wasn't because of how good she was. It was because you wanted to be good to her. Jiang Mai had no special thoughts about Lang Ruoli. In short, he was not electrified. Since this is the case, there is no way for the thoughts of others to sway him. After Jiang Mai finished his breakfast, WeChat suddenly came with a reminder. Jiang Mai picked up his cell phone and looked at it, surprised for a moment. The person who sent the WeChat message turned out to be Lang Ruoli. Chapter 12, The First Stolen Kiss. Lang Ruoli, is it in? Jiang Mai returned, in. It took a couple dozen seconds there before the next message was sent. Lang Ruoli, can I ask you for a favor? It may be abrupt, but I have no other way out and no one else to help me. Of course you can refuse me if you're embarrassed. Jiang Mai, what? He was puzzled. It looks as if she's having a hard time talking about it. What is it that would make things difficult for yourself? While Jiang Mai was curious, a message was sent over there. Jiang Mai's eyes went straight. Abruptly his face bristled. Indeed, it is quite difficult to talk about. 5 minutes to the store. The system prompted. Congratulations host. The store sign-in was successful, gaining 200,000 RMB. Jiang Mai wore a black duck-tongue cap and appeared at the far corner of the store in a low-profile manner. He was looking at it with a fevered gaze. There are triangular cotton, sexy lace, bao icy silk lace, and a thin layer of eroticism. Jiang Mai was now like a thorn in his side. The choice kinks are all over the place at once. He was pressed to know which one to choose. If it's for a girlfriend, surely the sexiest and hottest one is better. But if it's for Lang Ruoli, Jiang Mai's ears started to burn all of a sudden. While he was struggling with what to pick, the eccentric owner came over and started to introduce him. Young man, are you wearing it for yourself or for a girl? Jiang Mai, boss, you know too much. He turned red and said forcefully, it must be for girls. I'm a pure man. The owner nodded and smiled. No need to be embarrassed. I get a lot of guys here to buy for their girlfriends. Not for my girlfriend. Jiang Mai clarified. But the boss looked at Jiang Mai with a look of kid. You still know how to play. Causing Jiang Mai to blush. I've never been so embarrassed. This is it. Jiang Mai subconsciously took down a pair of packaged panties, then pulled on his ducktail and headed straight for the sanitary napkin section not far away. He glanced at the message sent by Lang Ruoli. Sophie, little wings, ultra-thin cotton, daily, 240. The problem is that he can't even find it. It was simply dazzling to see Jiang Mai. It's the first time he's ever bought anything like this. After half a day of cross-referencing, he finally found a pack of pink ones. He hurriedly started taking all the panties and tampons to the settlement. When the settlement was over, Jiang Mai slipped away fast. You can't give your boss a chance to laugh at you. Congratulations to the host. You've signed in at the store for 10 minutes. Now rewarding you with 500,000 RMB. Fortunately, there was still money to be had now. Soothing Jiang Mai's young heart, Jiang Mai quickly arrived at the door of the women's restroom on the second floor of the school building. He sent a message to Lang Ruorue, informing him that he had arrived at the door. Immediately afterward, Jiang Mai heard footsteps coming from inside. What soon caught Jiang Mai's eyes was the other party's blushing face. Her skin was red throughout, giving her a showy look. Her thick eyelashes trembled, and her white shell teeth bit her cherry lips as she shyly said, "Thank you." Jiang Mai's mind echoed with little white dove's words that Lang Ruoli liked him, and he couldn't help but start to feel a little embarrassed. That's okay. Then is it okay if you wait for me? She raised her watery eyes. Thirsty. She did have her aunt. Of course it was also Miroko's sister who gave her the trick with which she could get Jiang Mai to come and give her sanitary napkins, which would intensify the feelings between the two. Casually, you can tell that Jiang Mai is such a person by what kind of underwear he buys. It's clear whether it's an innocent young boy or an old driver. Jiang Mai's heart trembled for a moment. Then he rubbed his nose. I'd better go first. After all, this is the entrance to the women's restroom. It's not good to be seen. It's also bad for your reputation. There will be some rumors. What rumors? Lang Ruoli's eyes blinked. For example, you like me. To say that the two of us are in a relationship. Cough cough cough. So it is better for us to keep a distance, so as not to affect you. Jiang Mai said at first that it was a little embarrassed, but think about what he is a man twisting. So it was boldly stated. Lang Ruoli's watery eyes then curved, then stood on her tiptoes and kissed Jiang Mai's handsome face under his astonished line of sight. They were right. I like you. The warm, sweet-smelling temperature at his cheeks were reminding Jiang Mai. He was kissed. It's still a strong pro. Jiang Mai covered his cheeks in shock. He saw that the Lang Ruoli in front of him, after kissing him, was a flushed and pretty face, with a wisp of sweet and happy smile on her face. I will not be influenced by others, for the only one who can influence me is you. Liking you is not a 3-minute fever. It's a deep thought after a long time of planning. Jiang Mai, I like you. The kind that I like very, very much. Lang Ruorue was completely out of her mind right now, her hands still gripping the edge of her skirt uneasily, but the words that roared out were firm and bold. Her love, like spring water, filled the pupils of her eyes, could not be dispersed and was clearly visible. Jiang Mai's heartbeat was thumping like a drum. His body temperature is gradually rising. Some of the blood is hot, but his mind was starting to come around even after the downtime. I admit that your confession was heartwarming. And I don't think any other boy faced with your confession would have refused it. But I'm sorry, it doesn't represent me in the middle. Jiang Mai took a deep breath. I haven't gotten out of my last relationship yet, so I'm not ready to accept the next one either. He was already prepared for Lang Ruoli to scold him infamously and even cry bitterly in front of him. But Lang Ruorue held her head high and the corners of her mouth lifted. Not bad for my favorite boy. Jiang Mai was confused. It wasn't quite what he expected. Within moments, the projection landed directly in front of Jiang Mai. Just seeing Lang Ruoli approaching, that pair of deer-like clear and bright eyes carried a wan and soft smile. The Jiang Mai I know is a boy who treats his feelings seriously. If you agreed to my confession, it would be a seamless transition. It's obvious that you're not the kind of boy who uses his feelings casually. Listen, I'm going to chase after you. I'm determined to you in this life. Lang Ruoli's eyes curved at the corners of her eyes, and her cheeks were crimson. Jiang Mai was surprised. Abruptly he was a little rushed and flustered. Why don't you go change your tampon? I'll go first. He walked fast. It's drifting a bit underfoot. The whole thing was a little giddy. He confessed himself and was kissed. Lang Ruoli also said she wouldn't give up. What exactly attracted her to herself? Jiang Mai himself couldn't figure this out. And after Lang Ruoli saw Jiang Mai leave, she subconsciously touched her lips. It's still warm. The most important thing was having kissed Jiang Mai. So happy that she finally confessed with Miroku-san's encouragement. Although it didn't work out, she believed that in the near future, Jiang Mai would be impressed by herself. Chapter 13. How can Jiang Mai afford to climb up? Jiang Mai went to look in the mirror when he returned to his dorm room. There was just some redness at the cheeks. Not much of a lip print. But Jiang Mai could clearly feel Lang Ruoli had kissed that. My God. For the first time in my life, I was forcibly kissed. Or by the schoolgirl. Jiang Mai's ears began to redden. How would this make him look straight at the cold schoolgirl in the future? Looking at the other party's stance, it was obvious that he wasn't going to give up. Mako, you're constipated. Taking so long in the restroom. Cam, I'm not constipated. Jiang Mai disliked Little White Pigeon's words back. Oh, a beating? Little White Pigeon smiled and said, okay, then go to the cafeteria to eat in a while. If you go late, there will be no food. Old me is starving. Hungry just after breakfast? Fart. Can that little stuff fill your stomach? Okay, wait, I'll be right there. Jiang Mai washed his face and then went out, going to the cafeteria with the three men. And of course the three animals called up their respective girlfriends. He's the only one who's single. Looking at them sweetly and happily, Jiang Mai was depressed. You guys are willing to let me be a light bulb? Kai Zi's girlfriend Xiaoyu then laughed and said, then you should get off early. I heard that you're going with schoolgirl Lang today. Any chance? Lang's school flower? Little White Pigeon's girlfriend, Suya, was confused. Isn't he with schoolgirl Xia? How is he related to schoolgirl Lang? The little white dove then said, look, you'd better 2G disconnect the net. Xia schoolgirls are the past tense. Now Lang schoolgirls are interested in our family Muzi. All go together with Muzi. Suya's eyes lit up. Mako, you're really good. Jiang Mai was ridiculed to the point of being particularly embarrassed. He said in a deep voice, no such thing. I don't have a chance with her. That's the cold school flower. You should take advantage of the opportunity. Suya said, you'll be able to bring your girlfriend to hang out with us then. The little white dove nodded. That's right. What to do? Single dog can't eat with you guys. Capable of hurting each other. Jiang Mai cut. His eyes killed. Brother Mac, I don't dare. It's okay to be wrong. Little white dove begged for mercy. Suddenly he pointed behind him and just said in surprise, Schoolmarm Xia, lying to me again. Jiang Mai wasn't falling for it. As a result, the little white dove was anxious. It's true. She's even coming towards us. Jiang Mai turned around violently, and really saw the glamorously dressed Xia Shiran appearing surrounded by her girlfriends. Today's Xia Shiran was wearing a black beret on her head, wearing a beige V-sweater with a deep black ultra-short skirt, and her overall temperament was both literary and gentle. Her gaze fell on Jiang Mai's body, obviously expecting something. Yuan asked, can we share a table together? Jiang Mai just wanted to refuse, but it turned out that Kai Zi greeted. Yes, let's sit together. Jiang Mai glared fiercely at Kaiser. Kai Zi, however, smiled and said, now that the cafeteria is crowded and places are scarce, they say that it's okay for students to share a table together. Kai Zi actually still wanted Jiang Mai to be able to rekindle his old relationship with schoolgirl Xia. He knew that Jiang Mai actually still cared about the summer schoolgirl, so he definitely had to create opportunities as a brother. Shas Hiram was grateful and quickly began to sit down next to her girlfriends. As it happened, Jiang Mai was right next to Xia Shiran. When Jiang Mai and Xia Shiran sat together, they were directly seen by the students in the cafeteria. They then began to talk about it. I told you how Jiang Mai couldn't just stop liking schoolmarm Xia. How could he stop when he could propose 99 times? So what's the deal with schoolgirl Lang? It can't be something Jiang Mai used to gaslight schoolmarm Xia. It's very likely that Lang's school flower has a high vision and a cold temperament. So how can Jiang Mai climb up to it? I think it's just happenstance. Was Jiang Mai as a tool person? But Jiang Mai means more. How can Xia school flower to him back to the heart? Jiang Mai is a waste of effort. Everyone was watching the show, and they all felt that even if Jiang Mai had exerted all his strength, it was unlikely that schoolmarm Xia would be with Jiang Mai. Someone fought for Jiang Mai and said, no way. I think it was Xia school flower who took the initiative to sit over there today. Maybe Xia school flower likes Jiang Mai now? Immediately, cold water was poured on her. Schoolgirl Xia was obviously pulled over by her roommate, and she didn't take the initiative to go over there. She can't possibly like Jiang Mai. If she did, she would have agreed to propose before. As a result, the next second, Their faces were slapped. They realized that schoolmarm Xia had actually peeled the shrimp herself and placed it in Jiang Mai's bowl. You love shrimp the most, so eat it. Clipping food is surprising enough, let alone peeling shrimp by hand. Realize that peeling shrimp is very difficult. The first is to peel the shrimp full of meat, but also to remove the shrimp line. The steps are tedious at the same time. You will also get your hands dirty. Xia Shiran is a cleanliness freak, but now she doesn't even mind her hands getting dirty. Instead, after handing Jiang Mai the shrimp, she continues peeling the shrimp. This operation, not to mention shocking the onlookers, even Jiang Mai himself was surprised. The old Xia Shiran had always found peeling shrimp particularly troublesome. So no one peels shrimp, they don't go for shrimp. Jiang Mai would then tirelessly peel the shrimp on the side and put all the shrimp meat in Xia Shiran's bowl. And this time the person who repeated this one thing became Xia Shiran. Jiang Mai's eyes became complicated. He saw that Xia Shiran's fingers were still plastered with band-aids, obviously scratched by the branches and leaves that day. But she didn't care at all and kept peeling shrimp for Jiang Mai. Xia Shiran carefully peeled the shrimp meat. Before she felt that it was not just peeling a few shrimps, what was there to be touched? Anyway, there was no difficulty in peeling the shrimp, and he was willing to do it, so she would just eat it. But she now realizes that peeling shrimp is a physical job. I've only peeled a few and I feel like my fingers are sticky and uncomfortable. Not to mention that in the past, Jiang Mai could peel dozens of them in one sitting, and couldn't even be bothered to feed himself. Now Xia Shiran could completely feel the body. She felt even more that she had gone too far in the past. He didn't sympathize with Jiang Mai, and took Jiang Mai's contribution for granted. Xia Shiran held back the mist of tears that were churning in her eyes and looked over to Jiang Mai. Realizing that Jiang Mai hadn't moved his chopsticks at all, she was puzzled very much. Why don't you eat it? It'll get cold in a while. But Glasses Girl nodded. Yeah, this is the first time Shioran peeled shrimp for a boy. Don't be ungrateful. Yuan urged. I'm craving for it even as I look at it. Eat it, don't gamble. Even Xia Shiran's eyes were filled with anticipation. Jiang Mai, however, furrowed his brows and said, no food. System reminder, congratulations to the host. Refusing Xia Shiran's sandwich, the backbone value increases by 200 points, rewarding you with 2 million RMB. Please continue to work hard. Xia Shiran clenched her lips, obviously a little upset. Glasses Girl began to aggressively, Jiang Mai, can you not pretend? It's just that you didn't reject your 99 marriage proposals. What are you pretending about? Now Shiran personally peeled shrimp for you. You still come to put on a face for people to see. Is not too much. Chapter 14 Seafood Allergy. Jiang Mai returned unhappily. I don't eat. Do I still have to morally kidnap and force me to eat? Besides, I didn't force her to peel the shrimp for me. Isn't this her personal behavior? Seeing his brother being scolded, Little White Pigeon couldn't look away and said, Schoolmarm Xia, Mako is allergic to seafood and can't eat shrimp. Now the Glasses Girl was surprised and a bit gray at the same time. Xia Shiran was stunned very much. How come? You used to accompany me to eat a lot of seafood, and every time he looked as if he was beside himself with joy. How is it possible to have a seafood allergy? Keiko said coldly. That's why he has to go to the hospital every time he comes back to get an anti-allergy medicine. Jiang Mai murmured. Keiko. He did not want to mention the past. The past is the past, and he has no shame and no regrets. He didn't want to give Xia Shiran cheap sympathy because of it. It wasn't necessary, and he didn't need it. Keiko sighed deeply. He just felt that it was too bad that Jiang Mai had fed a piece of his heart to the dogs in the past. If you can assist, you naturally have to assist a little. Xia Shiran was gloomy. She was completely unaware that Jiang Mai was silently paying so much behind the scenes. She thought she knew Jiang Mai very well, and now she realized that it was clearly Jiang Mai who knew a lot about herself. Everything was too self-righteous for her, and she directly failed Jiang Mai's true heart. Kai Zi, the shrimp is better for you to eat. Jiang Mai chucked the shrimp into Kai Zi's bowl, then paid no attention to Xia Shiran. Xia Shiran sensed that Jiang Mai was deliberately cold-shouldering her. It's obvious that her favorite food is shrimp. Xia Shiran's eyes already had tears glistening in them, and she was especially regretful now. She wanted so badly to have a time machine, to be able to travel back in time and wear out all the hurt she had brought to Jiang Mai before. Watching the atmosphere gradually turn cold, the socially awesome you started to come out to round up the situation. Alright, stop arguing. Let's eat. Yeah, the food's getting cold. Keiko enlivens the atmosphere. But how could Xia Shiran have the heart to eat? She glanced at Jiang Mai next to her from time to time. He was as cold as ice, with scales all over his body that kept her 1,000 miles away. That kind of distance makes Xia Shiran obscure. And eating is as tasteless as chewing white wax. Looking at Xia Shiran in a bad mood. Being a bosom friend is naturally anxious. Yuan got straight to the point and started coming up with ideas, saying, I heard that Suspiria is in theaters. I have a movie membership card. Why don't we go see it together? Yeah, I heard it's good. The action scenes are superb. I've been meaning to watch it. Koyuki nodded and said to Keiko, going? Keiko said, I'd like to see it too. It's just that we're all getting together and we don't have any classes this afternoon. So let's go together. His gaze locked onto Jiang Mai and said, Right, Muzi? Haven't you been waiting for this to be released for a long time? And if you don't watch it, it's about to be released. Jiang Mai's brows furrowed. He kinda wanted to see this movie himself. Although watching a movie with Xia Shiran in the past was a dream opportunity, the current Jiang Mai didn't actually want to have more contact with Xia Shiran after he and Xia Shiran had picked out their identities. If you're not going because of me, then I won't go. Xia Shiran got a little frustrated. Yuan quit. How can this work? Don't you want to see this movie too? If you want to go, go together. If you don't go we won't go either. But, as Xia Shiran hesitated, then a clean magnetic voice in the air said decisively, Go. Xia Shiran snickered with delight. Jiang Mai had finally gone soft on her. Whether I go to see a movie or not has nothing to do with you. It simply has to do with the movie. Jiang Mai's statement, however, slowly annihilated the joy in Xia Shiran's heart. Jiang Mai was clearly drawing a line in the sand. He didn't want Xia Shiran to think she was important. He went simply because he wanted to see a movie. Xia Shiran's eyes were as red as a rabbit's. A little lost. The glasses girl gently comforted Xia Shiran from the side. Don't think too much. Well, at least if he's willing to go, he'll have a chance. Yuan and Xiaomiao followed suit and nodded their heads, which made Xia Shiran perk up. So a group of people started to leave for the movie theater. Jiang Mai's system tone sounded once again. Congratulations to the host. Signing into the movie theater was successful, rewarding you with a chance to draw a prize. Jiang Mai immediately started the lottery. As a result, the system replied, Congratulations to the host for obtaining a luxury car garage, in which 30 luxury cars are placed at your disposal. The following is the list of luxury cars. Jiang Mai clicked on the list of luxury cars. Rolls-Royce Phantom, Maybach S580, convertible Ferrari 458, Porsche 918 and Ferrari F12 TDF, Alfa Business Saloon, Mercedes SLR 722. Totally shocked Jiang Mai. The system is powerful. 30 luxury cars were given at one time, and a luxury garage was also given. These luxury cars were all worth a lot of money, or the latest models, although Jiang Mai had never driven them, but the names were all heard of. His opposite dormitory, Xiao Chang, bought an Audi, all every day in that Versailles. Wouldn't he be pissed off if he casually drove one of these list sports cars to him? It's cool to think about it and pull it off. While Jiang Mai was excited, the system reminded, Host, please don't get carried away. Although you have harvested a luxury sports car, the annual repair and maintenance is a big expense. In addition to the huge insurance premiums, Jiang Mai instantly sobered up. Yeah, sports cars need the most maintenance. And the parts for these sports cars are especially expensive. The small lights of a random sports car will reach a high price of several $100,000. Not to mention the repair don't. Now so many cars for yourself is a sweet burden. But luckily he had a system to make money. So what was he afraid of? He worked hard to sign in and do missions, making money easily and definitely able to afford these 30 luxury cars. The system had notified that the car keys had been placed in Jiang Mai's shoulder bag. When Jiang Mai touched it, it was still true. A series of car keys, but Jiang Mai was delighted. No wonder the backpack feels a lot heavier. System, the garage is inside the duplex Sea View Villa in Jiangling Court. You can check it out in person then. I'm an honest system and never do deceitful deeds. Jiang Mai was heartily satisfied and planned to go for acceptance after watching the movie. As Xia Shiran was preparing to go buy a ticket, a tall figure had already swept past her. Hello, 11 tickets for suspect, for the VIP hall. Jiang Mai's magnetic voice rang out. Xia Shiran was a bit surprised and instantly blushed scarlet and said, I'll just buy it. Jiang Mai, however, said coldly, No, I'm not interested in spending your money. Jiang Mai thought simply, for one thing, I don't want to be a soft touch and be talked down to. Secondly, there was a system mission that refused to let Xia Shiran pay for it. Thirdly, he didn't lack this amount of money and didn't want to owe Xia Shiran anything. Xia Shiran felt disconnected when she saw his cold attitude. Her eyes reddened and she could only swallow back what she wanted to say. and Jiang Mai's actions obviously surprised Little White Dove and the others very much. Little White Pigeon's hand then rested at Jiang Mai's shoulder, reminding, brothers, VIP hall is too expensive, right? You still buy 11 people in one breath. We'll just watch the ordinary ones. Chapter 15, Howl's Gone Wild. Xia Shiran nodded. Yes, the ones in the common hall are fine. She didn't want to make Jiang Mai spend too much money, and even had the idea of secretly wanting to transfer money to Jiang Mai. When everyone persuaded Jiang Mai to order movie tickets for ordinary halls, Jiang Mai said calmly, not much, since watching 3D movies is naturally to see the best sound theaters to have a feeling. Little White Dove and the others were shocked. Since when has Jiang Mai been so ostentatious? You should know that the tickets in the VIP hall are more than triple the price of the regular ones. However, now that Xia School Flower was there, it was impossible to refute Jiang Mai's face, so she let Jiang Mai go and buy a ticket for the VIP hall. Xia Shiran, on the other hand, bought 2 Cokes and popcorn. She handed one of the Coke cups to Jiang Mai and said, here you go. No, I don't like carbonated drinks. It's true, Jiang Mai really doesn't drink Coke. Coke kills sperm, so he didn't drink much Coke after elementary school. What's more, he didn't want to take advantage of Xia Shiran half of the benefits. If he didn't want to spoil the fun of a few roommates, Jiang Mai wouldn't have come to see the movie at all, or even just walk away right then and there. After being rejected by Jiang Mai, Xia Shiran was a bit lost, but a few of Yuan's girlfriends were completely in Xia Shiran's mind, so when they went to sit down at the movie theater, a few of them deliberately flirted with the idea of having Xia Shiran sit right next to Jiang Mai. Xia Shiran cast a grateful look toward her girlfriends. Abruptly, he stole a glance at Jiang Mai next to him. He was heroic. His silhouette lines were superior. One look at him made one's heart beat like a deer in headlights, and Xia Shiran completely blushed in shame. In the past, her mind was full of studying, and she didn't even put too much thought into Jiang Mai. She enjoyed Jiang Mai's goodness and took it for granted. After all, she had enjoyed preferential treatment since she was a child, not to mention that Jiang Mai liked her. Jiang Mai could naturally feel the blazing eyes beside him. He looked over with an expressionless face and saw Xia Shiran flustered like a little rabbit. Her skin was burning, and subconsciously she started to pass the popcorn cone to Jiang Mai, asking sheepishly, eat? She was tickled. It's a blessing to be able to eat the same things as your favorite people. She also prayed that the other would eat. Jiang Mai narrowed his eyes, taking in Xia Shiran's coy appearance. Xia Shiran held her breath and was waiting nervously when an icy voice rang out. Watch the movie properly and don't disturb me, otherwise I'll change seats. No, don't. Xia Shiran's lips opened and closed, and all of a sudden her heart began to ache sharply. She dropped her eyelids glumly and bit her lower lip. So hard. How could he be so cruel as to turn her away? Xia Shiran took a deep breath, especially regretting it. If she accepted Jiang Mai before, now it is sweet and sweet which will be like this, but she was not willing to do so in her heart. Unwilling to give up Jiang Mai. This is her first love. Jiang Mai watched the movie. This movie is really good. 3D effect is really good. No wonder there will be so many people come to see the movie. There is a complete reason. But there are some more thrilling and horrifying sequences where the 3D effects look especially real and scare a lot of people. Rather, Jiang Mai looked at it and was still indifferent. He's a guy who can get down with watching Sadako anyway. While Jiang Mai was watching the movie without moving, he heard a wooing sound next to him, and then a delicate body directly leaned over. Jiang Mai's body instantly tingled. He could feel the other man trembling. So scary. She was close, so close that her sharp breath sprayed at his cheek. Jiang Mai gently glanced at her, and realized that Xia Shiran's hair was scattered. Her small face was scared white, but couldn't get rid of her stunning beauty. Instead, it was even more pathetic. She even tilted her head toward the side of his shoulder. It's pretty obvious what the intent is. Jiang Mai's brows furrowed. This is a trick that he ate early, but for Xia Shiran he is not used. As Xia Shiran feigned fear and was about to throw herself into a hug, she ended up hitting her head on a chair. Bam! He said, drawing the attention of those around him. Round asked in surprise, are you okay, Chioran? After hitting her head, Xia Shiran was embarrassed. She rubbed her head and said, no, it's fine. You guys continue to watch the movie. Xia Shiran looked to the side with red eyes. I don't know when Jiang Mai had already moved a position to the side and watched the movie as I did. Particularly cold. Nor was there any semblance of mercy because she was in pain. Xia Shiran was puffed up and on the verge of crying. This is a super straight guy, right? Why be so heartless when you liked her so much before? How could she be in the mood to continue watching the movie? It was looking at Jiang Mai, but he didn't give a single glance. Xia Shiran's heart was like a knife. She was all alone while others were sweet in pairs. Soon she felt alone and condemned and couldn't stop the tears from flooding her eyes. The current her was incredibly nostalgic for the Jiang Mai who had warmed her and loved her. But when did he change and still not want her? When Xia Shiran lost it. Yuan held her hand and said, "It's okay." Xia Shiran forced a smile. She wouldn't be discouraged. She would definitely change Jiang Mai back. As long as Jiang Mai took the first step towards her, then the remaining 99 steps would be hers. After the movie viewing, Xia Shiran asked Jiang Mai with a scarlet face, "Do you have any activities in a while?" Jiang Mai said faintly, "No." Seeing that there was hope, Xia Shiran asked, "Then can you?" When she made the invitation for a date, Jiang Mai quietly replied back, "I'm going to bed. I'm sleepy. I can accompany." "Not right." After hearing Jiang Mai's words clearly, Xia Shiran abruptly stopped. Her face burned so hot she wanted to burrow into a crack in the ground. Sleep with him? It's too soon. In favor of her, she almost said what was on her mind. Jiang Mai narrowed his eyes and said in a flat tone, "I'll leave first." "Okay." Xia Shiran was lost in thought, watching Jiang Mai insert his bag and leave the theater with a fascinated gaze. "I'll see you tomorrow." Puzzled, Yuan asked, "You just let him go like that?" Chapter 16 DR ring for one person in a lifetime. Then I can't force him to stay. Xia Shiran said seriously. "I'm already satisfied now that he can see me. He's been waiting for me for so long. What's it worth if I only wait for him for such a short while?" Previously, she found Jiang Mai's pursuit annoying. It's interfering with her studies too much. But now she realizes that he's not pursuing her, and reading has become a very boring thing. Turns out, reading can only be fun if he's there. All Xia Shiran wanted now was to recover her greatest pleasure. "So are we going back to the dorm now?" the round-faced girl asked. Xia Shiran shook her head. "No, let's go buy a ring." "Buy a ring?" Round was surprised. Xia Shiran nodded and said, "I didn't find the DR ring he lost before, so I'll go buy a DR ring to return it to him." Yuan sighed in her heart as she looked at Xia Shiran's determined appearance. Before, she thought Jiang Mai was infatuated enough, but now she realized that Xia Shiran was long-suffering. Xiao Miao asked, "Are you going to buy a DR ring? Isn't that a lifetime gift to only one person, and the ID card can only buy one DR diamond ring? Think it over. If you regret it, you can't buy another ring for anyone." Xia Shiran nodded her head and said with a firm gaze, "I've thought it through. Since Jiang Mai gave his only to himself before, so what if I give it to the only again? He's the only one for me. Irreplaceable. Go buy a ring." Yuan supported Xia Shiran. Xia Shiran was so happy that she immediately took her girlfriends inside the DR store at the mall. When she heard that it was Xia Shiran who came alone to buy a diamond ring to chase someone, the counter girl was a little surprised. "Do you need to buy a diamond ring to chase after such a beautiful girl? Which brat is so ungrateful?" Xia Shiran kept looking at the DR ring in the counter. After a week of searching, they finally found the one Jiang Mai had bought. "How much is this one?" Xia Shiran asked. "This diamond ring is one of DR's better sellers. It's called the Beloved model, and the price is $8,600. The counter girl introduced. Xia Shiran was surprised. The original diamond ring is called Beloved. Then Jiang Mai was treating her as his beloved, so he bought this ring, and she didn't value it at all. "It costs $8,600? It's so expensive. I thought it was just a regular model of $2,000 or $3,000. Yuan exclaimed. "Right, I remembered." Before Gao Kai said that Jiang Mai had been working for a long time, and he even saved money in those months, hiding in his dorm room every day to save up for something, so it turned out to be to buy this ring. It turns out that his feelings for Shiran are so genuine, so able to spare money. The glasses girl originally disapproved of Jiang Mai and Xia Shiran being together, but now, she was all impressed by Jiang Mai's true feelings. It turned out that Jiang Mai's feelings were so sincere. If there was a boy who was so good-looking and infatuated to pursue her, she would probably say yes. Looking at it this way, Xia Shiran is really too unappreciative of such an infatuated boy. And now even if Jiang Mai ignores Xia Shiran, it's Xia Shiran who deserves it. Who lets Xia Shiran be too manipulative? Such a romantic and deep feeling in front of her. She could turn a blind eye to it. The girlfriend's chattering discussion also made Xia Shiran's mood heavy and difficult. All this she didn't know. It turned out that Jiang Mai had silently paid so much behind the scenes. She couldn't stand to eat instant noodles for a day, let alone for months on end. She knew that Jiang Mai's family situation wasn't very good, and that both of his parents worked in a factory. Just because their own mother and Jiang Mai's mother before is a high school classmate or girlfriends, and is pregnant together, so jokingly get a doll marriage. Xia Shiran had never taken this doll's marriage seriously, and also felt that she would not be with Jiang Mai in the future. But it was only now that Xia Shiran felt so wrong. She thanked her parents for setting up this baby marriage. She probably wouldn't have been associated with Jiang Mai if she didn't have a doll's marriage with him. Xia Shiran asked the counter girl to bring out this ring. Almost trembling, she slipped the diamond ring onto her hand. Jiang Mai's diamond ring. She looked at it a whole 99 times, but not once did I put it on. Now that it was on his own hand, it fit much better than Xia Shiran had imagined, and it was very pretty. But it must have been more appropriate if it wasn't himself who put it on. But Jiang Mai who put it on himself. Xia Shiran's heart began to flutter at the thought. She started buying the ring right then and there, saying, "I'll take the beloved model." Good. The counter girl nodded and started wrapping it up for her. Xia Shiran started swiping her card straight away. Although her family was well off with her parents being college professors, this time she bought it with her own scholarship. She wanted to tell Jiang Mai that she was sincere too. With him, she was serious. After buying the ring, Xia Shiran put it in a velvet box. "Why are you still taking it off?" Round asked suspiciously. Xia Shiran, however, the corners of her mouth hooked up, her face filled with longing. "I want to wear it after my proposal with Jiang Mai is successful." This shocked her little ones. It had been assumed that Xia Shiran was only there to replace the one diamond ring that had been lost, which thought Xia Shiran was now talking about a marriage proposal. The glasses girl said in surprise, "Have you thought it through?" "Sure, Iran. That's a marriage proposal. So many people are watching. It's embarrassing if it doesn't work out. If it doesn't work out, I'll just lose face once at best. But if it succeeds, I'm getting a person. I've earned it any way you look at it." The corners of Xia Shiran's lips lifted. Xia Shiran's optimism was instantly supported by the crowd. Who doesn't go out on a limb for love? Is that still called youth? Youth is supposed to be about a great love. That will not be regretted. Jiang Mai, after watching the movie, took a taxi to the duplex sea view villa in Jiangling Yuan. This villa is by the sea with a pleasant view and has an area of more than 1,000 square meters. It's so big it's almost scary. It's still finely decorated inside, and the overall decor is just a great value. Jiang Mai could see the sea and the beach outside by pulling back the curtains. It's really nice to live here. It's so comfortable to be able to watch the tide go in and out. Jiang Mai remembered the luxury car garage and couldn't wait to go over there again. Although Jiang Mai had already had a mental construction, but it was still a shock to actually see the rows of luxury cars. Rolls-Royce Phantom, Maybach S580, convertible Ferrari 458, Porsche 918 and Ferrari F12 TDF, Alfa Business Saloon, Mercedes SLR 722. Any car here is sky high. Jiang Mai tried sitting in one car after another. It's so cozy. Selling expensive really does make sense. How cool would it be to drive a car like that around the school? Jiang Mai was torn for a long time before he finally decided to drive away the Rolls-Royce Silver Phantom and these dozens of cars. After all, he can only drive a car alone, which can drive over the other as an alternative. One day Rolls-Royce Silver Phantom drive tired, then change. Jiang Mai took the Rolls-Royce Silver Phantom sports car. It's a great feeling to be soaring down the highway like this, still with a convertible top. Jiang Mai is considered to have tasted a rich man's enjoyment. Then feel the cold wind blowing too cold, directly on the canopy cover. Jiang Mai parked the car in the store opposite the school to do maintenance. And when the maintenance is done it will also be convenient to pick up the car. Maintaining a car is not cheap, especially maintaining a new luxury car. But Jiang Mai is not bad now. Tens of thousands of dollars of maintenance fees. He did not blink, directly brush his teeth and go. This makes the clerk amazed. This is the legendary rich second generation. Right, really rich and capricious. The night was slowly falling, and the moon hung hazily over the treetops, sneaking into the window. Just see. Chapter 17. There is no love in esports. Lang Ruoli was seen with her hair down, wearing a black halter and jean shorts, and she was fully concentrating on playing the game. She didn't take her eyes off the computer screen as her fingers tapped on the keyboard and her right hand began to maneuver the mouse. The full bunny on her chest trembled with the intense game, and even her crimson lips were slightly nibbling because of the tense atmosphere. At the moment the door was opened. Moroku, who has a thin waist and long legs and is very sexy, walked in carrying an LV bag. Looking at Lang Ruoroe's eagerness to play the game, she was surprised. "I thought you didn't play games? How come you're suddenly playing chicken?" Moroku downloaded it a couple times before but it always died so I just uninstalled it. He had pulled Lang Ruoli to play with him before, but Lang Ruoli was not interested in this chicken game. Lang Ruoli guffawed. "The boy I likes playing chicken games a lot, so I want to practice my skills. Knowing that Jiang Mai likes to play chicken games, he also saw it from the screenshots of his circle of friends. Therefore, Lang Ruoli thought of learning to play the game well so that she could have a sweet double row with Jiang Mai when the time came. What skills to practice? It's good for him to bring girls to take you to score. Miroku couldn't figure it out. Aren't guys dying for girls to be a bit more vegetable, so that they can play the game with more passion? I do. The internet said that there is no love in esports. With chicken girls are floating clouds, and the girl is too vegetable easy to affect the scoring. I don't want to drag his legs. Lang Ruoli said seriously. I don't want him to carry the weight for me. I want to fight side by side with him if I can, and give him the level 3 head, the level 3 armor, and the level 3 bag, and I can eat chicken with the person I like. After hearing Lang Ruoli's genuine speech, Miroku began to exclaim a sentence. You're in such a high realm that it's worth letting people learn from you. Lang Ruoli just wanted to say something, then whoosh sound shows that was killed by the AWM. Lang Ruoli stops in the top 10. Damn it, I almost ate a chicken. Lang Ruoli pouted and said, I've been a voodoo demon for a long time. No, I have to have another one. Wuri-chan, you're a little too cute too. Miroku had a feeling. It's a triple blessing to have a boy that you can look at, and I don't know what kind of blessing that boy has to make you like him so much. Lang Ruoli's face instantly turned red. Of course he deserves to be so fond of me. I'm even proud of how excellent the person I like is. After talking about Jiang Mai, Lang Ruoli's eyes were full of little stars and she couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. He's a good student, has a great personality, and is also conscientious, obsessive and dedicated, kind and enthusiastic, and most importantly handsome. And, okay, stop, I know all about it. Miroku hurriedly called a halt, looking at Lang Ruoli's face full of admiration. If he hadn't interrupted her, it was estimated that Lang Ruoli would still be able to go on and on. It was completely evident that Lang Ruoli really liked the other party. Miroku began to smile deeply as well and teased. So what kind of panties did he get you today? Lang Ruoli's small face was lowered, and abruptly turned red. Say it. Miroku started to tickle Lang Ruoli a bit. Lang Ruoli smiled. Her face became more and more scarlet. She bit her lower lip and whispered, he bought pure cotton. Wow. Miroku started to get excited. You picked up a treasure then. Why? Lang Ruoli was a bit confused. Buying lace proves he's an old driver. Buying ice silk proves he's Thai enough. And buying pure cotton, he proves he's just sultry. Miroku's hand waved happily. Even the plump mountains were visibly swaying. You just push straight down. Ha! Sultry boys are the most fragrant. Outwardly introverted, inwardly Thai. Casually hooking his hand, the little puppy turns into a little wolf dog. Miroku said excitedly, what are you still hesitating for? Lang Ruoli was embarrassed. This isn't very good, is it? She was petulant. Although she had fantasized about being able to fall in love with Jiang Mai ever, it would be best if she could hold hands, hug, and then take a bite of boo-boo. But nothing about a home run has crossed my mind. Pushing down like this is best left to the boys. Right, if she goes to pounce on the other guy. Lang Ruoli was now blushing like a slightly ripe pomegranate, red and colorful, endearing, especially wanting someone to take a bite. In fact, it is not difficult to pounce on boys, although I have never done it, but I watch a lot of idol dramas. It is really not possible that we are able to instill alcohol. And then, Miroku was in the midst of indescribable descriptions, and Lang Ruoli's tender cheeks were already a peach color. It's easy to think about, but it's really not that simple to implement. Sister Miroku, I'm going to play a game. Lang Ruoli, who was particularly shy, hurriedly changed the topic and started another game. But her mind which on the game. Instead, a brainstorm of bad yellow scraps appeared. Jiang Mai's shirt was untucked, revealing the sexy knot of his throat as he looked at her drunkenly. Then she mounted him, then leaned down and kissed his nice thin lips, then grabbed his hand too. No, can't keep thinking about it. Lang Ruoli closed her eyes tightly and was floating in her thoughts when she heard a gunshot. She's dead again. Want to cry. While Lang Ruoli was active in the chicken game over and over again, Jiang Mai also opened the chicken game. Pigeon went on a date with his girlfriend. Jiang Mai, Kai Zi, and Lao He were the only ones left in the dormitory. 4 rows or 1 short. Keiko said, less people. Pull another one. I'm full here. Jiang Mai glanced at the friends list. He saw that there was a friend online, Firefly. He didn't even think about it. He just pulled it over. Soon, Flowing Firefly entered the room, wearing the same skin as the latest model. Soft and tender candy heart egg, youthful and energetic. It seems to be a R&B player, only at a very low level, only unyielding silver. Lao He got curious and started to open the mic to ask Jiang Mai, Luing, is it a girl? Mako, when did you add it? Jiang Mai was also puzzled. Who's Firefly? He's not impressed. As a result, Firefly opened the mic. A cold and nice voice rang out. I am Long Ruoli. These words shocked everyone. Lao He's cell phone was about to drop directly as he was surprised. Schoolgirl Lang? Then he started glaring at Jiang Mai and asked, what's the situation? How do you have Schoolgirl Lang's game number? The ever-so-calm Keiko was also hyperactive. This is the cold schoolgirl. The guy that all the boys in the school dreamed of wanting to play games with. And now he ends up playing chicken with them? Even Jiang Mai was taken aback. He then realized that he had Lang Ruoli's WeChat friend. Plus he was logged in as a WeChat signal. So naturally he could have the other party's gamertag and was able to invite the other party over. Jiang Mai instantly began to remember the other party's naked confession and abruptly became a little embarrassed. Is it time to kick or keep the other person in the room? Chapter 18, A Mysterious Gift from the Goddess. When Jiang Mai was in a dilemma, it turned out that Lao He said excitedly, Schoolgirl Lang, don't worry. With us here, we'll make sure you succeed in eating chicken. I'm the god of guns. Keiko nodded. Keep you laying down and get on our convoy with absolutely no problem. When the time comes, you'll just follow our lead with your asses on the line. Who was the person who just got busted? Jiang Mai cast a sidelong glance at the kaiju. Kai Z snorted. People are hard to break up. But the other schoolgirl Lang is an unyielding silver. We have more than enough to take her. Then you'll be on our fleet. Looking at his roommate's enthusiasm, Jiang Mai couldn't possibly not give Lang Ruoli face. And it would be too cruel to kick the girls out directly. Good. Lang Ruoli's voice was soft. Soon, we heard a ding-dong game beep. Kai-Z and Lao He's side at the same time came a gift message. Kaiser and Lao He clicked on it at the same time. A quick look reveals that it's gift giving. All of the gifting parties are from a close friend. Flo Fly. Lao He got excited. Surprisingly, it's the ice crystal core set that I wanted the most. Kai-Z was excited. What the hell? I didn't read it wrong. It's actually a hunter's jacket. Isn't this one being drawn and can't be bought? It's all about luck picking it up. Why did you get it? Lang Ruoli's bland voice rang out and said, my family has a cooperation with Photon Studio. So I said hello. It's such an understatement that it makes people envious and jealous. You have to know that these skins are not necessarily available to others who have worked hard for several seasons. But as a result, Lang Ruoli now has them easily after a greeting. Who wouldn't be happy to get a free ride now? Keiko and Lao He were half happy. Lao He swept a glance at Jiang Mai, and immediately dejected. Why don't you have it? It's not possible that schoolgirl Lang didn't send you. It was true that Jiang Mai hadn't seen any alerts in the game's background, but he didn't care either. Chicken games look at skill anyway. It's not like it's kryptonite. If you have nice skin, you'll still be killed first. As a result, Lao He's voice was heard by Lang Ruoli, and she instantly said sheepishly, not at all. The ones for Jiang Mai must be carefully selected. Ding dong. Jiang Mai's background mailbox started crackling with alerts all of a sudden. Urban Defender Windbreaker, Uzi Raging, Night Huntress, Gold Scar L Gun Skin, Supreme Golden Dragon Set, Invincible Parachute, Pan Olive, Golden Maserati. All of them looked dazzling to Jiang Mai. He was taken aback. Lang Ruoli unexpectedly gave 30 different kinds of rare gifts in one breath. These money are not necessarily able to buy. The probability of drawing only 0.33%. This has truly belonged to the skin of the emperor. Lao He was completely shocked. He looked at Jiang Mai with an envious face. Lend me your game account to play. It's simply heavenly. And Keiko huffed backward. That's going to cost a lot of money. Jiang Mai was still immersed in shock and couldn't get out. These are all Jiang Mai dream. Especially the gold Maserati. They're owned before the suspicion that it is more than 2,000 expensive. And then the event is over. Speculation to 5 or 6,000 high price. And now even more market without price. Has become the dream car of Jiang Mai. A big regret. Didn't think I'd ever own it. Not to mention the fact that he gave himself an invincible parachute and the Supreme Golden Dragon suit. It was a dream. It's like full gear plus. It's strong. Jiang Mai immediately felt some pressure. People's girls are even richer. And money doesn't come from the wind. He didn't want to eat soft food. And at once he said, it cost you a lot of money, didn't it? I'll pay you back. He's not far behind now. And he's an invisible rich man. As a result, Lao He was surprised. Directly began to pull the wrist of Jiang Mai. Shocked. You're not mistaken. A lot of money. I know. Jiang Mai was calm and collected. In the past, it might have been a huge amount of money for Jiang Mai. But now Jiang Mai was fearless. He didn't want to take advantage of a girl too much. especially by accepting so much money. Not expensive. Didn't spend much money, just as you guys as my accompanying player. Take me to score. Lang Ruoli protection wanted Jiang Mai counts so clear. She voluntarily wanted to give him a gift. Lao he nodded his head and said, then thank you schoolgirl Lang. Don't worry. I'll definitely take you to score. He directly started to hand top Jiang Mai's hand ribs, squeezing his eyebrows. Right? With such a good opportunity to perform, Jiang Mai would have to cherish it. She's a big schoolgirl, and she's still interested in Jiang Mai. It's a man's job to behave and ride the wave. Besides, didn't Jiang Mai just fall out of love not too long ago, and this is a good opportunity to heal. Open it, Jiang Mai said. When you think about it, Lang Ruoli is not short of money. Come to play the game is not to score points. Then he'd take her to the top of the scoreboard and be grateful that she'd given herself so many gifts. Lang Ruori's mood became soothing. She was finally able to hack with Jiang Mai. She had to cheer up and never drag the other party down. At the beginning of the game preparation stage, it was obvious that Jiang Mai's godly costumes and the racy Maserati sports car had instantly attracted everyone's attention. Someone on the world's public frequency immediately began to open the microphone and said excitedly, "Woo sir, a shocking tycoon has appeared. Can a tycoon take a flyer? That's a really cool Maserati. How much did you pay to draw it? Dirtbag? Whoa, there's the supreme golden dragon. This is to show off your wealth. To heyo, can you take off your clothes and change? JMP, will he say he got it for free?" But even if he said it, no one would probably believe it. It didn't take long for Jiang Mai to start being surrounded by a bunch of people. It's also true that Jiang Mai's skin is too cool. How eye-catching and eye-catching in the middle of a bunch of ordinary people. Not to mention that there is a Maserati, directly with Lang Ruoli, Lao He, Kai Zi to go for a ride, ushering in how much envy and jealousy of the eyes. Of course someone's eyes are red and naturally sour. Good. He's going to get busted by me. I'm going to land him in a box. This kid is in deep trouble. He's probably going to be the object of a siege. His equipment will definitely be snatched up. In the society of the weak and the strong, are you all beasts, treating your earthy big brother like this? I love it. As a result, Lang Ruoli was unconvinced and said back, "It's not going to land in a box. I'll protect him." Lang Ruoli's voice was crisp and nice, moving like a wind chime, and the boys on the world's public screen immediately began to wail. Wow, there's a girl. Protect the girl ahead. You can't have the girl all to yourself. Dirtbag. AI. The girls are all earthy. If only I had a girl who wanted to protect me. I'm too envious of people. Those people who had just clamored to beat up Jiang Mai were envious and jealous. Tell me if it's infuriating. Even if it's a Kryptonian bigot, there's a girl with such a nice voice to bail you out. Chapter 19, Jiang Mai. You are very lucky. Lao he directly sked and said enviously. Mako, you're really blessed with lust. Kai Zi said. Even schoolgirl Lang has come to protect you. You have a bright future ahead of you. Jiang Mai's face turned red and said, "What nonsense." He opened the world mic and replied to those clamoring netizens, "Make more noise, but you'll still be shot/headed by me." Jiang Mai said, the wild and unrestrained, lazy voice color through his no fear. The crowd gasped backward. The earthy man is speaking out of turn. Could this be the legendary marksman? Toho, I didn't say you. I want to hug my thigh. I think he's just pretending. Didn't he say that 9 out of 10 players with kryptonite play vegetables? He'll have to cool off in a while. Lang Ruoli subconsciously said. Jiang Mai, don't listen to them. I believe you can do it. Her voice was particularly firm, full of confidence in Jiang Mai. Kai Zi hurriedly turned off the mic and said to Jiang Mai in amazement, "This is the most I've ever heard schoolmarm Lang say." Lao he nodded his head. Who says it's not true? Lang schoolgirls to other boys how high cold you kid is what a piece of luck. Right. Jiang Mai, however, calmly said, "Play the game properly." Jump where? G Harbor? Lao he said, "That's too dangerous. This time there's a cold schoolgirl. Do you want her to land in a box?" Keiko said, "It's better to play the field, so you can still develop for a while." If it was Jiang Mai, before, directly jump G Harbor or military base, big kill how cool. But this time it was agreed to bring Lang Ruori, so it was a steady and sure thing. As Jiang Mai was preparing to change the skydiving store, Lang Ruoli was surprised and asked, "Not jumping G Harbor anymore?" Jiang Mai said, "It's too dangerous." "It's not dangerous at all if you're there." Lang Ruoli subconsciously blurted out. Jiang Mai instantly had a hot face. Her voice was particularly sincere, and it made his heart swell a little. Lao he and the others immediately began to yodel and laugh darkly. Lang Ruoli also realized that she said too directly. Her face was scarlet. said, just jump G Harbor. Don't worry about me. I'll protect myself well. And definitely won't drag your feet. Jiang Mai didn't squirm when he saw that Lang Ruoli had said so. Okay, then we'll jump G Harbor. And you'll lick the bag at the back. Lang Ruoli nodded and smiled. Good. Lao He and Kai Zi looked at each other. Is this really Schoolmarm Lang? The legendary cold schoolgirl who doesn't get close to men and is as cold as ice? Now in front of Jiang Mai. Completely a delicate and soft cute girl. If it hadn't sounded the same, they would have suspected someone was subbing. Jiang Mai directly took Lang Ruoli and jumped to G Harbor. Just as he had imagined. Jumping G-Port was a flurry of people. Lao He was in a panic. Holy, why are there so many people? Kai Zi was depressed. Whoa, we're really going to land on our feet this time. It's okay for us to become box spirits. You said, but what if we bring Lang School Flower to the gutter this time? Calm down, calm down. Killing them all won't work. Jiang Mai was calm and collected. At this moment, he had already entered the system store and started exchanging the profession Great God skill with his backbone value. This skill can make Jiang Mai God-level operation 100 shots. Play the game a great. Become can be comparable to the professional game players of the Super God. That's why Jiang Mai was now calm and collected. Not at all vain. Lao He let out a huff. Don't you brag just because Lung Schoolgirl is there. Although you usually shoot very accurately, but can you carry a group of people to surround you? Today you landed into a box a few times? Jiang Mai's ability wasn't bad, or he wouldn't have gotten to this segment. But Jiang Mai floated around, going to popular locations every time, only to be killed in the nick of time. A matter of luck. This time is definitely different. Jiang Mai held his head high, confident. I believe you. Lao He was feeling like he was about to get cold if he didn't believe Jiang Mai. Especially since he just landed in a room with the enemy. He was a straight-up grasshopper in his mind. Favorably, the other side was the first to pick up a gun. No good. While Lao He was depressed and waiting for his death, he ended up hearing a bam. Jiang Mai came straight up with a pan and beat the other party, who was powerless to resist, and couldn't even with a gun. Mako, you're so strong. Lao He was stunned. It's a first-class operation. Jiang Mai grunted. That's right. I just said it was a matter of luck. After he licked his opponent's equipment, he set out to find Lang Ruoli, who was hiding behind a warehouse box. He gave a large portion of the gun and bullets in his backpack to Lang Ruoli. Is there a helmet? Jiang Mai asked. Not yet. Here. Jiang Mai took off his own helmet and gave Lang Ruoli another level 2 armor. What about you? Lang Ruoli was worried. It's fine. I can't be beaten. Jiang Mai said with certainty. Nonsense. Now that he had God-level skills, was he still afraid of these minions? Then you have to be careful. Lang Ruoli shyly instructed Jiang Mai. Good. Lao He teased. What about me? What do I have? Jiang Mai's thin lips pursed, thinking too much. No. Bigotry. If you promise to take her to score, you have to do it. Besides you are a sister. Do you need protection? Jiang Mai asked rhetorically. This disliked Lao He. Yeah. The other cold schoolgirl is a girl. She's pretty. And she's got money. And she just gave away such a nice skin. Not to mention taking people to the top. Or even treating them to a meal. I'm willing to do it. Jiang Mai said to Lang Ruoli. Hide behind me. I'll come lick the bag after I kill someone. Good. Lang Ruoli nodded her head. Jiang Mai let Lang Ruoli hide in the corner first while he went to finish off the enemy. It's a crisis out there. All guns blazing. But compared to Lao He and Kai Zi's hiding, Jiang Mai was blatantly jumping up and down on the iron box. I thought I was going to be cool. But Jiang Mai wandered flexibly between the gunfire. Although some blood was shed and the secondary armor was broken. But Jiang Mai's shooting skill was more absolute than once. Just when he was out of blood, he was able to surprise and cover up his opponent, killing them by surprise. Lang Ruoli, lick the bag, Jiang Mai said in a deep, resolute voice. Lang Ruoli, who was hiding in the dark, came out, and after a lick of the bag she quickly hid next to Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai had wanted to observe if there were any enemies, but as a result, Lang Ruoli gave Jiang Mai the level 3 head, level 3 armor, level 3 bag, as well as the 98K sniper rifle and multiple rounds of bullets, all of which were given to Jiang Mai. Here you go, smiled Lang Ruoli. Jiang Mai was confused. Just take it. No, I licked the bag just for you. You have the best equipment to lead us into battle. And if I take the best and die the earliest, then I'll be dragging the whole team down. Lang Ruoli said methodically. Jiang Mai didn't expect Lang Ruoli to be discerning and so forward-looking. Then you bet on the right person. We get to eat chicken this time. The corner of Jiang Mai's mouth hooked up. Chapter 20. I thought it was a bronze player, but it turned out to be a king? Jiang Mai accepted everything Lang Ruoli gave him openly. Of course, he wouldn't be ashamed of Lang Ruoli. He drove the golden Maserati straight away and took Lang Ruoli to get the airdrops. And after Lang Ruoli licked the airdrops, the sound of gunshots started. Go! Jiang Mai gave the order. Lang Ruoli quickly got into the car. Jiang Mai is the driver. Naturally, in the process of driving shot, blood especially low. Lang Ruoli was exasperated. How dare you hit her favorite boy? Can't stand it. Watch out. While Jiang Mai was worried about Lang Ruoli, a fierce gunshot was heard. It was Lang Ruoli who took the AKM assault rifle and shot it all up. The shot was extraordinarily accurate. The enemy had just hit Jiang Mai with just one shot, and now he was being swept by Lang Ruoli's storm. Lang Ruoli gave an operational output and directly killed all the enemies around her? Jiang Mai was stunned. I thought it was a bronze player, but it turned out to be a king? Kai Zi and Lao He were shocked and especially admired. Schoolgirl Lang, you're also too powerful. Jiang Mai also nodded. Very strong. Lang Ruoli said shyly. Average. Okay, quickly hit the blood bag. In fact, Lang Ruoli's heart was blossoming with an extremely strong sense of happiness. She wasn't going to admit that she had practiced for a long time in the novice arena so that she could play with Jiang Mai. When the car stopped, she jumped out and gave 20 blood boxes straight away. But Jiang Mai was stunned. He snorted out a laugh. I'm bleeding out right now, but I don't need that many. One would be full-blooded. Lang Ruoli's face immediately flushed. Then I'll help you continue to keep it. It will be used in a while. She's starting to put the blood tanks away again. The girls know how to play, and they naturally deserved the chicken in this game. Played several games in a row and they were all in 0-1. It didn't end until after lights out. When Pigeon came back from his date, he was completely stunned upon learning of their 10-game winning streak. Not to mention the fact that his jaw dropped in shock when he realized that the person playing the game together on the opposite side of the room was actually the Lang schoolgirl. What did you say? The cold schoolgirl? Don't be ridiculous. I thought she never played games. Little White Pigeon had heard that Lang Ruoli didn't play games, let alone this kind of competitive shooting game. There were also boys who wanted to take Lang Ruoli to play the game before, but the result was that Lang Ruoli refused unceremoniously, saying that she was not interested in the game at all. But now people are starting to tell him that the female player on the other side of the room is now schoolgirl cold? Is this sure it's not April Fool's Day? Really? Jiang Mai said categorically. Lang Ruoli's nice voice then rang out from the opposite side. Hello, I'm Lang Ruoli. The little white dove was outright stunned, 1,000 times over. It really was Lang Ruoli's voice. It's just not as high-flying. Why do you suddenly want to play games? The little white dove was still surprised. I want to chase people. After Lang Ruoli said this, everyone looked at Jiang Mai and began to heave a smile. Jiang Mai blushed. He scratched his ears, completely not expecting Lang Ruoli to be so blunt. He is a single dog. Although Lang Ruoli did not name who it is, but who does not realize the meaning? Jiang Mai pretended to be calm and said, It's late. Go to bed early. Good night. He simply dismissed the team. As a result, the little white dove was anxious. I haven't finished chatting with Schoolmarm Lung yet. Chat about what's teasing you. Get out and go to bed. Jiang Mai glared at the little white dove. The little white dove shook her head. You are really blessed with a lot of sex. During the day the summer schoolgirl pursues you, and at night the cold schoolgirl plays games with you. TSK. Are you going to be the king of Qi Xian? Why don't I go talk to SUA about you trying to trifle? Don't. Mako. It's okay that I'm wrong. If you're going to talk about it, it's a wonder Suya can spare me. Look at this bit of backbone of yours. I'm going to brush my teeth and wash my face. Jiang Mai subconsciously went to the toilet to wash up, then climbed into bed. When he took a look at his phone, he found a WeChat message. Clicking on it, he found that it was Lang Ruoli's. Lang Ruoli, thank you for taking me to play the game today. I'm happy. Good night. Good sleep. Jiang Mai subconsciously thought of the image of Lang Ruoli helping him to take revenge in the game, and abruptly the corners of his mouth lifted. At this moment, Lang Ruoli was holding her cell phone and waiting with particular nervousness. She posted for a while, but didn't wait for a message. She was sleepy, but she was also afraid of missing any news, so she hadn't dared to sleep. Ding dong. The cell phone came with an alert. Lang Ruoli monkeyed around and held up her cell phone to take a look. 1%. Good night. Lang Ruoli couldn't help but smile sweetly, and rolled around on the bed straight away. Happy as can be. Great. He's answering her messages. Lang Ruoli held her cell phone against her chest. The bunny hopped and squirmed with excitement that he couldn't control. The night gradually went deeper. Early in the morning, the sun shines brightly and everything is sunny. As the morning dew slowly dripped down the leaves, all the stillness was suddenly broken by a shout. "Look! Schoolgirl Lang is standing downstairs in the men's dormitory with her breakfast." That triggered the students to get restless. The boys, who had been huffing and puffing in their bedrooms, now quickly began to run out onto the balcony to see what was going on. Sure enough, the cold schoolgirl they had longed for was standing downstairs in the men's dormitory. Lang Ruoli standing there, eyelashes long and dense, softly covering the eyelids, sunlight outlined skin playful snow white, like shelling lychee pink white in Yanli. Under a beige fine-lined sweater with a pleated short skirt, she looked pretty and sexy. Her black hair was lazily tied into a pill head, her delicate features were calm, and her eyes were brimming but faint. Not much interest in facing the drooling boys. If she hadn't been carrying a bag of hearty breakfast in her hand, people most likely wouldn't have associated her with waiting. Can be under the men's dormitory and waiting with breakfast. Obviously. Just waiting for boys. Each one of them was as excited as if they were playing chicken. Which boy is schoolgirl Lang waiting for? She's in love. I'm so envious. I also want to eat schoolmarm Lang's breakfast. Has schoolmarm Lang been waiting here for a long time? I can see that her little face is freezing red. If I had, I would have run down to pick up breakfast a long time ago. Why would I leave her waiting downstairs in agony? Who's so unappreciative? No way. There are still boys who make the cold school flower chase after them backwards. Is the other party too floaty? Or does he think I can't afford to hold a knife? In the midst of a murmur, another voice was inserted. She's not waiting for Jiang Mai, is she? Didn't someone film them walking together? The result was a direct splash of cold water. Overthink it. How could it be Jiang Mai? Jiang Mai is the one who didn't even catch up with school flower Xia. Can he catch up with school flower Lang? If he can make school flower Lang go out of her way, there must be something special about him. That's right. Didn't someone clarify last time that Jiang Mai and Lang Ruoli were just purely chance encounters? Surely Lang Ruoli wouldn't be waiting for Jiang Mai. While everyone was talking, Lang Ruoli, who was originally bland and self-contained, after seeing what was going on, abruptly her eyes became very bright. Jiang Mai. After her cheerful voice rang out, everyone saw a handsome-looking boy appear in front of them. Chapter 21. What bad intentions can a cold schoolgirl have? She's just a pussycat. The boy's eyes burned. He was tall and handsome, just wearing a simple white shirt, but he was imposing. Everyone's taken aback. The cold school flower, who had always been known for her high spirits, now smiled like a flower and blushed as she ran to Jiang Mai. When she smiled, it was as if the whole world began to brighten up. Her radiant eyes hid a deep adoration. Without hesitation, he started to raise the breakfast right in front of Jiang Mai and said with a smile, "I brought you breakfast. I don't know if you like it or not." That's how many boys started to sour. Not to mention the cold schoolgirls bringing breakfast. Even if she smiled at them, it would be worth it. Jiang Mai is really lucky. It's true that there's another village in the darkness. I didn't catch up with the Xia schoolgirl, but I was able to make the Lang schoolgirl, who's prettier than the Xia schoolgirl and has money, fall in love with me. Jiang Mai is definitely not simple. It was important to know that schoolgirl Lang was the most popular. Otherwise, how could she be the top of the four schoolgirls? Jiang Mai was also very surprised. He completely did not expect Lang Ruoli to come to bring breakfast to himself now. He did know that Lang Ruoli had a crush on him, but he didn't expect her to be so bold in plain sight. Jiang Mai also understood Lang Ruoli's past. She liked to be quiet and never made a splash, but to be able to serve yourself breakfast in front of so many people, it must be very enjoyable. Jiang Mai was instantly very flattered. It was also the first time he had ever received breakfast from a girl, and a superb schoolgirl. Jiang Mai's ears burned a little and said, I've had breakfast. It's better for you to eat." This one wasn't a lie. Jiang Mai had eaten milk and bread to deal with a bite while he was upstairs, but he didn't expect Lang Ruoli to be waiting down there with breakfast. Shocked all four seats as Jiang Mai returned the breakfast to Lang Ruoli. "This is not a joke. This is the breakfast sent by schoolgirl Lang, and Jiang Mai ended up confiscating it? It's super duper straight, right? Now a group of people are hateful, to know that they are envious and jealous, cannot even eat, and as a result, some people do not want. It's a real people pleaser. Congratulations to the host, for refusing the breakfast of the cold school flower. You are rewarded with $2 million, and your backbone value is increased by 500. Please keep up the good work." The system's prompt surprised Jiang Mai. This which is a rejection of the soft food system. It's the bachelor system, wanting him to be alone, but it was good to refuse breakfast, so Lang Ruorue would know what to do. Now he really didn't have the heart to fall in love. If he could, he just wanted to study hard and make money again. After Lang Ruorue received her breakfast, she didn't churlishly start shedding tears. Even though her heart was a bit disappointed, she wouldn't give up on herself at all because of this point of rejection. So can I keep bringing you breakfast tomorrow? If you can't, we can go to the cafeteria together. Lang Ruoli's deer-like clear eyes looked at Jiang Mai, still insisting on not giving up. Jiang Mai looked at her simple face and abruptly became a little intolerant. Lang Ruoli hurriedly added, just take it as your payment for bringing me to play the game. Okay? She carries a longing. While Jiang Mai was hesitating on how to reply, it turned out that little white pigeon and Lao He came down and excitedly replied, okay, then let's eat together at noon. What are you doing? Jiang Mai glared at the two animals who were hooking up to him. How to be the first to say yes for him? Lang schoolgirl can have any bad intentions. Just wanna have a meal with us. The hospitality is hard to resist. Little White Dove said smilingly. Lao He nodded. Yes, we have to be gentlemen for once. Isn't it just eating together? Can you afford to lose a piece of meat? Jiang Mai felt that a direct refusal was indeed not gentlemanly, and besides, with so many people watching, he couldn't refute her face. People are girls after all. Okay then. Lang Ruoli instantly blushed and said, see you at noon then. She smiled and left. Jiang Mai looked at the smiling Lao He and Little White Dove and said, why are you two happier than me? Mako, you're really something. Early in the morning the Lang schoolgirl comes to bring you breakfast and a dinner date. Yes, you are the light of our dormitory. I didn't think that bachelors are so sought after nowadays, and that the Lang schoolgirl could fall in love with you. Jiang Mai thought about it. It was a very rare thing for a girl to be so proactive, especially since this person was the highly popular Lang Ruoli. It must have been quite a letdown to stoop to chasing yourself. Jiang Mai can already feel the eyes of envy and jealousy from all directions. In everyone's eyes, to be chased by the cold schoolgirl so backwards is a very scenic thing. Right, but seriously, Mako, do you have a crush on schoolgirl Lang or not? Little White Dove asked curiously. I don't know, Jiang Mai said. Actually, I'm not even adjusting myself right now. After all, I've only just taken a break from my last relationship, and I didn't expect to enter the next one. In fact, you don't need to put so much pressure on yourself. First try to look around. Maybe through contact we'll produce like it. Lao He rested on Jiang Mai's shoulder and said, besides, Lang schoolgirl looks so pretty and has such a strong body. There's no harm in trying to understand. Lao He said. Jiang Mai didn't want to be stuck in his ways, and he also felt that they had a point. He wanted to try to see a new world, maybe discover a new landscape. Jiang Mai didn't feel too much pressure when he thought about it. While Jiang Mai and his roommates went to class, the 306 dormitory was a mess. Yuan said excitedly, I heard that Lang Ruoli went to deliver breakfast to Jiang Mai today. Seriously? Glasses girl stared. She hadn't expected the always introverted and cold schoolgirl Lang to be so bold. Of course it's true. It's all over the school intranet. Jiang Mai is even more famous, and all the boys in the school are envious of him. Yuan said with particular excitement. I heard that schoolmarm Lang even invited Jiang Mai for dinner. As a result, there was a banging sound from outside, only to see Xia Shiran, who had just entered the door. Her cell phone dropped to the floor. Then did he agree? Xia Shiran anxiously pursued. Yuan subconsciously started to tell Xia Shiran that, of course I agree. After all, it's the Lang schoolgirl who invited her. After hearing Yuan's words, Xia Shiran directly began to have her heart broken. She hadn't expected Jiang Mai to agree to eat with Lang Ruoli at all. Glasses girl, while looking at Xia Shiran's particularly lost appearance, immediately began to encourage Xia Shiran. What's wrong with eating together? It's not like we're in a relationship together. As long as we're not together, we can have a chance. Maybe he's just here to piss you off right now. All at once, Xia Shiran's eyes began to light up. Yeah, she should never give up. If she really let Lang Ruoli have her way, she would definitely regret it to death. Since the person she likes is Jiang Mai, she must go all out. So at noon, just as Jiang Mai was getting out of class, he heard a restless noise outside. Someone soon began to excitedly come to inform Jiang Mai, saying, hurry up, there are people outside looking for you. Chapter 22, New Love and Old Love. Jiang Mai was puzzled. Is someone out there looking? Who is it? Jiang Mai subconsciously started to go outside. As a result, he found the delicate-looking Lang Ruoli standing in the doorway, with bright eyes and white teeth, her lips especially tender and red, and upon seeing herself, a smile bloomed on her originally calm and unruffled face. Jiang Mai, you're here. Her voice is also sweet. Why are you here? Jiang Mai was puzzled. You forget, we're having lunch together. Jiang Mai then realized, he'd almost forgotten about it. Lang Ruoli was still really important and started coming over early in the morning. Alright, let's go. Lang Ruoli subconsciously then smiled and said to Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai nodded his head and started to go inside the classroom to start calling up Little White Dove and the others. The group of people then began to start to the cafeteria in great numbers. Lang Ruoli was obviously much more enthusiastic than usual. She asked with a big smile, "Just order whatever you guys like. I'm buying today." "How embarrassing this is," said the little white pigeon, but not at all merciful, and subconsciously said to the ant, "Auntie, I want braised pork ribs, and I want to give a little more broth, so don't you ever shake the spoon." Jiang Mai was depressed. Look at the little white dove. That's all he's got. I'll just pay the bill. There was no way Jiang Mai would let a girl pay the bill. "No, I'm already happy that you're willing to come and have dinner with me today. How can I let you treat me?" Lang Ruoli subconsciously started to say to the cafeteria ant, "Give me an order of pepper salt chicken, another order of stone pot tofu, plum cabbage button pork, 3 fresh meatball soup, steamed fish nuggets, another order of sautéed seasonal vegetables, and another order of meat dumplings, please." Soon after Lang Ruoli ordered the dishes, she directly started handing them to Jiang Mai, smiling and saying, "For you." Jiang Mai was surprised. "Didn't you order it for yourself?" "Of course not. I ordered them for you. Aren't these your favorites?" After hearing Lang Ruoli's certain tone, Jiang Mai was shocked. "How did you know these were my favorites?" It seemed like he hadn't eaten with Lang Ruoli before either. As a result, Lang Ruoli started to get a bit vain. Her little face flushed red. I'm guessing, after all, these are popular dishes, but don't you like them?" Lang Ruoli's chinly eyes then stared firmly at Jiang Mai, a little nervous. "No, I love it. Too much. All of these are what Jiang Mai loves to eat." It was almost as if they had taken his preferences in stride. "That's good." Lang Ruoli breathed a sigh of relief. She had been observing Jiang Mai eating before. How could she not know what he liked to eat when she knew it by heart? After Jiang Mai put the dishes on the table, he started to help Lang Ruoli with the plates again. After all, those plates are too hot. It's not good to burn a girl's hand. Faced with Jiang Mai's very gentlemanly behavior, Lang Ruoli's little face heated up, and her fascination for Jiang Mai grew even more. Jiang Mai is really good. Xia Shiran really won't appreciate it. If Jiang Mai could agree to be her boyfriend, she would definitely be twice as good to him. No, 1,000 times better. Lang Ruoli is full of happiness sitting in front of Jiang Mai, even though this time it is not himself and him eating alone, but face-to-face distance, already let Lang Ruoli's heart surging. Jiang Mai was her favorite person, and to be able to watch her favorite person eat together was a very happy thing. While Lang Ruoli's heart was beating like a deer in headlights in shyness, a dark shadow ended up landing on her body. The cafeteria is so crowded. "Can I sit here?" Lang Ruoli abruptly raised her head, and then she followed the sound and saw the beautiful Xia Shiran in front of her. Her little face abruptly turned pale. The red-colored lips then bit down on the chopsticks, obviously unwilling for Xia Shiran to insert them. Those students who were watching on the sidelines were getting even more excited. Now schoolgirl Lang and schoolgirl Xia are actually going head-to-head and are with Jiang Mai? It's all about new love and old love. Everyone wants to know who's better, and now they're all starting to talk about it. Woo sir, Jiang Mai is also too lucky. If it was me, I'd be directly embraced left and right. Who was the one who said before that Xia Schoolflower was in love with Jiang Mai, and that Jiang Mai was a one-way runaway? A licking dog? Can't you see that schoolgirl Xia is still coming up to the plate now, obviously caring? That's right, schoolgirl Xia is at least Jiang Mai's fiancé. Now it's 2 big schoolgirls competing for a man? So exciting. If only I was the one competing for it. Jiang Mai was also a bit surprised to see Xia Shiran appear. The whole tabletop thing again? His eyes chilled and he said on the spot, "There aren't many seats next to you, so there's no need to have to sit here. I don't want to eat with strangers." This time Jiang Mai wouldn't give it another chance, much less want to have too many encounters with Xia Shiran. What Jiang Mai hates the most is to cut the feelings. Root and branch is not his style. Lang Ruoli, who originally had dull eyes, immediately had her eyes glowing. After she saw the resolute Jiang Mai, the corners of her mouth suddenly hooked up. The other students were incredulous, shocked. Jiang Mai was rejecting schoolmarm Xia's invitation? And you say that schoolmarm Xia is a stranger? It can't be. Before, Jiang Mai was so fond of Xia. Xia Shiran's eyes instantly moistened. She did not expect Jiang Mai to be so heartless, and to give herself so little face in front of the public. She put down her dignity and waited for his cold rejection? No, she doesn't. But then she had no backbone and forced herself to sit down. After seeing the mocking eyes of others not far away, and then seeing such a perfect love rival, Lang Ruoli, sitting in front of her. Watching all of this, Xia Shiran's heart broke. Xia Shiran ran away right then and there. Little White Dove and the others were in admiration in their hearts. Jiang Mai is really a backbone. Sitting on his hands, Xia School Flower stretched out the olive branch can be refused. Jiang Mai is really a glory for men. Xia School Flower has talent, relatively high-minded, before Jiang Mai in order to pursue her but ate a lot of pain. It's really true that the heavens have spared no one. I guess the past summer schoolgirl couldn't even imagine that she herself could have a day when she was defeated. After this meal, Jiang Mai was leaving amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. When he returned to his dorm room, Jiang Mai was surrounded by a group of boys. Obviously, Jiang Mai's glorious battle record had already begun to spread amongst the group. They began to talk and began to ask Jiang Mai, and all of their words were filled with envy. How did you and schoolgirl Long meet? I heard that she's after you, is that true or not? Jiang Mai, you're also too powerful. The department grass next door chased Lang School Flower for a long time. Lang School Flower didn't even catch on, but it turned out to be in love with you. Before, I counted that I had no eyes and thought that you were a dog licker, but it turns out that you have kept your hand in. Now that schoolgirl Lang and schoolgirl Xia are both fighting over you, you're simply too much of a breath of fresh air for us men. When will you be able to publish a book? Tell us properly that it was you who flirted with the two major goddesses so much? Which goddess are you more interested in? I have a girl I particularly like. Please help me out and let me chase her. Chapter 23, Imitating Your 99 Marriage Proposals. Can that goddess Xia also look at me? The boys who couldn't even look at Jiang Mai before all started to lower their voices. They were all convinced that Jiang Mai could help them. One by one, they either send game consoles to Jiang Mai to play, or keep stuffing small snacks. All of them are bribing Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai was crowing as he watched these boys who carried a thirst for knowledge. How did he become a love guru? The previous windfall turned around overnight. Jiang Mai pretentiously said, it can only be understood. Then is it true that by imitating your 99 marriage proposals, that goddess Xia can also look at me? Someone asked excitedly, and all of a sudden, cold water began to be poured on them. Do you think everyone is Brother Jiang? This is something that needs to look at the face alright. Our brother Jiang is handsome, suave, and good at flirting with girls. This is not, directly to the two goddesses to eat to death. People don't think each other are rainbow farts either. After all, what the other guy said was true. Jiang Mai is handsome. How high is his face value? Although it is not a school grass, but at least it is a super handsome man. How many girls had fallen for him before, only to have him not even look at him? Of course, just being handsome wasn't enough to make all the two goddesses give up on him. After all, there was also the next school's schoolboy before, who had pursued schoolmistress Lang and schoolmistress Xia, and as a result, both goddesses didn't take each other seriously. When Lao He and other roommates saw the dormitory was overcrowded, they were directly dumbfounded. Jiang Mai had unexpectedly become a flavorful bun, and it felt like his popularity was even higher than those goddesses. The most important thing was that Jiang Mai became a love expert all of a sudden, and there were also many more believers. Jiang Mai still spent quite a lot of time to get rid of a group of people. Little White Pigeon ate the snacks that the boys bribed Jiang Mai with great relish, and was considered to be dipped in the light. Mako, you are really something now. The two big school flowers are fighting over you, and now a bunch of boys are even treating you as a love textbook. It's simply majestic. Lao He nodded. Yeah, these snacks are a lot. It can be our meals for half a year. Not to mention that these roommates didn't think of it. Even Jiang Mai himself didn't think of it. But Jiang Mai was not affected by this. He began to organize his suitcase. He had to take the high-speed train back home. Jiang Mai organized his luggage and went downstairs, so he was ready to take a taxi to the high-speed train station. The cars that the system rewarded him before, all of them were sent to Jiang Mai for maintenance, and it's too flashy to drive a luxury car if you go home. Jiang Mai intends to give his family a psychological construction first, and then he will drive back when the time comes. Jiang Mai was at the door ready to take a taxi when he heard a drop horn. With that, a white Maserati sports car stopped in front of Jiang Mai. Get in the car. I'll drive you. The gentle voice rang out. Jiang Mai shuddered and immediately looked over, and saw Lang Ruoli who was driving. She had snow-white skin, carrying a hint of soft light under the sun's cast, bright eyes and white teeth, and she simply couldn't suppress a smile at Jiang Mai. Where was the shadow of the rumored cold as ice? Now she was gentle and waner. The other students who saw it were shocked. After all, it was the first time a goddess had offered to drive to pick someone up, let alone smile at them like that. It's a miracle. No need. I'll just call. Jiang Mai pushed back. As a result, Lang Ruoli's thick feathery eyelashes covered down. A little lost. Are you so unwilling to take my car? It's not good to take a taxi here. It's not good to be late in a while. Jiang Mai looked at Lang Ruoli's lost appearance, and did not squirm, directly opened the car door, fastened the seatbelt, and said, "Then you send me to the high-speed rail station. Tomorrow is the time for me to attend my cousin's wedding." After seeing Jiang Mai get on the car, Lang Ruoli's eyes brightened and her mood was obviously much better. "Okay, I'll send you there and promise to arrive soon." Lang Ruoli's eyes lifted slightly, all of a sudden full of vigor. When Lang Ruoli drove Jiang Mai away, it caused a whole lot of envious gazes. God, the scented car. How many people fantasize about it? But squeezing your brain to think about it, you can't even have it. Jiang Mai, however, possessed it easily. Just to have one of them is enviable. Not to mention that Jiang Mai now has a luxury car and a beauty. After Lang Ruoli drove the car, she subconsciously said, "There are a lot of people on the high-speed train, right? In the future, if you want to go somewhere, talk to me. You can go by my private airplane. If it's not convenient, you can take my helicopter." With a private jet? And helicopters. It's true that she's a plutocrat's daughter, and she's rich to the core. Jiang Mai was flattered and said, "No need. Take a high-speed train and basically go straight there. It's okay if it's not a holiday. It won't be too crowded. That's okay. My private jet is idle every time the pilot goes to work as usual anyway, and I'm still too bitter about when I'm going to let it travel. It just so happens that you can solve a big problem for me." Lang Ruoli said sincerely, "There's really no need." Jiang Mai said, "Thank you for your kindness." Lang Ruoli was not discouraged, and when she sent Jiang Mai to the high-speed train station, she instantly started to pull out the car key, and then handed it over to Jiang Mai's hand, saying, "Then this is for you." "What?" Jiang Mai was surprised. "Since you don't want to take a private airplane or a helicopter, then you can drive off." Lang Ruoli's eyelashes curled slightly with hope. Going out, having a car can be a lot more convenient. Just take it. She was afraid that Jiang Mai would be under a lot of pressure, so she paused and said, "I didn't say anything about your birthday gifts in the past, so let's send this to make up for it. That way it's equivalent to me not being absent from your past birthdays." Lang Ruoli smiled coquettishly. Very charming. Jiang Mai's heart thumped. He hadn't expected Lang Ruoli to want to give him a luxury car for him at all. The world price of this sports car is estimated to be tens of millions of dollars. Did it turn out to be given to him lightly? Or in the name of his past birthday gifts? Doesn't that make him a blatant soft touch? "I'm sorry, but I can't accept this one gift. Although you didn't give me my previous birthday gift, I didn't give you yours either." Jiang Mai handed the car keys back to Lang Ruoli's hand. Lang Ruoli then blushed crimson in both cheeks. "I don't mind if you want to give it to me." She also wanted to get a gift from him herself, preferably with a birthday soon to come. No, not just for birthdays. Every holiday after that, she wanted him with her. And, better yet, to spend their anniversary together later. Thinking of this, Lang Ruoli became even more shy. "There's really no need. I can buy my own car. Thank you for your kindness. It's getting late. I'll leave first." Jiang Mai smiled faintly at Lang Ruoli, then he started to get his suitcase to go towards the high-speed train station. System reminder, congratulations to the host. Refusing Lang Ruoli's limousine offer, his backbone value increases by 30, and he gains 1 million RMB. Jiang Mai was satisfied. He was getting ready to catch the high-speed train when he then heard sharp footsteps behind him. "Wait!" Jiang Mai turned back violently. It was then that he realized that the windy girl, unable to stop her brakes, had slammed her head into his chest. Jiang Mai's arm subconsciously lifted up to hold the other party just to stabilize her. The soft touch made Jiang Mai's ears start to redden. He could clearly feel the other party's plump mountains quivering just by pressing against his chest when he lunged in, and the hard-to-ignore contact caused Jiang Mai's breath to stutter. In an instant Jiang Mai swallowed his saliva, not to mention the fact that the other's petite body was in her arms, and the evocative scent of peach vaguely swept across the tip of her nose. Chapter 24, The First Love Letter from the Schoolgirl. Jiang Mai felt his throat tighten and sank in somewhat deeply. "Yes. Sorry." Lang Ruori didn't expect to jump into Jiang Mai's arms and be directly hugged. Now her nose was full of the good-smelling boyish scent belonging to Jiang Mai, which made Lang Ruoli's heart happy and apathetic. She was in such a good mood that the corners of her mouth unconsciously corked up, feeling hot and steamy all over. She surreptitiously raised her eyes to look at him, gazing with fascination at his nice sharp, handsome face, blushing more and more. "What's wrong?" Jiang Mai let go of Lang Ruori in a hasty manner, but the palms of his hands were still hot from the fiery warmth that he had wrapped his arms around Lang Ruoli. "This, here." Lang Ruorue summoned up all her courage and directly took out a pink envelope from her pocket and handed it directly to Jiang Mai. Lang Ruoli once wrote 99 love letters for Jiang Mai. He proposed to Xia Shiran as many times as she wrote love letters. All of her fondness for Jiang Mai was transformed into words and recorded inside the love letter. This one was the 100th love letter she had written to Jiang Mai, and this time she had stayed up for several nights to write it. She, that is, wanted to express her strongest liking for Jiang Mai without reservation. Jiang Mai's heart instantly sped up after looking at the pink envelope. He's not stupid. How could you not know what was inside the pink envelope? Besides, he was very familiar with the fact that he had written dozens of love letters to Xia Shiran before, almost one a week, but he hadn't expected at all to receive a love letter from Lang Ruoli now. Lang Ruoli lowered her melon face, shyly not daring to meet Jiang Mai's deep eyes. Her voice was so filled with joy and excitement that she could have laughed at the air. You must see it, and I'll wait for you to come back. Oh. After saying that, she handed over the love letter to Jiang Mai's hand before subconsciously running away. Too shy, she didn't dare look at his expression as he read the love letter, so it's better to slip away quickly. Looking at the silhouette of the young girl running away, Jiang Mai felt like he was dreaming. The pink love letter still had the unique fragrance belonging to Lang Ruoli. Jiang Mai instantly felt that this love letter was heavy. At this moment, the system began to remind, congratulations to the host. Signing up for the high-speed rail was successful, and he now receives 1 million RMB. Congratulations to the host. Signing up for 10 minutes of high-speed rail, rewarding you with 200,000 RMB. Congratulations to the host. Signing in for half an hour of high-speed rail time, rewarding you with 500,000 RMB. After waiting for half an hour, Jiang Mai finally got on the high-speed train along with the crowded crowd. After sitting in his seat, Jiang Mai opened the love letter. As a result, his heart was pounding as he watched. In that moment, it was as if he saw his own epitome in the letter. The one who had loved Xia Shiran so much that he was unable to stop himself and was foolish enough to do so. Ask you a really stupid question. What should I do if I fall in love with you? I don't want to confuse you. I just want you to know that I will always stick to liking you in all shades and tides. There are a lot of people who like you. There is no shortage of me, but there are very few people I like, and one of you is enough. I'm not a person who is good at expressing myself, but my heart has always been expressing my liking for you. Not that I can stop my heartbeat if I want to, unless you can stop exuding your charm. You like to play basketball, your favorite 3-step layup, your favorite number 8 jersey, and you like to lift up your jersey to wipe your sweaty head. Well, don't you ever do that again. I blush when I see your abs. If you can you just show them to me? Well, don't think I'm being cheeky. I'm already ashamed of myself as I write this. I'm serious. I want to be the girl who cheers you on the basketball court, and I want to be the one who hands you water and wipes your sweat away again. I want to have my hand in your pocket in the winter, and I want to share a soda with you in the summer. I'm just too stupid to know how to make you like me? I'm stupid, but I work hard. They say the stupid bird flies first. Can I fly up soon? You are in my heart, shedding light night and day, and will never change. Her handwriting is crisp and elegant, and the words are as good as they come. The most important thing was that Jiang Mai could deeply feel the sweetness and fondness of a young girl's wistfulness from between her lines. Along with Jiang Mai heart hot, watching it once was not enough, but also repeated several times to look back. Seeing the end, Jiang Mai realized that there was a sketch behind the love letter. Jiang Mai was slow to calm down after reading it. He wasn't sure when she'd drawn it, but it was obviously a scene of him playing. His hawk-sharp eyebrows were steely, and he was muscular in his size 8 jersey, snapping the ball around the playground, sweat falling from the ends of his hair. Her drawing was very delicate and out of this world, definitely not something that could be done in a short period of time, portraying all of his divinity. Jiang Mai looked at it and suddenly started giggling. This idiot, when did he steal the painting? He doesn't know a thing about it. After Jiang Mai finished reading it, then the corners of his mouth rose as he carefully folded the love letter and put it in his bag. He looked out at the sky. The sky was blue and the clouds, well, white, and his heart cleared. His hometown, a city, is not far from here, which means that the high-speed train can take him directly there in an hour. Jiang Mai was bored, so he started to take 1,000 of his backbone value for the lottery. 200 points of backbone value can be drawn once. Jiang Mai came with 5 straight draws, 4 times in total, a very high winning percentage. Congratulations to the host, who drew a charm buff of 20 points. Handsome I have, girls in hand. Congratulations to the host, he has gained 30 points of force value and has fought all over the world. Congratulations to the host, winning a Rolex wristwatch. which is now in your backpack. Congratulations to the host, who has been awarded 2 days of EuroMillions experience tickets. Jiang Mai was particularly curious about the final EuroMillions experience coupon and asked, "What's an EuroMillions experience coupon?" The Emperor experience coupon means that you will have a particularly good hand in 2 days. Win every bet, win every lucky draw, and be so lucky that you will become a genuine koi ben koi. Jiang Mai's eyes instantly glowed. He likes it. What luck to have drawn this. Jiang Mai opened his backpack, and there really was a Rolex watch inside. It's still the latest model. Jiang Mai had only seen it on the official website pictures before, and now he wore it on his hand in an extraordinarily grand manner. And most importantly, it suited him. Jiang Mai loved it so much that he kept wearing it without taking it off. After arriving in a city, Jiang Mai came out of the high-speed train station. He saw his parents dressed very plainly all the way across the room. The skin is not quite white, a little on the dark side, but especially naive and honest. Parents are into the factory to work, painstakingly raise themselves. Look, now also dressed so plain. Usually must be frugal. Now that he had the divine magnificent system, he was going to bring his mom and dad to live a good life. Jiang Mai decided right away that he wanted to buy more meat tonight to give the family a good time. It's just that he didn't expect what followed to be completely unexpected and catch him off guard. Chapter 25. So our family is the invisible rich. Dad! Mom! Jiang Mai shouted enthusiastically. After watching their handsome and tall son appear, Jiang father and mother were happy. Son, you're here. Jiang father wanted to take the luggage for Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai smiled and politely refused. No need. It's not heavy. I can hold it. Okay, let's go home. Jiang father said lovingly. Dad, Mom, what about this side of the fight? Where are you going? Jiang Mai looked at his parents going towards the parking lot in the opposite direction and was instantly puzzled. Silly child. Of course we're taking a car. Jiang father laughed and said. Why do we need to take a taxi? A car? Where does our family have a car? Jiang Mai looked puzzled. Usually you can't even afford to take a cab. You'd rather walk a long way to get to the bus. And now you're saying you have a car? Did someone send you guys here? Jiang Mai asked curiously. Jiang father nodded. Well, the driver sent it. Oh, you guys called a special car. I guess it's some kind of dropshipping special. Cell phone hailing is a little cheaper. As a result, Jiang's mother shook her head and said, it's not a special car. It's our car. Ha! Jiang Mai was now very confused. You'll know in a moment. Jiang mother said mysteriously. Jiang Mai was even more confused. Anything to hide from him? Soon they were in the parking lot. Come on, good son, get in the car. Jiang father dejectedly waved at Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai took a blast. Found his parents leading him to a black Rolls-Royce Stretch Phantom. It had a well-dressed chauffeur on it, who eagerly got out and opened the door for them. Master, ma'am, young master, please get in the car. After hearing the driver's words, Jiang Mai was shocked. What's the situation? And you called him master, ma'am, and shouted young master at him? This is not a dream. Jiang mother smiled and said to Jiang Mai, we'll talk slowly in the car. Jiang Mai hurriedly got into the car. This car is really luxurious, especially spacious and comfortable. There is a luxury sofa even if, surprisingly, there is a wine cooler and refrigerator. As Jiang Mai looked around to his left and right in surprise, he realized that his parents were looking at him with a serious face. Son, be prepared for what we're going to say next. Jiang Mai gurgled and swallowed downward, saying, I wouldn't have been mistakenly carried as a child in the hospital and actually be the only son of some tycoon, would I? He has copied all the bridges from TV. Son, how can this kind of dog blood bridge? Jiang mother blankly glanced at Jiang Mai. What's that? Jiang Mai was now full of curiosity. Jiang father took a deep breath and said, your aunt inherited the billion-dollar fortune. Now you are her only heir. When she passes away in the future, the billions of dollars of property will be yours. What? Jiang Mai was shocked. My aunt? Didn't you say that my aunt went to Africa to work? And working there is so profitable. Jiang father said, that was a joke with you. She did go abroad to marry someone, but it was to a rich old man who could be her grandfather. Now that the old man is dead and she doesn't have any children, she decided to make you the heir to her fortune. So she returned to China. A huge fortune from heaven. Totally surprised Jiang Mai. Originally, when he was a child, he had fantasized about being the rich young master who had been carried by mistake, or the tycoon whose parents had been pretending to be a pauper for fear of him squandering the family fortune. Yet it never happened. But his parents aren't rich, but his aunt is now. Jiang Mai was ecstatic. The system really didn't deceive him. The Euro experience coupon is so cool. Jiang Mai's heart was so beautiful. Soon, the driver began to drive inside a super luxurious large villa. No worse than the duplex sea view villa in Jiangling Court given by the system. It can be very luxurious. Jiang Mai had just gotten out of the car and directly heard a super happy voice. Meiko, you're here. Jiang Mai followed the sound and looked over to find the beautifully dressed woman running over. It was the first time he had seen his aunt. He'd seen it all in photos before, and that's when he knew her aunt was a superb woman. Now that I've seen it, the more I realize that the other person is even better looking than in the photo. And obviously so many years have passed. Maintenance is really good. It looks like the early 30s, which see out is almost run 5 women. You're an aunt? Jiang Mai asked dully. Yes, Makino is really a talented man. When auntie left you were just a little bean, drinking milk in swaddling clothes. And now you've become such a big handsome man. Auntie said smilingly. Come, go in. This is your home. My house? Jiang Mai was taken aback. Auntie smiled. This house I purposely just bought for you. It's kind of my meeting gift to you. Jiang Mai did not expect his aunt to be so generous, and was flattered. Auntie, no, I can't accept it. You're giving away a mansion when you meet? It directly refreshed Jiang Mai's cognitive outlook. We are family. You are my heir. Isn't what's mine yours? Live and let live. Spend money on my heir. Auntie, I'm happy. Auntie's bottom line was very strong. But, there's nothing but, come on. You're hungry. Auntie has prepared a table of good food for you. Auntie lovingly touched Jiang Mai's head. The more she looked at Jiang Mai, the more satisfied she became. What a kind young man. With good roots and good looks. Being her heir is too dignified. Besides, blood is thicker than water. And the first time you look at him you feel affectionate and can't help but want to be nice to him. Auntie felt that her idea of making Jiang Mai the heir was correct. Even if she was training a new heir again, could she find one better than her nephew? Besides, fertilizer doesn't flow to the outside world. Naturally, her aunt still wanted to keep the property for her own family. After all, how could she cheapen the property she had worked so hard to get by her youth to anyone else? Jiang Mai was completely stunned when he arrived at the restaurant. A table full of good food. More than 40 dishes in total, spreading the table directly to the brim. Each dish was also plated and carved. Well, it was a delicious meal that he usually couldn't afford. It's expensive just looking at it. Seemingly sensing Jiang Mai's surprise, Auntie smiled and said, Auntie doesn't know what you love to eat, so she prepared some of everything. The 8 major dishes are arranged. If it's not enough, then talk to Auntie. Auntie, enough is enough. Even if Jiang Mai was allowed to eat these dishes for a week, he wouldn't be able to finish them. That's good. Auntie started to give Jiang Mai dishes with enthusiasm. Jiang Mai's bowl was already so full that it was about to overflow. It was only when Jiang Mai said he wanted too much that Auntie didn't continue to clip the food. It's so welcoming. Eat slowly. Oh, there's a lawyer coming later. Auntie smiled. Lawyer? What's this about? Chapter 26, Heir to a $1 billion estate. It's just to get you to sign an inheritance of your property. It's a big thing, and Auntie has to finalize it sooner rather than later. I'm still quite old, but it's not clear who comes sooner, the accident or the illness. Auntie sighed at once. Auntie, don't say that. You'll definitely live a long life. Jiang Mai said firmly. As a result, my aunt started giggling. No, I'm sure I'm going to live a long life. I'm going to watch you get a wife and have kids as soon as possible. Put. Jiang Mai was eating his meal when he was suddenly caught off guard by his aunt's words and almost spewed. Auntie, I'm still young. Not that early. Jiang Mai's face reddened. It's not too early. Aren't you of marriageable age now? 22. Able to start a family. Auntie said smilingly. Next to her, John's mother said, your aunt is right. Your father had you when he was your age. Jiang Mai scratched his ears. This era is different now. What's wrong? Is it that Shiroyama doesn't want to? Jiang father asked, sensing something. Before, Jiang Mai was so excited to get married. How come you don't want to get married now? As an old father, surely he understood his son. And he mostly felt that there was a situation on Xia Shiran's side. Jiang Mai then let out a huff and said, Dad, Mom, I won't hide the fact that I've given up on Shiran. She and I are two worlds. I'm a fish and she's a bird of prey. So I've broken off my engagement with her. Jiang father and mother were surprised, but quickly began to pacify Jiang Mai. It's okay, that doll's marriage doesn't count anyway. Just think of it as us joking around for fun in the first place. That's right, my son is so good. He's sure to find a better girl. Auntie nodded. Meiko, it's okay, she didn't follow you because she had no eyes. Now you're not what you used to be, but you're my nephew. and there are tons of girls flocking to you, so what are you worried about? I promise to find you a better girl. Auntie, thank you for your kind words. I just want to study hard now. After all, I'm a student now. After hearing Jiang Mai's words, Auntie appreciated very much. That's good. My vision is really right. You didn't float away because of how you're going to inherit a large amount of property. You still know how to keep your feet on the ground. Then Auntie, I'm also relieved. There's a banquet the day after tomorrow. Auntie will take you out to see the world and make some connections. Thank you, Auntie. When the meal was over, the lawyer came. Looking at the property inheritance book on the full list of property, Jiang Mai stunned. More than 30 luxury villas at home and abroad. More than 40 stores in 20 malls worldwide. 40 chain of companies Inc. Private beach 2 sets. One of the most gigantic possessions was the Chen Group, which Auntie had inherited from her husband. Man, the Chen Group is a top 10 big business in all of Asia. As a result, he's now the first heir of Chen Enterprises? The future CEO? No wonder Auntie is now looking for an heir. The equivalent of searching for the future head of the Chen Group. Jiang Mai's breath stuttered. Already stunned, he started signing right away. With a pie this big falling, you'd be an idiot not to grab it. In this way Jiang Mai smoothly became the first heir of his aunt, and when she passed away, all the properties in her name belonged to Jiang Mai. It's reasonable to say that I have to go to bed early tomorrow for my cousin's wedding. But how can you sleep in a situation like this? When Jiang Mai was in a beautiful mood, his cell phone alerted him with a ding-dong sound. After Jiang Mai opened it, he realized that it was a message from Leng Ruoli. Leng Ruoli, the moon is very full tonight. You should have good dreams. A nighttime picture of the moon is posted on the back. The moon, hazy and luminous, hangs in the sky with intent. Jiang Mai looked at it and softened his gaze a bit. He subconsciously looked out at the moon. At this moment, Leng Ruoli was resting on a rabbit pillow, grasping her cell phone in her hand, waiting for news. Ding dong. Incoming message. Leng Ruoli was so excited that she immediately clicked on it. It was then that he realized Jiang Mai had sent a picture. A pale, curved moon hung in the night sky. It's obviously the moon at his place. It gave Leng Ruoli the urge to fly over and enjoy the moon with him now. Strange. Why did she miss him so much when he had only been gone for 6 hours? 5 minutes and 20 seconds. This was followed by another voice from the opposite Microsoft. Good night. The magnetic boy's voice rang out. It made Leng Ruoli's face start to heat up. She immediately started back with a, good night. Then Leng Ruoli slid her finger upwards. Then clicked on Jiang Mai's recording and looped it in times. That's good to hear. Can't get enough of it. The corners of Leng Ruoli's mouth grinned so high that she couldn't lift them down at all. Her face was uncharacteristically starting to burn. Leng Ruoli subconsciously blocked her face with the rabbit pillow. But the exposed ears couldn't help but reveal traces of redness. Fall mornings are beautiful with the scent of spring grass in the air. An endless meadow is about to hold a wedding. The scene has been decorated especially beautiful and romantic. Gathered a large crowd of people already. Originally, everyone was talking to each other and chatting happily, when suddenly a tall figure appeared and instantly stole everyone's attention. He was a handsome mess in a black suit. His black hair moussed up, sideburns flaring to meet the morning dew and morning glory. Obviously not the groom, but as a result by the groom has to be compelling. Already some of the girls were starting to blush quietly and kept gawking at him. They then started asking the know-it-alls in a florid manner. Who is he? So handsome. Is he a star? The other person replied. He's the groom's cousin. It was a surprise that he came though. I didn't think he would want to show up at the wedding. This surprised the girls. Why? He's in love. He was particularly enamored with their schoolgirl, and proposed 99 times, only to fail. He should be the laughingstock of their school now. As the bystanders gloated, it turned out that his cousin's displeased voice rang out. You're wrong. Not only did he not become the laughingstock of their school, he became the man of the hour. The disliked person immediately held his red face. It's notorious to be rejected for proposing so many times, isn't it? He's just a dog licker. Even if he proposes many times, the other party has no interest in him. You only know one thing, not the other. Do you know that the schoolgirl he proposed to 99 times has now chased him to the wedding in order to chase him? Cousin said confidently. What? It can't be. This shocked everyone. Cousin pointed to a sinister figure not far away that was walking towards Jiang Mai and said, this is the actual hammer. Chapter 27, The Proposal of Marriage. Jiang Mai looked at the girl in front of him wearing a long white dress in surprise. She was pretty, fair-skinned, and looked at him in a smile, face flushed with peach-pink cheeks, just like bright peach blossom petals, watery pair of big eyes, sincerely looking at him. It seemed to harbor 1,000 words as if it were particularly deep. Why are you here? Jiang Mai asked in surprise. Xia Shiran said sheepishly. What's wrong? If you can attend the wedding, can't I attend the wedding? Besides, I know your cousin, he surely doesn't mind an extra share of money. Actually, she misses him. So even if the high-speed train tickets were sold out and she had to ride for 2 or 3 hours, even if she got sick from the car, she still had to show up in front of him, not to mention the fact that she had a most important and sacred thing she needed to do. Jiang Mai's eyes were complicated and his mood was obscure. It was true that there was no way for him to restrict Xia Shiran's personal freedom and limit her presence here. It didn't matter though, he wouldn't budge from anything she did, even if she walked around in his world. Jiang Mai's heart was like still water. No waves. Whatever. Jiang Mai took a deep breath and turned to walk out. Xia Shiran instantly chased after him, completely becoming his little tail, and asked, Are you thirsty? Do you want to drink something? No need. Jiang Mai said expressionlessly. Is it okay if we sit together in a while? Xia Shiran asked shyly. The seats are all arranged. Sorry. Jiang Mai refused categorically. Congratulations to the host for rejecting Xia Shiran and gaining 200 backbone value. Xia Shiran's heart trembled and she forced a smile. I don't know any of them well enough to talk. Xia Shiran, the best relationship we can achieve between us can only be friends. Jiang Mai's thin lips pursed, looking straight at Xia Shiran. Anything else is impossible. Xia Shiran's eyes were full of aggression. Her lips opened and closed, wanting to say something but could only bite her lips, already unable to even say it. After looking at Xia Shi, who was rejected by Jiang Mai, then, everyone was surprised. The girls even started to question the boy who just said that Jiang Mai was not. Is this called licking a dog? Which licking? He's cool alright. Yeah, I've only seen women chasing men. Did you hear that from hearsay? The boy who was spoken to was instantly sprayed and had trouble retorting. He's all confused himself. What's wrong with this? Didn't they say that schoolgirl Xia ignored Jiang Mai and Jiang Mai couldn't court her? But the real situation is completely different from what he saw today. The wedding took place very quickly, and Xia Shiran naturally had no way to sit by Jiang Mai's side. She could only sit in the neighboring seat, back to back with Jiang Mai. This was the only time she could get close to Jiang Mai. Xia Shiran watched the bride come out and then immediately became envious. If she put on a wedding dress and then joined Jiang Mai in the wedding hall, it must be a very romantic scene. It will also be like what it is now, with everyone's blessing, right? Xia Shiran looked adoringly at the icy boy next to her, her small face rising pink and moist red. Nah, she could only watch his back from afar now. Xia Shiran bit her thin, crimson lips. She especially regretted how good it would have been if she had agreed before. That way, she wouldn't fall out with him. Cousin and sister-in-law have come to make a toast. When Xia Shiran saw Jiang Mai's wine glass being poured to the brim, she subconsciously said to Jiang Mai's cousin, he has a bad stomach. I'll drink instead. But Jiang Mai icily took the glass and drank it all. Thank you, but I'm not as fragile as you think. I'll drink it myself. Xia Shiran's small face was white, and there were already tears churning. He still doesn't forgive her. After the couple's toast, there is the bouquet session. Jiang Mai has little interest in what to grab the bouquet. After all, he does not have any thoughts of marriage now, and not to get involved in this mess. Jiang Mai heard the sound of a chair moving next to him. As a result, he was very surprised to find Xia Shiran jumping at the chance. She's going to grab the bouquet? Under Jiang Mai's astonished sight, Xia Shiran went directly to the crowd that was going to receive the bouquet. Her nature was of a more refined nature, and she had never been the type to fight for anything. After all, what she wanted was already prepared to be placed in front of her in the underworld, bare-handed. But this time Jiang Mai saw that Xia Shiran was completely out of her mind. She was more fierce than usual, and a group of people were grabbing the bouquet. Obviously she didn't have much of an advantage, but managed to completely just pull out all the stops in the nick of time, desperately trying to protect the bouquet in her arms, even though she was pushed to the ground. Her hair was already a bit tousled from the scramble, and her dress had been stomped on a few times. Her hand was firmly grasping the bouquet and not letting go. Xia Shiran even fell to the ground as a whole, cowering in a ball. Jiang Mai, who was watching the scene, had his lips parted and a hint of complexity swept through his eyes. However, Xia Shiran, who fell, did not have air, but instead smiled brightly just because she grabbed the bouquet. With her gaze directed at Jiang Mai, she raised the bouquet in her hand and shouted, I grabbed it. Xia Shiran fluffed her hair, but she was still radiant. Jiang Mai furrowed his brows, realizing that she had taken a step in front of him. I used to be naive enough to think that if I ran any farther, you'd be waiting for me right where I was, but I realize now how wrong I was. Why did I think I was noble and made you, who like me so much, so humble? You're the one who showed me that it turns out that eating alone isn't as fun as eating with two people, that sleeping alone isn't as warm as sleeping with two people, and that walking at night alone might not be possible without another person. Xia Shiran's eyes gazed tenderly at Jiang Mai, smiled lightly, and then, in full view of everyone, she directly knelt down on one knee, took out a diamond ring, and said to Jiang Mai, "Since you're not going to propose to me for the 100th time, please allow me to do it. Jiang Mai, I love you. Will you take me as your wife?" Everyone in the room was taken aback. No one expected anyone to start proposing at weddings, and it's a girl proposing to a guy. The chances of that happening are so rare, and it shows how much a girl has to like a guy to go out on a limb. Not to mention the fact that this girl is a superb beauty. It didn't take long for everyone to start talking, too envious of him. It was actually the great beauty Xia Shiran who took the initiative to propose. If it was me, I would have directly agreed. This young man has a future. I'm in my 30s and still a bachelor. No woman has ever proposed to me, but he looks to be in his early 20s and he has such a distinction. Who says it isn't? People are really pissed off. Well, young man, quickly say yes. While everyone was clamoring for Jiang Mai to agree to Xia Shiran, Jiang Mai was unusually calm, a calmness that gave Xia Shiran a sense of panic. Chapter 28, You get my person, but not my heart. All that was seen was his cold gaze skimming over her as he said quietly, "I'm not going to marry you." Xia Shiran's face immediately turned ugly. The bystanders were shocked. Such a pretty little fairy to turn down? Is this lad's vision going to heaven? Straight away, an elder uncle advised Jiang Mai, saying, "Think about it, the girl is in love with you. How can you bear to reject her? You're a little too cruel." Xia Shiran's tears wept and said, "Uncle, don't say that about him. He's not like that. If my rejecting her once is considered cruel, then her rejecting mine is considered a great sin, right?" Jiang Mai smiled to himself. It's not that there is a love that is returned with true love. At least once I truly have been cruelly let down. Lost I do not retrieve. Missed I do not look back. His gaze looked straight at Xia Shiran and said, "What you can't get is always in commotion. Ask yourself with a clear conscience, do you love me as a person? Or do you love the unwillingness of not getting me? A belated infatuation he doesn't need. What he had already decided he wanted. No matter what happened. But what he decided he didn't want, he wouldn't keep any more." Xia Shiran was eagerly very. "What I love is naturally you as a person." "Really?" Jiang Mai smiled sarcastically. "Then why did you turn back to me after rejecting my 99 marriage proposals?" He pursed his lips and said, "I was a spare tire for you from the beginning, and when that spare tire might have fallen into someone else's hands, you got nervous, you cared. You were upset. You wanted to get it back, and more than anything you wanted to snatch it back, didn't you? Perhaps without her own abandonment and Lang Ruorui's pursuit." Xia Shiran still ignored her. He was already disillusioned and didn't want to get involved in any feelings with Xia Shiran. Jiang Mai's sharp words didn't give Xia Shiran any face at all. Xia Shiran panicked. Her whole body felt an agonizing shudder. Tears ravaged her cheeks frantically, and her voice was hoarse on the spot. "No, it's not like that. I didn't treat you as a spare tire. If you had conducted 100 marriage proposals, I would have said yes, but you didn't give me that chance. Why should I give? How can I be sure that the 100th proposal will be the last, in case it takes another 100, another 1,000, or even 10,000? Since you decided to say yes 100 times, the previous 99 confessions were just playing with me." Jiang Mai chided. Xia Shiran sobbed and shook her head. But not a word back. Jiang Mai hardened his heart and said, "Please don't disturb me in the future." With that he turned to his cousin and said, "Sorry to interrupt your wedding." "It's fine." Cousin was particularly generous. "I'll treat you to dinner some other day, and wish you and your sister-in-law 100 years of happiness and an early birth. I still have things to do. I'll leave first." Jiang Mai said indifferently and then left the wedding site. "Jiang Mai, I really love you," Xia Shiran shouted at the long figure. Jiang Mai's back trembled, and he chose not to turn back, directly and resolutely leaving the scene. Xia Shiran covered her chest, feeling a painful tearing sensation in her heart. She was crying so hard that her eyes had swollen and her makeup was smeared, and she had been just holding that one shiny DR ring haggardly and uncomfortable as she cried. Everyone looked at Xia Shiran sympathetically and some comforted her, but Xia Shiran kept crying, heartbroken. She even picked up the wine glass on the table and took a sip. She didn't know how to drink, and at the first sip, she felt a particularly punchy pungent flavor that instantly choked her and made her cough. Xia Shiran just hesitated for a few seconds, irritated by Jiang Mai's merciless appearance. and finished another glass of wine stiffly. One drink and then another. Cousin looked at Xia Shiran, who was hurt by love. So he advised, drink less. In fact, what my cousin said was also unintentional. It might be that you hurt him too deeply before. The corner of Xia Shiran's mouth spread a bitter smile and said, yes, I hurt him too deeply, so I deserved it. I deserved it. It's normal for him to ignore me. With that she drained another glass of wine with a gusto. At this moment, her beautiful face was already covered with tear stains, until the alcohol went to her head and her cheeks were scarlet. She drunkenly collapsed on the table and cried and laughed. I deserved it. Who let me be? Oh, it's all my fault. Sympathize with those who see it and hear it. But what can be done about it? Feelings of this kind of thing cannot see, and difficult to force, but also not a wishful thinking will be able to stay together, even if the liver and guts. But you are a person's pain sleepless. Xia Shiran thought that if she cried and she made a scene, he would turn back, and yet all the way to the end of the wedding, no one else showed up. Xia Shiran knew that she was full of it. After leaving from the wedding site, Jiang Mai went back to his aunt's house. Auntie had already had a bunch of luxury items delivered from the counter. Either clothes, men's bags, watches, or designer sneakers. Come on, these are all the ones that Auntie picked out for you. Take a look and see. Which one do you like and wear it to the banquet tomorrow? Auntie asked Jiang Mai with a smile. These looked dazzling to Jiang Mai. He didn't even think the treatment could be this good. Auntie, this is too much. Jiang Mai actually didn't have any pursuit for any luxury goods. Clothes that were comfortable to wear were good, and he didn't pursue expensive or not too much. Now that so many luxuries had come directly, it was still out of Jiang Mai's expectation. As a result, my aunt snorted and laughed out loud. Which is not much, my silly nephew. I even had a whole bunch of them customized. So I'll send them all to you then. And, Jiang Mai was dumbfounded. Of course, what others have, my nephew must have. If you have any other favorites, just talk to your aunt directly and she'll buy them for you. Auntie smiled. She was serious about spoiling her nephew. After all, her nephew was her heir in the future. So if she didn't treat him well, who would she treat well? Jiang Mai felt like he had reached the peak of his life all of a sudden. All these things that ordinary boys dream of became within his reach. Auntie, I'll be satisfied with those. Worthy of being my nephew, too understanding to be contented. It's really strange and pitiful. You must have suffered a lot of hard times before to be so understanding. And now that you have your aunt here, I'm sure I won't let you continue to suffer. Auntie subconsciously handed Jiang Mai a bank card and said, this one card you keep. Every week I will give you $10 million. It is considered your pocket money. At the end of the month you must spend it all for me. You are not allowed to save money for me. Jiang Mai was surprised. $10 million a week. Wouldn't that be $40 million a month? $40 million as pocket money? That's a little too extravagant for a villa. Chapter 29, Brother Jiang is the party's favorite. Jiang Mai said to his aunt, Auntie, this is too much. No need. Aunt immediately said to Jiang Mai angrily, silly child, you still and your aunt polite what? As a successor, in addition to know how to make money also have to know how to spend money. Don't know how to spend money that making money still have meaning. If you don't listen to Auntie, Auntie will be angry with you. Jiang Mai saw that his aunt was fighting with him, so he could only agree and said, good. Auntie nodded with satisfaction, then picked up a few outfits and said to Jiang Mai, go and change into them to show Auntie if they're suitable or not. We're going to attend a very important banquet tomorrow. Jiang Mai nodded and went to change. It's true that people need clothes, and these designer clothes just don't look the same on you. Jiang Mai felt a few more points of dashing flavor. Look at all noble some. Aunt after watching him wear, he kept praising him, and then ordered one of the sets of clothes for Jiang Mai to wear to the banquet tomorrow. Jiang Mai also quite liked it, so he agreed. The next day, it was getting late. Auntie brought Jiang Mai to a banquet at a 5-star hotel. Before he left, he also said that he would prepare a mysterious surprise for Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai was puzzled. A mysterious surprise? What was that? But luckily he would find out in a while. Jiang Mai was still quite looking forward to it. The banquet was a big gathering of high society people, with many dignitaries and many big stars. This was completely a world that Jiang Mai hadn't been able to access as a student before, and in one fell swoop, he had made a class leap. System reply, dropping, the banquet signing in was successful, rewarding you with 1 million RMB. How many people's eyes were on the white and good-looking Jiang Mai when her aunt came out with her smiling face? But other than being polite to Jiang Mai's aunt, she was indifferent to Jiang Mai. After all, they all thought that what their aunt had brought was a gigolo, presumably adopted, and they were used to that in this circle. Someone even smiled contemptuously at Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai coldly hooked the corner of his mouth in disdain. He stood there, just sipping his wine lightly, not really interested in these people. It was Auntie who noticed the colored eyes of the outsiders and got a little upset. It was too much. To dare to neglect her nephew was not giving her face. So Auntie brought Jiang Mai to a few bosses and introduced them with a smile. Boss Chi, Boss Jiang, this is my nephew Jiang Mai, and my heir, the future successor of the Chen Group. Shocker. This teenager isn't just a bagged gigolo. He's also a big deal. The future successor of the Chen Group? Man, the Chen Group is a big and famous group. Jiang Mai is the successor. The future is bright, not to mention absolutely worth more than $1 billion. The bosses, who originally didn't even bother to look at Jiang Mai, started to become enthusiastic after realizing Jiang Mai's identity. So it's Mrs. Chen's heir. What a talent. So handsome. Quite a match for my daughter. I just don't know if I can look at my daughter anymore. I have 2 daughters in my family. I can introduce them to you. Jiang Mai didn't have much interest in hearing it, and feel free to fight them over it. Now there are more and more people who come to shoot rainbow farts next to them. Is this the world of the rich people? Flip-flopping is faster than flipping a book. Just now there is a cold look. Now they start to come to climb the friendship. Jiang Mai lightly said to his aunt, I'm going to go eat something next door. Auntie nodded and let him go. The others didn't dare to say anything more, even if Jiang Mai's attitude was cold. Who dared to pick a fight? After all, he was the future successor of the Chen Group, and no one present could afford to mess with him. Jiang Mai swept through the buffet area. The food here was quite exquisite, made to look like people couldn't afford it. As he picked some food onto his plate, he abruptly heard a bam, as if something had spilled onto his shirt, and it was instantly soaking wet. Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. The waitress's eyes were red. She was obviously guilty. She hadn't expected to bump into Jiang Mai at all when she went to get the wine glass. Why don't I compensate you for the money? It's fine. Jiang Mai didn't pursue the matter. The red wine stains were small enough to wash out, and besides, it didn't look like the other guy did it on purpose. Thanks. The waitress nodded gratefully. Jiang Mai then prepared to deal with the red wine stains on his shirt. He grabbed a wet towel and wiped it off, but the stains were getting deeper and deeper. This won't work. I have a solution. While Jiang Mai was struggling with the stains, a familiar female voice rang out. Jiang Mai raised his head in shock. It's you? At the sink in the toilet room. Jiang Mai's body was leaning against the marble sink, and his black suit had been casually taken off to the side, and with long, slender fingers resting on the edge of the sink. A slender, sexy figure was crouching in front of him, working away. Who dash? Jiang Mai drew back a breath. The cold hands of the other man, and the warm towel, created a dichotomy of ice and fire. It quickly made Jiang Mai's body tremble with sensitivity. When he shuddered, the girl in front of him blushed and asked, Did I hurt you? Her clear, innocent eyes were as pure as a deer's. All that could be seen was her biting her crimson lips, worrying about him. Jiang Mai couldn't help but smile a little. It's fine. It's just that the shirt is wet and a little icy. It'll be done soon. Lang Ruoli guffawed. White wine and salt mixed together can effectively remove stains. She looked down and continued to wipe the stains from his shirt with a hot towel. I don't even know. Jiang Mai was dumbfounded. I'm a girl. I'm going to take care of my husband in the future, so I need to know more or less, Lang Ruoli casually said, and immediately felt the boy's blazing eyes. Suddenly ashamed of her blabbering, she picked up speed and just said, Okay. Jiang Mai nodded. Thank you. He looked down at his shirt. The stain on it was gone. Jiang Mai went to blow the blow dryer, and soon the shirt was dry, and it was not at all obvious that red wine had just been sprinkled on it. I'm quite lucky to run into you today. The corner of Jiang Mai's mouth hooked. I happened to receive the invitation and came. Lang Ruoli's eyelashes all converged with a showy look. Actually, there was one thing she didn't say. She flew in because she was sure he was on the list. Otherwise she wasn't interested in this kind of party at all. That's quite a coincidence. Jiang Mai was somewhat embarrassed. After all, he had just received a love letter from Lang Ruoli before, and he didn't have much experience in relationships himself, so he was still a bit helpless in the face of such a sincere girl. Have you found a good female companion? Lang Ruoli's shell teeth lightly bit her cherry lips and carefully asked. Female companion? Chapter 30, Is there cream on my mouth? There's a ball later, Lang Ruoli hinted blushingly, and I haven't found a partner yet. Jiang Mai understood. He had heard that there was such a process. But I can't dance. I can teach you. It will step on your feet and make a fool of you. Do you want to teach me that too? Jiang Mai said jokingly. Lang Ruoli's eyes always shone brightly as she said expectantly, yes. She lightly lifted her shoes again and showed them to Jiang Mai, smiling lightly. Look, I'm wearing black shoes today, wearable and resistant. That was a very cute move. But Jiang Mai also recognized his own level of dancing. Well, dismal. Lang Ruoli was so cute. He couldn't bear to step on her. If he still let Lang Ruoli make a fool of herself in public, he would be under a lot of pressure. I'd rather not dance. Sorry. Jiang Mai rejected her. Good. Although Lang Ruoli was a bit lost, she didn't force herself. Jiang Mai does not like things she what to force him to do. Whatever he chose, she respected him. At this moment, the system began to remind Jiang Mai, congratulations to the host, for refusing Lang Ruoli's invitation to dance. The backbone value increases by 300, rewarding you with 1 million RMB. After Jiang Mai checked the official rewards, he returned to the banquet with Lang Ruoli. At this time, when Auntie saw the two of them, she was surprised and said, Ma Kino, Ruoli, you two know each other? We are alumni. Jiang Mai was a bit surprised. Auntie, you know her? Auntie smiled and said, of course I know her. The Lang family and the Chun family have close dealings. Today I just wanted to introduce her to you. I didn't expect the two of you to have known each other for a long time. It's really fate. It was only then that Jiang Mai realized the surprise that his aunt was talking about was Lang Ruoli. The implication was clearly to set him up with Lang Ruoli. Lang Ruoli understood her aunt's meaning even more and blushed. You guys have a good chat. I'm going to have a good chat with an old friend. After her aunt said with a smile, she whispered in Jiang Mai's ear, take advantage of the opportunity. Jiang Mai was helpless as he watched his aunt leave with a smile. This aunt is really unreliable. She's leaving him here, and wanted to set him up with Lang Ruoli. He glanced at Lang Ruoli. Her snow-white little face was lowered. Her smile was shallow, and when she was looking at herself, her eyes were filled with a kind of love and sweetness. Do you eat cake? The cake here is very sweet. Try it. Lang Ruoli was the first to break the deadlock, saying with the corner of her eyes curving, completely invisible in front of the eyes of outsiders' high and cold look. This made Jiang Mai feel more and more that he was special to Lang Ruoli. Good. Jiang Mai didn't reject Lang Ruoli's good intentions this time. It's not just eating a piece of cake. The cakes here are all private orders, so it would be a waste not to eat them. Lang Ruoli immediately took a piece of cake over, and when Jiang Mai was about to take it, it turned out that Lang Ruoli took a fork and scooped up a piece of cake, handing it over to Jiang Mai's mouth. Her moist red lips were slightly parted and her watery eyes looked at him expectantly. Jiang Mai couldn't help but open his mouth and take a bite. The sweet flavor fills the mouth. It's sweet and delicious. Is it delicious? Lang Ruoli asked with a smile. Nice. Lang Ruoli then lowered her head and took a bite for herself as well, saying happily, it's really sweet. This was out of Jiang Mai's expectation. He hadn't thought of him and Lang Ruoli sharing a cake as if they were an ordinary couple. Jiang Mai felt as if that sweet taste in his mouth had spread out even more. Lang Ruoli scooped another spoonful to Jiang Mai and said, here, have another bite. Jiang Mai didn't squirm and took a bite straight away. What's the point of thinking so much? The cake alone is delicious. Is there cream on my mouth? Lang Ruoli asked with watery eyes, tapping her lips with her hand. Jiang Mai's eyes fell on her lips, full and crimson, the color of the Chelsea, tantalizingly bright, with cream at the corners of her mouth, extraordinarily evocative when she dipped it. Jiang Mai looked at it and his mouth went a little dry. There is. Jiang Mai stared straight ahead. Then can you rub it for me? Lang Ruoli angled her little face and her pink tongue licked in mist. Okay. Jiang Mai lowered his head when he was about to wipe the cream for Lang Ruoli, but it turned out that Lang Ruoli violently stood on her tiptoes. Bam! Two faces close together. Jiang Mai's breathing became rapid. The girl's stunning face was close at hand, her beautiful eyes gazing deeply with his, her cheeks instantly crimson, and she sheepishly reached out her hand right away. When Jiang Mai thought she was going to take his neck, it turned out that her slender fingers landed right at his collar. A ripple swept across his eyes. One could clearly feel her slender fingers skimming over his hot neck, slavishly leaping up into a blaze. Your collar is messed up. Let me straighten it for you. She gently straightened it for him, her nice voice traveling to his ear. For Jiang Mai, his ears were the most sensitive. It was rare for his ears to flare up. For a moment, the heat dissipated and she left, grabbing his hand and exploring the cream on her lips. Like a pampered kitten, she let his fingertips rub away a little. Jiang Mai's throat went dry. Lang Ruoli said wryly, there's no cream on your mouth, is there? Jiang Mai stared straight ahead. It's clean. No cream at all. Lang Ruoli lowered her head and started eating the cream again. obviously in a cheerful mood. This also affected Jiang Mai. With a huge appetite, the two men soon finished dividing the cake. As a result, Lang Ruoli sighed. So sinful. Her hand subconsciously pinched her waist, and she said with some exasperation, definitely gaining weight. Why? You're thin. Jiang Mai's eyes fell on Lang Ruori's figure. It's really thin. Willowy. The chest is so full that you can't hold it in one hand. Not a slightly chubby figure, but definitely superb. The skin is white and creamy, and dimpled, so you can tell it's very substantial. Lang Ruoli's eyes instantly lit up after hearing Jiang Mai's words, her mouth smiling sweetly. That's good. Abruptly the lights dimmed and the host began to announce that the ball was starting. One by one, pairs of people have already started to head to the center of the dance floor, and Jiang Mai saw that Lang Ruoli hadn't moved. Aren't you going to the dance? He asked. I want to stay with you. I prefer staying with you than dancing. Lang Ruori said it out loud, and her own face began to heat up. How shameful words. She had never said them before, but this one was definitely emotional. Jiang Mai felt his body going up in smoke when he heard this. I really can't see how the cold schoolgirl can talk about love. I'm going to the restroom. Jiang Mai said in a pretense of calmness and went to the restroom. Lang Ruoli obediently waited for Jiang Mai to return. After a moment a dark shadow loomed over her. Lang Ruoli looked up with a smile and was about to speak when she realized it was the other boys. Dance with me? This was a rich second-generation man, who was interested in Lang Ruoli, and directly went up to hit on her. Lang Ruoli was as cold as ice and very frosty. That pair of beautiful eyes had no temperature at all. Her tone coldly returned. Not interested. Don't pretend. I can ask you to dance. You are happy in your heart. What's the point of pretending to be so noble? What kind of desire to capture and indulge has long been outdated? The second-generation rich man subconsciously reached out his hand to tug up Lang Ruoli's hand. Chapter 31, Whoever dares to disrespect you will be executed even though you are far away. Lang Ruori revolted and then flung the rich second-generation slap and said, Get lost. Slapdash. The slap left the rich kid confused. The slap was so hard. His face was swollen. Richie gritted his teeth. Bitch. He raised his hand and was about to hit Lang Ruoli. Lang Ruoli was too late to dodge. She thought the slap was going to fall, but she was slow to feel it. Pa dash. Lang Ruoli opened her eyes in surprise, and found a tall and handsome figure standing in front of her. With a cold face, he ruthlessly grabbed the rich kid's face and without hesitation, he threw a hard slap. The rich young man was blinded and opened his mouth to curse. What are you? Pa dash. Pa dash. Two more loud slaps rang out. Richie was completely dumbfounded by the beating. I'm your father. Jiang Mai roared angrily. If you give me one more curse, I'll make you be born in vain. Lang Ruoli looked at the valiant Jiang Mai and was instantly fascinated. So charming. This gave Lang Ruoli an indescribable sense of security. The rich second generation was obviously goaded by Jiang Mai's scolding and disliked. Do you know who I am? Seeing the colorful and daring rich second generation, the aunt instantly took a big step forward and without hesitation, she kicked up her red high-heeled shoes. Damn! What kind of a thing are you? Daring to mess with my nephew. Jiang Mai was shocked as he watched his aunt's formidable appearance. Surely don't mess with women so easily. Or a woman like Auntie. Only a miserable scream could be heard, and Jiang Mai felt his balls ache. Richie was so miserable that he lost the pleasure of being a man and rolled around on the ground covering his crotch in pain. Auntie said furiously, Men, carry him out of here. The bodyguard was a bit hesitant. He's Jin Shao. I don't care if he's a gold young man, or a silver young man, or a copper young man. As long as he messes with my nephew, I'll make him go bankrupt right now. Auntie threw down her harsh words, causing people to draw a breath. Everyone in the room knew she wasn't talking big, she just had it in her. The fact that she was furious today was also enough to prove that Jiang Mai's status was very lofty and prominent. Now who would dare not to look at Jiang Mai in a high light? The rich second generation also realized the seriousness of the matter and began to beg for mercy. I was wrong. Let go of me. He had already been dragged out by the security guard. There was also the sound of a rich kid's shrill growl from above the corridor. Auntie subconsciously turned to Jiang Mai and said, Nephew, you're under my cover. Whoever dares to disrespect you will be executed even though they are far away. She was mid-air. After hearing that, everyone present began to be glad that they hadn't offended Jiang Mai, or else they were now being dealt with as thorns in the side. Although Jiang Mai's own strength was not to be underestimated, having his aunt as a backer was equivalent to adding wings to a tiger. With even more energy than before, he said, Thank you, Auntie. That's when Jiang Mai heard a gentle female voice. Thank you for saving me. Lang Ruoli was grateful. It's okay, Are you hurt? Lang Ruoli sheepishly returned. No. That's good. Ruoli, you're in shock. Makino, you send her back to the hotel. Otherwise she's not safe as a girl. What if she encounters something like this again? Auntie said to Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai didn't squirm and agreed. After all, there were so many bad guys in this society. If he hadn't shown up just now, Lang Ruoli might have been molested. So Jiang Mai drove the Koenigsegg sports car that his aunt lent him and sent Lang Ruoli back to the hotel. In the car, he and Lang Ruoli didn't talk much, but he could clearly feel her presence. The cell phone rang. Jiang Mai wasn't wearing a Bluetooth headset, and was panicking about getting it when he suddenly felt a slightly cool touch on his ear. The other party's thin, soft fingers. As soon as they touched his ears, Jiang Mai subconsciously shrunk his ears. He looked over and saw a pink-skinned Lang Ruoli, who shyly put on his Bluetooth headset. With that she furled her little head, pulled on the brim of the duck hat she wore on top of her head, and said, "Answer the phone." "I'm not listening." Jiang Mai narrowed his eyes, his mood brightening up. He picked up the phone and said, "Hello, son, back yet?" It was Mom's phone. "Still on the way to send someone back," Jiang Mai said honestly. Jiang Ma asked, "Do you have your ID card with you?" "Aha. Then I won't leave the door open for you tonight," Jiang Ma said smilingly. "I've heard all about it from your aunt. We're very open-minded people. You treat other girls well." This instantly made Jiang Mai's face turn explosively red. "Mom!" Lang Ruorue secretly swept over, her eyes innocent and clear. Jiang Mai's heart thumped, then he lowered his voice and said, "I'll be back in a while." Driving, hanging up, he took off his Bluetooth headset. How can Mom and Dad have such an idea? It's so nasty. He's simply sending a girl back. He's half evil. "Is that your parents' phone?" Lang Ruorue said. "I could have called back if it was an emergency." "No way." Jiang Mai interrupted very seriously. "How can you? What if you run into danger?" Lang Ruoli's heart warmed up when she heard this, and her face, which was as pretty as a rosebush, carried contentment. He's caring for himself. So delightful. I really didn't like the wrong guy. He's really responsible. Jiang Mai quickly sent Lang Ruoli to an upscale 5-star hotel. Bye. Lang Ruoli was a bit unfulfilled, but she still waved her small hand at Jiang Mai. Bye, Jiang Mai said. Lang Ruoli walked forward, but her eyes were full of reluctance, so it could be said that she took 3 steps and turned back. "Watch out," she heard Jiang Mai shout. She was still a little confused, and when she reacted she suddenly banged her head on the basement door glass. "It hurts. So humiliating." Lang Ruoli instantly covered her little head and smiled stupidly at Jiang Mai, saying, "It's fine." It's fine, but her pace obviously accelerated and she quickly slipped away like a little rabbit. Jiang Mai couldn't help himself. Is she really the high-flying schoolgirl with an IQ of 180? What's with the dorky confusion? It seems like the rumors were really wrong about her. Not at all high-strung, but cute instead. Just Jiang Mai do not know. Her cute only to him, like a person when again high IQ cannot help but make silly. 2 days later, the sunlight refracted down the leafy gaps as 3 figures walked wearily down the road carrying large bags of stuff. It was Dove, Lao He, and Kai Zi, who had returned from shopping in the supermarket to prepare for their return to school. "It's all because your little white pigeon bought such a huge pile of stuff. It's heavy," Lao He launched into a whine. The little white dove disliked back. "I'm stocking up not because I'm too lazy to go and buy it, and besides, the supermarket is on sale today. Cootie. It's not that I don't buy a little more. It's hard to wait for the price to go up." Keiko sighed. "If only Mako were here now. At least he could give us a little help." As soon as the words fell out of their mouths, they heard a horn dropping on the side of the road, and the 3 of them saw a luxury car driving right next to them. The limousine was specially made with anti-peep glass, so you couldn't see what was on the car, but the 3 men were amazed by the car's racy design and the limousine's license plate. Chapter 32, Future CEO. Little White Pigeon huffed backwards. "Isn't this the Rolls-Royce Silver Phantom? Wow, I'm seeing a real car now." Lao He was envious. "This is my dream car. It's so luxurious. TSK. I wish I could ride in a car like this." "Who says it isn't? This car is really too racy. But what's this car doing following us around all the time? It's not like we know the owner." Kai Zi was puzzled. They weren't in the way either, and the car just traveled with them at a very slow pace, which was fishy. The 3 men were certain they would never know the owner of such a rich car. It would be nice for their circle of friends to pay for a monthly card for a DDT bike. And a Maserati Silver Phantom? No way. They didn't think much of it as a coincidence. As they struggled to carry their things towards the school, It turned out that the sports car's canopy started to come down and the car became an open top all of a sudden. With that, someone next to him shouted, "Hey, why are you all ignoring me?" The three men looked over in unison when they heard the familiar voice. Why does that sound so familiar? If you don't look at it, you'll be shocked. The boy sitting in the car was wearing a black designer shirt, his black hair slightly disheveled but stylish, and a radiant smile on his face. "Mako, it's you!" The three of them spoke in unison, and they were all taken aback. Or else, who else would it be? Jiang Mai stopped the car, threw in a wink, and said, "Come on, all get in." He had just come back from a city, and by the way, he went to bring up the car that had been sent for maintenance, but he didn't expect to meet his three roommates on the way. The little white pigeon's eyes were wide open. "Holy cow! Mako, where did you borrow this car?" Keiko huffed. "How much did you rent it for?" Lao he even started to circle around the car. He was more excited than anyone else. "Holy, it's really a Rolls-Royce Silver Phantom. What else? Do you guys still think it's fake?" Jiang Mai smiled helplessly. "This car isn't rented. It's mine." The three couldn't wait to get started on the car. Little White Dove excitedly said to Jiang Mai, "What's going on here? Did you go back home to a rich woman and become a door-to-door son-in-law?" Jiang Mai glared at the little white dove. "Screw you. The pattern is small. What else? How can we have such a good car? Ah." The little white dove was touching the east and the west, loving it. Lao he was also emotionally excited, took his cell phone and began to take all kinds of selfies. Of course, to shoot the luxury car in, I can actually sit in such a good car. Kai Zi asked worriedly. "Jiang Mai, you won't do anything stupid. Thinking too much. I didn't commit a crime." Jiang Mai said, "I'm the one with the money to buy it. Living expenses are only 1,000 a month, and you can afford this tens of millions of dollars of luxury cars? Don't tease me. Even a sow can get up a tree like that." Little White Dove hummed. "Screw you. Hurry up and get up the tree for me. I want to see." Jiang Mai gently kicked the little white dove, who playfully asked, "What's going on?" Keiko said, "Win the lottery?" Jiang Mai's hand rested on the steering wheel and said with a straight face, "I inherited $1 billion family fortune." But, ha 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 ha. The little white dove directly burst into laughter. "Big brother, I can't help it, I'll laugh first." Lao he smirked and said, "You don't want to say that your parents are the invisible rich, afraid that you're too proud to hide their identity and didn't tell you?" Jiang Mai said, "Pretty much." So he told his roommates all the ins and outs of what happened. They were completely stunned after hearing what Jiang Mai said. This kind of bridge, which no TV show dares to act out, surprisingly happened. "What kind of luck are you having? My God, how come it doesn't hit me in the head?" Lao he was in pain. Keiko was surprised. "So you're the heir to the Chine Group? The future CEO? Oh my God, my roommate is so powerful." The little white dove exclaimed. "I suddenly want to go home and ask my parents if they have such a great aunt. I'm so envious of you. I so want a huge fortune from heaven." Jiang Mai shook his head as he looked at their surprised faces. He hadn't even brought up the fact that he had a system. That was even more impressive. But even if he said it, he probably wouldn't believe this group of people. After all, it was just too magical. "Do you like this kind of car?" Jiang Mai said to the three. "Nonsense. Of course I like it." The little white dove blurted out without even thinking about it. "Then I'll borrow you guys to drive it then." Jiang Mai's mouth hooked up and said, "Holy, such an expensive car is just casually lending us?" Little White Pigeon was shocked. Lao he nodded. "Yes, it's too expensive. We don't dare to drive it. If the car cuts a crack, it can make people lose their money." Jiang Mai grunted. "Your pattern is really small. Do you think I'm that calculating? I've paid millions of dollars in insurance premiums. Do you think I care?" This statement immediately drew a wave of envious gazes. People's insurance at most a few tens of thousands of bar. Jiang Mai directly to a few million. Holy crap, that's a lot of people. "Alright, all fasten your seatbelts and sit tight. I'm driving," Jiang Mai said to the three. "Jiang Mai, are you good at driving?" Little White Dove asked. "South City Car God casually talking about it?" "Old driver okay." Jiang Mai anemic. "Okay, okay, okay, the old driver is driving. Everyone sit tight." Lao he laughed and let out a yodel. Jiang Mai then started driving. When his top-of-the-line luxury car drove around campus, the attention was barraged. After all, such a draggy and cool luxury car, so may not attract attention. People are curious. There are only a handful of rich people in their school who came to drive such a cool luxury car today. While everyone was puzzled, it turned out that the car stopped, and it was then that they realized that the driver was actually Jiang Mai. When did Jiang Mai become so rich? he lazily leaned on the car door, took down the car keys, is a look of solitude handsome appearance, and his roommates are even more talking and laughing, as if they do not care about the crowd's surprised eyes. Before, everyone only knew that Jiang Mai was handsome, played basketball well, and was infatuated. All people care about is his philandering, but now Jiang Mai even drove such a trenchant sports car in, or the legendary Rolls-Royce Silver Phantom that you can't even buy if you want to. Geez, so Jiang Mai is not only a big handsome guy, he's also a super invisible rich kid. Jiang Mai drove a luxury car into the school, and quickly became popular on campus, especially when his sneak peek photos directly began to hang on the school's intranet. It also created a buzz. Jiang Mai doesn't pay attention to the school network, and he doesn't have much interest in knowing any gossip, or he was playing the game when the little white pigeon next to him suddenly got emotional. Holy, this can't be tolerated. What's wrong? Jiang Mai looked over. Chapter 33, The Lang schoolgirl has taken you under her wing. Someone on the school intranet was talking about you. Just say it. It's not like you haven't said it before. Go your own way and let them talk. Jiang Mai said indifferently, his attention still on the game interface. Little white pigeon spat. But those assholes went so far as to say that you're a little white boy eating soft food, and that you've been adopted by Lang School Flower. Lang School Flower also bought you a sports car, which you drove to school to pretend to be a pussy. Jiang Mai's hand immediately banged on the keyboard, making a heavy sound. He said with particular displeasure, "Where am I a soft touch?" It's not just insulting to him, it's insulting to his system. His system is called the refuse soft rice system. Would he go for soft rice if he is so backbone? That's right. I have to go scold them to death for talking about my brother like that. Little white pigeon rolled up his sleeves, ready to become a keyboard warrior to properly scold those who said that Jiang Mai wasn't a black powder when suddenly he was shocked after refreshing his phone. Jiang Mai looked at Little White Dove's surprised expression and said suspiciously, "What's wrong?" The Little White Dove got excited. "Schoolmarm Lang is truly in love with you." Jiang Mai half understood when the Little White Dove hurriedly began to take the phone right over. Jiang Mai subconsciously saw the school network question Jiang Mai eating soft rice on the post. There is a newest high praise. At Lang Ruoli, he's strong enough not to eat soft food. I'll work hard to improve and be shoulder to shoulder with him soon. The number of likes at the bottom reached 2,000. Straight up, it's high praise number 1. The comments are even more clear and envious of Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai's eyes all got a little hot after reading it. The Little White Dove heatedly smiled. Lang School Flower, this is to clarify it, or to confess to you. Hear that? People want to be shoulder to shoulder with you soon. He. The hint is obvious enough. Come on, you're the only one who can decipher. It's not like I haven't learned reading comprehension, but my grades are way better than yours. Jiang Mai grunted. So I have a girlfriend, do you? The Little White Dove dejected himself. I want a girlfriend at the drop of a hat. Jiang Mai didn't bother comparing this. The Little White Dove instantly wilted. A little bottomless. Really thief envy Jiang Mai. Good looking, good grades. Will also play basketball, like his girl is a truck and a truck. See, even the two big school flowers have been Jiang Mai fascinated by 7. Jealous of it. You're really pulling the hate, but this cold schoolgirl is really infatuated with you. I see that she seems to have just registered her account. It seems that she is afraid that someone has been wrongly accused of being wronged and aggrieved, and she has hurriedly jumped out to explain herself. After hearing the Little White Dove's words, Jiang Mai felt that he had to do something. So Jiang Mai got up and went to the balcony, and started a WeChat call to Lang Ruoli. The call was answered in a second. Hello, a light voice rang out. Jiang Mai could even feel the other party's light tremor of suppressed excitement. The post on the school intranet. Thanks for helping me explain. Jiang Mai said calmly, sorry for dragging you into this. It doesn't matter. Lang Ruoli said sheepishly. I don't mind as long as it's something to do with you, especially since his name also appeared together with hers. It made Lang Ruoli's mood soothing. How could she possibly mind? She couldn't wait for the rest of her life to be involved with Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai felt his ears get hot even after hearing this. And he said, playing chicken? Ha! Lang Ruoli was surprised. I'll take you to the top. People at least helped themselves. Jiang Mai did not want to take advantage of it for nothing. There has to be some substantial thanks. Good. Then get on the account. Jiang Mai's bass was particularly magnetic, making Lang Ruoli's little face blush as she listened to him and hurriedly nodded her head in response. So Jiang Mai went back to the dormitory to retake Lang Ruoli to play chicken. Lang Ruoli and him worked especially well together. After playing 10 games, at least 8 of them had eaten chicken. Jiang Mai would also intentionally treat the enemy as bloodied, and then let Lang Ruoli go to mend the gun. Wow! I got over 10 heads. Lang Ruorue was obviously happy. Her voice was tinged with joy. The corner of Jiang Mai's mouth hooked up. He directly let Lang Ruoli take the MVP, properly bringing Lang Ruoli on points. The game only stopped when it was slightly dark and Lang Ruorue had to go to her evening study. Lang Ruorue said with particular reluctance, "Then we'll play the game tomorrow?" "Good." After hearing the clear and magnetic voice, Lang Ruoli was pleasantly surprised. She was blissfully happy, filled with happiness. "Okay, then it's a deal. So I'll get to class." After turning off the game, Jiang Mai stretched his back. Looking at the time, he remembered that he had professional assignments that he hadn't turned in earlier, so he just happened to go to his professional teacher and turn them in. Second floor of the school building. Miroku was leaning at the handrail railing. She was texting on her cell phone, her curly brown hair cascading over her shoulders, her pretty face soft and generous. Burgundy strapless tight package hip dress let her body sexy hot, soft skin flawless, full peaks to the skirt to the bulging, deep groove obvious, thin waist and long legs, on the torso supported on the handrail, lined more shapely. "Classmate." Miroku heard a cool male voice from behind. Abruptly, the red lips were hooked. Didn't even think about it, must have come to strike up a conversation. After all, this was something that happened to her every day. Who made her one of the school's top 4 flower girls, whose pretty face and sexy body alone could mesmerize people. She was spotted by a modeling agency before she even graduated and has become a little-known runway model in her circle. The number of rich kids and big bosses who have pursued her is uncountable. But Miroku never agreed to anyone's pursuit. After all, she did not meet or really let her like. These stinky men are also just like her beautiful skin. Miroku's autumn watery seductive eyes glanced back, only to see a handsome boy. Not bad, pretty good looking, quite tall, too. It's just a shame that it's so young. It seems like a schoolboy. "I'm sorry." As Miroku subconsciously tried to reject the other, he realized that the other swept past him at a fast pace. Milo was dumbfounded. Not to hit on her? Miroku snapped and followed the boy's figure, not realizing that the other quickly caught a male student hiding in the corner with a panicked look on his face. The male student was obviously going to run, and as a result, the boy quickly chased him out like a cheetah, and a particularly thrilling scene took place in front of Miroku's astonished eyes. The boy pressed his opponent's face hard directly into the floor, then pinned this opponent's back with his legs, clipping the male student's hands behind his back. "Get off me!" The male student struggled, only to be whacked hard on the head by the boy. "Be honest." The boy lowers his head and just brusquely snatches the cell phone that the male student is trying to hide. Miroku was stunned. With that her heart thumped. He was biting and proud, with a hint of the wildness of a wolf between his brows and no fear. Eyes deep, lips thin, cold and unfeeling. The moment you loot a cell phone, it carries the aura of killing. Awesome, just awesome. Obviously younger than her, but so manly. Chapter 34, The Sexy Schoolgirl's Hookup. You're being secretly photographed. Jiang Mai looked at his cell phone before turning it toward Miroku. Miroku took a look at the album. Really? She was photographed under her skirt. She had just been looking at her phone and hadn't even noticed the other person sneaking around and avoiding taking naked pictures. Although Miroku was dressed sexily, she was particularly disgusted by these lewd men secretly photographing girls, especially now as still the rising period of her career. These photos will cause even more bad publicity if they are leaked out. "Thank you." When Miroku subconsciously wanted to delete the photo, he was stopped by Jiang Mai and said, "Don't delete it." "Why?" Miroku didn't want his handle in anyone's hands. "Call the police. This is the evidence." Jiang Mai was calm. "How can you let the evidence be destroyed? Wouldn't that be cheap for the lecherous man in front of you?" After hearing Jiang Mai's words, Miroku instantly began to appreciate them. The other side is so well thought out, smart, able to fight, and good-looking. Strange how she hadn't noticed this treasure boy in all her time at school. Jiang Mai directly called the police at that moment, paired with Miroku to bring the obscene man to the police station to make a statement. The molester is in custody. It's the school, and the school has now been notified that it will surely get a very serious punishment. Jiang Mai had just come out from the police station, then immediately heard the sound of kicking high heels running behind him. With that, his own arm was taken by some soft hand. The other party's full peaks were directly attached, and his sexy petite body rubbed against him, almost about to hang on Jiang Mai's body. Jiang Mai unexpectedly looking at the beautiful Miroku charming eyes autumn water swirling, non-stop power to him, said, "Today really thank you. Otherwise really do not know how that colorful wolf to molest me." "No need to thank you. It's just a way to help." Jiang Mai subconsciously wanted to pull his arm out of the other party's waves, which thought that the other party rubbed it even tighter, which was willing to let go of him. Miroku's delicate lips pouted slightly and said with affection, "How can this be? The education I learned from childhood is that whoever helped me should return the favor. There's really no need. I still have things to do." Jiang Mai tugged at the corner of his mouth, trying to get rid of Miroku. But Miroku was very enthusiastic and kept detaining Jiang Mai. "You wait before you go. I'll treat you to dinner, okay?" She looked at Jiang Mai with eyes full of anticipation. In fact, Miroku was so confident that she believed no man could resist her. If her pretty face can't be conquered, use her sexy body, and she will be obediently bowed down to the stone skirt. "No, I'm not hungry." Jiang Mai resolutely broke Miroku's hand. Miroku was surprised. She had always been courted up and down, but now the boy in front of her was quite unmoved. It was the first time he had been able to reject her beauty so firmly. The corners of Miroku's tiny mouth curled up slightly, and she said shyly and playfully, "Then I'll buy you dinner next time. We're in the same school anyway." Miroku quickly took out an Armani lipstick from her Hermes bag and directly grabbed Jiang Mai's palm. She directly used her lipstick on Jiang Mai's hand and left her number. Miroku looked at Jiang Mai amorously and exhaled. "This is my cell phone number. You must call me. Oh, by the way, my WeChat is also the cell phone number. You can search directly." Jiang Mai looked at Miroku's seductive appearance, and as a grown man, he definitely understood her hints. He gave a perfunctory "oh." If he didn't agree, the other party would surely continue to pursue the matter, so he might as well pretend to say yes. "Then why don't I send you back to school?" Miroku winked at Jiang Mai, half of her puffy breasts quivering brightly along with her. Sexy and shy. "I have a car." "Well, okay." Miroku was a bit regretful, but not dead set on it. Instead she exhorted Jiang Mai and said, "You must call my number." "Oh." Jiang Mai nodded and then left. Miroku was reluctantly looking at Jiang Mai's long figure. She hadn't meant anything to him, but now her heart was racing. Miroku thought it was too bad she hadn't been in love until now. It would be really nice if the first love was each other. Half an hour later, Miroku was back in the dormitory. She couldn't stop holding her phone and couldn't help but start snickering. This was seen by Langruoli, who was lying on the bed, looking at Miroku's behavior. "What's wrong with you?" Langruoli asked curiously. Miroku smiled and then lay down beside Langruoli and said happily, "I'm in the throes of spring." "Really?" Langruoli followed suit and was happy. "Yeah, it's the first time I've seen a boy with such athletic hands. He, and he also heroically saves a girl. Super handsome." Miroku covered her burning face in a florid manner. "I used to think it's good for me to be an independent girl, but now I think it's also good to be the little woman in his arms. So who is he? How do you know each other?" Miroku gave a start and suddenly remembered something important. "Yeah, oh, I haven't asked his name yet. And how do you contact him?" Miroku then shook his cell phone and said with a smile, "I left my cell phone number. He'll definitely add my WeChat." "That would be great. Sister, I have found my own love." You all also grab a handful of energy to catch your favorite boy in your hand. Miroku made a grabbing motion, causing Langruoli's small face to turn very red. Langruoli whispered, "I've gotten to know him quite well, and he even took the initiative to bring me to play a game today." "Seriously? Then right away you'll be off the hook." Miroku cheered up and directly pounced on Langruoli. Langruoli then giggled, hugging Miroku's slim waist and said with a smile, "I hope so. More than anyone else." She longed to be able to walk hand in hand with Jiang Mai on campus in a bright and honorable manner. Thinking about that scene makes you spring. "Well, I'll have to take a good look at my phone. I can't miss an application message." Miroku could care less about WeChat. It's just that Miroku has been staring at his cell phone screen all night, and Jiang Mai hasn't even added it. Miroku was depressed. What the hell? Added the wrong person? Definitely. I don't know that Jiang Mai did not add at all, and when he arrived at the dormitory, he went directly to wash his hands. He didn't realize that because of this operation of his, it caused an innocent girl to stay awake all night for him. So much so that the next day Miroku was puffed up. She clutched her plump and high-peaked mound and said through clenched teeth, "Good boy. I can't believe you really didn't add me. I'm going to find you even if I have to turn the whole school upside down." Chapter 35, One Love. Jiang Mai slept extraordinarily well while Miroku swore with a grudging face that she would dig up the ground and find him. Slept until high noon. When he woke up at noon, there was still a hot meal on the table. It was Keiko who brought him the meal from the cafeteria. Sweet and sour meatballs, shredded pork with fish, buckled pork with preserved vegetables, and 3 fresh baby vegetables. Good lord, that's scrumptious. Jiang Mai ate special flavor, feeling that this day is really beautiful. As it turned out, the kaiju never returned to his spot. instead parking right next to him. Jiang Mai bit his chopsticks and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong? Is something wrong with Kai Zi?" Keiko coyly scratched his hair. "Isn't you's birthday coming up soon? I have an uninvited request here. It can't be that you want me to celebrate her birthday?" Jiang Mai asked suspiciously. "No, it's just the cold school girl Kai Zi is a little difficult to say." Little White Pigeon looked at Kai Zi's thin skin, and at once began to say in his place, "He wants to know where he bought that light blue dress that Ling's schoolgirl wore on Tuesday morning." Kai Zi nodded. "Shall you quite like? Also especially want? This is not her birthday soon. I thought to buy a gift to her. I'm too embarrassed to ask Ling's schoolgirl myself. You and she know each other. You go and ask her and she'll definitely tell you." Jiang Mai sort of realized what Kai Zi meant. "This matter is not difficult for me. I'll try. After all, a brother needs help. So help if you can." After seeing Jiang Mai agreed, Kai Zi was happy. "Thank you so much. Really enough, brother. I'll give you a week's worth of meals." Since he promised Kaiser, then Jiang Mai should have integrity. So Jiang Mai picked up his cell phone and started to ask Lang Ruoli. "Jiang Mai, Lang Ruoli, you wore a light blue dress before. It's very pretty." Originally, Lang Ruoli was doing yoga in her dorm room, panting and flushed, but after receiving Jiang Mai's WeChat, she immediately froze. With that her cheeks turned red. He noticed what he was wearing, and complimented her on her dress. "Should I wear the same dress when I go see him today?" Ding dong. Another micro alert came. Lang Ruoli immediately read the message. 1%, my roommate, Keiko, wants to buy a dress for his girlfriend, and he just happened to have his eye on the one you bought. Lang Ruoli's heart was slightly lost. So that's how it is. But soon Lang Ruorue began to pull herself together, and she replied after a moment's thought. Jiang Mai soon waited for the WeChat message. "Lang Ruoli, what a coincidence. I'm going to buy clothes today, so I'll take you to the mall to buy them. It just so happens that I have a membership card to get a discount too. When are you free?" Jiang Mai returned. "I don't have class today. They are all free." Lang Ruoli, "Then see you downstairs in the dormitory at 12 o'clock. Jiang Mai took what Lang Ruoli said and started talking to his roommates as if it were the same. "We'll leave for the mall in a bit." Which is when the little white dove said, "I'm going to accompany Sua to the library." Lao he said, "Yes, I have to stay with my girlfriend too. What about you?" Jiang Mai looked at Keiko. Kai Zi said shyly, "Xiaoyu wants me to accompany her to IKEA today. I'm afraid I can't, so I'm going to trouble you to make a trip." "So it's just me?" Jiang Mai pointed at himself, depressed. "Well, just help someone to the end. Kai Zi is really unable to leave. Besides, Lang schoolgirl is not a jackal, wolf, tiger or leopard. What are you afraid of? Have fun today." Little White Dove said with a smile. In fact, the three of them very tacitly agreed not to go. Wasn't it because they wanted to let Jiang Mai and Lang Ruoli date alone? Lang Xiaohua has hinted so obviously. If they go it will be a scene stealer. Besides, the cold schoolgirl is really nice. Jiang Mai is even more important to take advantage of the opportunity. It's a brotherhood. All the more reason to create opportunities for them. Jiang Mai also does not squirm. Is not just to go to the mall to buy clothes. A person to go. What is there to be wimpy? So he went to wait downstairs in Lang Ruoli's female dormitory at the appointed time. Jiang Mai just stood downstairs for a few minutes. How many beautiful girls blushed and peeped at him, even looked at him, cannot move his eyes. Look, isn't that Jiang Mai? He's so handsome. That's right, he is simply my choice of spouse. Oh, it's a pity that such a handsome man can't be cheap for me. But who is he waiting for under the women's dormitory? It can't be waiting for cold school flower. As a result, someone said disdainfully, "It's not possible that it's schoolmistress Lang. She must be waiting for schoolmistress Xia." Jiang Mai is so infatuated with him as Xia. He proposed 99 times before. And I heard that now that Summer Flower has changed her mind about him, the two of them are most likely together. Soon there was a girl unconvinced back. But Xia schoolgirl was looking for Jiang Mai in the cafeteria, and Jiang Mai was ignoring her, and he was sitting next to Lang schoolgirl. Can't you see? Jiang Mai is taking the cold school flower in the gas Xia school flower. Xia school flower is his first love. Men to the first love, but especially unforgettable, will not allow the two people to make up as before. But I just feel like I'm waiting for schoolmarm Lang. Schoolmarm Xia is too desperate, rejecting Jiang Mai's entire 99 marriage proposals, hurting his dignity and playing with his feelings. I wouldn't go back to schoolmarm Xia if I were him. No wonder you're a single dog. How can you understand men's psychology? Besides, Jiang Mai is famous for being a lover. I don't believe he'll let go of Xia school flower. While a group of girls were arguing, Abruptly a familiar slender figure appeared. Everyone began to uphold their breath in excitement. The girl has long hair, red lips and white teeth, full of bookishness, literary and pretty, and a long cotton mori dress makes her look like an elf. Her eyes carried light as she flew to Jiang Mai's face. This is Xia Shiran. The girl who had just supported Xia Shiran now began to gloat. See, I was right. Jiang Mai is definitely waiting for schoolgirl Xia. This caused the others to be gray and especially envious of Xia Shiran. Xia Shiran is also too good to be true. How come Jiang Mai can't get enough of her? Hey, it can't be helped that she's pretty. I'd be all over her if I were a guy. I really misjudged Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai is too spineless. Before the summer school beauty hurt her so much, he still ran his ass off. It's only right that he'll be abandoned by schoolmarm Xia in the future. In the midst of all the complaints from passers-by, Xia Shiran was refreshed. She had been disheartened after being rejected by Jiang Mai, and she had been lying in bed for 2 days and 2 nights without any spirit. When I returned to my dorm room, I was even more demoralized. But a few minutes ago, she was informed by her roommate Xiao Miao that Jiang Mai was waiting for her downstairs. She came instantly energized and hurried down. Jiang Mai was now able to wait for himself under the dormitory, so it was obvious that he had changed his mind about himself. Also, he liked himself so much. How could he not want her? Xia Shiran couldn't hold down the excitement in her heart and smiled at Jiang Mai. Mai, you've finally come to me. You've finally forgiven me. Let's start over, okay? I won't do the things that upset you in the future. Chapter 36, Please don't flatter yourself. When Jiang Mai saw Xia Shiran appear, he said coldly, I'm not here to find you. Please don't make a fool of yourself. Xia Shiran's small face became very white. Her eyes, of course, began to redden to the color of rabbits, and tears welled up in her eyes. It was obviously a smile, but it was full of sadness. If you're not here for me, who are you here for? I don't believe it. You just don't have any feelings for me at all. Stop gambling with me, okay? Xia Shiran then felt that what Jiang Mai said was just gas. He's obviously a knife mouth and a tofu heart. He's coming for me. A cold voice rang out. Xia Shiran shuddered and jerked back to look at the other party. The girl was imposing, her icy face beautifully determined. A pair of beautiful almond eyes swept over Xia Shiran with a hint of displeasure. She noisily blocked in front of Xia Shiran and turned her head to Jiang Mai with a faint smile. Let's go. Xia Shiran's pupils widened slightly. She saw Jiang Mai turn around indifferently and literally walk away with Lang Ruoli. Just left her behind. The other passers-by were also shocked by the reversal after seeing Jiang Mai and Lang Ruoli leave. The girls who just stood Lang Ruoli. Excited, Jiang Mai is really good. Xia Shiran just deserved it. When you have it, you don't cherish it anymore. And it's only when you lose it that you can't regret it. Wow. Jiang Mai is also too cool. That's Xia School Flower. There are a few men who can reject Xia School Flower. Even if Xia School Flower comes to retain him now, he won't be moved. So much better than those big pig's hooves. I feel so good right now. Who let schoolmarm Xia pretend to be noble on the basis of a bit of talent and beauty? Jiang Mai is considered to have taken out a vicious breath of air for us. He deserves to be liked by School Flower Lang. And as the topic protagonist Xia Shiran, tears fluttering down, people come and go. She is difficult to hide the sourness and pain in her heart. She crouched down, buried her face in her arms, and sobbed. Sure Eran. Yuan rushed over and calmed Xia Shiran down. Xia Shiran cried so hard that she couldn't come up for air. She then buried herself in Yuan's shoulder, her words carrying a strong sobbing tone. I really did wrong. But why doesn't he forgive me? Yuan looked at Xia Shiran who was shedding tears causing her makeup to come off with mixed emotions. She rubbed her head against Xia Shiran's forehead and said, then why didn't he give up a lot for you? If you could soften your heart for him once before, why would you be in so much pain now? Xia Shiran held in tears, the tail of her eyes red, choking. I really regret it. I don't want him to be with her. I want to marry him and just stay together all the time. Okay, I get it all. Round could empathize. She'd been there too, and there were boys that she'd liked to the point of sensationalism. Yuan said to Xia Shiran, you were only sad a few times, but what about Jiang Mai? He was sad a full 99 times. You can still express it, but what about him? He hides it all in his heart. Xia Shiran was stunned. Yeah, all she ever saw was him being optimistic. She thought she hadn't said yes to his proposal and he was painless, but now she realized how wrong she'd been. It wasn't that he wasn't hard. It was that his hardness wasn't visible to him. It's just my own self-righteousness to think he's not in pain. Then she should also learn from Jiang Mai's spirit, like the undefeatable little strong full-blooded resurrection. Instead of crying here, Tears don't solve half the problem. Xia Shiran stubbornly wiped her tears away and insisted. You're right. I wouldn't have any qualifications to sigh here. If I really like him, I should chase him back. That is, women chasing men through the veil. And he was so deeply in love with you before. How will there be a trace of feelings? Boys are very nostalgic. Especially for the first love is the most difficult to forget. Otherwise why so many women nemesis is the first love. Yuan started to encourage Xia Shiran. It's said that if you want to capture a man's heart, it's better to capture a man's stomach first. Yuan's reminder made Xia Shiran thatched. Why didn't she think of that? Yuan, thank you so much. If he and I become a thing, you'll be our bride. At the sight of Xia Shiran's happy appearance, Yuan said smilingly, Hey, just give me a big red packet when the time comes. I'm still waiting to be your bridesmaid. Xia Shiran nodded her head. Her heart had an idea now. No matter how difficult it was, she wouldn't give up on Jiang Mai. At this moment Jiang Mai had already brought Ling Ruoli to the mall. They arrived in the designated clothing store. The counter sisters are particularly attentive. All kinds of tea or specialists to explain. Do not dare to be slow. I was wearing this skirt before. Ling Ruoli picked up a light blue skirt and gave it to Jiang Mai. Good. Then wrap it up. Jiang Mai nodded and pointed to a lavender slit halter dress next to him, saying, Take this one down for me as well. Isn't it buying a dress? Ling Ruoli asked curiously. Bought for you. Jiang Mai's words abruptly made Ling Ruoli surprised. Her tender red mouth slightly opened. Do I have a share too? Right. Jiang Mai nodded. After all, letting you make a trip, bringing me here to buy a dress, and doing me this favor, I have to give you a gift anyways. Otherwise I'd be too bad. Ling Ruoli was secretly happy in her heart. It hadn't occurred to her that he had thought of himself, which was an unexpected bonus for her. My vision is not very good, and I rarely buy things for girls. Not straight to this skirt, do you like it? Jiang Mai's sight subconsciously settled on Ling Ruoli's body. Ling Ruoli's face immediately began to turn red as she directly nodded her head vigorously and said, I like it a lot. Then go try it on and see if it fits. Jiang Mai compared it with his naked eye and said, It should be your size. I'll go take a look. Ling Ruoli smiled gently, and with a scarlet blush, she started grabbing her clothes and ran straight inside the closet room. Jiang Mai then sat on the sofa outside for a while, before a boy sat down and said empathetically, Dude, you're also waiting for your girlfriend to change, right? Jiang Mai froze. This store is super expensive, but my girlfriend just loves shopping. No way. Spoiled her, the boy said with a grin, a smile rippling across his face. Jiang Mai just wanted to explain that he wasn't waiting for his girlfriend when he heard the door to the fitting room click, followed by a silhouette walking out. Jiang Mai then heard the boys excitedly exclaim, Wow, so positive you can found such a beautiful girlfriend Jiang Mai, however, could not hear any sound. Right now, his entire sight was on Ling Ruoli's body. Ling Ruoli's skin was white, matching the light purple color. A head of light brown hair was now pulled up, with only some fine broken hair resting on her cheeks. Her features were charming and pretty. Her face was a bit shy. Her pink face was spring. Her watery eyes were always looking at him. Her figure was perfectly capable of holding up the slit-long skirt, and as she walked slightly, her very slender legs glistened and moved, an evocative white underbelly spreading to the bottom of her skirt and falling into a dark shadow, with a pair of champagne-colored high heels on her feet and nice full, pale pink toes with some slight flesh. She could be described as a creature of the earth, not to mention that she is now a little embarrassed to cover her chest, but from between the fingers, you can see the very low cut. Her chest is very material. After all, is 36D, low-chested aware that is a wave. Magnificent. Chapter 37 A glance at the mountains. The scenery is old and familiar. How? Ling Ruoli half bit her small cherry lips and shyly looked at Jiang Mai. Very good looking. Jiang Mai is not against his will. The praise should be praised. It is super pretty. Can become the first of the 4 school flowers, how can be poor? Ling Ruoli's face hole grew hotter and hotter. She kept covering her chest and not letting go. Very green and as showy as a peach waiting to ripen. She'd never actually worn a dress that revealing, low cut and slit, very figure accentuating. She was especially embarrassed to wear it to a boy she liked. While Ling Ruoli was shy, she abruptly felt a dark shadow closing in on her, and before she could react, she felt a heat on her shoulder. Ling Ruoli's long curled eyelashes blinked slightly, noticing a light white fox fur coat draped over her body. She was surprised to meet Jiang Mai's dark eyes. I'm sorry, I thought it looked good when it was hanging there. I didn't realize the scale was so large. Adding a jacket might be better, Jiang Mai said sincerely. Lang Ruoli was delighted and buried her face shyly and said, "Thank you. I like it very much. It's good that you like it. Then change your clothes and I'll have the counter girl pack it up for you." Jiang Mai smiled and said to Lang Ruoli. As a result, Lang Ruoli shook her head and said, "No, I'll just wear this out." Good. Jiang Mai had no objections. It's good that she likes it. So Jiang Mai went to the checkout. Lang Ruoli immediately began to hand the membership card to the counterkeeper. The counterkeeper said with a smile, "Today, but there are activities. Buy one get one free. A piece can be free of charge. So the actual charge you a total of $3,000. Jiang Mai was shocked even after seeing the list. It was so much cheaper than he thought. He had thought that things would be super expensive inside such a luxury store, but now he realized that it was still quite cabbage. After Jiang Mai took Lang Ruoli out, the boy who had just chatted with Jiang Mai said excitedly, "There's an event today? Buy one get one free?" As a result, the teller said with a blank face, "Sorry, there is no event today, but I just saw you guys give them a discount." The boys began to argue. As a result, the counter girl said expressionlessly, "That's an activity for Ms. Lang alone. She's the store's VIP. Besides, she'll be advancing afterward. The store where there is no activity, but it is Lang Ruoli has already greeted beforehand. When they come to the store to consume, they will try to give Jiang Mai a low price, and she will come to reimburse the rest of the money." Lang Ruoli had only one purpose, and that was to make Jiang Mai spend the least amount of money. She didn't want to let Jiang Mai spend more money, and helped him save money when she could. Although it was said that Jiang Mai had become a billionaire heir, but he hadn't really inherited the property yet. Besides, becoming rich, the daily expenses are very big. It's easy to make money and easy to go bankrupt. She wants to keep more money for him to run the company in the future. Just in case, like just a fur but to 78 million yuan, how can only about 1,000? Just to give Lang Ruoli a face. The rest of the money Lang Ruoli will end up personally out to the shopkeeper just. At this moment, Lang Ruoli and Jiang Mai were walking in the middle of the mall. Lang Ruoli gathered her fur coat and said to Jiang Mai with a big smile, "Thank you for the gift. I like it very much. Then I'll buy you a gift too." "What gift?" Lang Ruoli then pointed at the cotton candy in the hands of the vendor not far away and said, This was still quite unexpected by Jiang Mai. He had thought that Lang's schoolgirl would only send a car, but he didn't expect that he would also send this trinket, which was quite childish. Jiang Mai let out a low laugh. "I'm not a child. What are you doing buying me cotton candy?" Lang Ruoli spat out her little pink tongue in embarrassment and said, "I wouldn't say it's because I want to eat it. Besides, I want to coax you. It has nothing to do with adults or children." Okay, then you coax me." Jiang Mai subconsciously laughed out softly. Just as Lang Ruoli was about to run to buy cotton candy, suddenly she noticed the pupils of her eyes widen slightly as the supermarket administrator began to push a large number of shopping carts over in great numbers, about to hit Jiang Mai. "Careful." Jiang Mai then heard a sharp cry, and then he felt a pressure on his body, and then his entire body was pressed against the wall by a delicate and soft body. A fiery, sweet-smelling breath was buried in the nape of Jiang Mai's neck. Even he was a little flattered. Hooping the other party's thin and soft willow waist at the palm of her hand, her whole body pressed him against the wall. Jiang Mai picked his eyes and saw Lang Ruoli in front of him, and abruptly his blood boiled. The white fur coat had subconsciously slipped to the ribs of her hand as she lunged for it, exposing her round, small, fragrant shoulders. A large expanse of beige silk-colored skin that looks like creamy deliciousness with light highlights and a swan neck and deep collarbones is a scene of living color. Not to mention the fur coat uncovered. She fluttered because of nervousness and chest up and down. Full peaks pressure as Jiang Mai is very flattering. The touch is 100%. It's almost like a view of the mountains. A view you once knew. Jiang Mai straightened up in his heart. Looking at Lang Ruoli's beautiful face again, as well as her provocative gestures, Jiang Mai was clearly intoxicated. The tip of her nose is all her fragrant scent. Not perfume. It is her own body fragrance. Specially let a person's heart and mind surging. "I'm sorry, are you alright?" Lang Ruoli panted. Her face had already seeped a light layer of cherry pink, lining her lips rippling red and full. Pink. Luckily, the shopping cart didn't hit Jiang Mai. "It's fine. It's just that I didn't think I'd let a girl wallop me." The corners of Jiang Mai's mouth rose. Lang Ruoli's ears became crimson all of a sudden. Explaining. "The situation is urgent. That's why Although his chest was strong and powerful, his palms were warm and fuzzy. Lang Ruoli couldn't give up, but she had to be reserved. And when she subconsciously wanted to move away from Jiang Mai, a surprised scene happened. Lang Ruorue felt a hot palm climb on her shoulder. This made Long Ruoli's heart lake, invested in a stone, instantly rippled. Her face flew red, and her pale, jade-like skin was all bright with spring flowers. Jiang Mai pulled Lang Ruori's fur coat up without hesitation for the simple reason that he didn't want her to get naked or catch a cold. The skin was smooth, but Jiang Mai didn't have half an evil thought either. Simply helping out, not wanting to take more of the girl's tofu or anything. But he didn't know that Lang Ruoli's heartbeat was thumping like a small drum because of his actions. The whole world seems to have become radiant. Let's go buy cotton candy. Jiang Mai looked at Lang Ruori, then went to the vendor. Lang Ruoli smiled excitedly and followed Jiang Mai's back like a little fangirl's ass. Have 2 marshmallows. Jiang Mai gave money directly. Lang Ruoli was surprised. Wasn't I the one who invited you? Your treat. I'll pay the bill. Jiang Mai hooked his lips in a deep smile. I can still afford the cotton candy. Also as a coax to you. Jiang Mai's thoughtless words had made Lang Ruoli secretly steal joy. The two of them were sitting by the fountain, simply eating cotton candy without any extra words. But Lang Ruorue felt an unspeakable sweetness. Jiang Mai ate the marshmallow in 3 tries, and the sweet flavor couldn't dissipate in his mouth. I don't know since when he has rarely eaten cotton candy, but now there is this chance to eat this, although it is quite childish. But, Jiang Mai narrowed his eyes at the girl next to him who was daintily eating cotton candy. It's quite a bit of fun. Is there something on my face? Lang Ruorue asked dully as she looked at Jiang Mai's hot eyes. Her little paws felt her face haphazardly, but she didn't touch anything. Jiang Mai, however, laughed lowly and said, this. Lang Ruoli then felt his fingertips teasing over her lips. He might have simply been wiping the marshmallow stains, but for Lang Ruoli it was just eroticism. Her breath caught in her throat, the highs of her breasts rising and falling harder, tracing deeper ravines. There. Jiang Mai wiped off the marshmallow for Lang Ruori. His fingertips were still hot, and he wasn't sure if it was the warmth from touching the corner of her mouth or the heat from the melting marshmallows. Nice touch. He likes it. Lang Ruoli nodded shyly, biting her red lips. Alright, let's go back. Jiang Mai got up. Lang Ruoli was stunned. Going back now? What else? Do you want to do anything else with me? Jiang Mai looked at Lang Ruoli suspiciously. Chapter 38, You've learned a lesson. Miss Cold. Lang Ruoli instantly shook her head in blush, so she got into the car with Jiang Mai. When Lang Ruoli returned to the dormitory, Mi Lu, who was using the computer to check out the students' information, instantly turned her head and looked at Lang Ruoli. Back ah! Her pretty eyes narrowed in surprise as if she had discovered a new continent. Wow! This wasn't the one you wore when you went out. Oh, learned the hard way. Oh! In the face of Miroko's flirtation, Lang Ruoli's small face exploded red. It's not what you think. It's the clothes he bought for me. He took the initiative to buy you clothes. What an irony. Miroku perked up. Then she frowned and said, but the heat is on in the house. Aren't you hot? It's a bit hot, but I can't take it off. This is the first gift he bought me. Lang Ruoli collapsed onto the Simmons bed with satisfaction. She sniffed her clothes. The scent belonging to Jiang Mai still remained on them. It made Lang Ruoli's face hot, and the corners of her mouth couldn't suppress her joy. Hey, I really envy you. At least you know who your favorite person is. I'm still looking for a needle in a haystack. Miroku sighed despondently. You haven't found it yet? Yeah, Miroku muttered. The school is tens of thousands of people, so it's too hard to find. But I don't believe I can't find him if I keep my eyes peeled. Cheer up. Lang Ruoli cheered Miroku on. You're a little too cute. Lang de beauty. Hey, you hurry up and chase after your male god. Then I can bring my family's one along and we'll go out together. Lang Ruoli said shyly. Whether or not I can catch up depends on whether or not he likes me. You're a beautiful woman of national color. You have a face, a body, and money. So what guy who isn't open-minded would not like you? If you can't do it again, you can just pounce on him. I don't believe there is another man who can sit still for you. Miroko wasn't kissing Lang Ruoli's ass. That was just the way it was. Miroko thought she was already the school's super beauty. At first she was a bit unconvinced that she wasn't the top of the school's flowers. Until she saw Lang Ruoli, she felt that Lang Ruoli was simply amazing. A stunningly beautiful face, ethereal temperament, hot body, and a plutocrat's daughter. Lang Ruoli, as the top of the 4 school flowers, is the real deal. Who can compare to her? Lang Ruoli also began to long for it after hearing Miroku's compliments. Would Jiang Mai think the same way as Miroku-san? So shameful, but she's going to cheer up and make sure she gets Jiang Mai. Inside the dormitory, Lao He, Little White Pigeon, and Kai Zi were hacking in full swing. Lao He, watch out. There are people on the mountain. Get down. Get down, little white dove commanded. You're still talking about me. Can you drive more steadily? I don't even want to ride in your car if you're going to get us all wiped out like this. Lao he growled. Keiko was depressed. You two are being argued. You're going to be outflanked. It's over. You're going to die. In the midst of a few wails, the little white pigeon and Kai Zi had been killed, leaving only Lao He, who as the hope of the whole village was under a lot of pressure. Lao He said, asterisk 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 you two dogs died so early. Can we still eat chicken? Little white pigeon spat. You're a little more steady. Squeeze the gun. Idiot. You're not hitting anyone and exposing your position. Keiko got excited. Hey, watch out for the southeast. He spotted you and is aiming. Hit it. Where is the southeast direction? Lao He was in a frenzy, and just when he didn't know what to do, abruptly he felt a hot breath in front of him. Abruptly his mouse and keyboard were removed. Knock, knock, knock. Lao He and others were surprised to see the sudden appearance of the boys, directly and quickly shot, especially Num. 100 shots, to attack the enemy was killed at once. Jiang Mai's marksmanship is not drifting at all. Obviously already the enemy is ambushed on all sides. He is not at all afraid. Maneuvering the character's hands, shooting quickly, you can hear more than the sound of gunfire in the vicinity, until there is no sound of gunfire. One and done. The page is now showing the chicken logo. Win. The trio froze in stupefaction. Jiang Mai said blandly, simple. The little white pigeon cooed. Holy, this pussy is loaded by you, but how did you come back? So fast. Isn't it a man? I came straight back after buying it. Jiang Mai took a sip of milk and said calmly, otherwise what else do you want? I saw that you even brought your ID card today. Thought you've gotten the hang of it, but it turns out you still let me down. The little white dove said regretfully, that's the cold school flower. People still like you. You don't get on. Are you a man? Jiang Mai rolled his eyes and said, I brought my ID card because the mall will randomly check ID cards now. Where were you thinking? Besides, you and Suya have been dating for so long. Didn't you go to the hotel and play werewolf killings for a night? Being uncovered the ugly things of the little white dove. Some embarrassed, Suya did not agree. I'm not have to do a good job of psychological construction. And then again she is my girlfriend. This sooner or later. He took a look at Jiang Mai and said, it's you who should hurry up and do it. Schoolmarm Lang is so popular and so many people like her. If she runs away, you'll have to cry. Jiang Mai said confidently, don't worry. It's me who can't snatch it away. And it's useless to retain it if it's not mine. Moreover, I and Lang Ruoli still have not even started. Just temporary contact to see. Being in contact, Jiang Mai is at most a little good feeling towards Lang Ruoli. Not bored. Not yet rising to the level of liking. He was not in a hurry to build a relationship. There was no need to settle for getting out of it. It was responsible for both him and Lang Ruoli. Of course he was sure that he just liked Lang Ruoli, so he would be quick to cut and be with the person he liked right away. That's his principle. Lao he sighed a sentence, you is in the blessed do not know blessed. The whole schoolboys are envious of you. All think that cold school flower so on the lookout for you. You still do not know to cherish. Don't just talk about me, rather talk about you guys. Don't you have a date with your girlfriends? Why are you all in the dormitory room one by one? Jiang Mai snickered. It's not like you've been tricked into hugging a group to keep warm. Screw you. Suya and I are fine. The little white dove was unconvinced. We're the ones who created the two-person space between you and schoolgirl Lang, and we're still not grateful. Thinking too much. Less of this useless work. Jiang Mai grunted and directly handed the skirt to Kai Zi, saying, here, the skirt is bought. Keiko took a look and rejoiced. It was the same light blue dress that schoolgirl Lang was wearing. How much is it? Keiko asked. Sent it to you. Jiang Mai raised an eyebrow. We're all brothers. What's the point of being polite? This amount of money is a sprinkle for Jiang Mai. It doesn't count for anything at all. Don't. I can't take advantage of you for nothing. Well, at least I bought it for my girlfriend. Kai Zi insisted on paying. Jiang Mai nodded and said, okay, then wipe a fraction and just give me 1,000. Kai Zi nodded. He directly transferred money to Jiang Mai and said, you're really buddy enough. I owe you a favor. Then add more marinated eggs and chicken legs when you bring me dinner at night. Jiang Mai said with a smile. Okay, no problem. Jiang Mai then lay down on top of the bed and went to sleep beautifully. He just waited for the evening to come, when Keiko could bring him back a delicious meal, and it was too pleasant to think of such a life. By the time Jiang Mai woke up from his sleep, it was already dark outside. The little white dove and Lao He went out. Don't even have to think about it. Must be to find a girlfriend. The only person left in the room was Keiko, who was doing her homework. Kaizi saw Jiang Mai and said, "Up, are you hungry?" "Hungry," begging to be fed. Jiang Mai was too lazy to get up. Keiko nodded and said, "Okay, I'll bring you dinner." Jiang Mai just waited on the bed, and after playing with his cell phone for a while, he realized that Kaizi came up in flames. Wow, the speed of light. Is the cafeteria not crowded today? Is it so fast to beat the food? Jiang Mai was a little surprised. Immediately, Keiko smiled awkwardly and said, "I didn't go to the cafeteria to get food." "Didn't go to the cafeteria to get food? Then where did you go? Why are you still holding a lunchbox in your hand? Where did you get it?" Jiang Mai looked at Kaizi suspiciously. Chapter 39, The Mysterious Bento. Kaizi said, This, oh, it's Xiao Yu and her roommate enrolled in a cooking class and then learned to cook. This is an extra meal, so she brought it for us to eat. Mako, get out of bed and eat. So I'm being a guinea pig. The corners of Jiang Mai's mouth turned up. "So are you eating?" Keiko asked. "Eat? I'm hungry. Let me see what's good." Jiang Mai immediately started to get down from the top bunk. He monkeyed around and opened the lid, only to be delighted. It's quite hearty. Inside the bento was a 4-course meal of stir-fried greens, cola chicken wings, beef with onions and a large piece of chicken fillet, and a bowl of soup that turned out to be beef meatball soup. It's very tempting to look at it, and it makes you appetite. At first glance, it looks like a girl made it. Detailed enough. It's quite pretty. I just don't know if it's good to eat. Jiang Mai picked up his chopsticks and started eating. "How?" Keiko asked. Jiang Mai frowned. "I can tell that I'm a novice. This chicken wing is obviously a bit old. There's too much soy sauce. I'll eat the vegetables again." He tasted it again and said, "The food was okay, just a little bland." Jiang Mai watched Kaizi not move her chopsticks, so she urged, "Why don't you eat? I just ate something. I'm not hungry right now, so go ahead and eat." Keiko waved his hand. "Alright then, I'll eat it when I'm hungry. Overall it's middle of the road. Not too tasty, but so much better than some dark cuisine that I can barely eat it. This has a lot of room for improvement." Jiang Mai commented. Keiko said, "So you'll eat tomorrow?" Jiang Mai was surprised. "And?" Keiko nodded and smiled awkwardly. "Indeed there is more. After all, classes are going on for a while and you're not very good at giving face, so they have to need you to give advice." "Good. So the drunkard's intent is not to drink." Jiang Mai let out a low laugh. "Think I'm too toxic?" "No, it's just girls who can have bad intentions." Looking at Kaizi anxiously explaining, Jiang Mai then blandly said, "Alright, I'm teasing you. Okay, then let them make it ready for me to eat. I don't mind. Why don't you eat a free lunch? So far, it's not so bad that you can't get down and poison him. Moreover, it is the girlfriend of the Kaizi. Jiang Mai is not good to reject straight face. Sell a friend a face." Jiang Mai was starting to get rid of his meal in 3 tries. He said, "Delicate is delicate, but unfortunately it's just not enough food for how big the boys' stomachs are." Keiko nodded and made a silent note. When the next day came, Jiang Mai realized that Kaizi had even brought breakfast. Jiang Mai was surprised. "How early did you get up to do this? It's only 7 o'clock today, and classes are starting so early?" It's Xiao Yu, her roommate, who's practicing with her. "Well, just eat it." Kaizi handed Jiang Mai his breakfast. Jiang Mai opened it and realized that it was a chicken chop and egg rice ball, and next to it were some vegetables to go with it, as well as sliced apples and mangoes and small tomatoes. Jiang Mai realized that the portion size was obviously a lot more than before. He took a bite straight away, and it tasted a lot better than before too. "Quite to my liking, quite tasty. The seaweed is quite crispy," Jiang Mai said with relish. "That's good. Then you eat. I'll go to the cafeteria." Kaizi's words instantly made Jiang Mai narrow his eyes and ask suspiciously, "Cafeteria?" "Yeah, Koyuki's still waiting for me in the cafeteria." Keiko nodded. As a result, Jiang Mai said suspiciously, "Doesn't she prepare breakfast for you? Since we did it together. It's not reasonable, right?" Cold sweat instantly broke out between Kaizi's forehead as he said awkwardly to Jiang Mai, "That, of course she's ready. We're just getting our bento and going to eat together in the cafeteria." Jiang Mai then let out an "Oh." Keiko quickly bailed. "I'm off then." Jiang Mai bit into a rice ball, his eyes rippling. "Oh, it's definitely haunted." He didn't want a breakfast in the sky for nothing. Noon arrived, and Kaizi came downstairs quickly by the hour, and after he saw the familiar figure standing in the shadows, he hurriedly held out his hand and said, "Give it to me. I'll take it to him." "Good." As the lunchbox was about to be given to the kaiju, a cold voice rang out abruptly, "That's a lot of trouble. Just give it to me." They were startled when they heard the sudden sound of a male voice, and they violently looked over at the sound, and immediately discovered Jiang Mai, who was leaning against a pillar with his hands clasped against his chest, looking at them with cold eyes. "Meiko, why are you downstairs?" Keiko said in surprise. Jiang Mai said indifferently, "You've been so abnormal these past 2 days. I just want to see who exactly is giving you the poop." His cool gaze swept over the pale girl and said, "I just didn't realize it was you, when you bribed my roommate." The girl in front of her was none other than Xia Shiran, her long hair flowing, her pretty palm face now glumly downcast, a hint of timidity evident between her eyes. Keiko anxiously explained, "That's not true, she didn't buy me that." Xia Shiran interjected at once, red-eyed, "It's my problem." She choked back a sob. "I asked him to and he had no choice but to oblige me. I wanted to cook for you, so I made him find an excuse to give you a bento." Jiang Mai chided, "Then you could have just given it to me. There's no need to deceive me." The one thing he hated more than anything else was deception, especially when it's still bribing his best friends around him to cheat on him together. Jiang Mai instantly got some chills. "No, it's not." With tears already welling up in her eyes, Xia Shiran jerked closer. Jiang Mai's thin lips pursed tightly, and he somewhat resisted Xia Shiran's proximity and stepped back. His drawing a line in the sand cut Xia Shiran's heart to the core. Xia Shiran bit her crimson red lips and said in a serious crying voice, "I'm sorry, I'm just afraid that you won't eat it and that you'll pour it out. That's why I'm beating around the bush like this." Jiang Mai watched Xia Shiran's tears fall one by one. He sighed deeply. "Xia Shiran, you still don't trust me enough. Why do you have to think that if she offers him a bento, he's bound to refuse it or even dump it?" As long as he was honest, Jiang Mai wouldn't even bother wasting food after getting his bento and then gambling with Xia Shiran so much. The big deal is that he ate the bento she made and he paid for it. But Xia Shiran had to take a very simple thing and make it very complicated. After Xia Shiran looked at Jiang Mai's icy face, she sobbed, "Don't misunderstand me. I'm too stupid, always trying to make something happen, and I end up messing it all up. If you don't want it, I'll throw the bento away." Jiang Mai coldly walked forward and directly took the bento from Xia Shiran's hand. Xia Shiran's long curled eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she welcomed the light after noticing Jiang Mai's move. Now that Jiang Mai had taken the bento in her hand, did it mean he wasn't angry anymore? As Xia Shiran looked hopefully at Jiang Mai directly took out 3 red RMBs from his wallet and shoved them directly into Xia Shiran's palm, saying, "Count it as me buying your bento. In the spirit of not wasting this, I'll give it to someone else to eat, but the next time you make it, I'm definitely not taking it." The corners of Xia Shiran's mouth, which had already been raised, were now pressed down all of a sudden. She saw Jiang Mai's determinedly departing back. Shasta's nose was red and hard to bear. Kaizi shook his head and said to Xia Shiran, "This time is the bottom line. I can't help you for Xiao Yu's sake. You'd better find someone else." If it wasn't for Xiao Yu owing a favor, he wouldn't have continued to help Xia Shiran. See, now the brothers are offended. The gains don't pay for the losses. Kaiser went upstairs. Xia Shiran just stood grimly in place. Her face no longer had any glow at all, and she mechanically began to walk towards the dormitory. Her roommates were each surprised after seeing Xia Shiran walk in sluggishly, with very obvious tear stains on her small face. "What's going on? Shioran, are you crying?" Xia Shiran then reddened her eyes and said in a hard voice, "I got caught sending him meals, and he told me not to do it again." Saying that, her tears came down once again. Yuan and the others hurriedly started coaxing Xia Shiran. Inside the boys' dormitory, Jiang Mai wordlessly handed the bento to Keiko. Keiko was in a difficult position. "It's not good. After all, they made it for you. Don't," Jiang Mai said coldly. If Xia Shiran wasn't going to throw the bento and waste the food, he would never have taken it. Keiko looked at Jiang Mai's particularly determined look, sighed, and opened the bento. The bento was a different pattern than yesterday. It was lo mein, hot rice topped with a spoonful of gravy. The rice was soaked in the broth. The balls were full and there was a large piece of lo mein on top, cut evenly. The meat was just the right color, fat and lean to whet the appetite. On the side were egg rolls with capers, neatly sliced and served with some side dishes and diced beef with black pepper, which were delicious to look at. For fear of choking, I also prepared a seaweed and egg drop soup. As soon as I opened the lid, the smell hit me. The whole bento made a plate treatment, but also with carrots carved small flowers. Can see very careful and exquisite, but also attached to the Xia Shiran literary temperament. It looks like a delicious and heartfelt bento. The little white dove on the top bunk who was smelling the meal was instantly mesmerized by the scent and woke up. He was naked and took off his blindfold. He'd scared at the sight of the sumptuous dishes on the table. Wow! I can't believe you don't eat such a good bento. Another girl made it for you, right? It's so considerate. How can you be so happy when you're obviously a bachelor? Chapter 40, I want to cook for my favorite boy. The little white pigeon was greedy and asked Keiko to feed him a bite. Kai's chopsticks clamped a bite for the little white pigeon to eat. The little white pigeon barred his mouth. His eyes came to light. Quite tasty. It's not better than those cafeterias and takeaways. You're really blessed. Hey, let's see, I have a girlfriend that's as good as set up. And I don't know when I'll get to eat her cooking. Jiang Mai was indifferent in the face of little white dove's envy. After realizing that it was Xia Shiran's cooking, he didn't have any appetite at all. Next to Kai Zi looked at Jiang Mai. His lips opened and closed. Mu Zi, I wanted to say something, but swallowed. Little white dove looked at Jiang Mai and then Kai Zi suspiciously and asked, "What's going on? You two got downstairs and got all kooky and quarreled?" Nope. After Jiang Mai finished speaking to little white dove, he looked at Kai Zi and said, "What's the matter? Just say it. I didn't betray you." Keiko blamed himself. "Xiao Yu asked me to do it, and I couldn't help it, thinking that it was just to deliver a meal. So I brought it to you. I won't do anything like that again in the future." The little white dove was still confused and clearly didn't know what was happening yet. "In fact, it can all be made clear to me. No need to bend the rules. If I didn't get suspicious and come to take a look, maybe I'm still in the dark now." Jiang Mai minded is this. Between brothers, just be honest. It's not like he's some kind of jackal that gets mad at his brother. "I'm sorry about this. I shouldn't have hidden that it was schoolgirl Xia who made your bento, so if you don't go to class in the future, I'll sign in for you." Kai Zi expressed his guilt. "What? Is this something that schoolgirl Xia made for you?" The little white dove instantly started to pop up. He was especially surprised. "Right." Jiang Mai was depressed. "I didn't even think she did it." The little white pigeon nodded. "Who says it's not? This meal is really well made, especially with care. This dish is absolutely perfect. Aesthetics first. No wonder it smells so good. You're shooting this up into the sky." Jiang Mai looked at the little white pigeon. "Speaking the truth, you think about Xia schoolgirl so high and proud of a person. Her family conditions are good, right? And now for you to learn to cook, but also 3 meals on time to punch the clock. This is not there is a part of her heart." The little white dove clapped his palms and said, "Mako, if I were you, I would directly from her." Kai Zi and little white dove just had the same idea. "Before, Xia schoolgirl was sorry for you, but I think she's really reformed now. Why don't you try it with her? Maybe you can find the same feeling you had before again." Jiang Mai's brows knit tightly as he said, "Feeling over is over. It's not like you can just look for it. In case of another call, don't just define it, right? Summer school flower, how good a girl. Of course, cold school flower is also good. If it is me, also hard to choose." The little white dove scared. 2 big popular school girls. All of them are in love with you. Your peach blossom luck is also too prosperous a little bit, right? Kai Zi said. "Mu Zi, you can actually pay attention to attention again. Of course Xia school flower to get close to you. Then do not rush to refuse. Get along, give people a chance is also okay. Anyway, it's not a relationship yet. Anyone has a chance to pursue love. You can't just give someone a life sentence." Jiang Mai looked at the 2 brothers who both spoke for Xia Shiran. So he said, "I'm not someone who would engage in rekindling old feelings. Compared to my heart, maybe her heart died earlier. Take a step. See what happens." Jiang Mai slapped the table and said, "The big deal is that I don't want any of it, and I'll just be single. It's so nice to be a single dog and not be bothered by the damn relationship. How nourishing it is to be alone, to live in harmony, to save money on all kinds of holidays, and to have a legitimately bright double decade. Think of the benefits." Jiang Mai's statement made the 2 roommates shake their heads regretfully. Where is this fool? It's not a good idea to have a good time and end up having to be a single dog. Regardless of whether it was the cold school flower or the summer school flower, giving any of them would make them grateful. Jiang Mai had thought that after he had explained to Xia Shiran wouldn't come to deliver the food, right? Which thought that after Jiang Mai and his roommates finished their classes in the afternoon, he just came back from the teaching building. He found the chincher who was shrinking and waiting in the cold wind. Naturally there were bystander students, but she didn't care in the slightest. That pretty little face, obviously red from freezing, was somewhat slightly pale as if frosted. The nose was all red and shrank from the cold, but obviously fearing that the meal would get cold, he straightaway held the bento right over his chest, holding it firmly in place. When she saw Jiang Mai, there was a glimmer of light in her eyes, and the corners of her mouth lifted when she smiled. like a jasmine flower drifting in the cold wind. It's fresh and light, and it's heartwarming. Mako. A soft call bubbled up from her red lips. Little white pigeon, Kai Zi, and Lao He, coaxingly pushed Jiang Mai. Go. Jiang Mai was pushed up. In his heart, he cursed the three livestock, pushing himself out to carry the bullets at the critical time. Jiang Mai looked at Xia Shiran and asked indifferently, "Why are you here again? Didn't I tell you not to do it? You didn't let me do it anymore, but without my consent. My heart of wanting to cook for the boy I like won't change." Xia Shiran's curly eyelashes blink, a pair of beautiful pupils eagerly looking at Jiang Mai. "Can't wait to serve the bento. The cafeteria has a lot of oil. Takeout is unhealthy. Try mine." "No need." Jiang Mai was called back by Xia Shiran's voice when he wanted to swipe past her. "Then what do you like to eat? I'll make it for you, okay? Tomorrow I'll come back to bring you food." 1 day doesn't impress. 2 days don't impress. 3 days don't impress. But what about 99 times? What about 100 times? Xia Shiran smiled lightly. "One day you will agree." Jiang Mai's lips pursed as he looked toward Xia Shiran. Xia Shiran was particularly persistent. Holding her lips together, she said, "I thought you said you weren't going to waste food, so you'll have to eat it all." As Jiang Mai was about to leave, Xia Shiran ran forward and subconsciously shoved the bento hard into Jiang Mai's arms, smiling and saying, "Bye. See you tomorrow." She didn't wait for Jiang Mai to return it, so she waved her hand at him, and then she smiled shyly and ran away. Jiang Mai's eyes were complicated, not expecting her to get more and more courageous the more she got frustrated. Kai Zi realized something and said in surprise, "Schoolgirl Xia, really attentive. It's cooling down today, and you even changed a warm lunchbox, just because you're afraid that the bento you made for you will get cold, right?" Jiang Mai hadn't realized it yet, but after Kai Zi's reminder, he did. The lunchbox was literally changed. The little white dove moved forward and rested on Jiang Mai's shoulder. "Her feelings for you are clear as the moon. When will that one in my house learn it properly? Who says it isn't? So jealous of you, bro," Keiko said enviously. Lao He said smilingly, "If you don't eat it, give it to us, and we'll finish it all for you. No one is allowed to eat it." Jiang Mai glared at Lao He and said, "I have a use for it." Jiang Mai looked deep into the distance. After returning to the dormitory, Jiang Mai was about to eat when Kai Zi's cell phone rang. Mako glanced at the cell phone, handed it to Jiang Mai, and said, "It's summer schoolgirl's roommate, Yuan Yuan. She's looking for you." Jiang Mai picked up the WeChat voice sent by Yuan Yuan. Round's voice rang out. "Jiang Mai, are you listening? Have you seen Shuriran?" Chapter 41, You must strive to win Jiang Mai's hand. "Just met." Jiang Mai returned briefly. "She's just a big fool. She went to bring you food again today and it was no use for us to stop her. She's just a stick in the mud and has to cook for you." Yuan Yuan sighed. "She went to enroll in a cooking class for you, and stayed up all night to learn cooking when she was especially tired from studying, and she went shyly to the cafeteria every time to borrow the kitchen to cook for you. She's a novice. Her hands were all burned and blistered when she was learning to cook. Her hands were all bruised and battered, all with cuts, and it was especially heartbreaking for us to see." Jiang Mai was a bit surprised. It's true that he didn't realize there was so much story behind it. Yeah, how could Xia Shiran, who was a petite girl, cook? But Jiang Mai didn't think that she learned it for her own present, and learned it so not easy. If she could do it so well in a short period of time, it must have taken a lot of effort and time. Yuan Yuan took a deep breath. "You don't know how much she cried after you rejected her at noon. Her eyes were swollen. She even didn't go to class in the afternoon because of it. You know she never skips class. We all thought she was going to give up, but then she pulled herself together again. And after crying she cooked for you again like she was a fine person. I'm not saying this to moralize that you have to be with her. It's about wanting you to know that she has such a heart for you, and for the love of food can you not refuse the meal she offers?" Jiang Mai's thin lips pursed tightly, and even said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry, I'm giving her hope by accepting it. The boxed lunch I've already entrusted someone to return to the women's dormitory ants." Yuan Yuan was a little disappointed after hearing Jiang Mai's cool voice. She called in vain, "Rotten wood." But Yuan Yuan was about to say something else when the microphone call was terminated. Yuan Yuan was exasperated. How could she not listen to advice? A boy who liked Xia Shiran so much in the beginning is now so hard-hearted. Yuan Yuan went downstairs and really found the bento box that Jiang Mai had returned. When she took it back to the dormitory, she happened to meet Xia Shiran coming back. Yuan Yuan subconsciously hid the bento box behind her, but her hidden movements were still discovered by Xia Shiran. Xia Shiran asked, "What did you take? Show me." No, nothing. Ah, sure Aaron. The bento box in Yuan's hand was snatched by Xia Shiran. Xia Shiran saw the bento and was completely heartbroken. Isn't this the bento he gave him? Jiang Mai returned it. Does it mean he has no feelings for himself at all? Xia Shiran had a hard time. Her eyes were moist and she bit her lips white. Yuan also felt bad when she saw it and comforted. Don't think too much. He probably ate today and couldn't eat anymore. Afraid of wasting it before returning it to you. Xia Shiran smiled bitterly. Alright, Yuan, I understand everything. Xia Shiran opened her bento with tears in her eyes and ate her meal. The sister on the upper bunk looked at Xia Shiran like this and said, Before, I thought Shiran had to give up. After all, Jiang Mai is so hard-hearted. Now I think Shiran can't give up even more. Why? Round was surprised. The harder it is to conquer a man the more he'll die for you. Besides, he's so popular now. If you can be his girlfriend, how many people would envy you? The glasses girl paused for a moment. How secure you feel dating him. And you don't have to be afraid of him cheating on you. And he'll be all over you. Yuan nodded. Sure Ran. You have to fight to get Jiang Muyi. Jiang Mai is really good. It's all because I broke his heart before. I think if you put in more effort, you can break through his firewall to you. Xia Shiran clenched her small fists and cheered herself up. Okay, I will definitely chase him down. I won't give up no matter what. Come on. What's for bento? Let's go to eat Hai Di Lao and rub it in. Glasses girl suggested. Eat up before you have the strength to chase people again. At this moment, Jiang Mai was in the boys' dormitory, finishing up the takeout. I'm so full. I'm getting fat if I don't exercise a little. Jiang Mai decided to just go to the playground to play for a while. Basketball has not been played for a long time, just to be able to exercise the body. So Jiang Mai grabbed a basketball and urged Little White Pigeon and the others to go play basketball. Congratulations to the host. Signing up for the basketball court was successful, earning 500,000 RMB and a 20-fold increase in stamina and a 20-point popularity buff. Basketball is Jiang Mai's favorite sport, plus he is very tall. For other boys more difficult dunking program, for Jiang Mai is a breeze. Jiang Mai casually puts it right into the basket. The Little White Pigeon was grumpy. What kind of fodder did you eat when you were a child? How could you grow so tall? And now that you're here, you're totally abusing us. Jiang Mai just held his head high and smiled as he provocatively threw another ball in. While Jiang Mai and his roommates were having a particularly good time, a clear shout abruptly rang out. Stop! Jiang Mai looked puzzled. He looked over and soon noticed a curly-haired beauty in 7-centimeter heels walking under the lights not far away. She was wearing a shirt with several buttons open on top, with a hot body and a good ball of deep groove, wearing a hip skirt underneath. Her peach buttocks were especially obvious, and her long legs in flesh silk were especially eye-catching as she ran towards Jiang Mai at a fast pace. And not caring at all if it was a hit or not, the other team swept right across the field and plowed right up. That exasperated face made Jiang Mai freeze. Everyone else was too scared to move by the beautiful woman's aura, and they all thought that the other party had come to pick a fight. Who would have thought that the other party would jump into Jiang Mai's arms as soon as she did? Jiang Mai was dumbfounded, just felt two very soft masses sticking to him and rolling around. Not only that, her lotus root arms were firmly wrapped around Jiang Mai's narrow and solid waist. This now not only shocked Jiang Mai, but also shocked a bunch of people at the scene. Geez, the sexy and hot super beauty in front of her turned out to be one of the school's 4 school beauties. Miroku. You should know that Miroku is particularly sexy, a heck of a big model and an absolute millionaire. How many men are dying for her to throw herself at them? But Miroku is sexy without being Thai and has never lusted after any man, much less so open to hugging a boy like they are now. Jiang Mai also didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to come and throw herself at him, and was instantly confused. Sis, can you let go of me now? He tried to yank her away, but she ended up sticking tighter like strong glue. The other party's eyes with aggravation, pouting, said, that night you lied to me so miserable, and also directly a walk away. Negative. As a result, Little White Dove and Lao He and Kai Zi, in unison, stared at Jiang Mai. That look was like saying, honestly, what are you hiding? Jiang Mai is now jumping into the yellow river cannot be washed. What in the end she is saying to cause misunderstanding words Jiang Mai hurriedly explained. I didn't do anything. There's nothing between me and her. He pulled Miroku straight away. Miroku, however, looked at Jiang Mai reluctantly, and even gently nudged Jiang Mai's back with her fingertips. Why didn't you contact me? Did you forget your cell phone number? Jiang Mai got goosebumps from her movements. He wanted to stay far away from Miroku, but as a result, Miroku stepped on her high heels and approached. And a pair of Qianli's eyes just couldn't leave Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai hadn't expected Miroku to be so persistent and to rehash old scores. He either forgot that day or simply didn't want to add it. We don't seem to have any reason to connect, do we? Jiang Mai gave Miroku a look. The legendary sexy schoolgirl. That's a little too open-minded, right? As soon as she arrived, she moved her hands. Men get it. Miroku's body is really good. It's hard to hold on to it. If Jiang Mai hadn't had his own perseverance and good determination, he would probably have pressed Miroku by now. But Jiang Mai is a person with principles, and he is not such a casual person. Just because of lust casually and a girl relationship, this is not a beast. On that side, Jiang Mai wanted to do it more with the girl he liked. That would be the feeling. P.S. Right, you beasts. Chapter 42, I'm not interested in you. Sexy schoolgirl. Miroku, however, twisted her small waist, and her entire petite body was about to lean on Jiang Mai's body, who hurriedly yanked a boy forward. It was so close, Miroku was almost about to fall into the boy's arms. On the contrary, the boys were particularly enjoying themselves, looking at the beautiful goddesses close at hand and in a good mood. He dreamed of getting up close and personal with his girls. Why are you hiding from me? Miroku hit her heels. Even if she was angry, she was still angry and pouty. She looked at Jiang Mai, who was far away from her, with some reluctance. It took me a long time to find you. Milo isn't fooling anyone. She had been waiting for a rabbit for a long time, but she hadn't seen Jiang Mai. I also looked for the school's student information, but there were really too many copies to overwhelm. After she searched her head off, it turned out that God still favored her. Miroku then directly in the playground to see Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai playing basketball is really handsome. Handsome, tall and majestic. Dunking the ball is simply heroic. Who's up against it? Invincible big handsome one. The crane is this. Who can compare? Miroku was so happy, and thinking that he had been stood up, that he couldn't care less if basketball was over or not, and ran right up and caught someone. Can't have her Prince Charming running off again. What a thought to find someone and now the other person is starting to avoid them. Jiang Mai looked at Miroku, who was anxious to catch himself, and was depressed. Senior sister, we're not too familiar. What exactly are you looking for me for? Just say what you have to say. Jiang Mai also didn't expect that he would help someone and get into trouble with a schoolgirl. Miroku instantly said sheepishly to Jiang Mai, there's something very important. While Jiang Mai waited, Miroku replied, I want to go on a date with you. Miroku said it extra loud. The entire playground heard it, and all of them looked over to Jiang Mai's side. Jiang Mai instantly became a target. Girl confessions are so common in school, pretty much all the time. But now that this confessing girl is the schoolgirl, that's a big deal. The person in front of me is a sexy and hot schoolgirl. Super pretty, super good body, super nice personality, or a famous runway model. Her hot body is able to charm people to a wild nosebleed. How many boys' first initiation object is her? And there are even people to make dolls according to the proportion of her face and body. Me school flower provocative, but never seen, in which man intimate can be said to be a piece of green bushes over but leaves do not touch the body, let alone to hear her now swore to say and who to date. It's simply unprecedented. It's the miracle. Favorably, this miracle still happened to Jiang Mai. That's even more miraculous. Many of the boys were so red-eyed that they began to talk about it. Jiang Mai's luck in escaping marriage is also a little too good. Before it was schoolmarm Xia, then schoolmarm Lang, and now schoolmarm Mi is also interested in him. It's not possible that all of Jiang's schoolmarms are secretly in love with him, right? It's quite possible. Maybe in a few days Jiang's girlfriend will come to confess. Jiang Mai is a school beauty. No one's girlfriend can be beautiful forever, but Jiang Mai's girlfriend can be. That's right. These three big school flowers all take out one or too pretty to be true. They are all goddesses. But the goddesses have all gone to like Jiang Mai. What do you think is going on? I don't want much. Jiang Mai, just share one with me. Oh who? How come I don't have any? Jiang Mai is simply a super girl teaser. No, the schoolgirls are all mesmerized by him. Before Jiang Mai was still a spare tire that was ridiculed by the boys as a licking dog, chasing after the summer school flower who could not catch up. But what about now? They feel that these ideas they had in the beginning were really stupid. Jiang Mai is a dog licker? Now it's the three big school flowers to chase Jiang Mai. To lick is also someone else to lick him. Even the previous senior, who was known for his 1,000 beheadings, was not as exaggerated as Jiang Mai. Thousands of beheadings. Well, at least the number, which is to behead so many high-quality women. Jiang Mai was all taken aback after hearing Miroku's words. Sister, we're meeting for the second time, okay? Miroku immediately smiled faintly. I know but true love is not depending on the length of time. Sis is just interested in you, want to chase you. Senior sister, to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, I'm not interested in you. Jiang Mai bluntly refused. As a result, Miroku said without any discouragement, it's okay, chasing you is supposed to take a bit of time. After all, you're the first man I've ever looked at. You're not interested in me. That's why we have to spend more time together. In that case interest will be created and you'll be more likely to date me. Jiang Mai was depressed when he saw Miroku's skillful tongue. I don't have time to play. He subconsciously took the ball and was about to dunk it, only for Miroku to grunt, huffing and puffing as his little bunny hopped and said, "It's not playing with this ball if you're a real man. Come play with her balls if you can. That's what makes you a real man." Jiang Mai looked at Miroku who was following like a little tail. He pinched his temples despondently and said, "Senior sister, I can't even play ball when you're like this. It's better if you can't fight. It's convenient for us to go drill the grove, talk and see the night view. The long night is long. How meaningless for you to squander it here." Miroku tilted her head and looked at Jiang Mai, smiling. "What's your name?" No comment. Jiang Mai indifferently shot far into the air, steady as she goes straight in. Wow, that was awesome. Not to be outraged, Miroku ran right over and picked up the basketball on his ass, his peaked mound bobbing even harder as he ran. She exhaled like an orchid, her eyes shining brightly, her pretty manicure grasping the basketball and handing it to Jiang Mai, saying, "My name is Miroku, so remember, this is your future girlfriend's name." The little white dove and the others started whistling and started to get up in arms. Jiang Mai was helpless. He hadn't expected to be 22 years old and still be teased by an older sister, either. How should I reject such a bold confession from my opponent? Jiang Mai thought for a moment and returned, "I don't like older than me." Why Female Big 3 embrace gold brick. You have a gold brick still not quickly embrace. Little fool. Miroku grunted, but soon said happily, "You don't like sibling love. Big deal. I'll change my age to a younger one. In that case the reason that prevents us from being together will be gone." She started to pose in a sexy way again, her hand resting at her pretty cheeks, and flung a wink at Jiang Mai, saying, "And I look pretty young too. You definitely can't tell the age difference between us." It's also true that Miroku wasn't kidding. Although she was 3 years older than Jiang Mai, her looks were still on the tender side. Her face was full of collagen, and her figure was so good that it was coveted. Jiang Mai was not a fan of Miroku, and said indifferently, "Sister, I advise you not to waste your efforts. Last time I would have come to the aid of any random girl. There is no need for you to give your body to her." Jiang Mai sat down on the steps. As a result, Miroku sat over on her butt. Her slender and sexy body was shapely, presenting an S-shaped curve. Her slender jade hand was on Jiang Mai's shoulder, explaining, "Don't misunderstand me. I'm not the one who gave my body to you in order to repay the favor because you saved me. It's obvious that I like you enough to want to be with you." Jiang Mai could feel Miroku's fingers gently fondling. The ambiguous gesture made Jiang Mai a little uncomfortable. At the same time he wanted to support her. Her delicate and playful face obediently leaned at Jiang Mai's neck, exhaling like orchids. "Why are you sweating so much? It's so hard. I'll wipe it for you." With that, she began to use a paper towel to wipe Jiang Mai's sweat, and the fresh scent belonging to her body immediately surrounded the tip of her nose. Jiang Mai's nostrils tightened. He jerked to his feet, snatched up a paper towel and said, "I'll just do it myself." Miroku seems to be a little dissatisfied, slightly skimming the corners of her lips, her puffy breasts jade rabbit trembling, her pink and tender palms reaching out, pouting. "Then give me your cell phone." "There's no need. How is it unnecessary?" Miroku anxious up, a set of charming bone also shaking up. "Poor pursuit, no you WeChat. How can I find you all?" Jiang Mai was puzzled. Did he or she offend her in some way? "Why did this haunt you?" "I'm going back to my dorm room." Jiang Mai subconsciously went coldly towards the dormitory building. Miroku looked at Solitary's cold back and instantly huffed. What an insensitive big straight man. However, the harder the subject, the more it provokes her to conquer. How could the man Miroku, had her eye on just let him get away? Miroku's line of sight landed on a few boys on the court, and she instantly raised her red lips. Then she twisted her graceful and curvaceous figure and walked over. Chapter 43, I'll wait for you downstairs. Handsome guys, let me ask you something. Miroku's eyes sent out an autumnal wave, ruffling the feathers. Little White Dove and the others had been surprised at Jiang Mai's indifference to Miroku, but now Miroku had come directly to them. "What's the matter? Schoolgirl me?" Little White Dove asked excitedly. "You guys know that big handsome guy just now?" Miroka's burgundy nails ruffled slightly through her hair, her magnificent peaks looming higher and higher, and it was hard to want to draw attention to them. It was only that little white dove and the others had girlfriends, and under the temptation of such beauty, they could only move their eyes away stiffly. Sin. Recognize. He's our roommate yet. Lao he answered very honestly. Miroka's eyes suddenly lit up and asked, then what's his name? Which class? WeChat how many Tackling a thief. Catching her roommate in the act. Can the man she has her eye on still run? Can't betray a brother? Can't tell you. Lao he replied. Although Miroka's schoolgirl is good looking, she's not his girl. Besides, brothers are much more important than women. How can you sell out your brother for such a stunningly beautiful woman? No, absolutely not. The corners of Miroka's lips hooked up slightly, but she was not discouraged. The corners of her mouth rippled out a smile, took out her wallet from her pocket, and directly took out 2,000 in cash, and said, whoever can get him to add me on WeChat, this money is his, and not enough for me to add more. The bright red bills were a big draw for a few people. Totally didn't realize just adding a tweet was worth so much. You know the average male college student lives on 1,000 a month. His name is Jiang Mai. He is a sophomore design student. Me schoolgirl you don't worry. You leave a microsignal. I guarantee that he will add your microsignal at night. Lao he said smilingly. Miroku was so happy that he hurriedly took out a lipstick and wrote down the WeChat number in Laoi's hand, then gave him the bill. Make sure he adds me. Miroku barked. Absolutely. Lao he smiled slightly and watched Miroku leave. Little White Pigeon and Kai Zi were disappointed and said to Lao he, I can't see that you're such a person. Lao he. Everyone kept their mouths shut and had nothing to say, and then you ended up betraying Mu Zi straight away. How nice Mako is usually to us. Lao he counted the money beautifully. This is 2,000. How many things can 2,000 buy? Let's split it equally. As a result, the little dove and kaiju refused with great backbone. No, if you don't want it, then I'll take it all for myself. Lao he looked at the two people who weren't too happy, so he explained. It's not like schoolmarm me is some kind of jackal, wolf, tiger, or leopard. It's not like she's going to eat Mu Zi. So what are you guys afraid of? You guys think I'm stupid would really give Mu Zi's Weibo to her You've taken the money. It's hard to go back on it. Kai Zi was puzzled. Mu Zi is not an unused trumpet. I know the password. Let her add trumpet not on the line. Old he said smilingly. This money of course must be collected, but also can take Mu Zi good to eat a meallet. The little white dove's eyes lit up and said happily. Wow, Lao he you really are a panda ordering takeout. Shoots home. You can even think of this trick. Isn't this not so good? Sort of cheating on schoolgirl me? Kai Zi was still a little worried. She said it was adding Mako's number, and didn't say big number small number A moment I used the small number to add her. Then we are not cheating. After hearing what Lao he said, they thought it was feasible. Said to do it. At that moment Lao he began to go on Jiang Mai's trumpet, and added Miroku. Miroku went straight through right then and there after seeing the friend ad notification. She came online for a hard tease, so you could say she'd sent over 30 messages in half an hour, only to get no reply to any of them. Miroku was left wondering, what's the deal? How come there's not a single reply? Is he on a 2G network? Or is he simply not reading back? What Miroku didn't know was that Lao he and the others joyfully took her money, bought a barbecue and beer, enough to buy more than $300, and went straight back to the dormitory to rub it in. Jiang Mai was stunned to see the sumptuous barbecue and beer. What day is today? You guys even bought this. Come, eat, don't be polite. Lao he flung. He snickered in his heart. It wasn't because of Jiang Mai. Could they have a good meal? Jiang Mai started jerking off straight away. Little White Pigeon laughed and then pushed Jiang Mai. You little kid. How did you get to know with Miroku schoolgirl? Now people are going to give their bodies to you. It's really fate. Which is fate? Jiang Mai glumly returned. Sinful fate. He went back and forth on what happened that day. This is going to chase you. Definitely craving for your face and body. Good looking, is really can be a meal. Me schoolgirl is a super rich woman. Not even inferior to Lung schoolgirl. Little White Dove said pompously. Kai Zi straight nodded. Mu Zi's peach blossom is really prosperous. Xia school flower. Cold school flower. Me school flower all like you. Now how many boys are envious of Mu Zi But the question is Mu Zi you like who Jiang Mai took a sip of wine and said. Right now I don't love anyone. Just the Empress can't I. Paper boys don't count well. And while Boa is a god forever, I only allow her to be my little wife. No prying eyes for you. Lao he chuckled. Jiang Mai's favorite to watch is the King of Thieves. To the female emperor in it, love cannot help themselves. He also collected a lot about the female emperor's handiwork over. And of course Lao He is particularly fond of the empress. Asterisk 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 you. Jiang Mai kicked Lao He gently with his foot. Still a little wife. Look at your girlfriend willing to be the first wife. Really don't sympathize with single dogs. Even robbing a paperman. Old He heatedly laughed, but seriously. The body of the three major schoolgirls is not inferior to the empress. Ah. Look at the Lung schoolgirl. Her body is real. And the empress has a good figure. And then look at the Xia schoolgirl's waist is thin and her legs are long. Although she's not so tall, but she has a good proportion. Not to mention the Miroku schoolgirl. She's simply hot to death. Jiang Mai couldn't help but start comparing them as well after hearing this description from Lao He. Lao He was right. The three men were of different sizes, but they were all one of a kind. More powerful than paperweights. A peaked mound that can't be held in one hand. A slim and slender waist. Super long legs. And any black silk, white silk, or fishing nets can be handled. It's just luscious and stunning when it's there. Each has its own thousand. But even so, it's still empress scent. Jiang Mai thought of this and jerked another bite of his waist. Absolutely. It's delicious. As a result, the little white pigeon just smiled and said, eat less cashews. You single dog eat too much. Who will you look for to solve the problem when you are on fire? You want to eat farts. You have a girlfriend also do not see you can solve. Jiang Mai laughed and cursed. Asterisk 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 you. I'm working on it now. Soon enough I'll achieve a home run anyway. The little white dove said, and started jerking off a mouthful of lamb. Jiang Mai was eating. Abruptly the cell phone came with a reminder. After Jiang Mai picked it up, as soon as it came, he realized that it was a WeChat reminder from Leng Ruoli. Leng Ruoli, is it convenient for you to come down now? Now Leng Ruoli wants something from him? Jiang Mai returned, okay, what's up? Leng Ruoli, I'll wait for you downstairs. You'll know in a moment. So mysterious. With doubt, Jiang Mai took a sip of beer and said to his brothers, I'm going out. Where are you going so late? Keiko looked at Jiang Mai. The little white dove squinted and grinned. There must be a big beautiful girl looking for him for something. A little while but the lights are going out. Auntie is going to close the dormitory. Hey will not come back. Lao He grinned and chimed in. Looking for a fight? Jiang Mai raised his eyebrows and swung his fist. Alright, go on. Don't let the other big beauty wait for you. Little white dove urged with a smile. Jiang Mai subconsciously started to go downstairs. He immediately saw a particularly conspicuous figure waiting there. All that was visible was her hand holding an oversized, super thick quilt and pillow, both of which seemed to weigh more than she did, and she was struggling just to stand there, so much so that she could barely see her head. Jiang Mai snorted out a laugh. He immediately moved forward to take the pillow from the other man's hand and asked, what's going on? What are you doing with this? Chapter 44 I'm afraid you're cold. So, this is the silk quilt that I had someone go and customize. The cold air is coming tonight. I'm afraid you'll be cold. Leng Ruoli's pretty little face was revealed. A pair of big eyes curved, carrying a fondness for Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai was surprised. He didn't think that Leng Ruoli was so considerate, and also prepared for himself. One does lack a winter quilt, and the current one is a bit thin. Thank you. Let me give you money. Jiang Mai said to Leng Ruorue. As a result, Leng Ruorue's red lips slightly raised and replied in a very serious tone. I don't lack money at all. If you feel embarrassed, you can treat me to a mango taro ball tomorrow. Leng Ruoli didn't particularly like mango taro balls. It's just that Jiang Mai invited her to eat that. Not only can she save money, but the most important thing is that she can also eat with him, which can make Leng Ruoli feel warm in her heart. Good. Jiang Mai agreed. Are you drinking? Jiang Mai nodded. Yes, drank a little. Leng Ruoli remembered something, so she said to Jiang Mai, wait, I'll be right back. Jiang Mai then realized that Leng Ruoli was running especially fast like a deer. He looked puzzled. Where did she go? Why did she suddenly run away? Now that Jiang Mai was holding the quilt, he could only wait where he was. It was only after waiting about 3 minutes that a rush of footsteps was heard. Jiang Mai saw that there was already a familiar silhouette in the distance. She ran very fast, her long hair flowing, her tender little red face running red, her chest swaying especially fast as she ran, so to speak, and her long legs cutting through the blackness, pink and white. That was called long, straight, and thin, just like manga legs. Soon Leng Ruoli appeared in front of Jiang Mai. She was still a little breathless from the run, and her hands just rested on her knees for a moment, but towards Jiang Mai, It never faded the smile in his eyes. Her lips were like colorful flowers, and when she smiled the whole night sky seemed to light up. Soon, she handed Jiang Mai a carton of yogurt and said, "Don't drink too much if you drink. Drink a cup of yogurt if you don't feel well. Drinking yogurt can protect the mucous membrane. You had gastritis before. You have to take good care of your body." Jiang Mai was slightly surprised. It didn't occur to me that Long Ruorue had just run off and was going to buy yogurt. He also captured a key point of information. "How do you know I have gastritis?" Jiang Mai asked Long Ruoli. Lang Ruoli abruptly went red in both faces. She was a little embarrassed and said, "I've bought you stomach pills over before, so I know." Jiang Mai came to a sudden realization, which made him understand who the person who had been sneaking around and giving him medicine before was. "Did you send all the stomach pills and cold medicine before?" Lang Ruoli bit her crimson lips and nodded shyly. A warmth surfaced in Jiang Mai's heart. He hadn't expected Lang Ruoli to pay attention to himself from so early on at all. So, she's always had a silent crush on herself. And yet he doesn't know? Before Jiang Mai could recover from his shock, Lang Ruoli shyly said, "Good night, good night." Jiang Mai and Lang Ruoli waved. Now his heart sank with an indescribable palpitation. He hadn't thought at all that it turned out that it all started earlier than he had imagined, and that Lang Ruori had such deep emotions for himself. It was surprising that he hadn't even noticed Lang Ruoli before. It seemed like he was all over Xia Shiran's body, so missed out on quite a bit of scenery. He looked at Lang Ruoli, then especially leaped and ran away. She looked back from time to time, in a good mood. Jiang Mai couldn't help but shout loudly, "Watch the road carefully. Don't hit your head like last time." Lang Ruoli's face instantly reddened in embarrassment, and bashfully she ran a little faster. The last time was clearly an accident, but it didn't occur to me that Jiang Mai remembered it clearly. It's embarrassing, but she had booked a date for tomorrow, and it would be best to spend the whole day with Jiang Mai. That's as good as it gets. Jiang Mai couldn't help but smile as he watched that one silhouette disappear and then looked at the quilt in his hand. It didn't occur to me that Lang Ruoli was such a meticulous girl. It's such a different kind of delivery. "As soon as I come, I'll give you a silk quilt." The three roommates were shocked when Jiang Mai returned to the dormitory with a thick quilt. "What's the matter? Your quilt fell down?" "No, Muzi, your quilt is not this one." Kai Zi found Jiang Mai's quilt on the bed now. Jiang Mai said matter-of-factly, "It's from Long Ruoli." After hearing Jiang Mai's words, Kai Zi and the others were stunned. I didn't expect it to be Lang Ruoli who sent the quilt. The little white pigeon was so excited. "Wow, cold schoolgirl with such practical things. I thought before that she was going to send you some kind of sports car to come." Jiang Mai said. "She wanted to give me a sports car and a private jet, which I refused." Jiang Mai said it so calmly and indifferently that the three roommates wondered if their ears had heard it wrong. "No kidding, did you really just say that?" The little white dove was still a little unsure. Lao He then said, "It must be true. It's not like Lang School Flower has this strength, but I really admire Mako. You're really not the same man. Can refuse a great beauty like Lang School Flower, but also can refuse the super luxury car. It's me then, no matter whether it's a luxury car or a great beauty, I want it." Kai Zi glared at Lao He and said, "You forget that Muzi's own strength isn't bad. Now he is a billionaire heir. He himself has a luxury car. Why do you want to figure out Lang School Flower?" But Lang School Flower is really quite sincere. To Muzi is a piece of heart. Before send sports car, now send quilt. Giving a quilt is good. Giving it to Mako for life. This hint, TSK. Little white dove sighed with that envy. When will my Suya be so sweet and gentle? I'm sure I'll die of happiness. Jiang Mai only reacted to the implication after the little white dove's reminder. His heart was pounding. OMG. Ruffled. No wonder she was so shy when she gave herself a quilt to wear. So that was the intention. But Jiang Mai was a man who had seen great storms and feigned calmness. He directly placed the quilt on the bed and tried to cover it. The size is just right and is really quite warm. Comfortable. The material is good at first glance. And the silk quilt sleeps really warm. Jiang Mai is cozy. This gift is deep in my heart. At this moment a message came from WeChat. Jiang Mai then realized it was Lang Ruoli. "Lang Ruoli, have you finished the yogurt?" It was followed by an emoji of a well-behaved cat. Jiang Mai subconsciously associated it with Lang Ruoli's expression, which was quite cute. Jiang Mai, ready to drink. After he took out his yogurt, he subconsciously took a sip before remembering something and grabbed his phone and started taking a selfie one. While Jiang Mai was taking a selfie, it turned out that the three livestock roommates started wailing. "Wow, Mako, it's time for a selfie. You big handsome guy, who are you taking it for?" The little white dove smiled. "Is it the summer schoolgirl? The cold schoolgirl? Or the rice schoolgirl? Lao He had a pompous expression. Even the always serious Kai Zi was brought down. Why don't you bring our dormitory together? He also wanted to jump up and leave the country. But Jiang Mai made it boring. Hey, can't I shoot for myself? One by one. Skinless and shameless. Eat your barbecue. Jiang Mai laughed and scolded. The three livestock roommates laughed and chanted a few words and continued to jerk off and drink beer. Only then did Jiang Mai take a picture of his hand holding a yogurt and drinking it and sent it to Lang Ruoli. No beauty. Good looking is the way to go. 1% drinks. Lang Ruoli's little face was red and flushed after she read the message on her cell phone. Jiang Mai on the photo. Neck slender. Fair skin. Sword eyebrow star eyes. Handsome extraordinary very. Let a person extraordinarily heart. Lang Ruoli's mind was even more swirling with thoughts that caused her face to become more and more red. Without hesitation, she began to take the selfie that Jiang Mai had sent and saved it. Soon, it was used as wallpaper. Lang Ruoli only had to open her cell phone to see Jiang Mai. To see your favorite boy every day is a blessing. Inside the bedchamber, the little white dove purred, only to see the little white dove and Kai Zi and Lao He had already gotten drunk, and the three of them just lay down on the chair. All four of them. Kai Zi drunkenly hugged the waist of the little white pigeon. The little white pigeon's stinky feet are hanging on the mouth of Lao He. Lao He still barred his mouth thinking it was something delicious. Jiang Mai couldn't help but laugh out loud as he watched, but his attention was quickly grabbed by the WeChat message. He only then realized that he and Lang Ruoli WeChat opened the box, directly nagging to say a whole lot, but also chatted for several hours. It was the first time Jiang Mai had the patience to talk to a girl for so long. It was already time for lights out. Jiang Mai said to Lang Ruoli, okay, it's late, go to sleep. Lang Ruoli, good night, don't forget the taro balls you owe me. Jiang Mai couldn't help but return, little greedy cat. Still thinking about it? Good. I won't forget. Lang Ruoli, okay, then I'll see you tomorrow. You don't want to stay up late. Go to bed early. Oh. Jiang Mai's heart is warm and alive. Back, Will. You too. Good night. After Jiang Mai and Lang Ruoli had good night, just after putting down the cell phone, they heard another burst of reminder from the cell phone. The corners of his mouth lifted. It's Lang Ruoli who sent the message again, isn't it? Didn't you say you were going to sleep? Jiang Mai picked up his cell phone, only to find that it wasn't a message from Lang Ruoli, but a friend reminder. Chapter 45, I'll warm your bed today. Jiang Mai looked stunned. Although there was no note, the other party's WeChat account was familiar to Jiang Mai. After all, before that, he or she used to have good morning and good night with the other person every day, and waited with anticipation for the other person to reply to the message every time, but haven't done anything stupid like that since pulling the plug. The person who added him was naturally Xia Shiran. Jiang Mai refused directly without even thinking. The result was that the friend ad invitation came back, this time with an additional ad message. Xia Shiran, it's almost exam week. Let's go to the library to study together tomorrow, okay? Jiang Mai narrowed his eyes and clicked to reject his friend, don't go. As a result, another friend added a reply, I can teach you English, and I can keep you from failing the class. Jiang Mai returned, no need. Jiang Mai is a person who does what he wants to do, and when he decides that he will not turn back, he will not trip up his forward steps for those unnecessary feelings. There's no reply from there anymore, so I guess they know what they're doing, just what they want. Jiang Mai was about to turn off his cell phone when he heard a ding-dong sound. He saw the latest news sent by Xia Shiran. Whether you're coming or not, I'm here and I'm going to take your seat, like I'm trying to cook for you. Set in my ways. Jiang Mai's expression gave a start. Xia Shiran was really more persistent than he thought. Whatever. She can come if she likes. It's none of his business. Jiang Mai knew that Xia Shiran was a very stubborn person and very persistent. She had once learned to dance and insisted on performing on stage even when her legs had already suffered severe ligament strains. Jiang Mai fell asleep after organizing his thoughts. His originally redundant mood slowly turned into relaxation now that he smelled the scent of the quilt. The corners of Jiang Mai's mouth subconsciously hooked upwards. It was cold that night and chilly outside. Jiang Mai was woken up early in the morning by the complaining voices of Little White Dove and the others. The Little White Dove shivered, wrapped in 4 or 5 cotton coats, and complained, my God, this weather is a little too cool. It's freezing me to death. It's still fall and it feels like it's going to snow. Who says it's not? I can't even get a quilt yesterday. Hell knows how I climbed into bed and wrapped a down jacket around me. Quilts aren't even resistant to freezing. Lao He whined. Keiko nodded. It was really cold the latter part of yesterday. We'll have to get the heat on or it's going to be a real pain in the ass in the winter. Jiang Mai said. Was it cold last night? It's okay. He really didn't blow awesome. It was really not cold. The comforter was warm enough that he didn't even feel the cold air coming in, but the gusts of wind slapping against the windows yesterday were a little scary. Instantly, he suffered a few hateful looks. Kai Z said sourly, "The quilt given by schoolgirl Lang is a super thick silk quilt. Surely you don't feel cold." The little white dove was envious. "Yes, it's very warm just looking at it. Mako, are you a brother or not? Lend it to me to sleep today or not?" With one hand, Jiang Mai guarded the quilt that was being peeked at by these people and said, "No." As a result, the little white pigeon has already climbed up and drilled in, and as soon as he lay down, he cozily enjoyed and panted, "My God, it's really cool comfortable stay inside or comfortable to death really a good thing. I now want to go to buy a bed. Can ask Ling School Flower where to buy it." Kai Z and Lao He were instantly tantalized and said, "I'll give it a try." Soon they started to get into bed and got under the covers together. Look at them pulling the quilt. Jiang Mai is heartbroken. "Hey, don't tear my quilt. I still have to sleep tonight. I have to sleep tonight. And you have the nerve to put several people on my bed. It's going to collapse." In the next dormitory, the top bunk suddenly collapsed, and they were still a little worried about the safety factor of the bedpan. It was only then that he intentionally came out from under the covers and left Jiang Mai's bed. "Gu, I'll sleep with you tonight. When you're on your deathbed." Emperor the little white dove winks. "Screw you, to have a consort as ugly as you." Directly into the cold palace. Jiang Mai shushed. "But you beautiful and do not want. The three big school flowers all want to chase you. The result is that you have not seen one." Little white pigeon smiled. "May not let the brother to serve you. Che, I don't want an ugly one like you if I don't have my pretty one in my sights anymore. Darn, gender don't get so stuck. Big bro. Do that again and I'll directly tell your girlfriend how flirty you are." Jiang Mai looked at the fuming little white dove. Little white dove sighed, "Alright, big brother. Hey, I really envy you. If only my Suya was half as good as Lung schoolgirl. You said the weather has cooled down and she didn't say anything about sending me a quilt. Instead she wanted me to buy her some snow boots." Kai Z nodded his head straight. "Who says it isn't? Hey, I have to take Xiaoyu to buy gloves and scarves later. Mako is really in a blessed state." Lao He shook his head. "I want to break up after reading this. When will my girlfriend be so attentive? Well, I'd like to think you guys are secretly showing love and giving me dog food in the morning. I have to go to the library. It's exam week soon." Jiang Mai said, already picking up books. Everything else was manageable, but it was English for that was a real dead giveaway. Jiang Mai can only rely on rote memorization now. Just hope that the god of examination will favor him and not let him fail again. The trio of roommates were saddened at the thought of having an exam week. Exam week is a heap of certificate exams, such as any teacher's license, grade 4 exams, computer certificate exams, and accounting certificates, which are also important. Unfortunately, these three roommates failed even the most basic computer exams, in addition to failing the 4th grade exam. It's now after 8 o'clock. Where can we get a place? I guess it's overcrowded. We can't even get a place if we hit the floor. Little white dove sighed. That's not necessarily true. Jiang Mai vaguely hooked the corners of his mouth. He was certain that there must be a place reserved for himself. "Mako, you go ahead. I'd better work on the computer under the covers. I can't hang up again." Little white pigeon, however, felt that Jiang Mai was wasting his efforts, sighed, picked up his laptop and climbed to the upper bunk. And Keiko has to go shopping with his girlfriend and Lao He has to coke the computer. There was no way out. Jiang Mai could only go to the library alone. The library was already full. After all, it was exam week and everyone was here to study. And why not blow the heat? Xia Shiran took his seat early. She was at the door before the library even opened. Of course, there are plenty of people who are as early as she is, such as. Xia Shiran's eyes fell on the girl in the upper right corner seat. The other's skin was white, glowing with milky porcelain light in the light, and he was recording something with a pen in his hand, his expression light and not at all disturbed by the outside world. Her stunningly beautiful features were flawlessly beautiful, and just observing her from such a close distance, Xia Shiran was beginning to admire how the other party's skin could be so good, and her features could be so exquisite. The two just sat facing each other. There was just one empty seat on the left and right, but both of them were occupied by the two of them. Plus their aura was so powerful that no one dared to sit down. They're all here to wait for someone. Chapter 46, The Meeting of the Two Great Goddesses. Xia Shiran was a bit more absent-minded than the calmling Ruoli. She wasn't even here to study. She'd long ago finished her 20 certificates and remembered all the books by heart. She didn't need to come to the library either. Even in her dorm room, she could study just as well. The reason why I'm here is that I'm drunk. There is only one purpose. She likes boys. Xia Shiran's own heart was a bit bottomless. She didn't know if he would show up. When Xia Shiran grabbed her skirt and waited nervously, a familiar figure appeared in her sight abruptly. His face handsome, tall, dressed in clean and generous, carrying a shoulder bag on the shoulder cool. Just a black down coat but wore a comparable to the top of the flow of the momentum and handsome too. As soon as he appeared, everyone appeared as his backdrop. He was bulking at something, gradually black eyes looking over. As she met Xia Shiran's gaze, Xia Shiran got a small thrill. She was smiling like a flower. He's finally here, the man of her dreams. Jiang Mai had already walked over in her direction. Xia Shiran bit her lip shyly, and she couldn't wait to pull the seat next to her for Jiang Mai. It was something she'd saved for him early in the morning, and had purposely put something on it, just in case someone else took the seat. Xia Shiran held her head high, confident that Jiang Mai would definitely sit down, which thought the other's long figure swept past her. The corners of Xia Shiran's mouth, which were raised high, abruptly froze there. She watched in amazement as Jiang Mai pulled out a chair and sat next to Leng Ruoli. His magnetic voice rang out, "Been waiting long." Xia Shiran realized that the person he was looking at was not himself, but Leng Ruoli. Leng Ruoli blushed and shook her head. "No, I've just informed you that you've come very quickly." She subconsciously took the coffee that was brewed inside the thermos cup and handed it to Jiang Mai, saying shyly, "Drink it to see if it's good. This is the freshly ground coffee I made for you." Leng Ruoli got up at 6 o'clock. After all, studying requires a lot of energy, and it's easy to get sleepy after reading books for a long time. So Leng Ruoli thought of making coffee for Jiang Mai. Leng Ruoli is the first time to learn to do freshly ground coffee. The process still spends a lot of time. There are failures, but the good thing is that slow work makes fine work. Leng Ruoli in the last time to succeed. Make the coffee is very good. She just didn't know if it would be to Jiang Mai's taste. On the way to the cold, Leng Ruoli has been worried about the cold. Deliberately put the thermos cup in front of the chest, but also jogging to come. Luckily the coffee was hot and not cold. Leng Ruoli was waiting at the entrance of the library very early in the morning, and she saw Xia Shiran appear just as she was huffing and puffing from the cold air. She hadn't expected Xia Shiran to show up at the library as well, but Leng Ruoli didn't wimp out at all. She was there and couldn't influence anything. Leng Ruoli directly started to grab a good seat, but she didn't expect that by the time she sat down, Xia Shiran had already sat across from her. Leng Ruoli naturally didn't care about Xia Shiran, but she was very afraid that Jiang Mai would mind. After all, Xia Shiran had once hurt Jiang Mai so much, and Leng Ruoli didn't want Xia Shiran to appear in Jiang Mai's life too much. What girl likes her boy to have too much contact with his first love? But when Leng Ruoli was planning to change her position, she realized that all the other positions were occupied. She had made an agreement with Jiang Mai, so she couldn't let Jiang Mai come in disappointed. So Leng Ruoli could only stand off with Xia Shiran. Leng Ruoli gently asked Jiang Mai, "Should we go? There's actually a study room that's also very quiet." She cared about Jiang Mai's feelings. Jiang Mai, however, calmly said, "It's okay." He opened the thermos, and a nice coffee scent gushed out. "It smells good." Jiang Mai smiled at Leng Ruoli. "Good," Leng Ruoli coyly urged. "Then you drink it quickly." Xia Shiran unwillingly started handing the milk tea to Jiang Mai, saying, "A little bit. I ordered the cocoa ballet especially for you, with boba and sencha. Hot. 3 points of sugar." This was what Xia Shiran had purposely asked Jiang Mai's roommates about, and the flavor shouldn't be wrong. Jiang Mai saw Xia Shiran, who was gazing nervously at him, and then looked at the milk tea in her hand, furrowed his brows and said, "No need." "Why?" Xia Shiran exclaimed. "Isn't this your favorite flavor?" "It's my favorite flavor, but I'll buy it." Jiang Mai paused. "And I won't wait for someone else to give it to me. He's long since stopped being that stupid kid who doesn't hit the wall, much less wait stupidly where she was and watch her head off without looking back. He'll learn to walk alone too. He'll limp back along the path he hit his head on. He'll hurt, he'll cry, but he'll lick his wounds now." When the scars were all scabbed over, she'd come back and say she'd heal him. Too late and unnecessary. Congratulations to the host for refusing Xia Shiran's milk tea. The backbone value increases by 200 points, rewarding you with 20 points of study value. Wishing you to become a schoolmaster soon. Jiang Mai was still a bit surprised. Now it was finally increasing his learning value, and now he needed it the most. Jiang Mai looked down at the English book. "My God, I can understand a good portion of it now. And it's no longer like chewing on white wax and not even being able to pronounce it, let alone know what it means. While Jiang Mai was surprised, Xia Shiran bit her lips white, her eyes wet, and she clutched her skirt. Lang Ruoyui, in seeing Jiang Mai, refused Xiaoshi then, but did not have half a bit of theft of joy. Instead, she was heartbroken. It must have been very difficult for Jiang Mai to make this decision. After all, the present candor must have been exchanged for many times of painful badgering. My reader, for you, is the ink screen, will not hurt the eyes. This has the English follow reading pen, which will not be able to point where it is good. This is the earphone. There is what will not be able to ask me. Lang Ruoli gently moved the things to Jiang Mai's front. Her voice permeated with concern. The ones given by Lang Ruoli really solved the pressing problem. Just what Jiang Mai needed. Jiang Mai said a thank you in surprise. And Xia Shiran looked obscure and difficult to understand. How she wished that Jiang Mai would also be more enthusiastic about her. But she didn't give up, and quickly pulled herself together and started to give Jiang Mai all the books and notes placed next to her, saying, "This is the key points I've scratched out, as well as the English notes. They're all very useful, so you can take a good look at them." This action immediately drew envy from everyone. Everyone wants to pass English for, after all, how hard it is. But now Xia Shiran was actually willing to lend out her notes. The rumored Xia Shiran made very clear in facetious notes, and Xia Shiran is a school bully. Betting on the questions is very accurate. Anyone who can copy the notes will more than likely not fail the course and will definitely make it to the bank. But Xia Shiran never lend out. Except a few girlfriends have seen. No one can borrow the notes. This time Xia Shiran even took out to Jiang Mai to see how many people want to poke their heads in and just look a few points higher. But Jiang Mai never turned it over. This can make the guys anxious. Big brother, you open it for everyone to see, but also want to see the content of it. Who knew that Jiang Mai directly returned the books and notes to Xia Shiran and said, "No, I'll just study independently." System reminder, congratulations to the host. For rejecting Xia Shiran's notes, he gained 200 points of backbone value, and gained 1 million RMB. Jiang Mai's words shocked all 4 seats. People, big beautiful girl. Hard work notes. Now give you reference. You do not even look at it even if, but also regave back to the summer school flower. That's a little too desperate. Chapter 47. Xia Shiran's eyes were sour, and after looking at the books that were returned in front of her, she suddenly had mixed feelings in her heart. If it wasn't for Lang Ruoli still watching, Xia Shiran's tears would have come down by now. Xia Shiran is a person with much self-esteem, has always been the object of the stars. There has never been a boy who can spend so much of her energy, and put down her posture to be submissive, but he ignored her, even, indifference, just as she had cold-shouldered him in the first place. Xia Shiran believes in karma now. She has trampled on Jiang Mai's feelings many times, and now it is Jiang Mai who will descend her. Xia Shiran's eyes were misted with tears, her face was wearing a smile, and her voice trembled as she said, "It's okay, then you can ask me if there's any topic you don't understand." Jiang Mai just nodded lightly and started reading. He took a sip of his coffee, creamy and full of flavor. It's his favorite flavor. All of them feel hot in the body after drinking them. Xia Shiran continued her attack as she feigned a natural tone and said to Jiang Mai, "If you like coffee, why don't I make it for you today as well?" "Okay." Jiang Mai raised his eyes and saw Xia Shiran's clear eyes. She guffawed at herself, but her eyes went completely red. "It's hard." Jiang Mai's expression gave a start. "No need. Don't." Xia Shiran but dragged out the syllables, holding back the tears that were already on the verge of coming out of her eyes, shaking her head, always keeping a smile on her face. "I'm still going to make you a bento anyway. By the way, bento?" Lang Ruoli was surprised. "Yeah, I'm going to cook 3 meals a day for the boy I like," Xia Shiran said with a gentle voice. Her eyes looked at Jiang Mai with affection and meaning. Those students sitting next to him were instantly sour. "Do you want people to live?" Originally Jiang Mai's side sitting on the 4 major school flowers, is already a very exciting thing. As a result, the always arrogant Xia school flower now said that she would personally make bento for Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai is also too happy. Everyone's impression of Jiang Mai had always been that of a licking dog. But what is this licking dog? Licking dog but licked to the back of nothing. But Jiang Mai is what you wanna have what? Xia schoolgirl chased after him backwards, making him intimidating to the whole school, not to mention that even Lang schoolgirl was in love with him. Not only that, even the rumored sexy schoolgirl was also quite interested in Jiang Mai. What kind of divine peach blossom luck is this for Jiang Mai? While they were sighing in their hearts about how they were having such a bad time and others were having such a good time, they heard the voice of schoolgirl Lang. "Bento? I can make it too." then I don't need to trouble you in the future. Aren't you busy? It's better for me to do such a tedious thing. Only Lang Ruoli was seen smiling, but there was a hint of determination hidden in her eyes. It's on. 2 women robbed a man. Anyone who can study at this point doesn't want to miss a good show. Isn't this more lit than Boruto? Xia Shiran returned unwillingly. I didn't find it troublesome, and I can also rationalize my time. Besides, I know Muoya's tastes better. I'm afraid that Muoya won't be able to get used to eating what other people make, and it won't be good if he gets diarrhea. The implication is quite deep. Lang Ruoli's gaze became icy cold. Her red lips opened and closed, and when she was about to speak, then a cold chiding voice sounded. Xia Shiran, I'd rather go eat the dark cuisine in the cafeteria than eat something you made. Don't waste your efforts. Plus don't disturb my studies. Jiang Mai said coldly. System prompt, congratulations to the host. Refusing the invitation to cook from the Xia schoolgirl, increasing the backbone value by 500, rewarding 1 million RMB, and increasing the memory by 20 points. The most difficult thing for Jiang Mai is to memorize things. Every time you have to memorize by rote. Now look at the books. Completely able to remember the knowledge points. Memory has really improved quite a bit, although not to the extent of a glance. Never forget so exaggerated, but Jiang Mai's whole brain is much clearer. What vocabulary can still be remembered in the head? Lang Ruolui had some regrets after hearing Jiang Mai's words. He shouldn't have quarreled with Xia Shiran and then interfered with Jiang Mai's study. Besides, this is a library. It will also affect other people's study. Study hard. Lang Ruoli's eyes curved gently. Jiang Mai nodded and continued reading. Lang Ruorui's little face flushed red as she snickered and began to study quietly. Xia Shiran was gloomy. She grabbed her pen without any flavor and didn't know what she was writing anymore. She went to steal glances at Jiang Mai from time to time. Instead, he refused to spare her a single glance. His eyes on the book. It never used to be like this. Every time he'd sneak follow her to the library, sit very close and keep looking at her. Xia Shiran took a deep breath, trying to numb the frustration of her mood. Now Jiang Mai was not only memorizing words, but the system panel also had text reminders, but because Jiang Mai had set it up, it wouldn't disturb him. Congratulations to the host, signing in at the library for 10 minutes, rewarding you with $100,000. Congratulations to the host, signing in at the library for half an hour, rewarding you with $200,000. Congratulations to the host, signing in at the library for 1 hour, rewarding you with $300,000. Jiang Mai spent a total of 4 hours in the library and got a total of $1,200,000. Satisfied, he picked up his things and got up. The opposite Xia Shiran had left 2 hours ago, and Jiang Mai had accepted it tacitly. After all, Xia Shiran was a person who particularly cared about utilizing his time wisely, and since she couldn't break him, she must have known better. Might as well spend time doing other things. While Jiang Mai was pondering, he heard Lang Ruori's felicitous voice. Hungry? What do you want to eat? I remember a barbecue restaurant that's good. Let's go together. Jiang Mai looked over furiously and saw Lang Ruoli with extraordinarily distinct eyes. He tasted a hint of the sweetness of the sweet spring and his mood lifted. Good. Jiang Mai agreed. Lang Ruorui was jubilant. She held her books and shyly followed Jiang Mai. I'll call up Little White Pigeon and the others. It's also cost-effective to eat cheerfully with many people. Jiang Mai subconsciously said the words that made Lang Ruoli freeze for a moment. With that she was a little embarrassed. She was actually a little selfish, wanting to eat with Jiang Mai, just the two of them. But Jiang Mai was fine with pulling so many people now. Who let Lang Ruoli be an easily satisfied person? As long as she could eat with Jiang Mai, she would be happy to see him. As Lang Ruoli leaped to accompany Jiang Mai outside, a dark shadow was abruptly cast over them. Here, a bento was then handed to Jiang Mai. Looking upwards along by Jie's pretty hand, he saw Xia Shiran's good-looking face as she crossed her fingers. Didn't you leave? Jiang Mai was still surprised. He thought she'd run away. And it came back? I'm going to cook for you. 3 meals a day. I won't forget. Xia Shiran guffawed. Studying is tiring. You can't go hungry. Don't. Jiang Mai's heart was free of distractions, and without changing his face, he directly swept past Xia Shiran. Xia Shiran's hands were trembling, and she couldn't even hold the bento properly. I'll still make bento for you. Xia Shiran shouted towards Jiang Mai's back. Jiang Mai, however, stopped and turned back to look at Xia Shiran coldly. You can do it if you like, but how many times you do it? I won't take another bite, so don't come to me in the future. Jiang Mai didn't want to let Xia Shiran misunderstand that he was interested in her after accepting the bento. He didn't like rooting or tangling. He and Xia Shiran are not obsessed with men and women. No feeling is no feeling. Why should they still be tied together? I'm a person who enjoys the moment, much less regrets. In order not to regret that I chased you 99 times, then I can also reject your throwing myself at you in order not to regret it. Jiang Mai's eyes were firm. All along he'd been able to be firm in his goals, pursuing them when he liked them and asking for what he wanted. Propose 99 times. It's for beginnings. And not proposing 100 times is for dignity. System reminder, congratulations to the host. For rejecting Xia Shiran, the backbone value increases by 300 points, rewarding you with 500,000 RMB. Xia Shiran's tears instantly came down. She cried out in pain, and instantly ran forward. She raised the bento and pleaded. Just one bite, okay? Just one bite, please, don't leave me, okay? You're all I have. Chapter 48, Xia Shiran, are you so humble? Xia Shiran cried so hard that her voice was muffled, and her eyes were as red and swollen as peach cores on the spot. Lang Ruoli looked all obscure and complicated. Liking someone was something she could especially understand. It had been so hard for her in the beginning. Xia Shiran, are you that humble? Jiang Mai held his head high, disappointed. Even if I had liked you, I still liked that confident, optimistic and persevering Xia Shiran, not this Xia Shiran in front of me, who pleads and is humble and sensitive by tears. Seeing this Xia Shiran who had lost herself in front of him, Jiang Mai's heart was heavy. Xia Shiran's throat tightened as she raised her eyes to look at Jiang Mai's cold face. His eyes held intense disappointment, and then he swept past her on his stride. Not a single glance was spared to give, and her retention was more than enough to sway him away. Xia Shiran painfully held the bento and squatted down. As she cried her eyes out, abruptly a tissue was handed to her. Xia Shiran froze. She followed the paper towel upwards and was met with a pair of beautiful and icy eyes. Rub it, Lang Ruoli said in a clear and cold voice. Feel free to mock me if you want. Xia Shiran's eyes were red and stubborn as she returned a sentence. Why should I laugh at you? Lang Ruorue raised her jaw proudly. Or do you look down on yourself too? She could empathize with Xia Shiran's feelings. Not to mention that she would not wantonly mock a girl who was hurt in love, even if the other party was a love rival. However, just because she can empathize doesn't mean that she sympathizes with Xia Shiran, and even more so, she has to give Jiang Mai up to someone else. On the contrary, Lang Ruolui became even more determined that she wanted to get Jiang Mai. She doesn't want to be like Xia Shiran and wait to lose before she regrets it, so she also grasps the moment to be able to walk into Jiang Mai's heart and become his girlfriend. When Xia Shiran froze, Lang Ruoli had already left the scene with cold eyes. This made Xia Shiran grip the tissue and become more and more insistent. At noon, Jiang Mai and the others arrived at the barbecue restaurant, which was already filled with people in groups of 3 or 5. The smell of meat was in the air, along with the squeaking of the grill. A drop of hot oil scalded up. There was a faint spread of cooking smoke. The meat began to bubble with oil. The very beautiful texture slowly changed color, took on a light dark pink color, gradually cooked through. Little White Pigeon and the others had long been craving for more and started licking their lips. Even Jiang Mai had a bit of an appetite. Jiang Mai's system panel also came with a reminder. Congratulations to the host. Successfully signed up to the barbecue restaurant. Gained 500,000 RMB. And began to attach your binge-eating non-fat physique. Binge eating without gaining weight? Awesome. Isn't that his favorite physique? In fact, Jiang Mai is easy to fat body. Is slightly eat a little bit easy to grow fat? So every time kinda restrained. Really cannot restrain eat a lot of things. Will go to exercise for a long time. Now with this skill, Jiang Mai was still worried about what eating would make him fat. What counts as a calorie is bull asterisk. Eating what you want is the way to go. After putting away the panel message, Jiang Mai found a seat for the group to sit down. In addition to him and Lang Ruoli today, there were also 3 livestock roommates, and they each brought their girlfriends along to dine with them. The waiter had brought the menu and handed it to Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai subconsciously handed the menu to Lang Ruori and said, see what you want to eat, just order whatever you want, it's my treat. As a result, the little white dove cackled. Yeah, how the menu is given to her, not to a few of our brothers. You see color forget friends. Go. With so many menus on the table, you don't have any hands yourself. Jiang Mai glared at the little white dove. Lang Ruoli's little face was red. Especially being protected by Jiang Mai, her heart was like eating honey. I'm not a picky eater. I'll eat anything. I'm not very good at ordering. You order for me. Lang Ruoli pushed the menu back to Jiang Mai's side and said shyly, okay, let's see then. Jiang Mai opened the menu. Order for me too. I'm not a picky eater either. The little white dove was being shady again. Lao He also sang with him. I'm also it, choice tangle, Mako. You also help me some. Lang Ruoli heard the ears hot and spicy. Beautiful face has been shy and delicate. Even with the lips are bright red, set off even more colorful. Jiang Mai lifted his eyelids and started to teach these two livestock roommates a lesson on the spot. Fine. I'll order it then right. Then I'll order a large intestine pulled down for little white pigeon. Jiang Mai scanned the menu again and said, order a durian shrimp for Lao He. Whoa. Begged for forgiveness over. Large intestine or something internal organs really can't accept it okay. The little white dove uttered a miserable cry. Lao He was also gray, durian that is something that can be eaten. And then with shrimp. This is dark cuisine. Right. You can never order up. Then you two still dare to be reckless. Jiang Mai's mouth was tinged with a smile, and he added to their girlfriends, take good care of your men. As a result, Suya squeezed her eyebrows and smiled at Lang Ruoli. Long schoolgirl, you take care of your man, but don't bully my boyfriend. Lu Jingjing smiled and nodded. That's right. Lao He and Little White Pigeon were so happy that they were clapping their hands, completely avenged. Cough. Jiang Mai, who was drinking water, heard Suya's words and was about to spray on the spot. What the hell? What are you talking about? Sua is so tough. She really has the nerve to say anything. The teased Lang Ruoli's ears had burst red, and she immediately began to tense up after seeing Jiang Mai drinking and spraying water. Subconsciously, she began to gently pat Jiang Mai's back, and even took a tissue to wipe Jiang Mai's mouth with a concerned face. Are you alright? Her delicate hands were like feathers patting gently on her back. Through the shirt, he could feel the smoothness and heat of her fingers, and Jiang Mai felt a fire burning. Not to mention that now that Lang Ruoli was wiping his lips in a pure and lustful manner, Jiang Mai was instantly electrified. Numb. Even he, a super thick-skinned guy, was a little embarrassed now, especially with a couple of animals across the street, staring with uninterested eyes the entire time. He regretted that he shouldn't have brought these animals to dinner, and regretted letting the animals bring their girlfriends to wreak havoc on him. It's fine. What can I do? Jiang Mai took a tissue and wiped his mouth. He turned to Sua with a sly look in his eyes and said, can you not say anything nonsense while I'm drinking water? Suya smiled and said, where am I talking nonsense? You don't have a ghost in your heart. How can you drink water and spray it? With that, she winked at Lang Ruoli. Lang Ruoli guffawed. Her chinly beautiful face turned towards Jiang Mai, her eyes so gentle that they could crisp people. She bit her lip lightly and said shyly, I'll work hard to make him my man. Jiang Mai was surprised. Opposite one uproar even Lang Ruoli also brought down. Chapter 49, Cold School Flower is the ceiling of pure desire. Jiang Mai's heart was on fire. Looking at Lang Ruoli's pure lustful appearance now, he was a bit titillated. If anyone else had said that, it would have been called chutzpah, but coming from Lang Ruoli's mouth, it was surprisingly cute for a few moments. But Jiang Mai's stamina was still good. Trying to sit still, facing the screams of uproar from across the room, he slapped the table and yelled, well, ordering? Want to keep the waiter waiting? That's what pulled the group's attention to ordering. Along with that, I ordered honey fatty beef, thick cut pork, small Korean barbecue sausage, beef short ribs, bone-in lamb chops, snowflake beef, shark's fin, garlic scallops, baby yellowtail, and bacon. 77 points a whole lot. Order whatever you want to eat anyway. Jiang Mai was ready to eat with an open stomach. He helped start the roast. The smell of the roast was already starting to overflow. The meat mixed with the oil. The color was enticing. Casually flipping the meat, you could see the pâté was so fat and lean that it dripped oil when you picked it up. The aroma is just seductive. Jiang Mai could hear the sound of saliva being secreted. Subconsciously, he started taking out his scissors and began cutting the pancetta into small pieces, sprinkling it with pepper, chili powder, and cumin powder that would make the kid next door cry. The little white pigeon could no longer resist getting on the chopsticks, and was given a blank look by Jiang Mai. It's not even cooked yet. Wait. Jiang Mai paused. Aren't you afraid of diarrhea? The little white pigeon gave a hefty laugh. Iron stomach. Still afraid of this? We have survived the era of tainted milk powder and gutter oil. We have long been invulnerable to swords and spears. It would be strange if we can have diarrhea. With it he sent a few peanuts into his mouth. Jiang Mai then felt that the little white pigeon said a few points of truth. They suffered years of bad food poisoning. Still afraid of meat sandwich. However, for safety reasons, Jiang Mai still let the meat be cooked a little. Jiang Mai acted as the roast master, and the roasted meat naturally had to be put on Lang Ruoli's plate first. It resulted in a yo-yo from across the room. Jiang Mai said with a straight face. People are girls, so what if I give it to her first? He's not biased. Not at all. Lang Ruoli smiled sweetly, looking at Jiang Mai with eyes full of adoration, smiling especially sweetly. Of course, in the face of everyone's jokes, her face was still slightly red. Suya smiled and said, "We are also girls. Why don't I see you give You have a boyfriend. Look for your boyfriend." Jiang Mai panted. When Suya hummed, she pushed the little white dove who was eating a small dish at Gu's head and said, "Look at how the other Makino is getting on." The little white dove laughed and said, "I can't compare. I'm willing to pay my respects." The other Mako grew up as someone else's child in mom and dad's mouth. With a grunt, Soa reached out and began to give the little white dove a gentle squeeze. The little white pigeon smiled, ate the meat roasted by Jiang Mai, and said, "Mu Zi, did you set up a stall before? How come your skills are so good?" Lao he coaxed. "That's right, bring us together to get rich." "Screw you, eat your words." So many words. Jiang Mai laughed and scolded. Jiang Mai then cast his eyes on Lang Ruoli and asked, "What else do you want?" "I want snowflake beef." Lang Ruorue looked around and then smiled. "Okay." Jiang Mai started baking things again. While he was busy, Lang Ruoli started to clip the pate and feed it to Jiang Mai's mouth, smiling eagerly and saying, "Come on, take a bite." She was heartbroken that he had been so busy working that he hadn't had time to eat. Jiang Mai was busy and took a bite. "It's really good and seasoned right. What else do you want to eat that I'll pinch for you? Do you want to dip it in some sesame sauce and add some kimchi?" Lang Ruoli asked. "Yes, I'm alright with that." Lang Ruorue then began to wrap up the grilled meat with the lettuce. She was really dexterous. Her white and slender fingers quickly wrapped up the lettuce in a particularly nice way, compared to a few boys who casually stuffed it and ate it in a bloody bowl. Lang Ruorue's wrapped grilled meat and lettuce was really too nice and neat. Jiang Mai was gagging as he watched. After Lang Ruoli wrapped it, she handed it to Jiang Mai's mouth, and Jiang Mai subconsciously ate it. While Jiang Mai was eating the roasted meat with relish, it turned out that Jiang Mai realized that a few people on the opposite side were snickering and even followed their example, especially since the little white dove went straight to Sua and said, "Honey, come and feed a bite. Here, take a bite." Suya fed it to the little white dove. The little white dove was particularly pompous and said with gusto, "That's delicious, thank you. Honey, why don't you feed me another lettuce?" Jiang Mai subconsciously threw a packet of napkins and spat with a smile. "You drama queen, give me a point or I'm going to beat you up." I'm so scared." The little white dove directly began to fall into his girlfriend's arms, burying his chest in all kinds of ways. Mushy as hell. "No fear, no fear." Jiang Mai was fleshed out watching as he focused on roasting the meat. The grease odor was still a little smoky and the grill was hot. Jiang Mai already just felt his body getting hot and steamy, and sweat was starting to come out. He wanted to wipe the sweat. A small, cool hand was then placed over his forehead, and then the paper towel began to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Jiang Mai's dark eyes sank deeper. The Lang Ruoli in front of him, her small face was slightly hot. A pair of crystal watery eyes penetrated with seriousness. She was very gentle, and when he realized that she was looking at her, she instantly blushed in both cheeks, and shyly lowered her head slightly. But the wiping of her sweat never stopped. She shyly said, "I'll bake it, teach me." In fact, Lang Ruoli was her careful one. Just want Jiang Mai to have the effort to eat something. He is just too good person, always sacrificing himself to help others, making Lang Ruori's heart ache. She wanted Jiang Mai to have a good meal and be able to relax. Good. Jiang Mai gave the pliers to Lang Ruori and then began to instruct. Lang Ruorue didn't realize that his hand temperature was so hot until she grabbed the pliers. She'd never grilled before, and she was usually served by a specialized chef who pressed her hand. But for Jiang Mai, she willingly wanted to do something, even if it meant going to school. The pliers were hot, but she wasn't afraid. So what if it's greasy? So what if it's dirty? As long as it's staying together with Jiang Mai, whatever you do is happy and joyful. The corners of Lang Ruorue's lips rose, and then she felt a wave of heat come over her. Lang Ruoli's body instantly collapsed. She could feel his mixed hot breath, not far from her ear. As long as she slightly sideways her head, it seemed like she could kiss him. His heart-stirring mellow low voice rang out, causing Lang Ruoli's heart to thump. What exactly was said? Lang Ruorue's brain went down. Not really. Put. Jiang Mai burst out laughing, looking at Lang Ruoli's dumbfounded appearance. He instantly took the tongs and said, "You can turn the meat, or it will scorch." "Yes. Sorry." Lang Ruoli reacted, blinking her pretty eyes, feeling a little embarrassed and ashamed for her embarrassment. Strange, she's obviously not like that. she's all witty and calm on the outside. But as soon as she got in front of Jiang Mai, she was full of mistakes. In Jiang Mai's eyes, he wouldn't think he was a super duper. Would he? Lang Ruoli took a look at Jiang Mai and was worried. But she was about to be electrified by Jiang Mai's smile. Really handsome. Very much so. Lang Ruoli's cheeks were red. When she had slowed down, she hurriedly began to give Jiang Mai a hand. And slowly she went from being awkwardly green just now to becoming fluent. Jiang Mai only needed to look at it from the side. And he wasn't afraid that Lang Ruoli would roast it. All he had to do was wait for the food. Ding dong. Lang Ruoli's cell phone came with an alert and the screen lit up. Suya saw something and then was surprised. Isn't this wallpaper Jiang Mai? Everyone's attention was on Lang Ruoli's cell phone. The cell phone wallpaper is really Jiang Mai's selfie in the dormitory. And it's also the one that Jiang Mai sent to Lang Ruoli. Lang Ruoli hadn't expected to be noticed by Suya, and she was now visibly embarrassed and bashful. She panicked and started to put her cell phone away, her ears red and burning, a little unsure of how to face the crowd. She was even less sure what Jiang Mai would think. After all, she was the one who took the liberty of taking his picture and making a screensaver. What a social death to be caught. Will this be treated like a super nymphomaniac and go hated? Chapter 50, Protecting the Shortcomings. While Lang Ruoli was a bit nervous and apprehensive. As a result, Jiang Mai's ghostly voice rang out. I let her set the screensaver. You're not convinced? She didn't use my picture. Can't she use your little white doves? Lang Ruoli shuddered and looked over furiously. Jiang Mai's body was filled with a domineering aura. And his eyes were unruly, daring to call Suya's bluff head-on, obviously relieving himself. Lang Ruoli's eyes became a little moist, and she smiled sweetly, savoring a heartwarming sweetness. Suya was also a little embarrassed. She could feel the displeasure in Jiang Mai's lazy eyes. She said, somewhat grayly, of course not. The little white dove also glared at Suya for a moment. Suya realized her mistake. She actually didn't mean to make fun of Lang Ruoli. In fact, she herself was a little red-eyed. Lang Ruoli has a good family background, good looks, good grades, and many people chasing after her. It's the best of the girls not to mention such a brave attitude towards love. Not minding the eyes of outsiders and directly pursuing a man is a piece of courage that most girls don't have, at least not on her own. So in the moment she seemed to have a superiority complex and subconsciously blurted it out. Lang Ruori slightly hooked up the corner of her mouth, looked straight at Suya, and said, I like Makino, and it's normal to set the photo of the person I like as wallpaper. Didn't you do the same thing? Suya began to respect Lang Ruoli, and also somewhat regretted that she had spoken out of turn. What qualifications does she have to say about Lang Ruoli? Obviously Lang Ruoli is good in any direction. Little White Dove and the others envied Jiang Mai even more after hearing Lang Ruoli's words. I can see that the cold schoolgirl really likes Jiang Mai very much. Even if she is exposed in front of her, she can face her heart openly, without any beating around the bush or evasion. The corners of Jiang Mai's mouth subconsciously lifted. I don't know why, but the mood was especially good. It's no better than if he had eaten 10 plates of fatty beef in a good mood. Hungry, eat quickly. Jiang Mai started to give Lang Ruoli the beef into the bowl. Lang Ruoli nodded shyly and lowered her head to start eating the meat. That eased the atmosphere. While they were eating, the sound of a delivery man rang outside. Hello, Mr. Jiang with tail number 9287. There's a takeaway for you. Good. Jiang Mai took the lead and got up. A few people in the four corners of the room were confused. The little white dove asked, Mako, you've already eaten the roast. What else did you buy? Jiang Mai, however, smiled mysteriously and returned after getting the takeout. While Lang Ruoli was curiously gawking, Jiang Mai placed the takeout in front of Lang Ruoli and said with a smile, Eat. Lang Ruoli's eyelashes blinked slightly. Looking at Jiang Mai in surprise, you bought me taro balls? Right in front of you is a mango taro cactus. Exactly what she asked him to hire yesterday. She thought he'd mostly forgotten, but didn't think he'd remember it clearly now. Promised, I won't forget, lest someone keeps rushing me then. Jiang Mai feigned a disgusted tone, then started to take away the taro balls. If you don't want them, I'll just pour them out. I want it. Lang Ruoli directly held the taro ball with both hands, not wanting Jiang Mai to take it away at all. Looking at her protective demeanor, Jiang Mai couldn't help but urge, then eat quickly. Good. Lang Ruoli nodded her head obediently, so she opened the taro ball lid and started eating. It was a half-hearted shock to those in the audience. Rumor has it that the cold schoolgirl who is not close to men, in front of Jiang Mai, becomes a good girl. How many people who adore the cold schoolgirl can be shocked, right? Jiang Mai observed Lang Ruoli. Lang Ruoli lifted up her long hair and ate taro balls in small bites, Her dodgy red lips were dabbed wet, and when the taro balls bit into her mouth, they gurgled and stuffed her cheeks, like a little squirrel eating a pine cone. When she raised her eyes to look at herself, her lashes curled and her eyes were bright and shiny. Very sweet, like eating Cheerios. Jiang Mai's appetite increased as he watched her eat, and he began to eat without stopping. You definitely need a beer for barbecue, and a couple of the little white pigeons have been drinking it for a long time. Jiang Mai's alcohol consumption is not particularly high, but at least 3 bottles of beer cannot be poured. He drank at best slightly on the face, but Jiang Mai had underestimated Lang Ruoli's drinking capacity. She stole a few sips of beer while she wasn't looking. The result was 2 red cheeks and a drunken slump on the table. Jiang Mai looked at the already drunk Lang Ruoli and was surprised. Lang Ruoli? He just came closer and asked tentatively. And as a result, Lang Ruori held up her hot and red face and smiled dementedly. Makino. Nice voice with an upturned tail, like a kitten scattering. Her lotus root arms then wrapped up and directly hugged Jiang Mai. Faced with Lang Ruoli's throwing herself at him, Jiang Mai was taken aback. His breath followed. Jiang Mai could also feel Lang Ruoli's blazing eyes, causing him to almost lose control. No matter what, Lang Ruoli is a big beautiful woman with a bumpy figure. But now in public, how Jiang Mai have to be a little gentlemanly. That is not with the beast no difference. Kai Zi suggested. Schoolgirl Lang is drunk. You'd better take her back first, so as not to catch a cold while lying here for a while. The little white dove snickered. Yes, with soft jade in your arms. You probably don't have the heart to chat and eat with us. Asterisk 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 Q. Jiang Mai glared at the little white dove and felt that Kai Zi's proposal was good. So he said, alright, then I'll take her back to the dormitory first, and you guys keep eating. After Jiang Mai went to pay the bill, he started to help Lang Ruoli walk outside. After he carried Lang Ruori to the car, when he wanted to fasten the seatbelt for Lang Ruori, he didn't know that Lang Ruori directly banged and pounced Jiang Mai on the car seat. Jiang Mai's body trembled. He could feel the soft body touching and fondling above him, her long legs, like octopus tentacles just wrapping around his tight waist and not letting go. Jiang Mai's breath stuttered and said, Lang Ruori, what are you doing? Wake up. She raised her drunken eyes and smiled a particularly cheerful smile. I know what I'm doing. Lang Ruori's small hand subconsciously started to go inside Jiang Mai's shirt. As soon as the cool palms touched his skin, they began to inspire a hint of coolness. She even used her pink and tender little face to keep rubbing against Jiang Mai's chest. Jiang Mai straightened up. It's supposed to be a sports car itself, and the seats are still adjustable. Lang Ruoli casually touched the switch. The seat spread down, and he himself was then pounced on by Lang Ruoli more tightly and solidly, and there was even more room to spread out. Oh, and dollar at hashtag. Lang Ruoli pouted her red moist mouth and muttered something. Jiang Mai couldn't hear it clearly and came closer wanting to listen carefully, only hearing a bark, a very loud boing sound. Lang Ruoli's red lips kissed Jiang Mai's face. Jiang Mai was shocked, more than his amazement. She laughed especially hard. Her hand plunged into Jiang Mai's black hair, gently stroking it. Jiang Mai felt a tingling sensation when he drew back a breath. Lang Ruoli blinks her beautiful eyes and says, I like you so much so much so much. I tell you oh. Lang Ruoli smiled brightly. You broke the law. Breaking the law? Break what law? Chapter 51. You stole Miss Lang Ruoli's heart and refused to return it. This judge declares that you stole Miss Lang Ruoli's heart and refused to return it. You're just a big bad guy. A big villain who does nothing wrong. Super villain. Lang Ruori muttered. Jiang Mai snorted out a laugh. He reached out his hand and just started to pinch Lang Ruoli's shoulder. So what? You're going to sentence me for a few years? Life imprisonment. You are locked up in my place for this lifetime. You can't escape. Lang Ruori stretched out her finger, and then nodded Jiang Mai's nose. Jiang Mai let out a low laugh and looked at Lang Ruoli. Are you really drunk, or are you fake drunk? Can you be disorganized when you're drunk? But Jiang Mai didn't wait for an answer. Instead his own hand was firmly bitten. Snort. Jiang Mai huffed backwards. Looking at the indentation on the back of his hand, he said, You really bit it. You bit it pretty good. Lang Ruoli licked the corners of her crimson lips. Fierce, but in Jiang Mai's opinion, it was the level of pampering. Punish you. Okay, punish me. Then I'll take you back now. No more fooling around. Oh. Jiang Mai reached out his hand and started to gently rub Lang Ruori's head and said, Be good. Oh. As a result, his wrist was held by Lang Ruori who wouldn't let go. Jiang Mai narrowed his eyes and tugged helplessly at the corner of his lips. If you're like this, how can I drive and send you back? Lang Ruori, however, blocked out his words as if his small face had been plastered. In the dim light, She went from being just as rowdy as she had been, to being very still, her eyes closed, and flushed on the sides of her cheeks, no longer haphazard, but extraordinarily showy. Jiang Mai, who was originally just watching the fire from the other side of the river, now really felt that there was a fire burning up. When Lang Ruoli just pulled with herself, her dress button ripped open a few buttons, a white floral piece of charming scenery. The black underwear straps had long since slipped to the sharp shoulders. The black ravine between the mountains was very deep, spreading extremely deep, and even though it was not between the clothes, it was very thought-provoking. Jiang Mai was deeply self-convinced. People are drunk now. Don't take advantage of them. Color is empty and empty is color. Jiang Mai took a deep breath and started to forcefully pull his arms out of Lang Ruoli's clasped hands. He allowed himself to calm down for a full 30 seconds before calming down. Not daring to look at Lang Ruoli anymore, he chose to drive. Hurry up and send Lang Ruoli back, or else the dry fire is so strong that even his strong willpower might be disintegrated. Jiang Mai drove to the school at almost drifting speed. After arriving at the girls' dormitory building, Jiang Mai began to carry Lang Ruori. Lang Ruori is now completely drunk, and does not cry or make noise, especially good behavior, but also convenient. Jiang Mai can carry to the female dormitory downstairs. System reminder, congratulations to the host for signing into the female dormitory successfully, rewarding you with 1 million RMB. Jiang Mai arrived at the entrance to the women's dormitory. Immediately began to be dormitory ants to intercept. This little boy, here is the women's dormitory. Can not enter. Auntie, I'll just send her up. She's drunk. Jiang Mai and the dormitory ant explained the situation. The dormitory ant took a look at Lang Ruoli on Jiang Mai's back. Drunk, and her just now pugnacious attitude softened quite a bit. Still really drunk it. Little boy, you are really good. Did not fool around with girls. Also know to bring back. Now rare good boy, the dormitory ant exclaimed. Jiang Mai abruptly did not know whether the dormitory ant was praising him or damaging him. Honestly, if this was his girlfriend, he wouldn't even want to bring it back. Isn't this Lang Ruoli not her girlfriend? Of course she should send it back. Jiang Mai is still more concerned about the true feelings. If there is no feelings, even if the person's parents are more beautiful, the body is more attractive, he will not be easy to start. Then auntie, please be accommodating. I'll send her up now. Jiang Mai snorted. Okay, we'll go up together. The dormitory ant was still very responsible and followed Jiang Mai to the upper floor. After arriving at the dormitory room where Lang Ruoli was, Jiang Mai had just pushed the door in when he heard a familiar voice. Ruoli, you're back. Why are you so late today? A woman wearing nothing but a black halter was sitting in a makeup chair with her back to him. She was painting her feet with nail polish, her pink feet with coal-red toenails that made them more and more crystalline. Jiang Mai already had a bad feeling after hearing this familiar voice, but it was too late to try to hide. The other side is already turning back. Heaven's thunder hooks up with earth's fire. The other party's eyes widened slightly, and then she unexpectedly voiced out. Jiang Mai, why are you here? Great. You're here to find me. This girl is Miroku. By now it's happy as a clam. Jiang Mai could not cry anymore. How did he throw himself into the wolf's den? You're Lang Ruoli's roommate? Jiang Mai was never expecting the heavens to play such a joke on him. Miroku actually knew Lang Ruoli and was still in the same dormitory. Yeah, but why are you carrying Wori? Miroku was puzzled. What's wrong with her? The dormitory ant was very enthusiastic and said, this little boy is real nice. Said she was drunk and sent back. So the boy she went out to dinner with today was you. Miroku exclaimed out in shock, her small face turning pale. She knew that Lang Ruoli had gone to dinner with a boy she liked. Now it was Jiang Mai who carried her back. Could it be that Jiang Mai is the boy Lang Ruoli likes? No way. Where in the world is this dogged? Miroku directly started to convince herself that it must be because Jiang Mai was too righteous and saw that Lang Ruoli was drunk before she carried him back. Yeah, that must be it. Jiang Mai didn't answer straight away, so he said to Miroku, take good care of her, and when she wakes up in a while let her take some sobriety pills so she doesn't feel bad. Good. Miroku agreed. She looked at Jiang Mai with a pair of eyes that were infatuated, and she just didn't want to move away. When Jiang Mai placed Lang Ruoli on the bed and was just about to leave, he immediately began to be held by Miroku's arms. You're so angry. Before I sent you so many messages on WeChat, how come you didn't reply? Today is still not to find me. How do you say to make it up to me? Miroku's sheepish heel just kept rubbing against Jiang Mai and not letting go. Jiang Mai was depressed. Sister, I didn't even add you to WeChat. What are you talking about? How can that be? I clearly added you. Miroku didn't believe it and directly took out her cell phone and showed it to Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai took a look and realized that Miroku had added his own trumpet. He realized at once that it must have been the 3 livestock roommates who did it. Only they knew his trumpet password. It's my trumpet. I don't use it. You asked my roommates for it. Jiang Mai's words made Miroku realize that he had been fooled. In her mind, she started cursing those 3 dogmen for cheating her out of her money. But then looking at the handsome and tall Jiang Mai in front of her, how could she be angry with him? So she said with a smile, then add me to your big number. It's not necessary. Jiang Mai said indifferently, I don't add random people on WeChat. Congratulations to the host for rejecting the rice schoolgirl, gaining 1 million RMB, and increasing the learning value by another 20 points. Jiang Mai was satisfied. With the added study value, wasn't he or she one step closer to being a super learner? Miroku, however, refused. No, you have to add me. I've been ripped off by your roommates for $3,000. You have to make it up to me. Jiang Mai had cursed a few roommates in his heart, but he had even received money from Miroku. Now Miroku would totally have an excuse to haunt himself. It's them who cheat. You can find them to go, or I can help you ask for money. School sister, you'd better get down an anti-fraud center app to avoid being fooled again. Jiang Mai skimmed the relationship. Also, adding people really isn't necessary. But, when Miroku still wanted to say something, Jiang Mai said, I have to go downstairs. This is the girls' dormitory. Although the girls' dormitory was a place where how many boys wanted to mix in, Jiang Mai was indifferent and didn't find it exciting at all. Instead, he felt that it was a magic cave. He then tried to escape Miroku's entanglements. The dormitory auntie said appreciatively, this little boy is right. Well, the people have been delivered. Let's talk about anything else at another location. So the dormitory aunt took Jiang Mai out. Miroku was all kinds of reluctant to let go of Jiang Mai, and it could be said that he was lying on the edge of the doorframe, looking at Jiang Mai's back. It was so hard to have such a delicious man in front of her and not mean anything to her. Is it her face that's not pretty? Her breasts not big? Her waist not thin? Or her legs not long? How come he's not impressed? Miroku started stomping his feet in anger and grunted. The next time we meet, I'm going to make sure you fall under my stone skirt. Chapter 52, Sitting on the Ground. Miroku's attention was focused on Lang Ruoli, who was now drunkenly asleep and completely dainty. Lang Ruoli is so beautiful and has such a good figure. Jiang Mai is sitting still. He is a boy with manners. That's so nice. She didn't count on liking the wrong guy. She doesn't mess around with girls while they're drunk, and she's much better than the perverts who would mooch off them. Miroku's mood became much more soothing at the thought. As she was about to go take care of Lang Rory and cover her properly, she suddenly saw Lang Rory's red lips opening and closing as she was saying something. Well, what are you talking about? Miroku leaned down. When she heard it clearly, her face instantly turned pale. In the boys' dormitory, Jiang Mai has been torturing his 3 roommates a bit since they came back. The 3 roommates began to honestly explain how they cheated Miroku out of 3,000. And Jiang Mai pinched his temples and said, we'll go pay back the money tomorrow. Don't. We'll pay back the money. And schoolgirl me will skin us. Lao, he screamed. Serves you right. Who let you guys lie to her? Jiang Mai was cold and unfeeling, his hands clasping his arms. Keiko also realized the seriousness of the matter and asked, Miroku won't call the police, right? It's very possible. Oh, I heard that there was a girl who offended schoolgirl me before and ended up dropping out. Little White Dove got excited. When Lao he heard this, he panicked. At least we're all roommates. Don't save us from death. Schoolflower is really will not let us go. You just add her WeChat. We do not have to pay back the money. The big deal is that we split the money equally. Jiang Mai's eyes killed him. Lao he laughed dryly. So we're 3 and you're 7? Am I this kind of person who can sacrifice beauty for money? Jiang Mai raised his eyebrows. Yes. The 3 men spoke in unison. Jiang Mai rolled his eyes and clasped his arms in front of him. Then it's better to wait for Miroku to call the police and pull you guys away. You're really seeing death. Ha? Lao he looked at Jiang Mai pitifully. Jiang Mai said, you're an adult. You have to face the storm on your own. Tart. I'm going to take a bath and go to bed. Jiang Mai grabbed his clothes and then went to the bathroom to take a shower. Seeing Jiang Mai's merciless appearance, the 3 little faces looked at each other. Looks like we're going to have to go and take the blame. Yeah, or else it would be weird if schoolgirl me could leave us alone. Let's just hope she won't be hot to trot. Hey, little White Dove, you don't say it so horribly. Schoolgirl me is at least a girl. She shouldn't be so ferocious. That's not necessarily true. Girls can be very scary creatures when they're mean. The 3 men couldn't help but get a chill down their backs. It's true. The last thing you can offend is a woman. It's going to be another sleepless night tonight. After the cold stars and the cold moon, the first break of dawn cuts through the subtle colors of dawn and awakens the world to the silence of all music. The chirping of sparrows filled the window. Chattering. Lang Ruoli, who was originally sleeping on the bed, was slowly woken up by the sound of birds chirping and slowly opened her eyes. Lang Ruorue subconsciously realized that she wasn't wearing the same dress from yesterday. It had turned into a nightgown, and abruptly her face was steaming. She sporadically remembers that she seemed to be drunk, and then her mind was muddled, and she remembers that it seemed like Jiang Mai was the one who took her away. Lang Ruoli was full of tenderness, and he rubbed it into his eyes as much as he could. She covered her chest and smiled shyly. He didn't change his clothes last night, did he? The door clicked and pushed open as Lang Ruorue tried to recall exactly what had happened. You're awake. I brought you some porridge. Have some. Miroku swaggered in and placed his breakfast on the table. Thanks. Lang Ruoli nodded gratefully. You really tossed me around last night. The makeup was removed by me. The clothes were changed by me. And you were still all kinds of uncooperative. How do you think you have to thank me? Miroku sat on the chair and crossed his legs. Ha? Did you change it? Lang Ruoli was so surprised that her red lips slightly opened. What else? Who do you think changed it? Miroku raised his eyebrows. Jiang Mai? After hearing Jiang Mai from Miroku's mouth, Lang Ruoli's face reddened to the extreme and even covered her face in embarrassment. No. She definitely wouldn't tell Miroku-san that she had just thought about it. How can you say something so shameful? But Lang Ruoli came to her senses in a few seconds and asked curiously. Sister Miroku, how do you know about Jiang Mai? Miroku's sister now senior internship. In the company often modeling set training. Especially busy. Rarely pay attention to school things. Also do not go on the school network. And Jiang Mai is not the same major. The intersection is not much. Because, Miroku's slender hand rested right at her cheek. Looking meaningfully at Lang Ruoli. Last night you were drunk. But you called Jiang Mai I love you for a night. At least 200 or 300 times. Ha? Really? Lang Ruorue became more and more shy. Is she so bold and revealing at night? Yeah. Miroku then let out a sigh and looked at Lang Ruoli despondently. So Jiang Mai is the one you've been secretly in love with? Yes. I've always liked him. Lang Ruorue was a person who dared to love and hate. Since she liked it she was brave enough to admit it. There was nothing to avoid inside. There's no shame in liking someone. Phew. Miroku took a deep breath, followed by a pale smile. Then you know what? I have a thing for him. After hearing Miroku's words, Lang Ruoli's small face was startled. Her eyes were round and she couldn't believe what her ears were hearing. What? Miroku-san, you're interested in him. Can't it be that he was the one you were looking for last time? I never thought we sisters could like the same boy. It's a trick of fate. Miroku sighed. Lang Ruoli was surprised to hear this, but she quickly organized her thoughts. Sister Miroku, even if you're my best girlfriend, I won't give Jiang Mai up. I like him and won't quit just because you like him too. Whether you blame me or resent me, I won't be angry. But I must tell you that Jiang Mai is my bottom line. No one can touch my bottom line. In one breath, Lang Ruorue spoke her thoughts. And Miroku, she was actually nervous inside, knowing that when she blurted it all out, Miroku would be angry, complain, and even tear her apart. But even so, Lang Ruorue still had to love Jiang Mai without a second thought. To pursue Jiang Mai, even if the world ended and the sky fell, she wouldn't stop loving Jiang Mai. She would love him until the last second before death. However, the outburst Lang Ruoli had imagined did not come. Instead, she heard a soft laugh from Miroku. Ruoli, you're really cute. If I were a guy, I'd have to marry you. Lang Ruoli was confused on the spot. Ha? If it was another girl who liked Jiang Mai, I would have to fight with her to the death, or even die of old age. But you like Jiang Mai. I'm not disgusted at all. And I even think there's nothing wrong with two girls serving one husband. Miroku's red lips raised. This completely shocked Lang Ruoli. Lang Ruoli subconsciously blushed and became anxious. Sister Miroku, stop it. Look at you. Teasing you isn't enough. Miroku teased. Okay, since both of us like Jiang Mai then it's a fair competition. Anyway, Jiang Mai is single now. Anyone has the right to pursue love. Lang Ruoli nodded, coinciding with Miroku's thoughts. I won't let you go just because you're my best friend. Miroku grunted. You think I'm going to give in to you? I'm declaring that you've met your strongest love rival yet. I'm not afraid. Lang Ruoli's mouth was tinged with a smile. Then you'll wait for the most powerful challenge. For Jiang Mai I'm determined to win. Miroku definitely wouldn't give up on Jiang Mai. But she still had compassion for Lang Ruoli. If Lang Ruoli really didn't chase after Jiang Mai, he would definitely make it up to Lang Ruoli at that time. After all, If the man wants it, so must the girlfriends. After Morocco and Lang Ruoli opened up and spoke clearly, the relationship between the two got better and better. Originally, when Morocco was still struggling with how to contact Jiang Mai, it turned out that the opportunity came to him. Looking at the three boys in front of her who stopped in front of her, Morocco clasped her hands on her chest, her fox eyes upturned, and snorted coldly. You know you're throwing yourself into the net? Senior me. We were wrong. We shouldn't have lied to you. Don't go to the police to arrest us. If there's anything we need to help, feel free to order. Lao he apologized sincerely and also gave 2,000 to Milu. Call the police? Morocco listened with some confusion. Now looking at the three men's fearful little eyes, she realized that her chance to bounce back had arrived. Well, you guys are behaving so badly that you are seriously going to be arrested. But I forgive you for being first-time offenders and am willing to give you a chance to reform. Morocco's eyes carried a trace of a rich smile. This made the three people excited, and they hurriedly asked, Senior sister me, what do you want us to do? Chapter 53, A boy should protect himself in the outside world. Morocco Yanli smiled. I don't want this 2,000. It's considered a free gift to you guys, but you have to hand in a piece of information about Jiang Mai. Things like his hobbies, interests, what he does in his spare time, dress size, astrological sign, and his relationship history all have to be told to me in full. If you want to chase a man, then know your enemy and know yourself. She had never fought a battle she wasn't sure of. Originally, she was worried about not having a few assists, but now that these three Jiang Mai's roommates had come to her, it simply made Morocco see a turnaround. With Jiang Mai's brother's help, then her chances of catching Jiang Mai were greatly upward. Senior me, don't make it difficult for us. We can't betray our brothers like this. Lao he was embarrassed. As much as he loved money, brothers were more important. The other two also nodded along. Usually Jiang Mai treated them quite well. How could they betray their brothers? This is not betraying your brother. This is helping your brother. Your brother is now a single dog. How can you bear it in your heart? You definitely have to help him bridge the gap, so that he can get rid of his left-handed life earlier and enter a happy and fulfilling future earlier. Morocco seduced. Besides, aren't you guys afraid that I'll hold you responsible for cheating you out of your money? You're going to lose out if you really make a scene. Looking at these three people still hesitating, Morocco pouted and muttered, using a provocative method. Besides, I'm just testing how well you guys know your brothers. Should you not? Don't even know that. Do you? Then what kind of brothers are you? The little white dove said defiantly. We are true brothers. How could we not know all this? Come on, I'll tell you. Pigeon. Keiko chortled. Little white pigeon rolled up his sleeves and said, we did something wrong and we're already compensated for it. Besides, schoolgirl me's request isn't too much, and if Mako gets off on this he'll also have to thank us for our friendly help. Keiko heard this and found it particularly telling. If they as brothers didn't help out a bit, maybe Jiang Mai would really have to stay a bachelor. Being a brother, definitely need to push the envelope. In fact, Morocco's school sister is not bad, rich and beautiful, figure is good, and very warm and generous. Maybe in Jiang Mai really suitable. Besides, they did make a mistake by embezzling the money in the first place, and they shouldn't hesitate now that they have a chance to make amends. Okay, then we'll tell you everything. Keiko made up her mind and told Morocco everything in a nutshell. Morocco was surprised to hear it. She had heard before that there was a famous lover in the school, rain or shine, going every day just to propose to Xia Shiran, but she wasn't a gossipy person, and with her busy schedule, she didn't bother to find out. But Morocco never thought that the original lover is Jiang Mai. No wonder Lang Ruoli is so beautiful, and at the beginning, she was only secretly in love with Jiang Mai, and did not send out a pursuit offensive. So it turned out that at that time, Jiang Mai was still deeply in love with Xia Shiran and could not extricate himself, but from the tone of Kai Zi's voice, Jiang Mai was already pulling away and putting down on Xia Shiran. It also creates an opportunity for Morocco. What does a man who has lost his love need most? Of course it's the comfort of a beautiful woman and the nourishment of love. Morocco didn't care what Jiang Mai's past was like. Anyway, his future would be fine with her. It was just the right opportunity for her to strike while the iron was hot and take Jiang Mai early. Morocco's sinister eyes blinked, and then she smiled at the three of them and said, actually, I have another request that I need your help with. The three people looked at Morocco's smile and abruptly had a bad feeling. The slanting sunlight is followed by the evening sunlight that covers the sky and embraces the night completely. Jiang Mai and his party came to the school in front of the trick escape room. In fact, Jiang Mai on what the escape room is not very interested, but a few livestock roommates non-encourage him, said how exciting, how fun. Young people love to play, but also dragged him must go. Jiang Mai thought he hadn't been there before, so it was okay to go and have some fun. So he went. When it came to sneaky escape, the system began to remind, congratulations to the host, signing into the escape room center successfully, rewarding you with 300,000 RMB, and increasing your reconnaissance ability by 20 points. It just so happens that when you play escape room, you have to use your brain. Jiang Mai has a brain, just not enough care. Now with improved scouting abilities, it's more likely to break in and succeed. It's just that Jiang Mai didn't expect to see the sexy girl sitting in the sofa area when he arrived at the front desk. Long brown curly hair, charming and electric eyes, high nose, full and sexy lips. That a gorgeous and tender face is a combination of charm and sexiness in the right way. Not to mention her devilishly hot body, more eye-catching. Upper body low-cut see-ditch white lace blouse. The lower body is a hip skirt. Wantonly show her long legs. See Jiang Mai also deliberately stretch legs, and deliberately shrugged shoulders concave out of the clavicle. Chest groove that is called a wildly proud of the performance. Completely is the Grand Canyon. The boys and the others were going to have wild nosebleeds watching. This body was really superb. But Jiang Mai looked indifferent. It's not just the 2 pounds of flesh on your chest what's so cool about squeezing it. A woman's sexiness depends on what breasts, what legs to show. That is vulgar. The real sexy is from the inside out. Shy half cover. Let a person have endless reverie. That is advanced. But that's not the issue. The problem is, why is Miroku also there? Jiang Mai's sharp eyes killed him. He finally realized why his livestock roommates were so enthusiastic. It turned out that he had dug a hole early and brought himself to jump. Miroku-senpai also wants to play escape room with us. It's fun to play with more people. Little White Pigeon was in a cold sweat. No fun. I'm leaving. Jiang Mai was so bummed out that he wanted to leave. But as a result, the 3 livestock either hugged or dragged him back to his original spot in one go. Don't you go away. Help us. We promised school sister Miroku. The little white dove looked at Jiang Mai pitifully. He nodded his head straight and hugged Jiang Mai's waist without letting go of his hand. Yeah, we're the ones who pay for it anyway, so you're just playing along. Keiko pleaded. They're all roommates. Don't you dare see them die. Get up. Jiang Mai ordered indifferently. Mako dash the 3 men said in unison. Jiang Mai's eyes were cold as hell. A bunch of big old men hugging me. Aren't you tired of it? Since you guys are paying for it, I'll play. Great. The 3 people were so happy that they hurriedly let go of Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai stood there with a sullen face. Miroku saw that he was not happy. Then he moved forward with a slight smile and said, it's fun to play escape room together. Don't have a sullen face. Thirsty? I'll call you a cup of juice. Okay? No need. Jiang Mai said, I'm not thirsty. Congratulations to the host, refusing the overtures of the me schoolgirl, gaining 200 points of backbone value, obtaining 500,000 RMB, and increasing the intelligence value by 20 points. Miroku was not repulsed by Jiang Mai's indifference, but instead warmly and generously forward to grab Jiang Mai's hand, saying, come on, you sit for a while, the escape room still has to get people together, and so on. Her hand, which was doing light pink crystal armor, made Jiang Mai's scalp go numb as soon as she put it on, and he subconsciously shook off Miroku's hand. Men and women are not related. Senior sister, behave yourself, Jiang Mai said without changing his color. Miroku, however, especially loved this coldness of Jiang Mai, not taking advantage of her, and having principles. It's really nothing like those big horny ass out there. Miroku eyes winks ripples, soft body to Jiang Mai this side leaning, smiling and playful. What's wrong? Outside you shy ya. I'm not doing anything. You have thick skin. Jiang Mai's eyes were grumpy. I don't know how to write shyness yet, but you have to be a little more reserved anyways. What's the point of being reserved about chasing a boy you like? If you're any more reserved you'll be chased away. Miroku grunted, particularly disagreeing with what Jiang Mai said. Every now and then, her hand had to hitch up and pinch Jiang Mai's waist. Jiang Mai expressionlessly put down Miroku's hand and said, senior sister, if you keep casually molesting me like this, I'll leave. There was a deep threat in his eyes. A shock. Okay, I'm not going to play anymore, okay? Miroku grunted, withdrawing his hand with intent. She didn't care about the moment when she could just mooch off of them in the escape room later anyway. It is said that the escape room, moonlight and windy, and dark, the most easy to heat up the feelings. Hey, when the time comes, she'll just jump into Jiang Mai's arms and wooing, he'll have mercy on her. While Jiang Mai was slack-jawed and ignoring Miroku, a silhouette was abruptly cast in front of him. P.S. I'm begging you all to rush this. and I'm begging for gifts that will allow the author to buy a better keyboard to code on. Next door to the old article cute baby milk father, huge rich wife teasing door you can go to read. Special fat chapter. Chapter 54 Fair Play. Meiko, Miroko-san. After hearing the wan and melodious voice, Jiang Mai jerked his head up. He then saw Lang Ruoli in her blue and white JK. She was like the first ray of morning light cast on the Alps, instantly brightening his eyes. The original long, flowing and beautiful hair was now tied into a high ponytail, just tied with a blue ribbon. The dress was very slim, the peaks were stacked up, and it also trimmed her small waist to perfection. Not to mention the long legs in white silk. The legs were really beautiful, much sexier than Miroko's bare legs, looking slim and slender, delicate and jade. Lang Ruoli looked at him somewhat shyly. Her beauty was delicate. Why are you here? Miroko took the first step to voice Jiang Mai's doubts. We're the ones who called her over. Aren't we short of people to team up with right now? So it's okay to call her. Kaizi inserted his voice, and then he turned to Miroko. Miroko-senpai, you won't mind, right? No problem. Miroko was a generous person, and although Lang Ruoli's appearance was a surprise, she was happy to be able to play the game with Lang Ruoli so that it was lively as well. Besides, she had agreed to compete fairly with Lang Ruoli, so this was a mutual opportunity for both parties, so why would she oppose it? Having a love interest, or such a good one, it's what proves that she's not a bad judge of character and that the man she sees is worth pursuing. When they were about to start the game, the front desk informed, sorry, you chose the 5th Madhouse theme, so it takes 8 people to start the game. Would you mind splitting the team? 8 people are needed. Ah, then call 2 more. Lao He looked at it, then took his cell phone address book and was looking to see if there was anyone who was more available who could come. As a result, this time the staff said, it just so happens that there are 2 beautiful women here now. Let's see if we can put a team together. The crowd looked over at once. Only 2 figures appeared as they walked up downstairs. It's still familiar. It was none other than Xia Shiran and Glasses Girl. You guys came to play escape room too? The little white dove was surprised. Glasses Girl nodded. Yeah, this escape room is the hottest right now. Of course we're coming to play. In fact, it was she who saw Jiang Mai and others coming and going to the escape room, so she urged Xia Shiran to come and play together. After all, now there is a rift between Jiang Mai and Xia Shiran. I'll have to repair it. Always stalemate is not a thing. It's time for Xia Shiran to take the initiative and create opportunities. Xia Shiran, who had been rejected by Jiang Mai last time, was now looking at Jiang Mai with very hot eyes. In an obscure voice, she said, is it okay if we play together? Xia Shiran, we can play together, but it doesn't mean I'm willing to give you a chance. Jiang Mai's eyes were a little complicated, and he let out a huff. Our best relationship can only be as friends. Jiang Mai didn't want to give Xia Shiran any wrong impressions, so he wanted to make things clear. Ma Kino, you've liked me for so long, but by now you really don't have any feelings left at all? Xia Shiran bit her lower lip. As she gazed at Jiang Mai in a daze, a figure stepped in front of Jiang Mai and said, I'm sorry, you guys should find someone else to team up with. It was none other than Miroku, who said with some displeasure, we're looking for someone to play a game, not to fall in love. If you're not interested in playing secret rooms, don't delay us. Yes, the decisive voice rang out. All of them looked at Jiang Mai in shock. I don't feel anything for you anymore. Jiang Mai responded stubbornly. Xia Shiran, however, her eyes glowed red and she choked up. Mu Yi, no matter what, I am your fiancé. This is something that our 2 families have recognized since childhood. As long as you nod your head, we will get married. I don't like moral abduction. Jiang Mai paused and said, besides, we've broken off our engagement. Xia Shiran's small face paled. She had already seen the coldness between Jiang Mai's brows. She bit her crimson lip, and her hand hanging down the side of her skirt began to clench into a fist. The Glasses Girl couldn't stand it anymore and said, Jiang Mai, what are you so mad about? What capital do you have to clamor with Shiran? Do you really consider yourself an onion? If not for Shiran liking you, can you be proud like this? I think you are floating. The Glasses Girl even tried to kick Jiang Mai, who quickly dodged away. Splat dash a hard slap was thrown across the Glasses Girl's face. Shocked all around, everyone saw the Glasses Girl covering her face and staring blankly at the icy girl in front of her. Lang Ruoli's palms ached, but she couldn't suppress the effort. A pair of beautiful almond eyes stared icily at the Glasses Girl and said, he drifted. I'm used to it. Where do you count his onions to come here and tell him what to do? As far as you guys are concerned, you have no right to talk about him. Lang Ruoli couldn't understand outsiders saying that Jiang Mai was half bad. And even more so, She didn't like others to misunderstand and bash Jiang Mai. She loved him, he was the best, the most perfect. For her it was half the sky. Why should she be trampled into the mud? The glasses girl was completely dumbfounded. And then she was so angry that she was about to fling her hand to hit Lang Ruoli. But the result was that Lang Ruoli's hand ribs were pulled, and a tall figure quickly swept forward. Bam! The glasses girl was pushed away from her with a surprised look on her face. Xia Shiran was anxious and ran over to ask, "Are you okay? We can't get back together." Jiang Mai said coldly, "Xia Shiran, no matter how you scold me or blame me, I won't turn back. It's hard to reunite a broken mirror, not to mention the feelings, even if we are really together. Do you think there isn't a single crack between us?" Xia Shiran dropped her eyelids glumly. A wisp of obscurity appeared at the corner of her mouth. Then she said negatively, "Jiang Mai, how big of a face you have, to be so desperate to me? Even if I was just using you as a spare tire before. So what? Who let you like me? Since it was you who liked it first, then it's you who lost. You have to admit it." Chapter 55. So domineering. It's worthy of being a male god. Shioran, what are you talking about? Not to mention shocking the crowd. Even the glasses girl was stunned. That's what I mean. And since you're going to be so separate, I can definitely get over you too. It's not like anyone in this world can't live without anyone. Xia Shiran clenched her back teeth. Lang Ruoli's cold voice rang out. What about you? You still take pride in taking someone as a spare tire? Easily trampling on feelings is going to pay the price. So you purely deserve it now. Jiang Mai immediately looked at Lang Ruoli. Her eyes were firm and icy, revealing her dissatisfaction with Xia Shiran. Miroku was excited. Good point. It's about time someone cured Xia Shiran. That would be best. You can forget about me and I'm not so burdened. It's better for us both if we don't bother each other. At this moment, Jiang Mai, the light reflected his perfect jawline, a pair of icy cold eyes wrapped in danger. It instantly made it hard for Xia Shiran. Tears fell abruptly, and in the midst of this embarrassing dilemma, she left with the glasses girl. Jiang Mai's heart calmed only after watching them leave. Miroku then happily circled around Jiang Mai, so domineering. What guts! Jiang Mai, however, nodded lightly without arrogance. Lang Ruoli, however, looked worriedly at Jiang Mai, who noticed something was wrong and laughed a little. It's like a clear lake in the spring sunshine, rippling with microwaves. Extra nice. At this moment, Miroku had already called the two schoolmates, and the group of people were not affected by the mood of Xia Shiran and the others just now, and started the escape room. The theme of the fifth asylum is done so authentically that it's like you're actually there. The whole house was dimly lit and spooky. Jiang Mai is not at all vain. Anyway, he is used to watching horror movies. There is nothing to be afraid of. Rather, it was Miroku who kept shivering beside her and said, "It's so scary. Meiko, you have to hold on to my hand and don't let it go." She went to grab Jiang Mai's palm several times. Jiang Mai swept over with a biting look. "What's there to be afraid of? How dare you? It's not even completely dark. The NPCs haven't even appeared. But I'm just scared," Miroku pouted, and her snow-white mountains violently squeezed hard towards Jiang Mai's body. Jiang Mai then felt a piece of softness, feeling that people have been rubbing hard, making Jiang Mai helpless. "Miroku-senpai. Sister Miroku, grab me if you're afraid." Lang Ruoli walked forward and grabbed Miroku's wrist that was about to wrap around Jiang Mai. Miroku watched Jiang Mai walk towards the front, and immediately looked at Jiang Mai's back. "Hey, don't go so fast." Miroku wanted to catch Jiang Mai too late. "Sister Miroku, don't leave. I'm so scared." Lang Ruoli hugged Miroku's hand and wouldn't let go, completely terrified. On one hand, she was really quite scared, and on the other hand, she didn't want Sister Miroku to keep pestering Jiang Mai. Miroku was helpless and said to Lang Ruoli, you. Despite being badgered, she was still spoiled. Lang Ruoli then guffawed and smiled a particularly innocent smile. Her head then leaned on Miroku's shoulder and said, "Let's go together." "Okay. Without a man. A best friend can make do without a man." Miroku's mood was instantly relieved, and he led Lang Ruoli to feel around. "It's already in the chamber room. You need to get a set of codes to break into the level." But everyone was clueless. There was nothing in the house except some furniture. "Should we use the Q code? There are 3 chances in total," Little White Dove suggested. "No need. I can solve it," Jiang Mai said calmly. The Little White Dove said pompously, "Really? Don't you hate anything decrypted? Can it really be solved?" "Sure." Little White Pigeon came closer and said to Jiang Mai, "Don't act like a pussy just because there are 2 superb beauties around. It's most humiliating if you answer wrongly in a while." Jiang Mai rolled his eyes and said, Don't use your IQ as a measuring stick and think I'm like you. You really can? Kai Z was also a bit unconvinced. Lang's schoolmarm is a schoolteacher. Now they are all looking for clues. And looking at them, they haven't found any cracked passwords. Okay. It took Jiang Mai a little time just now, but luckily with the intelligence value and scouting value given by the system, Jiang Mai still managed to see through the method of cracking the secret room code. The password is 2030. A sudden shout of surprise rang out, drawing everyone's attention away. Everyone then saw Miroku's hand holding a bottle of cleaner from the cabinet and said, "That was easy. It says 2030. Jiang Mai, however, was dumbfounded. "No, why not? It's all written. I'll go and enter the password." Little White Pigeon then felt that Jiang Mai was pretending too much, and directly went to enter the password. As a result, the radio came with a reminder. "Sorry for the input error. You have 5 more chances, and if you get it wrong all 5 times, you'll dim all the lights. You have 3 dark reminders." The little white dove was dumbfounded. "It's really wrong. It's really a ghost." He asked Jiang Mai, "What exactly is that code word?" "I don't know yet." Jiang Mai replied. "You don't know, so you just swore you did? I knew you couldn't be relied on and were pretending." Little White Dove was depressed. Jiang Mai said lazily, "But I know what the code word should be." Jiang Mai picked up the towel on the table, then poured on the cleaning essence in Miroku's hand and walked over to the wall, using the towel to wipe the dirty parts of the wall clean to get a set of numbers 9181. Jiang Mai turned back and looked at the crowd. "It's simple. The password is 9181. Although there are a lot of obstacles in the scene, but Jiang Mai pondered, only to realize that everyone thought too complicated. In fact, it is the simplest operation. You can get the password. The little white dove rushed to enter the password, only to be prompted to enter the next level. He was amazed as hell. "You're good." Miroku then ran over excitedly, jumped up and went to Jiang Mai's body. His legs coiled up and said, "Wow, you're also too powerful." Lang Ruoli, who was originally still happy for Jiang Mai, after seeing Miroku's actions, her red lips slightly opened, and a loss began to surround her eyes. "Lang Ruoli, let's go." A magnetic voice rang out. Lang Ruoli shuddered and jerked her head up to see Jiang Mai standing in front of the barrier. He had shooed Miroku away, his bright dark eyes looking up at himself. Lang Ruoli's heart felt like a jar of honey had been poured into it, and she couldn't help but be happy. "Good." Lang Ruoli nodded and ran forward. The next level. Although the difficulty increased, Lang Ruoli was very attentive and became Jiang Mai's little assistant, helping to crack it together. Coupled with Jiang Mai's smart brain, he quickly entered the password and led a group of people to break through the barrier successfully. But as we enter the 5th level, the lights flicker on and off and the horror bristles all over. There are also very creepy sound effects that are appalling to listen to. Lang Ruoli's little face was white. She was feigning calmness, but in fact she was so scared that she didn't even dare to look around. When she was so flustered that she didn't know how to swing her hand, and her hand was a bit weak. Abruptly a pair of big soft hands took hold of her hand and made her tug on the corner of his shirt. "Keep up, don't lose them." A clear and cold voice rang out, causing Lang Ruoli to slowly raise her head. She saw the superior jawline of Jiang Mai. He was in his own way, and untamed, with a reckless and lazy temperament that fascinated him. Lang Ruoli subconsciously smiled dementedly. She was a little tail, right firmly behind Jiang Mai. Although the hand that was pulled was not a hand, but only the corner of his coat, it had already given Lang Ruoli a sinking feeling of happiness. She felt all bright in front of her eyes now. It wasn't so dark. Jiang Mai could naturally feel the light tugging of his clothes behind him. The tiny pair of hands that had been tugging at him, her pace neatly matching his own. Walking a little fast herself at first, she was trotting. Jiang Mai instantly slowed his pace, able to let her keep up. After sensing her ass-kicking following, Jiang Mai was careless and unconcerned on the surface, but his mood was hot. "I'm also scared. You take me away." Suddenly Miroku stuck up, and a peach flavor on his body leapt into the tip of his nose. Chapter 56, Why don't you sleep at my place? Jiang Mai took a look at the attentive Miroku and said, "I don't see that you're afraid." "Really afraid it? Legs are softed. If you want to carry me, I certainly do not mind." Miroku pouted. She is a strong liquor. At first drink especially choking, but get used to it is sweet and sweet. Of course, Jiang Mai wasn't used to drinking hard liquor. He plucked away Miroku's hand. "Congratulations to the host, for rejecting Miroku, gaining 200 points of backbone value, rewarding you with 500,000 RMB, and boosting your courage value by 20 points. With the increased courage value, Jiang Mai was even less vain. Now even if some NPC hangs down from the ceiling, one is not afraid. Naroku was aggrieved and unwillingly followed Lang Ruoli's example, tugging at Jiang Mai's clothes together. This made Jiang Mai cry and laugh a little. This isn't playing eagle catching chickens. What are you all doing one by one? Whatever, just have you take me. Naroku grunted. Lang Ruoli couldn't help but smile after hearing Jiang Mai's analogy. The two girls just kept following Jiang Mai. Inseparable. Now that would make the three men envious. Mako is really lucky, playing a horror break-in game, all with two big beauties as companions. Kai Z sighed. Who says it is not? Whether to choose rice school flower or cold school flower are so hard to tangle it, really can not both. Little White Dove said. Ha ha ha, I think you're the one who wants the little white dove. Lao he laughingly teased the little white dove. You don't want it, do you? That's not true, but there's no such life. Lao he shook his head. Besides, I have that main palace in my house. How dare I ask for someone else? Jiang Mai is simply like a hanged man. Even if the luck is good to burst, there are so many beautiful women like TSK, 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 TSK. God really treats Jiang Mai well, but Jiang Mai should. Who let Jiang Mai was abused deeply enough by Xia Shiran before? Originally God is going to compensate Jiang Mai a good meal. When you get to the final level, it's an all-black environment. Miroku has long thought about it. Just a flurry of smoke to Jiang Mai's arms on the line. Hey! In the dark how exciting. Touching and hugging and mooching is so much fun. However, as Miroku was going up and down, the little white dove's grumbling voice could be heard. Sister me, please let me go. Miroku was dumbfounded. What the hell? You're Chen-gu? You don't bowl asterisk 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 asterisk. Who else would you expect but me? The little white dove got cranky. Miroku shrugged off the little white dove in disgust then. God, what has she done? Then where did Jiang Mai go? At this moment, Jiang Mai, feeling the figure bending over his chest, abruptly breathed in. Her body was delicate, and because she was tense, he could especially feel her proud peaks squeezing against him, rising and falling. This made Jiang Mai's mouth a little dry. He didn't know how to place his hands. That is, the moment the lights went black and the NPC scare appeared, he felt a fresh scent hit his nose, and instantly his own arm was grabbed by slightly cool and smooth little hands. For a moment, the girl was given a tight hug. Jiang Mai sniffed the scent of the other party's hair and sank down. It seems to be a very fresh jasmine scent. What brand of shampoo? It smells so good. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hugged you, but I'm really scared. Lang Ruoli said shyly. She herself didn't expect to have so much courage at the critical moment and directly hug Jiang Mai, but she was really scared. It's also true that, would love to hug him. After feeling the other party's strong and powerful chest, Lang Ruori's little face had long been hot to the touch. It was a good thing the lights were off and it was dark around her. Otherwise she would have been so ashamed she would have looked like she was picking a crack in the ground, afraid that Jiang Mai would think she was too unreserved. Lang Ruoli could only let go of Jiang Mai with intent. Which thought? His hand was firmly grasped. Lang Ruoli was surprised. Didn't you say you're afraid? Then follow me and don't let go. A thick, magnetic voice rang out, delighting Lang Ruoli's mood. With a big smile, she said, good. NPCs are god-awful. Just scary when it counts. The special effects makeup was indeed scary. And then along with the green light appearing, the screams of Miroku and the little white dove could be heard filling the entire inside of the chamber. But what kind of person is Jiang Mai? Having installed a system that is even more terrifying than an NPC, would he still be afraid of this kind of NPC? System OS, Big Brother, are you polite? Jiang Mai holding Lang Ruoli, calm and relaxed. As long as the NPC to scare people, he quasi-scared back. To the back as the NPC's screams in succession. With that, Jiang Mai heard Lang Ruoli snort out a laugh. Although he couldn't see Lang Ruoli smile through the darkness, Jiang Mai was able to fantasize about that scene. While Jiang Mai was reminiscing, his palm was firmly clasped. The touch of two people's skin close to each other. Her initiative is to cause a wave of Jiang Mai's body trembling and tingling. What had been just a grabbing of hands was now a complete interlocking of fingers. Her hands are really small and soft, like cotton candy, soft and smooth. This made Jiang Mai's abruptness slowly disappear, going from being unaccustomed to it, to accepting it openly. I don't know how many miles I've traveled, but Jiang Mai felt it was really short-lived. At first glance they felt all the lights come on and they had reached the exit. The break-in is over. And the moment the light came on, Lang Ruori retracted her hand with a flushed face and said, I'm going to the restroom. Good. Jiang Mai nodded. He looked at her graceful and curvy back, feeling that soft and smooth touch still lingering in his hand. The corner of his mouth faintly hooked slightly, and Lang Ruorue broke into the restroom and quickly washed her face. Her pretty little face was already red to the core, and all at once she began to feel her palms, and all at once she burst out laughing, as sweet as honey. While Lang Ruorue went to the restroom, Miroku took advantage of the situation. She directly sat down next to Jiang Mai and said pitifully, "It was really scary just now. Oh, it scared me. Look at my body sweating from fear." Miroku deliberately tucked down her collar, getting more and more choppy, a milky scent coming out of her nose. She blinked her beautiful eyes and just looked at Jiang Mai. "You help me wipe it off," Jiang Mai said expressionlessly. "I'm going to the restroom." Jiang Mai was already gone when Miroku was about to pounce. Miroku huffed and puffed. This super straight guy, why was he so insensitive? After feeling the other boy's secret glances, Miroku glared back, instantly pulling his collar up. "What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a big beautiful girl? Was that something that could be looked at to other boys? When it was obvious that only the boys she liked could look at it." On the way back, Miroku had been blowing in Jiang Mai's ear the whole time. "Mako, just add me on WeChat. I'll transfer you 1314 red packets." "No, I'll transfer you 9,999 red packets." Chapter 57, It's Too Hard to Chase Boys. Miroku's eyes were full of adoration. Jiang Mai was unmoved. "It's not necessary." He pulled the little white dove right in front of Miroku, who was about to approach, thoroughly giving Miroku a run for his money. She gave the little white dove a hard stare, as if to say he was in the way. The little white dove was depressed. "How did I become a toolman? You think I want to?" Or Kai-Z found the atmosphere of the wrong, hurriedly began to change the topic. "This weather is really cold. Only not yet too late fall it. The result is already freezing to death. The temperature of -4 or 5 degrees it. And then go on like this which can eat." "That's right, especially back in the dormitory. It's just freezing cold. That's what it's called. How can I live without heat?" Little white dove complained. Lang Ruoli was surprised. "Don't you have air conditioning in your dormitory?" "Yes, but the old air conditioner in our dorm room only cools but doesn't heat. And the school doesn't allow floor heating, so we can only wear more," Jiang Mai explained. Lang Ruoli's heart trembled. Because of her father, she had all the heaters and bathtubs installed in her dormitory, so she wouldn't feel the dormitory was particularly cold. She usually sees other dorm rooms with air conditioners and thinks they can all produce heat, but it turns out they can only cool, which is a little too pitiful. After hearing Jiang Mai's words, Miroku began to offer charm. "This is too pitiful. If it was me, I'd want to complain. Why don't you sleep at my house?" Jiang Mai didn't even think about it and directly refused. "Don't." System reminder, congratulations to the host for rejecting Miroku's invitation to go home, gaining 200 points of backbone value, and gifting you with an alien laptop of the highest configuration. With Jiang Mai's current ability, not to mention a single alien laptop, even if he could get a truckload of alien laptops, but the system sent him, don't take it for nothing. Anyway, he happens to need to use a computer as a student, and alien laptops are really cool for gaming. Don't think too much. It's not like I'm going to do anything to you. Miroku pouted her colorful red lips and said, "It's just that my house is a villa. It's big and warm, and there's underfloor heating, and the bed is extra big too, so you can play games on the bed, and cast off as much as you want." "Need to cast off to play a game?" Dove teased with a laugh. Lao he smiled and said, "Schoolgirl me, can we go then?" Keiko nodded back. Miroku was depressed. "What are you guys coming to get involved in? Don't you know I'm going to have a two-person world with Jiang Mai?" But Miroku, in order to lure Jiang Mai into the game, fell to saying, "Of course, you can stay for as many days as you want, and you don't have to worry about catching a cold, and you can also eat delicious food." Being able to be under the same roof as Jiang Mai, it wasn't as if she could do whatever she wanted. Anyway, there are so many rooms. The big deal is to let Jiang Mai's roommates go to other rooms. Hey, naturally, and Jiang Mai the same room. "Not interested, I have my own house, so I won't bother you." Jiang Mai's tone was clear and cold, even if a few of the roommates were dumb enough to do it, but the brother had refused, so naturally they had to be on the same side as the brother. "We thought it would be better to stay in the dormitory, and it's easy to get to school, in case something happens. That's just it. Wrap more clothes around it. It's fine, we're in strong shape, it'll be fine." Miroku was so angry he was going to smoke. Pig teammates really cannot bring, not already bought through you. How the arm is still toward the Jiang Mai turn it. Mi Lu, who had been dragged back, naturally could not coerce Jiang Mai to go to her home, but only looked at Jiang Mai with a particularly grudging gaze, particularly hoping that Jiang Mai would change his mind. Nay, Jiang Mai righteously went back to the dormitory building. Even if Miroku wanted to add microblogging, he was refused. Miroku was bummed out and muttered, "Why is it so hard to chase boys?" In the past, there was no need for her to chase. Just a sweep of the eyes and a whole lot of guys started running up and started asking for her Weibo. But now Jiang Mai was like a rock, indestructible. But Miroku wouldn't give up. She liked to challenge the difficulty, and she wouldn't give up even if Jiang Mai was an SSSS level difficulty. Compared to Miroku's disheveled state, Lang Rory was a spring breeze. Her eyes were radiant. Holding her cell phone, she then said to Miroku, "Sister Miroku, let's go back." Miroku agreed and went back to the dormitory with Lang Ruoli. She had to go back and study the man-chasing strategy, and try to take Jiang Mai down earlier. The twilight was thin and the air was chilly. One breathes in a fog, enough to see that it's really cold. Inside the men's dormitory, Jiang Mai yelled towards the toilet room, "Little white pigeon, you're constipated. You haven't come out after so long. Just waiting for you. Okay, it's coming." Only heard the sound and did not see the person. Heard a few sounds of light sloshing in the toilet, followed by the sound of water clattering. Soon saw the little white dove wearing slippers and holding the foot washing basin came out. 4 people are sitting in chairs with 4 footwells at the ready. Jiang Mai jacked up the pants leg, rolled up to the knee, poured a little hot water into it. After soaking it was a full body relief. Cool. Keiko took the hot water bottle and just started pouring hot water into the water basin. He started to pour it for the little white dove, who instantly moved her feet away. "But don't burn me. Want more hot water? Or less?" Keiko asked. "Nonsense. Of course I need more. Otherwise it's still called foot soaking." The little white dove said with a straight face, "Scald you to death and forget about it." Keiko grunted and started the hot water bottle pouring quite a bit. As soon as the little white pigeon put his foot in, he awed. "Holy, it's hot. Is this going to be a flaming pig's hoof? You said yourself you wanted more, and now you don't." Keiko gave the little white dove a look. Little white pigeon said bitterly, "But it's also too hot. Look at my feet are red," he said, lifting his stinky feet and rushed towards Jiang Mai and Kai Zi, who were on the opposite side of the room. "That water is spilling everywhere." Jiang Mai quickly dodged. It's really hard to guard against dark arrows. You get the hell out of here. Who wants to drink your foot washing water? Don't mind the stench. Which stinks? Ah, super fragrant, alright. The little white pigeon panted, lowered his head and sniffed, then he slapped it in disgust. "Holy, it stinks. Socks are always worn for 4 or 5 days. And if you wear stinky socks and don't wash them as soon as they're thrown away, where else do you want your feet to smell good?" Keiko grunted. "How could I? Which it didn't. Your stinky socks are all over my bed." Keiko grumbled. Serendipity. And the fact that it's definitely not my feet that stink. It must be the shoes. They're so stinky. The little white dove said playfully. "Forget it." Shameless Lau, he laughed and damaged the little white dove. "You still think I stink? I don't even dislike your fart odor. Who sleeps at night grunting and farting non-stop? I sleep next door to you or going to be smoked to death by you." Little white pigeon spat at old he. "You don't fart. My loud farts don't stink. You're a muffled fart too. Just an old /er. ******. I'll bite you to death. Oh. Which stinks? It's better than you'll play a symphony." While looking at the 2 livestock roommates who disliked each other, Jiang Mai was helpless. What a topic. And now they're arguing about whether farts stink or not. How heavy-handed. Just as the argument kept ringing out in the dormitory, there was a knock on the door. "Classmate, install air conditioning." Everyone started looking over in unison. I ended up seeing 2 masters come in carrying an air conditioner box. There were quite a few other boys coming around in the hallway. "How can you still install an air conditioner?" "I think it's still a Gree inverter air conditioner. This one is quite expensive. It's still the latest model. And I heard it's super energy efficient." "Wow, really? John, my dormitory is too proud of it. Are changing the air conditioning?" The school agreed. "It seems to come with heating." Amidst a chorus of envious voices, the 4 faces in the dormitory were confused. They got up after wiping their feet in a hurry. "Master, are you mistaken? We didn't buy an air conditioner." Jiang Mai asked suspiciously. Chapter 58. I gave you the air conditioner. Yeah, isn't the school not allowed to change the air conditioner? Keiko was also curious. It is not that they did not want to change the air conditioner before. It is important not to buy an air conditioner is not affordable. After all, did not live for 2 years to be necessary? Why cheap next generation? Besides, the school doesn't approve of students changing air conditioners without authorization. So that's a wrap. The signatory is Jiang Mai. Which one of you is Jiang Mai? The master looked at the list and cruised over to Jiang Mai and the others. Little White Dove and the others looked at Jiang Mai in unison. You bought an air conditioner? I didn't buy it. Jiang Mai wanted to buy it, but the school did not agree. Besides, this kind of air conditioning is too high power. The school will never agree. Afraid of violating the school rules, and then even involved the roommates are deducted credits, but also reported on the bad. While Jiang Mai was surprised, the master said, then you don't have to worry. The school director has already approved and agreed. You can install it. So we're paying for the air conditioning? Keiko asked the point. Miss Lung Ruoli has already finished paying for you. The master's words shocked the 4 seats. Jiang Mai was surprised. She bought it for me? There was a hint of something unspoken in his heart. Originally, today was just a small white pigeon mentioning in passing, but it did not occur to me that Lang Ruoli was hanging on to her heart, and in the evening someone came to install the air conditioner. Yes, the master nodded and said, can we start loading now? It's okay, it's okay, it's so okay. The little white dove was excited. To know the dormitory is really cold. Sleep at night quilt are thin to death. Have to curl up to sleep. Not in the quilt covered with a few layers of down simply cannot sleep. Now that you have a fancy air conditioner that makes heat, why not? The important thing is that it's free and agreed by the school. The boys who had gathered around were thoroughly sour. We want hot air conditioning in our dorm room too. When will you remove that broken air conditioner of ours? These 2 days are cold air. Too freezing. Let us poor students without air conditioning how to survive. So envious of Jiang Mai. Cold school flower chasing him is really romantic. Right. Send air conditioning. Simply then my girlfriend to send what milk tea is much more practical. When can I have such a racy encounter? AI. Jiang Mai. I really need to get some lessons from you. How can I get the schoolgirls to be charmed by you? In the midst of the boys' gazes of envy and jealousy, Jiang Mai himself felt like he was dreaming. The master quickly began to install the air conditioner. As soon as it was installed, it was time to start using the air conditioner. The dormitory, which was still cold, started to heat up and became extra warm. Jiang Mai's dormitory is already overcrowded, and all the ones in the next dormitory have come to visit. One by one, they all began to shy away, saying, Jiang Mai, can we hit the floor today? It doesn't matter what's warm or not. I just want to play games with you. I didn't come here to blow out the warm air. I just want to have a good talk with you about the sky. Master, take a bow from my disciple. How do I pick up girls? Jiang Mai, you publish a book. I buy is not it. Even if it's more expensive. You hurry up and teach me how to get off. Looking at the eyes of a person eager for knowledge, Jiang Mai was depressed. Teach what? He's a single dog himself. He's not even off the hook yet. Jiang Mai said, it's okay to rub the air conditioner, but keep quiet, I'm going to bed. He just crawled into bed and ignored them. A person who is thirsty for knowledge is not disheartened after failing in his pursuit of love treasures. And of course it didn't go away. Nonsense. Their own dormitory cold. Here so warm, why go? Can rub a little more rub? Do not rub, the heating is a stupid dog. Jiang Mai opened WeChat and replied to Lang Ruoli, thank you. But how did you agree to get the school administration to agree to install the air conditioner? He took a breath and it wasn't even foggy anymore. The house is really warm. And then look at the opposite side of the small white pigeon and Lao He, already comfortable rolling around on the bed. The original hard life of the dormitory has become thriving. This was all thanks to the air conditioner given by Lang Ruoli. Lang Ruoli seconds back, I went to the principal to apply. He quickly agreed. How is the air conditioning? Can it run normally? In fact, Lang Ruoli had donated 200 computers directly to the school to get it approved. But Lang Ruoli didn't say it out loud because she was afraid that Jiang Mai would be under pressure and it wouldn't be good if he didn't accept it when the time came. Jiang Mai deducted the word, very well. How much is it? I'll transfer it to you. With that, Lang Ruoli patted Jiang Mai's head, appeared on top of WeChat. Lang Ruoli, no need. You even treated me to a barbecue last time. Air conditioning doesn't cost much. Jiang Mai didn't think it would work. Even if Lang Ruoli was rich, it was still her money. Jiang Mai himself wasn't a soft eater, or he'd be too ashamed of his system. So Jiang Mai directly started transferring $10,000 to Lang Ruoli. Transferred. You receive it. Lang Ruoli, I won't take it. Let it turn back automatically. If you really want to thank me, can you promise me one thing? She didn't want to settle so clearly with Jiang Mai. And even more so, she wanted Jiang Mai to accept her good intentions. Jiang Mai got curious and asked, what is it? As long as I can do it, I can help you in any way I can. Instantly a message was sent. Jiang Mai was a bit surprised when he saw the content, and then he couldn't help himself. This little twerp. Does this need to be asked of him? Jiang Mai, yes, of course. Lang Ruoli, that's good. See you tomorrow. Good night. She also posted an emoji of a kitten being cute. Jiang Mai looked at it, with a smile under his eyes, and returned a sentence, good night. At this moment, Lang Ruoli's delicate body was sleeping on the bed, staring straight at a message in her hand. 1%, yes, of course. Lang Ruoli's shoulders trembled with shyness, and she rolled around on the bed with her phone covered in excitement. It's great that he said yes. Lang Ruoli's little face flopped onto the pillow, turning over, the slender and glistening long legs under her arched buttocks slightly raised, opening and closing and swaying one above the other, able to show the pleasure of her mood. I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. But what to wear tomorrow? It's a sunny morning, the air is fresh, and it's still early enough that there aren't many people on the basketball court. Congratulations to the host. Signing up for the basketball court was successful, obtaining $500,000 RMB and attaching you 20 points of stamina value to avoid your physical overdraft. After Jiang Mai turned off the system panel, he took the basketball and put it on his lap, sitting on the steps, waiting for someone. His handsome face, welcoming the day. His sword eyebrow and starry eyes, handsome and extraordinary. White t-shirt and black pants are wearing a male model's handsome and tall. As he waited languidly, a silhouette snapped into view. Jiang Mai's eyes lit up. Lang Ruorue wore a high ponytail. Body proportion is very good. Today wearing a white tight knee-length undershirt, draped in sports chest and waist, beautiful belly exposed, but also vaguely visible vest line. Legs especially tight and slender. Walking to Jiang Mai coquettish smile, she hurriedly trotted right over, her pretty eyes carrying an apology. Sorry to keep you waiting, I guess. No, our agreement was 9 o'clock. It's me who came early. There are still 2 minutes left now. Jiang Mai lifted his wrist, letting Lang Ruoli see the time on his watch. Phew, that's good. When Lang Ruoli smiled, she revealed her slightly pointed baby tiger teeth. When is the exam? Jiang Mai asked. P.S. I'm done updating today, so I'm asking for a wave of rushes, gifts, and 5-star reviews. Chapter 59, I'm afraid of failing my class. It's at the end of this month. Lang Ruoli said worriedly, but I'm not very good at 3-step layups. I'm afraid I'll fail the class. Lang Ruoli wasn't lying to Jiang Mai. She would take the physical education test at the end of the month, but the 3-step layup was a mandatory subject for girls. Lang Ruorue was good at everything, but the 3-step layup was a big challenge for her. No problem. I'll take you through. Jiang Mai pondered for a moment. There was still a week to go. It was not too late. The 3-step layup wasn't that hard. He'd gotten it before by touching a basketball and playing it. For girls, though, the 3-step layup shouldn't be that easy, or it wouldn't be used for the test. 3 steps on the blue. That is, within 3 steps can smoothly enter the basket. Can't move to move the axis foot. First dribble like this, then hold the ball in the air. Take a small step with your left foot and stomp hard to jump. Jiang Mai deliberately sidestepped and demonstrated to Lang Ruoli. Lay up. After the instruction, Jiang Mai came up with a very successful 3-step layup through slow motion. Bam! All you hear is the basketball going straight into the hoop. Jiang Mai is a 1-2 punch, done very smoothly. His leg muscles were particularly developed and his bouncing ability was very good. This maneuver directly attracted Lang Ruoli's eyes. Lang Ruorue got excited right away. Her little hands kept clapping as she said excitedly, "That's awesome. Come on, give it a try. Let's see how far you've gotten now." Jiang Mai picked up the basketball and handed it to Lang Ruoli. Lang Ruoli's cheeks were crimson red. She looked at Jiang Mai somewhat shyly. "Then you're not allowed to laugh after I cast. Okay, let's see." Jiang Mai just stood by and watched. "Back away from me. I don't want to smash you." Lang Ruoli started to swing her hand, signaling Jiang Mai's distance away from her. Jiang Mai listened to Lang Ruorue's and stepped back a bit, then looked at Lang Ruorue. Lang Ruoli was a little nervous, her heart thumping. It was obvious to feel the burning gaze of someone not far away. It was so embarrassing. She wasn't a good player herself, and if she still made a fool of herself in front of her favorite boy, it was so embarrassing. Forget it, whatever. Lang Ruolue imitated the action of Jiang Mai just now, then began to 3-step layup, but her movement is particularly unskilled. Also quite funny. Not yet from the shot. A jump-up basketball has run away from her hands. So humiliating. Lang Ruorue's face heated up in a flash. It obviously looks easy. How come it's so hard for her? After Lang Ruoli caught a glimpse of Jiang Mai revealing a handsome smile, her apoplectic heartbeat was completely out of control. As soon as she did, she covered her face and said, "I played so poorly." Looking at Lang Ruoli's embarrassed appearance, Jiang Mai felt more and more that she was too cute. Jiang Mai walked over, hit the basketball, and directly handed it to Lang Ruoli saying, "I was even worse than you when I started playing. I couldn't hold the ball steady, ran away, and then I even hit the director of instruction." "And then?" Lang Ruoli asked curiously. Of course he was called by the head instructor for tea. I still remember the classic image of his wig being knocked off by me. Jiang Mai couldn't help but laugh. Lang Ruoli was also amused. She also stopped squirming and cared even less about playing poorly. So what if she played poorly? It was better that she was now playing with someone she liked anyway, rather than having to be alone when she was playing well. "Alright, let's keep playing." Jiang Mai encouraged Lang Ruoli. "It's definitely better than just now." "Okay, again." Lang Ruoli cheered herself up as she went back to the original point and threw again and again. Her posture was slowly becoming much more standard than before. The pitching stance is getting better. But the problem is, how does this basketball not go in the basket? After Lang Ruoli took the basketball, she directly started hammering her small pink fist twice and muttered, "Why are you so ill-behaved? Letting you be good and scoring the ball without scoring." Lang Ruoli looked at the basket not far away. Then a longing face, "Why are you easy to shoot the basket successfully? But I am so difficult. Want to make a successful shot?" The corner of Jiang Mai's mouth lifted as he asked Lang Ruoli. Lang Ruoli nodded. "Of course I want to. Then I'll help you." When Lang Ruoli thought that Jiang Mai was going to teach herself by hand, she ended up feeling the good-smelling hormonal scent of Jiang Mai's body on her face, and abruptly her wrist was grabbed. Lang Ruoli's eyes widened slightly as she looked at the scene in front of her incredulously, only to see Jiang Mai directly holding her waist and letting her sit on his shoulders. Then he lifted her and stood up. Lang Ruoli felt her vision open up all of a sudden. It gets high and wide. She, right now, was actually sitting on Jiang Mai's shoulders. Lang Ruoli's heart was surging so much that she couldn't control her heartbeat anymore. It was beating in one hard beat. After feeling Jiang Mai's gnarled muscle lines, Lang Ruoli's breath followed and her face was very crimson. "See the ball basket." His magnetic voice rang out. "See," Lang Ruoli said shyly. "Cast it in." Jiang Mai tilted his head and said. Lang Ruoli's heart was in her mouth and her face was so very hot that she could barely hold the basketball steady. It took a while to settle down. Lang Ruoli cupped the basketball and just started to shoot it into the hoop. The corners of Jiang Mai's mouth rose as he heard the sound of the basketball landing. She looked so petite right on his shoulders, and he was lanky and much taller. From his viewpoint, he could see her bright and beautiful face, welcoming the sunlight and shining brightly against the turquoise blue sky. Bingo! It's finally a hit. Lang Ruoli couldn't hold back the excitement in her mood, her eyes shining brightly. "Thank you." When her bright eyes looked at Jiang Mai's heart was hot. "What's the big deal? It's just taking you to shoot a basket. Simple. Don't say 1, 10 or 100 won't matter." Jiang Mai was particularly bold. His original stamina wasn't bad, plus now that he had a potion given by the system, his stamina was even more abundant now. Even if he carried Lang Ruoli, he wouldn't feel very tired. "Put me down. I'm too fat." When Lang Ruoli said this, she slightly spat out her tongue. She was a little embarrassed herself. Lang Ruoli was 85 pounds. Jiang Mai must be very heavy carrying himself. All she wanted now was for Jiang Mai to rest and not work too hard. "Which fat? You're just too hard on yourself." Jiang Mai sized up Lang Ruoli's figure. How bumpy, full of peaks, the rounded on the rounded, the slender on the slender, willow waist, charming long legs, so are considered fat? Although slightly chubby is YYDS, but Lang Ruoli is just right with such a figure. Lang Ruoli shuddered a few times, her whole heart rippled, because his sentence was like eating honey, pleasantly surprised. "Really?" Chapter 60, Microfat is the YYYDS. "Of course, there's no need to lie to you. I don't like lying." Jiang Mai nodded. Lang Ruoli's bright eyes were good at looking around and passing on her feelings. Her petal-like beautiful cheeks had already swooned with a scarlet red as she shyly said, "Even if that's the case, you put me down first." Okay. If she wanted to come down, so be it. Jiang Mai did as she wished. But Jiang Mai hadn't thought that he was going to put her down when Lang Ruoli was unprepared, and her pretty and delicate little face abruptly stuck to Jiang Mai's face. Jiang Mai felt as if his heart had been hit hard by something. Her lips were slightly opened, just a little bit closer to Jiang Mai's face. Jiang Mai's breath followed, and her charming and beautiful face was all before his eyes. Bright eyes, high nose, how red full lips. In an instant, his mind swirled with the image of her kissing up his cheek. Is so hot. It was so hot that Jiang Mai's whole body was paralyzed. Jiang Mai quickly then started to put Ling Rory down, releasing her waist. Jiang Mai had no way to keep the fire down. He looked away from his face and tried to cool off by blowing cold air. As a result, Ling Ruoli's nice voice came from her ears. Let's continue training. Aha! Jiang Mai feigned composure as his eyes endeavored to cast on Ling Ruoli's body. Ling Ruori's small face was red as she held the ball and continued her three-step layup. Certainly, the rack was adequate. Still no basket. Ling Ruoli turned back, spitting out her pink tongue in shame and shrugging her shoulders. I seem to be stupid. Jiang Mai consoled. Who's to say? It's everyone who has strengths. You're not very good at this, but you're making rapid progress. It's already impressive. It would have been heartless to have girls take the three-step layup test, and I don't know who came up with the bad idea. Ling Ruoli's eyes are rippling blue waves, smiling innocently. Jiang Mai picked up the basketball handed to her when she smiled slightly. I'm afraid that tomorrow you have to teach. No problem. Jiang Mai agreed. There's nothing wrong with him anyway. Ling Ruori instantly smiled sweetly, and continued to engage in a difficult tug-of-war with the three-step layup. Jiang Mai looked at the time to see that it was almost time and said, We've been practicing for hours. It's time to eat. Yeah. Ling Ruoli was a bit lost. In fact, she had a selfish desire to spend more time with Jiang Mai. The meal still needs to be eaten. You're not allowed to go hungry. Okay, let's go. Jiang Mai made a look. Go. Away. Right? Ling Ruoli hesitated. Yeah, aren't you going to eat with me? Jiang Mai asked. Good. Ling Ruoli's eyes snapped open. It turned out that Jiang Mai wanted her to go to dinner together, so naturally it was the best. When they got to the cafeteria, they looked around and decided to eat spicy hot pot. The number of people who saw Jiang Mai appearing with Ling Rory went into a tizzy. This time it turned out to be the two of them alone. Isn't this the equivalent of a date? It seems that the rumors are true. Ling Schoolflower's favorite is still Jiang Mai, and the two are definitely going to make it. Even soon. Oh, I'm going to fall out of love. Jiang Mai, you even abducted my cold goddess. I also fell out of love. Okay, how can my little fairy be cheap to other men? But if she really is with Jiang Mai, I will bless them. After all, looking down the whole school, it seems like other than Jiang Mai being a little bit better, the other guys aren't very good. That's a true statement. There weren't many quality males at the school in the first place. Jiang Mai was considered one of them, only before Jiang Mai was too infatuated, and his attention was on Xia's schoolgirl. Now he was considered to be truly enlightened, compared to the other boys who were envious and despondent. Jiang Mai was picking things out with great interest. This spicy hot pot in the cafeteria tastes very good. Usually a lot of people today came early, so do not have to queue up much. When you eat spicy hot pot, you definitely need to eat meat, and it's a waste not to eat meat. Jiang Mai is not short of money. Even if the cafeteria to eat bankruptcy is fine, his card are a breath of 5,000 charged. Can eat until the end of the world. A basket is basically some kind of meatballs and meat skewers. Jiang Mai swiped his card and directly handed the basket to the aunt to let cook down, saying, Don't cook the meat old. Tenderize it a bit. I want it in clear soup. Add 2 instant noodles. Auntie said enthusiastically. Young man, seeing as you are so handsome, I'll give you an extra salami. Thank you, Auntie. Jiang Mai smiled and replied. As a result, Jiang Mai asked when he saw that Ling Ruoli was still hesitating. What's wrong? Nothing you like? No, I've never eaten them before and I don't know which ones are better. Ling Ruori wasn't lying. She indeed hadn't eaten spicy hot pot. Mainly because since she was a child she had been indoctrinated that it wasn't very clean and not very healthy, so she hadn't gone to eat it, coupled with the fact that the cooking done at home was high-end top-notch dishes, and the school had a private dining room ready to cook for her. Ling Ruoli rarely came to the cafeteria to eat. It was just for Jiang Mai, who had come a few times. Jiang Mai began to recommend to Ling Ruoli, said, This chicken meatballs are special. Must point of view. Crystal pill. Diaper pill especially fragrant. Gluten is especially delicious. You try to see. And lettuce, potatoes, fans must point of view. The fritter can be immersed in the soup. To the mouth to suck a little taste is very good. Add a tomato to simmer the sauce. Add a spoonful of sriracha to pour oil in a while. Don't smell too good. Oh yeah. And the little crispy meat. Perfect. Jiang Mai was starting to get excited even as he spoke himself. Lao gan ma? Ling Ruoli asked. Don't you know? This is super flavorful. It goes down very well with rice. It can be turned into a miracle. Even eating white rice on its own is unbeatably delicious. Jiang Mai strongly recommended it. Good, you seem to be particularly knowledgeable about food. Lang Ruoli guffawed. That's true. I'm a super foodie. Jiang Mai raised his eyebrows, proud. Before is afraid of fat. Jiang Mai is moderate. Now eat a lot of not fat. He wants to kill. Eat a smooth, not stop. The big deal is a moment to go running to consume a little. Jiang Mai took Lang Ruoli and waited for a while with the number plate before the two of them soon started to be called. Jiang Mai and Lang Ruoli hurried forward. What's a good seasoning to add? Lang Ruoli looked at the seasoning section and was a bit torn. Do you know how to eat spicy food? Jiang Mai asked. Lang Ruoli nodded. You can eat slightly spicy. What about the vinegar? I don't pick. That's good. I'll just mix it up for you. After Jiang Mai got Lang Ruoli's consent, he started to give free rein to it, and soon picked out the seasonings and poured them on. Lang Ruoli smelled the fragrance and instantly craved for it. It looks delicious. That's right. This is my Jiang Spicy Hot Pot's exclusive ingredient. It's not for public consumption. Jiang Mai got smug. After he and Lang Ruoli returned to their seats with the spicy hot pot. Come. Lang Ruoli put things like tomatoes and fries in Jiang Mai's bowl. Why all for me? I can't finish it to avoid waste. Lang Ruoli smiled faintly. In fact, she just wanted to share the delicious food and give it to Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai pushed the bowl forward and asked, Is there anything mine wants to eat? Take some. No need to be polite with me. Just give me a shiitake mushroom then. Lang Ruoli said shyly. Okay, here you go. Jiang Mai generously pinched it for Lang Ruoli to eat. Lang Ruoli's heart thumped. She used to fantasize that she could be with a boy she liked, swapping food to eat together. Now it's finally realized. Lang Ruoli lowered her head and took a bite of spicy hot pot with a red face. Jiang Mai was looking forward to it. How is it? Is it good? Lang Ruoli swung a bright smile. Her eyes curved, and she directly gave Jiang Mai a thumbs up. So great. So delicious. You're awesome. You can do anything. Jiang Mai was particularly embarrassed by the compliment. His hand touched the back of his head and said with a smile, which is not so great. It's just that these seasonings aren't hard to eat. I'll just ride along. No, it's not. Even if the delicious seasoning is not well matched, it will be delicious. There is a need for know-how in this. Lang Ruoli's innocent eyes looked at Jiang Mai, not skimping on the compliments. People originally like to be complimented, especially such a superb beauty. Jiang Mai is heart and soul. Alright, eat quickly or it will get cold. Jiang Mai urged, and then buried his head in a burst of sucking noodles. He is a storm inhalation, and in front of the Lang Ruoli eat extra ladylike, small mouthfuls of food, is a particularly pleasing look. Looking at Jiang Mai was a bit embarrassing. He just eats slower, which thought Lang Ruoli noticed and asked, What's wrong? Didn't you eat very well just now? Chapter 61, Confession of the Schoolgirl on the Confession Wall. Fragrance? Jiang Mai was surprised. Eating with you is appetizing. You're really good at being a food podcast, and you're especially appetizing when you eat. In the face of Lang Ruoli's continuous praise, Jiang Mai smiled brightly. Really? You won't think it's too rough? How come? Lang Ruoli shook her head for a while and said, I'm rather like you. I grew up accepting table manners. Even how much to eat needs to be calculated precisely. I don't like that kind of constrained life, but now that I'm eating with you, I feel very relaxed. Her large, bright eyes were extraordinarily moving like drops of dew. Jiang Mai could feel that she was sincere and not making fun of herself. Lang Ruoli was a daughter of a wealthy family and had been raised as a celebrity since she was a child. So she definitely wasn't as unrestrained as he was. You can be yourself now. You don't have to let anyone control you. Besides not breaking the law, you can do whatever you want, including food. You can also choose freely. Jiang Mai looked at Lang Ruoli enthusiastically. Lang Ruoli's heart was so happy that it was about to bear the honey like joy. Her little face flushed, and she just nodded her head at Jiang Mai for a while. After eating and drinking their fill, Jiang Mai and Lang Ruoli carried their bowls to the exit, poured out the soup and put it on the conveyor belt for someone to wash. After leaving from the cafeteria, Jiang Mai separated from Lang Ruoli and went back to their respective dormitories. Jiang Mai had just gone upstairs and was about to open the alien computer given by the system to play a game of LOL when suddenly the little white dove next to him swiveled his chair and looked fiercely at Jiang Mai. Mako, you know what? You're on the school confession wall. When Jiang Mai heard this, he gave a confused what the hell? You guess. The little white dove said. Lang Ruoli? No. The little white dove shook her head. Moroku? Jiang Mai guessed again. Neither. It can't be Xia Shiran. Jiang Mai wondered. Neither. Asterisk. Can't you just tell me directly? As to make a fuss. Jiang Mai got cranky. Little white pigeon hemmed and hawed. At ease. Nah. This is it. He started to hand his cell phone to Jiang Mai to look at. Jiang Mai took a look at his cell phone and had a black question mark face. Jiang Shirley? A screenshot of a QQ chat posted below the at South City University confession wall. Hello? I am a freshman clothing department, 2, class of Jiang Shirley. Yesterday afternoon when I saw a white t-shirt boy in the school building on the 3rd floor. Looks particularly handsome. Is the kind of Korean looks. Very responsible for my choice of spouse standard. But I legs too short to catch up with the handsome boy ear a little back did not hear. So we rub shoulders. If there is information about him, please let me know at the first time. Also, a sneak peek photo was posted up below. It was Jiang Mai's sneak peek. The photo shot some paste, but still cannot stop the handsome good-looking Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai's looks recognizable. More three-dimensional features. Knife-cut outline line. More or less let the girls spring. Even the little white dove sked. This photoshoot is really human-like. If I didn't know you I would have thought you were an invincible handsome guy. I'm just a big handsome guy. Who are you calling human-like? Jiang Mai clenched his back teeth and directly strangled little white dove with his hand ribs. And little white dove was about to fall back. He very much begged for his life and said to Jiang Mai, my dog's eyes are still okay, my carbon alloy dog's eyes. Jiang Mai looked at the little white dove's desire to survive before letting go of him. The little white dove sighed. Why would Jiang schoolgirl confess to you? She would even see color in you. What's going on in this world? Are these 4 schoolgirls destined to be your harem? Boring. I don't want any of them. As for who she is, I'm not interested. Jiang Mai had heard of Jiang Shuili's name and knew that she was one of the 4 school flowers, but he had never seen Jiang Shuili before and didn't know what kind of person she was. He pressed on. Why? You know she's a geek killer. The goddess of the cos world. Geeks love her to death. Now she's confessing her love to you. And you're indifferent. Do you want to go back to her? By the way, wanna contact? The little white dove's eyes were starry. I think it's you who wants contact information. Jiang Mai cast a sidelong glance at the little white dove. The little white dove scratched his hair in embarrassment. Of course I want it. But the problem lies in my family. Suya does not agree. Of course you can ask me for an autograph is the best. After all, the fertilizer does not flow to outsiders. If you don't know how to use idioms, don't use them blindly. Exposing the cultural level of you stupid dog. I'm not adding it, whether she's a goddess in the cos world or not. I'm just not interested. Jiang Mai indifferently replied back and continued to play the game. What a waste. The little white dove looked straight up and shook her head. This is how a stupid you say do not continue to develop a relationship. At least recognize the good. After all, this is comparable to the existence of the same star the cos world #1 super goddess How many people are in love with her? Every Comic-Con cannot help themselves. She is open book signing about her periphery every time are sold out. As a result, Jiang Mai don't even cherish it? Not as good as Jiang Mai is not interested in making friends. The little white pigeon cannot ducks catch up with the frame. As a result, Jiang Mai had only just lined up, and as a result, Lao He ran in, and he slapped his palm on Jiang Mai's keyboard and shouted, you know what? You're on the confession wall. Oh, why are you so calm? And playing games? Do you know who confessed to you? Jiang Shirley. Jiang Mai returned indifferently. So you're still so calm? Lao He got emotional. Oh, Jiang Mai felt it wasn't as important as playing the game yet. As a result, from outside Keiko rushed in. No good. Mako, you're on the school confession wall. Jiang Mai's eyebrows raised as he said, the 3 of you, can you agree to tell me together? I know, it was Jiang Shuili who confessed to me. Jiang Mai felt that it wasn't because of the system. It was estimated that he couldn't even concentrate on playing the game right now, and was definitely scared by them to the point where his little heart was fluttering. What do you think? Lao He and Kai Zi both looked at Jiang Mai expectantly. What can I think? Keep eating and sleeping and playing Dowdu. Jiang Mai's fingers were active as he tapped desperately on the mechanical keyboard. Damn! The opposite side of Sane even tried to steal the tower. Luckily, he was stopped by Jiang Mai. Otherwise he would have lost long ago by relying on his several cannon fodder teammates. Sane stealing the tower is really fast, but fortunately Sane met himself. Jiang Mai is the other party directly to the second. Mu Zi, did you pray to the Buddha for peach blossoms this year? Or bought some kind of talisman? Otherwise how could it happen that the 4 major schoolgirls all like you? Lao He shook his head, feeling unimaginable. Previously, Jiang Mai was ridiculed for being the licking dog of Xia's schoolgirl and had to be a single dog for the rest of his life. But now, as long as Jiang Mai is willing to get rid of the single is simply a minute. Who are the people who like him? The 4 schoolgirls, South City University's 4 most beautiful beauties. All of them flush in love with Jiang Mai. This is how many boys dream of things. Chapter 62, this is not called pestering. This is called clinging to you. No. Jiang Mai said. Alright, whoever likes me is not as important as this game of mine. I'm going to play the game. Ever since Jiang Mai formatted his feelings, he's looked away. Not easy to like a person. Not easy to start a relationship. Not as good as their own a person dashing and comfortable. Do not have to be trapped for love. But also kind of beautiful. After watching Jiang Mai only devote himself to the game canyon and not paying attention to the four beauties, the three roommates were all looking at the little cutie's eyes at Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai's luck this year was as good as it could be. After becoming a super heir, there were four more beauties who fell in love with him. The conditions were simply too good to be true. But while the good luck was up, Jiang Mai's interest in the beauties was getting lower and lower. Hey, if this happens again, Jiang Mai will have to go home and become a monk. Anything less than that is going to be a straight man of steel and a single dog for life. The three roommates stifled their wrists at the thought of it, and the boys could not even think of such a showy encounter. But it fell to Jiang Mai, who was indifferent. They can't put a knife against Jiang Mai's neck and force him to get off quickly. Then looking at Jiang Mai playing with great vigor, each one of them began to crave. Take me on the next hand. Mako, you turn it up. Yeah, cool. How about I play Aso later? You guide me. I don't know why Aso was super pitiful. Not a moment later the other three started to turn on the LOL to have fun for a while. What with the school's four main girls long since left behind. The next day in class, Jiang Mai brought a book and went to engineering mechanics class with a few of his livestock roommates. This course was the most boring one for Jiang Mai. Theoretical knowledge is boring and tasteless. For Jiang Mai on this class is used to brush the phone and sleep. After arriving at the multimedia classroom where he was, the system began to remind, congratulations to the host. Signing into the multimedia classroom has been successful, rewarding the host you with 500,000 RMB and improving the quality of your classroom sleep. How damaging is this system? Improve his classroom sleep? Thanks to the system for thinking of that. Jiang Mai, don't want it. System, then I go? Jiang Mai, take care and don't see me off. Anyway, he is now the heir to $1 billion fortune. And his own condition is not bad. Even if he uninstalls the system, he is not a salted fish. The system starts wooing. What a heartless host. Jiang Mai was just sitting down in his seat when two familiar silhouettes suddenly walked in from outside. An iceberg beauty. Long hair like a waterfall. Red lips and snowy skin. Languid with a breath of absolute beauty. On the body is a beige crystal button cardigan. The following with a brown and gray pleated skirt. Innocent and beautiful. With long legs. Wearing white boots. A red-faced scourge. Charming and sexy. Shapely body. Constantly making secret glances at Jiang Mai. Wearing a skeletonized pure desire sexy hip dress. Bare breasts and bare arms. So that Jiang Mai looked at the cold. And she was even able to wear so little. It's true that girls want poise but not temperature. The moment these two came out, they naturally caught the public's attention. Isn't this schoolgirl Lang and schoolgirl me? They don't seem to be from our department. So why are they here? You're stupid. Can't you see that people Jiang Mai is there? He. That must be rushing towards Jiang Mai. Dare we come to class to eat other people's dog food? Too envious of Jiang Mai. I heard that schoolgirl Jiang also confessed to him. Captured all four of our schoolgirls. How is his charm so great? Who says it's not? But if I were a girl I would also want Jiang Mai. I have to say that Jiang Mai's looks are good. And most importantly, he has money now. And he can also play basketball. So what girl wouldn't like that? Hey, happiness all belongs to handsome men. Like us poor guys can only watch the goddess throw herself at handsome men. In the midst of the murmurs, both Lang Ruoli and Miroku walked up to Jiang Mai. Miroku's hand then rested on the table, giving a look to the little white pigeons and kaiju on Jiang Mai's left and right. It's not like Dove and Keiko are little cuties. Surely understand what it means. Now that the two big school beauties have appeared, what are they still doing here in the way? That, I want to study hard today. This is two back row. I'll sit in the front. The little white dove shivered and said, then held up her books. Me too. Nice view up ahead. Little white dove took me one. Keiko nodded. Jiang Mai's line of sight fell on Lao He who was next to him. Lao He had already felt the lethality of Miroku's eyes. He hurriedly got up and smiled flatteringly. I'll go study properly today as well. With that, Lao He followed and also sat in the front row. Jiang Mai's left and right sides became vacant. Then I'll sit in the front as well. Jiang Mai was about to get up when he ended up having his palm grabbed by Miroku Microsoft's hand. Miroku then said flirtatiously, the front is full. Where are you going to sit? Why don't you sit here with me? The professor can't see you. and you can do whatever you want. Miroku even obediently sat right on Jiang Mai's right side, looked at Jiang Mai with affection and said, Rory and I are both particularly interested in this class. Jiang Mai asked, oh, then do you know what this classroom is? This one stumped Milo, this. She was so vain, mainly because she wanted to take a class with Jiang Mai, that she forgot what course it was. After all, it wasn't a course in her major, and she certainly wouldn't know it that well. Lang Ruoli, on the side, gently added, engineering mechanics class. Oh, for the engineering mechanics class. I'm good at it. Miroku perked up and instantly spread a smile at Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai was helpless. School sister me, do you have to pester me? I have no interest in you. It's not called stalking, it's called clinging to you. Okay, you rejected me once. That leaves 98 times. Miroku's red lips lifted with deep meaning. What 98 times? Jiang Mai wondered. Chasing you 98 times ah. Miroku's slender hand was resting right at her jaw, looking very deeply at Jiang Mai, saying, I heard that 99 times is very popular now, so I want to chase you 99 times. Miroku had already made plans to make a big splash for his love, to do it with a clear conscience and not regret it later. Of course if she failed 99 times in her pursuit of Jiang Mai, she would give up. As for why you don't chase 100 times, it's just for your own dignity. Jiang Mai was speechless. I pursued Xia Shiran 99 times in the beginning purely for the sake of liking, not for you to imitate, much less to surpass. Immediately afterward, Miroku began to look at Lang Ruoli with a smile on her face and said, how many times have you chased ah? Ha? Lang Ruoli froze. Let me ask you how many times you chased after Jiang Mai? Miroku asked again. Chapter 63, Which Man Can Sit Still? Lang Ruoli instantly felt the hot eyes cast by Jiang Mai. Her small face flushed. I don't know. Maybe it's just countless times, chasing each other until they agree. Of course she wouldn't force it if he didn't agree. She likes. It does not matter whether the other party refuses to reject, even if not together so what? She can like silently in her heart, continue to guard him as long as he's happy and he's with someone he likes. Miroku muttered. One has to have a dream. Otherwise what's the difference between a salted fish and a salted fish? She then looked at Jiang Mai and smiled. Am I right? Jiang Mai directly books cover the face and said, I want to study well. A moment Miroku's school sister do not disturb me. Miroku looked at Jiang Mai's determined appearance and skimmed his lips. What kind of a big straight boy is this? If other boys saw themselves like this, they would rejoice. Here's your pen. A black pen was handed over next to Jiang Mai as he slumped on the table. Jiang Mai followed the pen and looked over, and saw the beautiful Lang Ruoli, who had a very shy face. I noticed you didn't have a pen. I brought an extra one. She was particularly nervous, her eyes blinking desperately, her thick feathery lashes fluttering. The corners of Jiang Mai's mouth hooked up and he subconsciously took the pen. Thanks. The light, magnetic words grazed his ears and gave Lang Ruoli a blast. Lang Ruoli's heart instantly blossomed, as if a small rabbit had been burrowed into it and was hopping around. She smiled sheepishly. You're welcome. After Miroku and Lang Ruoli sat on Jiang Mai's left and right sides, everyone's attention was all focused on Jiang Mai's piece. Two superb beauties with different personalities, but both so radiant, were sitting right next to Jiang Mai. What man can't sit still? Favorably, Jiang Mai was calm. How many boys were already looking at Lang Ruoli and Miroku and couldn't take their eyes off of them? Lang schoolgirl is really good looking. Me schoolgirl is also too sexy. This little skirt wearing, my saliva is coming down. Legs are really white and thin It's just a pity that the distance is too far away. Can't see it carefully, and can't keep staring, or else it'll be taken as a hooligan. Who said it is not? The scene male only Jiang Mai can blatantly see it. Hey, as long as Jiang Mai want to touch can touch it. I have not seen two women grab a man, but which is so harmonious. It is difficult to cold schoolgirl is the main palace. Rice schoolgirl is a concubine? As a result, a girl muttered, can you guys not be so dirty-minded? I don't think that Jiang Mai is the kind of person who has a right and a left. He's so affectionate. Anyone with eyes can see that it's the two big school flowers chasing after her. Wrong. It's the four school flowers. Don't you know? School flower Jiang is now looking for Jiang Mai at the confession wall. It's still love at first sight. The girl was directly corrected by a boy. The girl was surprised. Really? Of course it's true. That Jiang Mai is also too popular. This peach blossom luck is too strong. But how come it's only the two big school flowers? Where are the other two? The girls felt strange. I don't know. But just the fact that this schoolgirl Lang and schoolgirl me can accompany the class is a great blessing. The other boys then began to tisk in envy. Who wouldn't like to come to class, rain or shine, with two such beautiful schoolgirls in tow? Unfortunately for them, even if they had thought about it, there was no way that could have happened. While the other boys were excited as if they were playing chicken blood, Jiang Mai was resting his cheeks with lack of interest, where he glanced at his eyes like the other boys, either towards the plump and sexy peaks and mounds, or towards the long, white and thin legs. Jiang Mai was now only urging the professor to come to class and hurry up again, so he can go back to bed early. So sleepy, so bored. As a result, Jiang Mai didn't wait for the professor, but instead heard a cry of surprise. Isn't that schoolgirl Xia? Why is she here too? Jiang Mai's heart was stunned. He gazed over and really saw a graceful figure appear on the scene. She wore a light maturity style Mori light white long dress today, with a white tweed coat on the outside, wearing Chanel earrings, her long hair had been pulled up, wearing pearl hair clips, and her makeup was exquisite, completely innocent and pure desire style. Many of the boys looked at her frequently, and she didn't even sweep them away. Holding a gift box, she walked up the ladder path with a clear goal in mind and walked straight to Jiang Mai. Here you go, an apology gift. Now, this completely shocked everyone. Xia Shiran appeared in the classroom and ended up coming to give Jiang Mai a gift. This is unprecedented. It's nothing short of a miracle. Right now Jiang Mai is the most scenic existence. On the left is the super pretty iceberg school flower Lang Ruoli. On the right is the sexy and charming school flower Me. And now the most sensible and literary summer schoolgirl appears on the scene. Xia Shiran's actions naturally surprised Morocco and Lang Ruoli as well. They hadn't expected Xia Shiran to come running to Jiang Mai after that incident with the escape room. Jiang Mai's eyes rippled as he looked coldly at Xia Shiran. Don't. System reply, congratulations to the host, for rejecting Xia Shiran, and rewarding you with 10 pieces of land worth $10 million, which you can dispose of as you please. Now that he had acquired the land, it was out of Jiang Mai's expectation, but if it wasn't for the system quest, he would have refused the gift given by Xia Shiran. After all, he didn't want to make Xia Shiran misunderstand that she wanted the opportunity again, and he would be truly cruel to Xia Shiran if he didn't cut the cord quickly. Xia Shiran's red and translucent white face surfaced a thick loss. She said, last time it was we were too impulsive. After I went back I thought for a long time that it wasn't quite right. I'm apologizing to you on behalf of Xiao Xiao. I was at fault last time, so the gift is waived. So go away. Jiang Mai felt that what he did last time had no poise. Xia Shiran's apology was acceptable to him, but he didn't want anything more to do with Xia Shiran. The crowd was surprised. Xia Shiran took the initiative to come and beg for peace, but as a result, Jiang Mai even refused? Xia Shiran seemed to have prepared herself mentally as she forced a smile. The gifts are all reserved for you. Come back and ask for them when you figure it out. Miroku unhappily skimmed his red lips, clearly not treating Xia Shiran well. Xia Shiran looked at Jiang Mai still cold and unfeeling, but did not continue to force, but walked straight to the back row. It's still Jiang Mai's back seat. Sitting straight down. Aren't you leaving? Miroku asked in surprise. Even Jiang Mai was surprised. Xia Shiran's red lips parted slightly as she held her head high and said, no one said I couldn't come to class. Right. So why should I leave? Miroku was straight up depressed when he heard that. It's really breathless opening the door to breathless mom. This Xia Shiran really was even more of a stalker than she thought. Jiang Mai, on the other hand, was calm. Xia Shiran can listen to the class if he likes. Just don't affect him anyway. Anyway, Xia Shiran was no longer a vital person to him. The circle was this big, she could walk around in her own world anymore. Jiang Mai could do it with his heart in the right place. It's hard to reunite a broken mirror, and he doesn't want to. From Xia Shiran's perspective, she could see Jiang Mai's magnificent and solitary back. He didn't look back, but Xia Shiran's whole heart was on him. Xia Shiran slowly leaned down, lying on the table as she looked at him with deep affection. Even if it was just to look at her back, she was satisfied. At least he was in her world. She wanted to try not to think about him, not to see him, but she couldn't die of heart. Jiang Mai was still in a lazy pose, looking at the blackboard. Suddenly, a pair of white hands slowly reached out next to him. The fingertips are slim and white, and with a light-colored manicure. The nails look more and more pink and pretty. Right in front of Jiang Mai's hand, it stopped moving. Jiang Mai was a bit puzzled. What is this going to do? Chapter 64, Seeing Color and Forgetting Friends. The resultant hand was spread out, revealing the back of the hand. A big white rabbit milk candy, just spread quietly in the palm of your hand. For you. The crisp female voice rang out softly. Jiang Mai snapped his eyes to the owner of the voice, and her large, Grape-like eyes covered by her lupin flickered right at him. Just grabbed 2 today. 1 for you and 1 for me. She guffawed, her crimson lips complementing the white of her skin in a lovely way. Good food is only sweet if you share it. The corners of Jiang Mai's mouth pulled back fluidly. He grabbed the 1 milk candy and saw Lang Ruorue sneakily bow her head, avoiding the professor's sharp gaze, and stuffed a milk candy into her red lips. The moment pulled Jiang Mai into the memories. That's how I stole food in high school myself, just in case the teacher found out, and now I think about it sweetly. When did that feeling? It's been gone for a long time. Jiang Mai followed her example and also looked down and stuffed a milk candy into his mouth. The 2 men's eyes met. The corners of Lang Ruorue's eyes were curved like a crescent moon, and her eyes were bright and sparkling like pearls. Jiang Mai couldn't help but want to be happy too. A milky flavor welled up in my mouth and it was quite sweet. Great white rabbit milk candy. YYDS. I used to eat it a lot when I was a kid, and I got tired of it anyways. When I grew up, I seldom ate it, but now I'm reliving it again. You actually ate a large white rabbit. Jiang Mai was surprised. Why can't I eat? Lang Ruorue was curious. Is it strange for me to eat? I thought you were all about eating some kind of imported candy. After all, Lang Ruoli's family was in such good condition. Lang Ruoli's little face heated up as she said to Jiang Mai, no matter if it's imported or domestically produced, as long as it's something I like, I'll eat it all the time. It's like when she likes someone, no matter how bad outsiders say they are, she will still persist in liking them the most. In her mind, she would have decided that the other person was the best. While Jiang Mai and Lang Ruorue were whispering, right in their own little space, Xia Shiran, who was looking at the back row, had her eyes burning. She bit her red lip with her shell teeth, all humiliated and on the verge of crying out. Yesterday, there were still people saying that Jiang Mai and Lang Ruoli were progressing quickly, and they were already appearing in the cafeteria in pairs, and she still didn't believe it. But now after watching Jiang Mai and Lang Ruori behaving intimately, she felt as if her heart had been pounded hard. Miroku looked back at Xia Shiran's expression with amusement. Though then again, she was a little jealous too. After all, a favorite boy is talking to another girl. But then again, she's so happy. Now who gives her a handful of melons to knock off? This is a good show really. Look at Xia Shiran, that expression is all as colorful as a paint tray. After eating melon, Miroku at another fire, suddenly also lowered his head, said to Jiang Mai and Lang Ruoli, Humph, you all do not take me to play. Good wow. Ruoli, you just see color and forget your friends. Just you and Muo Yi one all forget me. No. No. Lang Ruoli's little face flushed red. Still saying no. What about the candy? Miroku said with a feigned exasperation and began to hold out his palm for candy. No more. Lang Ruoli looked at Miroku innocently. She was in a hurry to get out of the house, so she only brought 2 milk candies. It just so happened that she had one, and if she gave Jiang Mai another one, it would really be gone. What's wrong? Do you still want to trick or treat if you don't give candy? Jiang Mai cast a sidelong glance at Miroku. It's not Halloween. Come on. Here. Miroku thought Jiang Mai had candy to give her and waited happily, which thought Jiang Mai's hand reached over and gave it. Miroku took a look and crowed. Which is sugar? It's just sugar paper. Well wow. You guys eat candy and I eat candy paper. Not fair. Miroku grunted. Watch out for me and the professor reporting it. Just report it. I'm not afraid. The corners of Jiang Mai's mouth lifted. Miroku thought about it. Jiang Mai are college students, can still be afraid of reporting. However, she is just joking, teasing the 2 of them. She was so small-minded, so she didn't do anything small. When Jiang Mai was about to raise his head to look at the blackboard, it happened that he and Lang Ruoli were synchronizing their movements together. So Jiang Mai's head and Lang Ruoli's head bumped together. Phew! Lang Ruoli then held her forehead and softly exhaled in pain. Jiang Mai felt the pain level was okay. He looked at Lang Ruoli. Are you okay? Lang Ruoli's shoulder-length hair, such as a light veil just as her shoulders swayed gently, slipped apart. Her pink and pretty rose lips suddenly swung out a smile. It's fine. I'm sorry. It hurt you, didn't it? Jiang Mai apologized profusely and reached out his hand and started to help Lang Ruori rub her head. Her forehead was full to the brim, and as soon as Jiang Mai rubbed it, he was too comforted by the smoothness of her skin. Simply linger. Looking again at Lang Ruori's buried head, her clear water eyes, and her pretty little face that was hot and red, Jiang Mai felt that his mouth was a little dry. Better? Jiang Mai asked. Well, much better. Lang Ruoli smiled gently. Her heart had wandered happily. Great. Jiang Mai took the initiative to rub her head. So happy. She won't be able to sleep again tonight. Then are you in pain? Do you want me to rub you? Lang Ruoli was stupidly eager. Me? Ha ha, a man. It's only strange that it would hurt. Jiang Mai didn't care. Although he wasn't an iron head, he really didn't feel much pain. Lang Ruorue breathed a sigh of relief and spoke sweetly. That's good. Jiang Mai listened to the class for a while. Look at the watch. From the end of the class time still sleep next hour. It is really long. He played games again last night until midnight and is now sleepy. Jiang Mai thought it was better to sleep, so as not to waste the skills given by the system. He wanted to see to what extent he could improve the quality of sleep. I'm sleepy. Call me after class later. Jiang Mai said lazily to Lang Ruoli. Good. Professor, come down and call me too. Aha. Lang Ruoli nodded with a flushed face. Jiang Mai, who had finished explaining everything, yawned and then began to bury his head in sleep, and he went to bed in peace. The head happened to be facing Lang Ruoli. Lang Ruoli looked at his face with fascination, especially dazzling. The eyelashes are so long, they feel longer than a girl's. When she thought of his stubborn and unruly appearance a number of years ago, her heart ached a little more. Lang Ruorue plopped down and watched him particularly quietly. She didn't look away for a moment, her pretty rosy lips unconsciously curling upwards, but she realized that the sunlight refracting in from outside was too harsh, right into Jiang Mai's eyes. She could feel Jiang Mai's brows knit. Definitely not a good night's sleep. Lang Ruorue made an instant decision and directly picked up the book, so she blocked the sunlight refracted on Jiang Mai's face. The shadows covered Jiang Mai's face, and Jiang Mai was obviously much more comfortable, watching Jiang Mai sleep through. Lang Ruori's mouth rippled with a light smile. She kept holding the book up without taking it down. This scene was seen by Miroku. Miroku was amazed, then started shaking his head again. Look at how stupid Lang Ruoli is. It's not like he knows you're keeping the sun out of his eyes. What kind of performance opportunity is that? Besides, how tiring it is to hold up a handbook. But Lang Ruoli just kept holding it up and didn't put it down. It lasted until the bell rang for the end of class. The moment Jiang Mai slowly opened his eyes, Lang Ruori retracted her hand in a panic, hiding her panic. Awake? Lang Ruoli smiled faintly at Jiang Mai. Her hand involuntarily began to squeeze her numb left hand. Slept quite well. Jiang Mai stretched and got up. There's no more classes. I have to go back to my dorm room. Good. Lang Ruoli's small face flushed as she nodded her head, and she followed him as she was about to go out with her books in her arms. If Jiang Mai wanted to get out of his seat, he had to go towards Miroku's. As a result, Miroku's beautiful long legs just stretched out. Looking at Jiang Mai, suddenly the lotus root arm unfolded, red lips pouting. This road is eye-open. To pass from here, at least touch the kick. Chapter 65, the rumored Jiang school flower appears. Jiang Mai was speechless. Whatever. He didn't even think about it. He went straight over the table with a strong hand. This difficult maneuver was done super handsomely by Jiang Mai. It shocked Miroku and Lang Ruoli. Milo is adoring. Wow. You're amazing too. And Lang Ruoli is full of worry. It's too dangerous. Right. If she faces the ground, she will have to be injured. Not far away. The little white dove shook his head. Damn. This pussy is being put up to by Mako again. Lao, he nodded. Who says it isn't? What a love of cool. At this moment, Jiang Mai's system began to remind, congratulations to the host for rejecting Miroku's invitation to hug him. His backbone value increased by 200, and he gained 1 million RMB. Jiang Mai looked at Lang Ruoli and said, I'm leaving. Lang Ruoli happily nodded her head and said yes. Jiang Mai flung a look at Little White Dove and the others. Go back to the dormitory. Little White Dove and the others then began to follow Jiang Mai out. Miroku hitched onto Lang Ruoli's shoulder and said with a smile, come on, let's go shopping. I have nothing to wear when I open my closet. I can't afford to buy a few sets of pretty dresses and cosmetics. Being willing to spend money on your own body and dress up properly is the only way to get Jiang Mai. Good. Lang Ruoli nodded. I'll buy you one too. Ah, me too? Lang Ruoli was a bit surprised. Of course, I send you. You also have to dress up beautifully for me. My love rival looks good and I am pleasing to the eye. If I lose to you in the future, I am also convinced it. Of course Jiang Mai must not be charmed by any other little goblins. Otherwise I will be furious. As Miroku said this, he deliberately glanced at Xia Shiran, who was walking out the door with her books in a depressed manner. Xia Shiran's lips tightened and she left quickly with a pretense of pride. Miroku grunted. What's so condescending about her? She's not as pretty as us, has a good body, her family has money, and her grades are just a little better than ours. Stop talking about her behind her back. It's not very nice. Let's go shopping. Lang Ruoli smiled at Miroku. Good. I'll have to buy you some sexy little dresses. Such a beautiful body needs to be revealed. What a shame to wrap it up. Miroku smiled and directly attacked her breasts a little. Langruoli immediately started to hold her chest. Bashful. Sister Miroku, what's in the way? We've seen it all in the shower. The corner of Miroku's mouth lifted. Sis is still older than you. Langruoli's ears reddened. What does this have to compare? Of course I want to compare. It's a girl's pride. Boys love it the most. Don't worry. I've heard that eating papaya is especially tonic. Why don't I buy you a few boxes? Miroku teased. Sister Miroku. Langruoli blushed and exploded and started to pat Miroku's back. Miroku smiled, coaxing Langruoli, well, look at your thin skin. Go, let's go bye. Langruoli's side was laughing and joking, and Jiang Mai's side was also bustling with activity. Jiang Mai and his 3 livestock roommates walked down the campus walkway. The little white pigeon excitedly suggested, let's not go to the cafeteria for lunch. Let's eat snail noodles. I object. Jiang Mai was disgusted. He is the one who can't resist snail food. No, it's going to be eaten. I'm going to eat 2 more packs. Can you roll over to the balcony and eat? No? Jiang Mai glared at the little white pigeon. Of course not. There is air conditioning in the dormitory. How warm it is. How miserable it looks outside with the cold wind blowing. The little white dove came over and gently bumped Jiang Mai's shoulder. With a smile on her face. No matter. Anyway, not allowed to eat. Turn on the air conditioning. I have to be stinky fainted. Jiang Mai of course also bumped back. Just eat. You bite me. Kai Zi. You're the dormitory head. Control him properly. Jiang Mai said to Kai Zi. Embarrassed, Keiko returned. I'll have one too. Lao He came up, hooked his shoulders and said with a smile. Add me. Jiang Mai spat. You guys are silly dogs. You want to get me killed? Ah, then fine, I'll go buy durian. See if you don't smoke you to death. Yeah, killing each other? Pretty good. The little white dove laughed cheerfully. Let's go. I'm going to buy durians right now and smoke you guys to death. Jiang Mai was about to go to the fruit store. You should know that the durian flavor is what these 3 animals are most afraid of. Who's afraid of wreaking havoc on each other anyway? While Jiang Mai and a few of his livestock roommates were poorly talking, suddenly the radio went off. Design department student Jiang Mai, please come to the director of instructions office as soon as you hear the announcement. Jiang Mai black question mark face. What the hell? How did you invite him to the dean's office? And a radio call. Are you in the middle of something? Mako? The little white dove all but rounded her eyes in shock. Lao He gloated. You're going to be cool. Oh, I don't know if I'm cold or not, but I can make you cold first. Jiang Mai gritted his back teeth and directly twisted his knuckles. I'm wrong. Please let go. Lao He instantly hid behind Kai Zi. Kai Zi, you're the dormitory head but you have to protect me. Mako, do you want us to accompany you? Keiko asked worriedly while stopping Jiang Mai from attacking. No need. I didn't do anything wrong and I didn't make any trouble. So what can he do to me? I guess there's something else looking for me. I'll go and check the situation first. Jiang Mai was particularly spontaneous. Okay, call us if you need anything, Keiko said. Jiang Mai immediately began to head towards the director of instructions office. Soon Jiang Mai arrived at the door. The system began to remind, congratulations to the host. Signing in to the director's office was successful, obtaining 500,000 RMB. Jiang Mai knocked on the door after receiving the reward. Come in. A foreign voice rang out. Strange. It doesn't seem to be the instructor's voice. Jiang Mai then felt odd, but still pushed open the door. He walked in and instantly realized that the only person in the office was sitting in a rocking chair with his back to himself. This is definitely not the head teacher. The head teacher is a man. This is a woman. You are? Jiang Mai asked suspiciously. With that the rocking chair swung over. Under the backlight, a heaven-defying face gradually appeared in front of Jiang Mai's eyes. It was a mixed-race face with watery eyes, high nose, curved pouty lips, and a light blonde double ponytail. The gorgeous light golden Lolita hit song outfit on her body, but it brought out all her good figure. Good breasts, thin waist and arched buttocks, wearing evocative white silk, crossing her legs, facing Jiang Mai with a beaming smile, hands folded, completely full of vitality and cute. Boy god, you're here. You're Shirley Jiang? Jiang Mai exclaimed in shock. But what did she call herself? God? You know me. That's great. Jiang Shuili's palms then rested at her cheeks. Her eyes curved in a smile. It's my honor. To make a long story short, it shouldn't be you who found me here. Jiang Mai narrowed his eyes dangerously tight and looked at Jiang Shuili. Jiang Shuili was as bright as a star and said happily, you guessed right. I'm looking for you for something. God, I want you to be my CP. Cos AOT on together with me. Aotian? Long Aotian? Jiang Mai's tiny head. A big question mark. No, it's not. It's Aotian. He's a popular character from a best-selling novel, Chang'an World, a sickly girl. I never settled on a male cos. After all, there aren't many people who can fit the role. But when I saw you, I thought it was Lord Aotian who had stepped out of the book. Chapter 66, Spending Money is Making Money. Zhang Xueli's eyes were filled with adoration. You must be my cosplayer. At first, she had auditioned for so many people, but she hadn't found a suitable candidate. While she was agonizing, she saw Jiang Mai passing by downstairs, and she instantly lit up. His handsome and extraordinary looks and cold, arrogant and powerful aura were practically identical to Lord Aotian. Knowing that Chang'an World is Zhang Xueli's favorite novel to read, and Aotian is the super male god in her heart, then she definitely has to find someone she's most satisfied with to portray him. There's no one better suited for the role. So you hung me on the confession wall? Jiang Mai only felt speechless. Yes, that was the fastest way to find you, and I've already had a number of people provide me with leads. River Shirley smiled slightly. Of course, so that I could get you to talk to me in a calm manner. I had you summoned in the name of my cousin, the director. Jiang Mai was so depressed that he rejected Zhang Xueli right away, saying, sorry, I don't mix with the cost circle. You find someone else. System reminder, congratulations to the host for rejecting Zhang Xueli, gaining 500,000 RMB, and gaining 200 backbone values. Jiang Mai got up. Zhang Xueli was anxious, delicate and petite. She instantly ran to Jiang Muya's front, and said expectantly, please help. I haven't released a photo album for more than a year. This is what I've been preparing for a long time. As long as you cooperate with me to take pictures, you open a price, I can satisfy it all. Jiang Mai swept a glance at Zhang Xueli and said, then I'll make a price. How can you give it up? He had the system in place, so how could he be worse off? Besides, he was the heir to $1 billion fortune, and with the pocket money his aunt gave him alone, Jiang Mai had more than he could use. Jiang Mai has long been the Taobao shopping cart to empty. LOL, the whole skin are bought not to mention, but also bored to directly buy hundreds of stocks, a family to buy the past, but also do not have to care about the loss of money is not money. Anyway, the main thing is to buy is fun. What a thought to buy stocks and end up making over $2 million. Jiang Mai was now even more worried about having nowhere to spend his money. Zhang Xueli didn't expect Jiang Mai to turn the tables on her. Her Barbie-like innocent eyes looked up at Jiang Mai and said, then whatever you want, I can promise you. No, you hire someone else. Although Jiang Mai also go to the Comic-Con, but he has never thought of cross-border mixing cost circle ever. Also not willing to mix this muddy water, but also rely on photo albums to sell money. Not his style. Jiang Mai subconsciously headed out. Looking at his lonely and arrogant back, Zhang Xueli's admiration for Jiang Mai flowed like a torrent of water. Even the rejection seems like Lord Aotian. This role is tailor-made for you. I definitely won't give it up. Zhang Shirley is a cosplayer who has requirements for cos, and now that she has come across such a high-quality cosplayer with a good appetite, how could she give up? Moreover, the role of Aotian could not be replaced by anyone else except Jiang Mai. She didn't want to find someone else to be the CP for the shoot, and when the time came, it would also smash her golden brand and she would lose fans. Jiang Mai opened the system panel after coming out of the office. Now that he had gotten 3,000 in backbone value, he could do a lottery. Jiang Mai simply came straight to 15 consecutive draws. The system roulette wheel is starting to spin up. 15 consecutive draws for a total of 5 prizes. Although the winning rate was a bit low beyond Jiang Mai's imagination, they were all of interest to Jiang Mai. Congratulations to the host, who has gained a 5-fold rebate skill for one day. Congratulations to the host, who has become a child of the weather. Congratulations to the host, he has gained the King of Fighters skill, powerful and fistful. Congratulations to the host, improving the quality of night sleep, no more insomnia. Congratulations to the host, who has been awarded a copy of the Code of Business Land, worth $10 million. Jiang Mai instantly became curious and asked the system, what is the son of weather? System, you can manipulate the weather at will. Jiang Mai, weather? How to maneuver? And such a good thing. System, all you need to do is meditate on the weather in your mind and it will change. Jiang Mai looked outside the window. The weather was now cloudy, as if it was going to rain. He directly meditated on it in his mind, and in no time at all, the dark clouds began to disperse. The blue sky was white, the sun was shining, and the cloudy day turned into a super sunny one. Jiang Mai got excited. Wow! That's awesome. Then he'd have nothing to fear from the wind and rain, and he wouldn't have to carry an umbrella. He can just manipulate the weather anyway. System, but in order not to disrupt the weather patterns. So the manipulation statute of limitations is only half an hour. Jiang Mai didn't mind at all, it doesn't matter. Half an hour is enough. After Jiang Mai had tried out the skill, he then asked, what about the fighter skill? System, no one can beat you except when you meet the new champion. And you can kill dozens of calling monsters with one hand. Jiang Mai, it would be an exaggeration to kill him. System, don't worry. You can control the force. Now this system will start transmitting the fist stances to you. Please check it out, host. Jiang Mai immediately began to check the receipt. Soon after Jiang Mai accepted, he felt energized. He obviously hadn't learned to fight, but a set of punches went straight through his head, and Jiang Mai was able to fight by relying on his muscle memory. The difficult moves that were particularly handsome in those action movies were easy for Jiang Mai to do. He's excited to go and do whatever kung fu superstar he wants this way. As for the 5 times rebate, it is even easier. That is, if you go and spend money yourself, you can 5 times rebate. It was only one day, but it was enough for Jiang Mai to splurge. The corner of Jiang Mai's mouth hooked up. Now he'll go spend it properly. Oh, no. Make good money. Afternoon. Mall counter. Lang Ruoli, led by Miroku, had already bought a large bag of things, and she was wearing a newly purchased dress. She was sitting on a couch in the store, waiting for the meter to show up in the fitting room. The clothes she was wearing now were a little more sexy than what she had bought before, but not too revealing. Black and white striped slim wrap chest sweater, lined with a nice full chest, with a deep creamy ditch, clothes knotted just above the navel, revealing a beautiful small waist. The lower body is a black wraparound leather skirt. The cold Ruorue very slender and charming long legs are on display. Lang Ruoli looked at herself in the mirror and blushed. The counter's sisters complimented themselves. Even Sister Miroku was satisfied. This outfit should look very good. I wonder what Jiang Mai's reaction would be when he saw it. Thinking of this, Lang Ruoli immediately took out her cell phone and started taking selfies. By the time she had taken several pictures, abruptly a soft body was pressed up against her. Miroku's hand was on Lang Ruoli's shoulder. She exhaled her breath like orchids and said with a smile, "Not bad. Now you've gotten the hang of it and know how to take selfies. Say, what makes you want to take a selfie?" Miroku knew that Lang Ruoli didn't like taking pictures much and usually didn't have the habit of taking selfies. Lang Ruoli suddenly, P.S. The chapters posted now should be considered sweet. The author does not stepmother. You can rest assured that the back will be sweeter and more cool. Please urge for more. Thank you. Chapter 67, It's only people you like who want to send a circle of friends. Lang Ruoli's small face was blushing. I just want to shoot it. Come on, take a shot together. Miroku began to pose. Lang Ruorue didn't squirm and directly took a photo with Miroku. After shooting, Miroku looked at the photo, red lips slightly pouting. Envious, your skin quality is really good. Do not even need to peel, the beauty face is white and smooth. No acne or edema. The worst thing is that the face is really small. You're small too. It's not the same. Yours is a slap face. It pisses me off. If you went to be a model, you would definitely become famous right away. Miroku wasn't complimenting Lang Ruoli, she was telling the truth. Lang Ruoli really looked as pretty as a doll, and her figure was superb. Definitely a superb big beauty. It was estimated that as soon as she made her debut, she would be directly promoted to supermodel. It was a pity that Lang Ruoli wasn't interested in mixing with the modeling circle, or else a supermodel star would have risen. Lang Ruoli's face flushed red, shyly said, "You boast too much." Well, Sister Miroku, you quickly go and try on the clothes. Don't you still have something good left to buy? Oh, I forgot. Hey, I'll go try on the clothes then. Miroku smiled and then started to go to the fitting room to continue trying on clothes. Lang Ruoli subconsciously started to take the photos she just took and just sent them to her friends. Her circle of friends, for now, is blank. Before she wasn't too social and didn't want to show people her world, so she never posted it. And now she had a reason. She wants the people she likes to see what her world is like. Text, today, shopping with girlfriends. The 9 gables are posted below. It is her selfie with Miroku. After sending it, Lang Ruoli held her phone and started to look forward to it. At this moment, Miroku had already tried on the clothes and came out. She curiously held her cell phone and asked, "Ruoli, did you send a friend circle?" "Sent." Lang Ruoli nodded. "That's strange. Is my cell phone signal bad? Why didn't I swipe it?" Miroku was puzzled. "No, it's because I've set my friend circle." Lang Ruoli abruptly became a little embarrassed. "You blocked me?" Miroku was surprised. "It's not like you're defending me because I'm your love rival. It's not like that, Lang Ruoli anxiously explained. Her face flushed red as she immediately said to Moroku, my friend's circle is set so that no one else can see it except for Jiang Mai. Milo was shocked. Oh my god. After she reacted, she got excited, and she directly shoulder bumped Lang Ruoli lightly, snickering, are you too good at flirting too? No. Lang Ruoli was teased to the point where both cheeks were red, and her sheer pupils were overflowing with shyness. Only he can see your circle of friends. It's like the plot of an idolater. Your world. Only he can intrude. Only he can participate. He is unique and has exclusive privileges. Miroku sighed. Even though you're a love rival, I'm about to give in. Miroku looked over at Lang Ruoli. If this continues, I'm afraid I'm going to be bent by you. Lang Ruoli stuttered. Ah, no, it won't. Looking at Lang Ruoli's horrified little expression, Miroku snorted and laughed out. You're also a little too cute. I'm teasing you. I'm female in gender, male in hobby, and right now I'm interested in Jiang Mai. Although you're quite cute, but I haven't planned to accept you as my wife. Lang Ruoli's little face flushed red as she hummed. But did Jiang Mai give you credit? Miroku asked. I don't know yet. Then take a look. Miroku urged. Lang Ruoli hurriedly opened her cell phone. The circle of friends hasn't budged a bit. Lang Ruoli's eyes were full of loss. Not yet. He might be busy with something. Sure is a straight man of steel. Miroku shook his head. If it were up to me, not only would I have to give you a compliment, I'd have to molest you hard. Sister Miroku. Lang Ruoli pouted after hearing this. She'll be easy to float. Looking at Lang Ruoli's blushing face, Miroku said smilingly, okay, I said it's not okay, I'm going to check out. It's almost time to watch. Let's go back. Good. Lang Ruoli nodded her head obediently. After Miroku settled the bill, he took Lang Ruoli out. When we got out of the mall, we saw a very long line outside the mall stores. So many people waiting to buy something. It's especially hilarious. Lang Ruoli glanced at it, and it turned out to be the opening of Master Bao's bakery and pastry shop. Her eyes instantly lit up. This pastry has opened a chain here, and it's Jiang Mai's favorite brand. He loves to eat little neat fluffy scallops like this. How did you know? Miroku asked in surprise. I looked at his friend's circle. Lang Ruoli said with interest. Miroku felt strange. No, I've gone through his friend's circle too. Why didn't I see it? Miroku applied to add Jiang Mai's WeChat. Jiang Mai did not pass. She used Laoi's cell phone to see Jiang Mai's circle of friends. Remember, she hadn't seen this one pass at the time. You just flipped to the bottom. Lang Ruoli smiled at Miroku. Miroku was shocked. You read it all? Jiang Mai's circle of friends said super much. It is estimated that there are a few thousand. She flipped for a long time, did not read to the end. At best, swiped about a dozen pages and gave up. And Lang Ruoli finished it? Right. Not only that, she remembered everything about Jiang Mai's favorite hobbies and dislikes by heart. He likes to eat Bao Chef's meat floss scallops. He loves Cheerios and thinks it's only cool to eat them by the case. He loves to play games. And chicken, King's Honor, and LOL are his three favorite games to play. The one thing he hates the most is snail food. He is allergy prone and can have pollen allergies. The one thing he loathes more than anything else is snakes. The corners of Lang Ruoli's mouth rose slightly as she thought back. Her mind filled with everything related to Jiang Mai. Lang Ruoli was afraid that she wouldn't be able to buy the meat fluffy little shells, so she hurriedly went to the back of the crowd to line up. Miroku said, there are too many people. This can't be lined up without a few hours. It's too cold here. The wind is whistling. You'll catch a cold. It doesn't matter. I have a lot of time anyway. I can wait. Sister Miroku, you go back first. Lang Ruoli smiled at Miroku. Miroku was suddenly a little ashamed of himself. Lang Ruoli definitely liked Jiang Mai more than she thought. As for her, that's not called liking. At most she's just interested in Jiang Mai. It's okay, I'll wait with you. How could Miroku leave Lang Ruoli behind and go? Lang Ruoli said thank you from the bottom of her heart. Fool, we are bosom friends. What are you saying thank you for? Miroku treasured this friend very much. Lang Ruoli was really a very pure and kind girl. In the upper class, as long as the family has a little money, which is not a princess disease, a whole lot of stinky problems, either dainty, or like to command others, think they are superior. But Lang Ruoli has a superior family, but she is not condescending at all, and her character is not the high and cold that everyone imagines. In fact, she is just warm and shy. Miroku then accompanied Lang Ruoli and waited for a long time. The cold wind was howling and the temperature felt like it was coming down all of a sudden. Miroku had all but rubbed her hands together and exhaled in a haze. She looked at the flow of people in front of her who weren't even moving. Strangely, it's been so long, how come there are still so many people in front of her? Chapter 68, Sweet Interaction. Really sweet. Wait a little longer. Lang Ruoroe was also cold. Her hands had stiffened to the point of numbness. Her pretty little face buried in the collar was already red. The ends of her eyes were red. Her lips were icy. And even her ears were red. Let Morocco look especially pretty. Said. You can't do this. Why don't we not wait? Come in a few days. Today opened. Doing activities. So bought a lot of people. A few days later people must be less. Anyway, he is not worried about eating so momentary. It's okay, I can wait a little longer. Sister Morocco, why don't you go wait in the car? There's a heater there. Lang Ruoli tried to force a smile at Morocco. Morocco immediately became a bit hateful. Why are you so stupid? She turned around and started back to Lang Ruoli's car. And after realizing that she had a blanket, Morocco copied it and wrapped it around the two of them. This move made Lang Ruoroe surprised. Sister Morocco, if we agreed to wait together, then I won't go back. How can I let my good brother-in-law be here alone in the cold? Morocco grunted. Besides, it's not just me. I also want to eat meat flossbev, okay? And want to buy it for him too. Lang Ruoroe knew that Sister Morocco was just arrogant. Underneath her big-hearted exterior, Morocco-san actually has a heart that is softer than normal. As Lang Ruoli smiled lightly at Morocco, Morocco feigned a lack of good humor and said, "You're still smiling. I'm your love rival. Also buy a copy to give to Jiang Mai when the time comes to see who he receives." Good. Lang Ruoli didn't mind at all. It was supposed to be a fair fight, and there was no way she was going to stop Morocco-san from doing anything. Morocco watched as Lang Ruori agreed, and her heart ached even more. This is really a super fool. If it is not also like Jiang Mai himself, I guess I am also wondering what kind of man is worthy of Lang Ruoli such a good like. Originally, the sky was still bright. Slowly a dark night has covered. In the midst of the sloppy cold wind, they finally made it to the line. Lang Ruoli bought 2 boxes of meat fluffy little shells, but also 2 boxes of custard puffs, creamy raisin puffs, and some other treats. After watching her order a lot in one breath, Morocco was surprised. Can he finish eating so much? He can give it to his roommate to eat together. Lang Ruoli smiled faintly, then gave Morocco another strawberry double cream and said, "Of course there's still a share for you. Your favorite strawberry double cream." "Mine too?" Morocco was surprised. "Yes, you were with me in line for a long time. Thank you." Lang Ruoli smiled daintily. This time Morocco was touched to the point that she directly started to hug Lang Ruoroe. "Hug, oh, love you. Sister Morocco. Well, let's not affect the guests behind us in line." Lang Ruoli's cheeks flushed red as she reminded. He. Good. Morocco was obedient and even helped Lang Ruoli carry things to the side. When they arrived at the car, they felt the warmth of the car, and then they felt as if their bodies had been cushioned by the cold. Morocco sighed. "It's nice to have heat. Tough on you. Sister Morocco. I'll treat you to dinner later." Lang Ruoli said gratefully. "Wow, great. What should I do? I'm really going to be bent by you. Where is such a cute girl?" Morocco wowed. Lang Ruoroe got a little embarrassed and said, "Sister Morocco, I'm going to drive." Good. Lang Ruoroe put on her seatbelt and was about to return to school when suddenly her cell phone came with an alert. Tick. Lang Ruoli's heart lifted heavily. Rushing over in almost seconds, she immediately reached for her cell phone. Instantly, her heart was a deer in the headlights. On the screen in front of her eyes was none other than Jiang Mai liking her friend circle saying, "Also commented, 1%, remember to have fun." Lang Ruoroe was like eating honey. Her mood became excited all of a sudden. She immediately started replying, "You too," as Lang Ruoli couldn't help but laugh out loud. As a result, Morocco came over and said with a smile, "What did he say back to you that you're so happy?" Lang Ruoli froze. "Sister Morocco, how did you know it was him who returned my message? Could you be so happy otherwise?" "Little fool, I've never seen you so excited about anyone but him." Morocco knew that Lang Ruori was a cold person on the outside and hot on the inside. Lang Ruori was not interested in anything before. There was nothing that could make her have mood swings. But since Jiang Mai appeared, Morocco realized that Lang Ruoli's mood was more and more affected by Jiang Mai. Lang Ruoroe nodded shyly. "Yes, he liked it and told me to have fun." "That's quite good. I really envy you. You can still have his WeChat." Morocco looked enviously at Lang Ruori, a little exasperated. "That big straight man, not warm at all. I just asked him to add a WeChat and he ended up not agreeing. It's not like I'm going to eat him." It made Lang Ruoli even more embarrassed. "Well, go back to school. Bribe him with these. Maybe he'll come back to me and add me on WeChat as soon as he's happy. Had. Take the man's hand. Eat the man's mouth. 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 Miroku was optimistic again, all of a sudden thinking in a good place. Definitely. Lang Ruoli nodded. Go back to school. Lang Ruoli then started driving, and soon the car was heading towards the Western City University. The night was vast. The Rolls-Royce Silver Phantom pierced through the darkness of the night and drove on the highway. Jiang Mai maneuvered the steering wheel and also went towards the school. He's done what he wanted to do. In the afternoon, Jiang Mai went to the city's auction. Although the waiter entertained him, his attitude toward him was nonchalant. The waiter thought Jiang Mai was handsome, but looking at the dress he was a student. Even for a rich kid, coming here to auction is at most buying one or two things. Nothing great. The waiter had been used to seeing rich people here for a long time, so naturally he wouldn't give him a second thought. Which thought Jiang Mai became the final winner. There were a total of 25 lots, and Jiang Mai surprisingly captured 20 of them alone. Not only that, but it's super overpriced. The fact that just one little white boy could have so much money instantly shocked the rich people in the room. Jiang Mai is considered to be fully loaded. He bought part of the antique furniture in vases. Directly let people send over to his aunt. She likes these old antiques. There was also some jewelry that was sent to my own mom as a collection. Jiang Mai spent a total of $50 million, and after 5 times the rebate, he got 250 million renminbi. Jiang Mai naturally couldn't be satisfied with these alone. He directly went through the code of operating plots given by the system and directly went to deal with the 10 plots of land given by the system. Most of these plots are not in the pure city center, but Jiang Mai does not care. Spend money well, play a fun on the good. Jiang Mai directly looked for the construction team. Ready to start. He's going to develop the property, and a piece of land is going to be used to get a manor house, which will be able to provide transportation of fruits and vegetables, and can be used as an agriturismo. 5 more parcels of land will be used to open shopping malls and supermarkets, where a shopping street can be created in a prime location, and the estate's fresh fruits and vegetables can still be delivered to the supermarkets. There are also 4 parcels of land, 2 of which are purely for the construction of a residential community, and 1 of which is for an office building, exclusively for rent. All of this Jiang Mai spent money to find professionals to take care of. Jiang Mai only need to spot survey and inspection. This is the benefit of having money. Do not need to run up and down by yourself. Of course Jiang Mai also utilized the contacts saved up by his aunt to facilitate himself, and directly started spending money to acquire 5 department stores and 3 multinational companies. Anyway, he is not afraid to lose money. With 5 times the rebate, even if the company and the project are lost, he is considered to earn. Besides, what if it's earned? With so many programs, it's impossible to lose them all, even if you're blindly investing. Jiang Mai spends a lot of money. This rebate is naturally also a lot of money, a full return of more than 2 billion RMB. This can also be used as startup capital for your business and a backstop if anything goes wrong. Jiang Mai was extraordinarily satisfied after determining the amount of money on his bank card, and started to head to school. He had just driven to the school parking lot when an alert came on his phone. Jiang Mai took out his cell phone and realized that it was a WeChat message from Lang Ruoli. Chapter 69, I'll wait for you downstairs in the dormitory. Lang Ruoli, I'll wait for you downstairs in your dorm room. I have something for you. What's that? Jiang Mai carried questions, but still quickly got out of the car and basically ran back to his dorm room. When he ran out of breath, he saw 2 slender and graceful figures standing there. Lang Ruoli was gentle and pretty, and Miroku was sexy and tall, but they were each carrying large bags of stuff in their hands. Jiang Mai hurried forward. Here you go. Master Bao's meatloaf Xiaobei. Lang Ruoli's voice was shy as she handed the item to Jiang Mai. She was shy and completely bird-like. Jiang Mai immediately felt his heart warm up and immediately took the gift box. 1 carry. Very heavy. Quite a lot of stuff. It was quite heavy to carry. Or the girls carried it themselves. Thanks. Jiang Mai smiled faintly at Lang Ruoli. And this? And accompanied her to buy it. You say thank you to me too. Miroku raised his eyebrows. We've been blowing cold air for a long time. You'd be too cold-blooded if you didn't take mine. Okay, I'll take it. Thank you. Jiang Mai's heart trembled when he heard them blowing cold air, and he took Miroku's gift box. It's so cold now. Isn't it easy to catch a cold blowing by? Jiang Mai's mind was having this thought when it turned out that Lang Ruoli sneezed with an ah. Her nose was instantly red, and when she lifted her face her eyes were wet and red with brimming, pathetic tears. It's okay. Jiang Mai couldn't help but ask out loud. Lang Ruoli shook her head and guffawed. It's okay. You're not going to catch a cold, are you? Miroku was worried. How could I catch a cold? Lang Ruoroe had just finished speaking, when she suddenly sneezed several times, making it even more mealy-mouthed. A tissue was handed in front of her as she tried to blow her nose. Lang Ruoli was particularly coy and shy after looking at Jiang Mai handing her a tissue. She quickly grabbed it but was particularly embarrassed to blow her nose in front of Jiang Mai. After all, she's a girl and she wants to save face. And in front of her favorite boy, she was even more embarrassed. We'll go back to the dorm room first. Bye. Lang Ruoli waved her hand before turning around and started running back to her dorm room after wiping her nose with a tissue. Hey, can I add a WeChat today? Miroka hinted at a particularly strong meaning. Okay, but I added you to WeChat. There is no other meaning. It's just ordinary dating. Jiang Mai said it clearly first, so as not to make Miroku misunderstand. After all, Miroku and Lang Ruoli buy things for themselves to blow a cold wind. Jiang Mai is not a heartless and uncaring person, and then again eat people's hands softly. Jiang Mai, there is no need to get so stiff with Miroku. As a result, Miroku winked at Jiang Mai very delicately. Hate, where do you think? Of course, from friends, but what to develop in the future? Say again. Jiang Mai looked helplessly at Miroku's deliberately playing shy. I won't be interested in you. It's fine for us to be friends. It's impossible for us to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Miroku, however, was not discouraged and said, it's too early for you to say that. How painful it would be if you were hit in the face afterward. You do realize there's a law of true fragrance now. Jiang Mai. After adding WeChat friends with Miroku, Miroka said goodbye to Jiang Mai. Okay, I'm not going to tease you bye. See you tomorrow. Miroku's pair of charming and beautiful eyes looked at Jiang Mai shyly, and she excitedly started back to her dorm room. She finally added Jiang Mai. So happy. Jiang Mai carried his things upstairs and just refreshed his friend circle, only to find that Miroku had just uploaded cool photos of the 9 Palace building, all of which were of Miroku in a hot and sexy outfit. Jiang Mai silently glanced at the photo before choosing to block the friend circle. After Jiang Mai brought the stuff back to the dormitory, Kai Zi, Little White Pigeon, and Lao He, who were still lying on the top bunk playing with their cell phones, started poking their heads out all of a sudden. Mako, you're back. What smells so good? Kai Zi got excited. It really smells good. Mu Zi, what good stuff did you bring back? Little White Pigeon had her hands on the bed railing, and she couldn't take her eyes off Jiang Mai's body. Jiang Mai raised the gift box and said, it's the Master Bao pastries that Lang Ruoli and Miroku bought. Wow! The 3 livestock roommates immediately started to get excited, their little faces hyperactive. Great! I can't believe there's good food. Or Master Bao. It's really great. Chef Bao has always had a long line and was packed with people every time I went. The most important thing is that the store is a thief away from their school. Who is the average time-crunched student who has so much time to queue up for this? Not to mention not too cheap. But now there's all sorts of stuff. It's such a pleasant surprise. After seeing what Jiang Mai had brought, each one of them began to drool. It looks delicious. Keiko craved. That's right. And my favorite meatloaf scallops. The little white dove was happy. I can eat a whole one in one bite. Lao he excitedly took one of the meat fluffy little shells and ate it. And the other 2 were no slouch either. Looking at 3 to be robbed empty, Jiang Mai called out, alas, you guys leave me one. One seems to have not eaten for several years. Jiang Mai grabbed one and ate it. It tastes so good. Still familiar flavors. Kai Zi complimented repeatedly. This Bao chef is so delicious. Thank you so much. Thanks to you, we can enjoy such a benefit. Who says it's not? So compared to our family, Suya is really too inconsiderate. Where is the part of sending me something? It's good that I didn't make me send her something. The little white pigeon was too envious and jealous. In order to spend money for his girlfriend Suya, he had already used up all his pocket money for a month and was relying on Jiang Mai to pick up the slack. Otherwise now he would have to eat instant noodles every day to get by. Keiko nodded straight. Who says it isn't? But Mako, what took you so long to come back? Didn't you leave from the office at noon? Originally, Kai Zi was quite worried whether Jiang Mai had gotten into trouble, so he was invited by the director of instruction to have tea. But after hearing that Jiang Mai had kept him safe, he breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Mai returned. I went to start a business. Get some buildings, commercial buildings just. The words he uttered carelessly immediately caught the 3 livestock roommates by surprise. Starting a business is no small thing, especially if it's some kind of commercial building. How risky it is. Such a big thing. The result from Jiang Mai's mouth so lightly set out, as if it is no impact at all. What? You engage in this? Geez, I'm still playing fight the landlord and earning some happy beans. You've already gone and bought some kind of commercial building. What a person. Little White Pigeon was so angry that he directly took another meatloaf xiaobei, turning his anger into appetite. It's just wanting to start a side business. It doesn't matter if it's a loss or profit, Jiang Mai said indifferently. If someone else had said this, people were afraid that they would think that the other party was bragging and pretending. But coming from Jiang Mai's mouth, everyone felt that the truth was just like that. After all, Jiang Mai is now a billionaire. He's so much money, even if engaged in what investment for him is estimated to be $100 inside only spent a penny it. The height that Jiang Mai stood at now was something that ordinary male college students could hardly look up to. So Little White Pigeon and Lao He and Kai Zi kept praising Jiang Mai over and over again until Jiang Mai was embarrassed. Jiang Mai called a halt. Stop. We're all brothers. What rainbow farts? Okay, I'm coming to the phone. Hey, let me guess who called you. Little White Dove said with a smirk. Long schoolgirl? School marm rice? Xia schoolgirl? Or schoolgirl Jiang? Chapter 70, It's Just a Matter of Lust. Jiang Mai rolled his eyes. Neither. The takeout boy's phone. Okay. The little white dove was a little lost. No more melon. No fun. After Jiang Mai went outside to answer the takeout boy's call, he knew that the other party had already arrived downstairs. He hurried downstairs and took the takeout. The takeout bag was full of cold medicine, which he had specially sold to Lang Ruoli. After all, Lang Ruoli caught a cold for him. How one has to show it, otherwise it is too not a man. At this moment, Lang Ruoli was wrapped up in the quilt, dizzily just lying in the quilt. She's got a cold right now, and she's not feeling very good overall, and she's all jumbled up. Just then a WeChat message suddenly came to her cell phone. Lang Ruoli came to life and fiercely opened WeChat. 1%, come downstairs. Lang Ruoli's little face was thrilled when she looked at it. Who was still paralyzed in bed, instantly came to life. Moroku, who was still removing her makeup, felt strange when she saw Lang Ruoli, who was lifeless just now coming down from the bed with full energy. Aren't you not feeling well? Lang Ruoli smiled playfully. I'm much better. She hurriedly started rushing over to the dresser mirror, fixing her hair, and quickly applying the soy-colored lipstick that would make her look better. After that it was time to change into a very nice dress, throw on a cashmere coat, and run downstairs. She ran with gusto, her face covered in happy colors. When faced with a favorite boy, she must run too. After Lang Ruoli ran downstairs, she saw the tall figure standing in the middle of the night. His untamed brow was her fondest memory. Lang Ruoli laughed, smiling sweetly. It felt like the whole world had become especially new and bright because of his presence. Why are you here? Lang Ruoli walked forward and immediately looked at Jiang Mai with a somewhat flushed face. Jiang Mai smiled lightly, and then he began to hand the takeout bag in his hand to Lang Ruoli, saying, You take it. Lang Ruoli was surprised. What is this? She took it, and when she looked at it, her eyes got a little red. Jiang Mai smiled brightly. I see that you have a bit of a cold right now, and I'm afraid that it's too serious for you, so I bought you medicine. As a result, he realized that Lang Ruoli's crystal clear tears were falling down. It's almost like a fairy shedding a tear, and it's so pretty. Jiang Mai was a bit flustered. What's wrong? Was I too unauthorized? Why are you crying for a good reason? Otherwise it will be misunderstood by others that I am bullying you. No, you didn't bully me. I am very happy. Lang Ruoli's watery eyes gazed at Jiang Mai, and after dwelling on it for just a few seconds, she made a bold move. Jiang Mai had just wanted to say goodbye to Lang Ruoli when he ended up feeling a flash of darkness attack him, followed by the spread of an ethereal fragrance. Within moments, Jiang Mai felt a soft and delicate body stick up, her lotus root arms wrapped around his neck, and her pretty little face rested on his shoulder. Jiang Mai couldn't see her expression, but the distance of the embrace made even Jiang Mai's body start to burn up a fire. The original calm heart of Jiang Mai was violently rattled. She exhaled, her gentle breath on the tip of his ear, and said softly, Thank you, I love the medicine you bought. After a pause, she continued to add, I like you a lot, too. Jiang Mai felt his ears going numb. All he wanted to say was to die. He hadn't expected Lang Ruoli to throw herself at him at all. Of course, it would also make Jiang Mai a bit rushed. He didn't know how to place his hands now. Lang Ruoli's love was scorching hot, but he clearly didn't know how to treat such feelings. Jiang Mai took a deep breath and said, You may call me a rogue and an asshole, but I want to say one thing to you. I didn't open my heart so quickly, and I won't enter this relationship so easily. He could clearly feel Lang Ruoli's body stiffen. I'll admit, I have a bit of a crush on you. but it's just a matter of boys simply not hating on girls. Or maybe just seeing things. Jiang Mai's tone was firm. I don't know if this kind of good feeling can develop into liking, or even love, not to mention what kind of direction we'll take in the future. But I hope that one day I'll be able to say to you that I like you too. A girl so active. Then Jiang Mai must also say his truest thoughts. Can let the other party understand. If he was with Lang Ruoli simply because he had a bit of a good feeling, that's not fair to her. It would be harder, even hurtful, for her to be in a relationship with herself. I'll give it my all in a relationship, but only if I've moved on from the past and can treat a girl with 100% of my feelings, which is only fair to the woman. Jiang Mai paused for a moment and looked at Lang Ruoli very sincerely, instead of rushing into a relationship in order to heal. After Jiang Mai finished this paragraph, but it didn't look quite the same as he had imagined. Lang Ruoli, instead of being disappointed, smiled even sweeter. I'm so happy. It's worth it to hear this one sentence from you. Lang Ruoli spoke gently, her eyes shining brightly. At least you have a good feeling towards me now. This is already the biggest progress. She let go of Jiang Mai, and then her palm was placed on Jiang Mai's heart, and Jiang Mai felt the temperature of her soft hand, making his heart leap even harder. I'm not a doctor, but I'll try to learn to heal. I'm waiting for you, one day, to open up to me completely and say to me that I'd appreciate it for the rest of my life, and even more so, that you like me. Lang Ruori tasted a bit of sweetness that spread in her heart. She wasn't a very greedy person. He had taken a qualitative leap forward now that he had some good feelings for himself. She was patient and would wait, waiting for the day when the two would link fingers and look to the future. After Jiang Mai saw Lang Ruoli's innocent smile, his pressure disappeared and he became quick and happy. Good. Jiang Mai nodded. Lang Ruoli was happy. How could he upset her when he had made it clear that she was no longer inside the dusty past? Then I'll go upstairs first. Lang Ruoli's little face was full of overflowing smiles as she waved her hand at Jiang Mai. You need to go to bed early, don't stay up late, and drink more hot water. I should say these words. My physique is much better than yours. Jiang Mai raised his eyebrows, the corners of his lips raised high. Lang Ruoli was so cheerful that when she was about to continue talking, she suddenly covered her mouth and sneezed. She panicked so much that she had to get away from him at once. You stay away from me, but don't let the germs from me infect you. Jiang Mai looked at Lang Ruoli, who bounced away from him several meters away, and then crowed. You just hugged me, and it's only now that you remembered. It's only too late. Lang Ruoli's small face was scarlet as she apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry. It's okay. My body is great. How can I catch a cold easily? Jiang Mai directly gave Lang Ruori to tighten the scarf. It's you. Worry about yourself. Go back and give me medicine quickly. Drink more hot water. Hear me. The fingers touched the young girl's tender and smooth skin, which made Jiang Mai's fingertips crispy, especially the light trembling of the young girl's petite body. The peak mound swayed in a large arc, making Jiang Mai's breathing a little tight. Good. She looked at herself dully, just an unkillable kitten in general. Her face flushed, her eyes containing crystal tears, her eyelashes long, a flushed red on both sides. Especially cute. It caused Jiang Mai to actually develop a strong sense of ravishment. What with swollen lip kisses and blossoming lip gloss kisses. Make her cry for her brother again. He's an animal. Again. It's all about seeing color. How is it that he has no resistance at all to a pretty face? Chapter 71, Stinky Treasure. You don't bully people like this. Jiang Mai forced down the evil thoughts that had suddenly sprung up in his heart. Fighting for himself to like Lang Ruori earlier is walking feelings. Thinking about what walking kidneys. Jiang Mai's ears burned, inserted his bag, and coolly said, let's go. Jiang Mai hurriedly left, and Lang Ruoli gave a sweet smile, and the young girl wistfully walked towards the upper floor. She was carrying cold medicine in her hand, and as soon as she returned to her dorm room, Miroko said curiously, did you go to get takeout? Aha. Lang Ruori smiled, her little face still red. Makino bought it for me, saying that I need to take medicine when I have a cold. Hardly. Why didn't he think about me in case I caught a cold? Miroko snapped and bounced off the bed, her red lips skimming a bit. So biased. I see there's still banlangen. Why don't I brew it for you? Lang Ruoli thought, but she can't let sister Miroko catch a cold too. As a result, Miroko stopped Lang Ruoli from soaking the blue root and said, silly child, do you really think that blue root can cure all diseases? It won't be able to cure my illness. Are you really sick? Lang Ruoli was surprised. Yeah, Miroko said, covering his ample chest. I've got lovesickness. Lang Ruoli was a little helpless after hearing this. Sister Miroko, I'm not bull ****** ting. Miroku sighed. It's just a pity that this disease can only be cured by my intended. It said that girls should be a little more reserved. But it turns out that they've been adding me for an hour and 2 minutes. But they didn't even say hello back. Is his adding me to WeChat a pose? Thinking about Lang Ruoli's treatment and then thinking about her own. Miroku was shaking her head repeatedly. That's a hell of a lot of fallout. Too much. Then poke him and see? Lang Ruoli asked. You're still stupid. I'm your love interest. And you're giving your love interest a trick? Miroku teased with a smile. Lang Ruoli said frankly. You are my love rival and my friend. You haven't made many moves for me. The two of us agreed that it's a fair fight. If he's mine, then no one can take him. If it's not mine, then why would I bother to hook up? Lang Ruoli's spontaneous character satisfied Miroku. It's true that they're not plastic sisters. Enough sisters. Look at it this way. What do you need a man for? Or I'll just take it from you and kick John Mai directly. Lang Ruoli's little face flushed. Don't. I still want him. And I can't afford to kick. See, that's all you've got. A little pattern. Miroku grunted. Alright, I'm going to soak up the cold medicine. Otherwise it's really quite hard to get serious. Lang Ruoli immediately took out the 999 cold spirit that Jiang Mai bought and soaked it. Lang Ruoli took a few sips and was happy to be there. Looking at the corners of her mouth rising and not coming down at all, Miroku teased. Look at you. It's as if you're eating honey. So hard to drink. You can drink it so happily. Of course I'm happy. He personally bought this for me. Lang Ruoli blushed even more after she thought of the frank words Jiang Mai had said outside. She hated that she hadn't recorded it at the time. If she could have recorded it, she could have listened to it dozens of times in a row. TSK, 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 this filter edition. I'd better go flirt with a man. Miroku definitely wouldn't let go of Jiang Mai just because Lang Ruoli was her good sister. This was also disrespectful to Lang Ruoli, and even more so to his own heart. At this moment, Jiang Mai had already returned inside his dormitory, and his cell phone suddenly rang a reminder. Jiang Mai opened it and realized that it was Miroku's WeChat. Miroku, stinky bow. I'm so sick. Ooh, my head is spinning. Jiang Mai looked at it and raised his eyebrows. Jiang Mai, don't scream. And, have you caught a cold? Miroku, I'll call you stinky bow. I might have a bad cold. I'm getting a fever. So poor me. Jiang Mai, oh, take good care of your body. Miroku was about to explode when he saw Jiang Mai's reply. Lang Ruoli caught a cold and bought cold medicine for it. I said myself that I had a bad cold and was about to get a fever. And that's what I got back in a perfunctory way. Even if it's high flying, that's not the way to use it. Miroku, stinky bow. Don't take you to bully people like this. It's hard for people. You're so cold. Jiang Mai, I don't study medicine. He was indeed helpless. And even if Miroku was really uncomfortable, looking for him wouldn't solve anything. As a result, Miroku replied back. I need to be comforted. Jiang Mai, for example? Miroku, like if you came to see me. That would make me feel a lot better. Jiang Mai, boys can't enter the women's dormitory. Miroku, then you also bring me medicine and porridge. And it's good for me to come down and meet you. When Jiang Mai heard this, Miroku's foxtail was finally revealed. The drunkenness is in him. Jiang Mai naturally wouldn't be the bait. He said, good. Miroku snickered with delight. Finally taking the bait. See, Jiang Mai was just pretending before. He would still be worried when he heard he was sick. Sure is a big bore, but she loves it so much. I wish I could take this opportunity to push you down. After a while, Jiang Mai's WeChat came. It's here. Miroku was beaming, feeling like he'd raised his eyebrows. I really want to play good luck for myself. Sure enough, she's Princess Rice, and the blessing is behind her. Miroku was so happy that she hurriedly freshened up a bit, but of course she was still very calculated to put a little bit of concealer on her lips to make her lip color look a bit paler and her overall face not so good. When she was done, Miroku deliberately put on one of her prettiest dresses again, and headed upstairs with glee. As a result, when Miroku arrived at the bottom, he saw a strange older boy standing down there, and his eyes lit up immediately when he saw her. Senior sister Miroku, I heard that you are sick. I specially bought you kanji and medicine, so you must take care of your body and get well sooner, as well as drink more hot water. The boy attentively smiled at Miroku and said. The smile Miroku had put on his face instantly stiffened. She was totally pissed off. Knowing that he had fallen into Jiang Mai's trap was very depressing. I'm sorry. I'm not sick. Go back. I won't take the stuff. Miroku finished with an expressionless face and then started to head to his dorm room. Miroku immediately started to tweet, looking for Jiang Mai to raise the offense. What's the situation? Why don't you come? So sad, do not bring so trick me. Jiang Mai, I didn't promise you to come. Besides, I just mentioned it in the group, and there were boys enthusiastically signing up. Thinking about the fact that Miroku-senpai needs comforting the most right now, I definitely want to be a man of honor. Miroku was so angry he was about to smash his cell phone. Straight. Super straight. You adulting. Serves you right for being single. After trying to get her anger down, Miroku continued back. Oh, you're a bully. I'm going to punish you. Jiang Mai. Miroku, since I can't get physical comfort, I need mental comfort. I'm punishing you for taking a few pictures of your abs right now. Give them to me. Chapter 72. Sorry, my abs have run away from home. When Jiang Mai saw Miroku's reply, he was really speechless. His mom opened the door to speechlessness. Speechless to the house. How can he send a girl a picture of his abs so easily? Is it possible? Jiang Mai, I'm sorry, my abs have run away from home. Miroku, can you use your excuses any worse? Last time I looked at you in your clothes, you had the outline of your abs. Okay? Jiang Mai, oh. Miroku, bugger. Just show me. Just send one. No one knows about it anyway. Jiang Mai, Sister Miroku. This kind of behavior is not good. Think about it differently. If I asked you to do this, how would you feel? As a result, Miroku very enthusiastically replied back. I'd be happy to. I can shoot it for you right away. Through the cell phone screen, Jiang Mai could feel Miroku's stupidity. Jiang Mai propped up his forehead. No need. Sister Miroku. It's very late. Our dormitory is going to turn out the lights. Sleep. What does he need those pictures for? As long as he wants it, he can have 3000 G. The problem is that he doesn't find it interesting, although he is an old colorful guy. The problem is that he only wants to be colorful to the girls he likes. Other than that, it's boring. The system at this moment began to remind, congratulations to the host, for refusing to take a picture of Miroku, and gaining 200 bonehead values. After Jiang Mai accepted the bone value, he instantly began to enter the system and spent the bone value to draw 3 times. Congratulations to the host, who drew a farmland harvest intact at 100%, cultivating the best, sweetest, and largest fruits and vegetables. It just so happens that one needs this for one's estate. After all, planting needs to be heavenly in addition to man-made, and now it's all there. Jiang Mai was very satisfied with this and continued to smoke again. System reminder, sorry, host, your second draw is a thank you for patronizing me. Jiang Mai ordered the lottery to continue. System, congratulations to the host for drawing the intentional actuation skill. Intentional braking, what's that? While Jiang Mai was confused, the system explained, you can manipulate items casually with your mind, such as moving things with your mind and bending spoons with your mind. There's such a skill? Jiang Mai was an eye-opener. He was instantly on the edge of his seat, and subconsciously started staring at his headphones at the foot of his bed. The headset instantly began to quietly just fly and move into Jiang Mai's hands. It'll take less than 3 seconds. That was fast. Jiang Mai looked at the cell phone in his hand in shock. So cool. While Jiang Mai was pleasantly surprised, the little white dove said, alright, I'm going to lie down. Hurry up and turn off the lights. Kai Z, you go close it. Lao he also laid down on the bed, too lazy to climb to the bottom bunk. After all, how tired to climb up and down. The comforter is super warm. I don't want to go either. I'm so lazy, or I'll just wait for the lights to go out automatically in the dormitory. Kaizi stayed on the bed and didn't want to move. Then Mako go. The 3 men's gazes were fixed on Jiang Mai in unison. What a coincidence. I don't want to go either. Jiang Mai was too lazy to climb down and turn off the lights. Forget it, let's just wait for the lights to go out. Or if that's not possible, let's just beg our brothers down there to turn them off. The 3 men gave themselves up. As a result, Jiang Mai directly used his mind and clicked the lights off. Holy, it's really dark? The little white dove was surprised. Yeah, it's not time for lights out yet, is it? Lights out so soon today. Lao he glanced at the time. It's not a broken light bulb, is it? Keiko asked. The corners of Jiang Mai's mouth rose in the darkness as he said. It couldn't really have been the help of the brothers below. It was eerily quiet all around. All that was left was the heavy panting of the little white dove and the others. Don't scare me. Would there be a brother below in this world? The little white dove was in a cold sweat. Lao he shivered and said, when people die, they don't just go down there. Kaizi, I heard that someone died in our dormitory building before. Will. As soon as the words were mentioned, the little white pigeon cooed. Holy cow. Don't say this at night. How creepy. But this is also a little too bizarre. It cannot be the first 7 days of anyone's life today. Brother, I did nothing wrong. You do not find me Lao He trembled and said. Jiang Mayan, looking at the three people super scared, also not mischievous, said, "Do not scare yourself. I guess the lights out earlier today." "Nonsense for what? It wasn't even you who started it. It really scared the hell out of me." The little white dove began to stroke his chest, feeling his breath come back to him. "Well, sleep." Jiang Mai stopped there. So a few of the guys in bed were either swiping their phones or watching little videos. Jiang Mai glanced at his cell phone. In addition to Lang Rory saying good night to himself, it was a series of nothing moans sent by Moroku, or all kinds of fancy begging for abs photos. "It's killing me. It's craving his body." Jiang Mai simply didn't reply, lest something even more outrageous happen. It's better to sleep. While Jiang Mai was in dreamland, Moroku was still holding his cell phone, depressed. Seeing that Jiang Mai didn't reply, she sighed. Hey, with her posture to chase a boy should be quite easy. How Jiang Mai is not on the road. The sun shone brightly the following morning. Jiang Mai was dressing himself with intentional actuation. The skill of intentional actuation is simply a must for lazy people. What cell phone rises in the air, directly into a lazy stand, which need to hold the phone to see anymore, and do not have to be afraid of smashing in the face. Even clothes that run very intuitively on their own. Not to mention undressing someone. Had. Guess it's faster. Of course all of this Jiang Mai is pulling the bed curtains to do. Otherwise with those three livestock roommates so small guts, it is estimated that not a moment to be scared. The best part is the food heating. Jiang Mai only needed to quickly heat up the same food that was cold in the middle of 3 seconds. The leftover meatloaf scallops from yesterday quickly became hot. There would be no need to microwave it at all. Jiang Mai took it in the palm of his hand, and once he ate it, it was really hot, and the cake was fluffy and soft when he bit down, and it was really delicious. The meatloaf was more fragrant when heated and the cake got softer. It's so much better than when it's cold. Of course, Jiang Mai will also roll over. For example, sometimes you don't control the heat properly, and all of a sudden you burn the bread. But also after Jiang Mai learned to control the strength, heating things became a breeze. In the afternoon, Jiang Mai and the three livestock roommates had just gotten out of class when Little White Dove said, "I'm hungry. Let's go to the snack street in front of the school to eat today?" "Good. I especially want to eat Lao Wu's fried dumplings and lean meatballs." Lao Wu's fried dumplings are really great. Thin skin and lots of meat. The surface of the dumplings is fried to a crispy golden color. And when you bite down on it, it clicks and clicks. And there is also gravy coming out of biao biao. And I heard that it is all from the pork jelly. And the green onions, TSK, 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 TSK. Lao He began to describe excitedly. Now the air was full of gagging sounds. Jiang Mai said, "Stop it. You're making me cry." "Who says it isn't? It's been a long time since I've had it. This time I'll make sure to ask Old Wu to bring me a heavily spiced one. The spicier the better." Little White Pigeon licked his lips. "And it's heavily spiced." Who was the last person to get so wowed by the spice that they had to hold their back when they came out of the restroom? Kai Zi looked askance at the little white dove. "That was my weak gut last time. My stomach is different this time, so I can carry it anyway." The little white dove hammed and hawed. "Let's go, or else there will be a lot of people in a while and things will be sold out." Jiang Mai cast a glance, and a few people hurriedly began to head towards the school entrance. Jiang Mai, however, did not expect something to happen that would catch him off guard. Chapter 73, A Lickspittle's Reversal to a Millionaire's Favorite. The snack street in front of the school is particularly long, several hundred meters, and it is also very crowded and particularly lively. The air was all filled with the scent of snacks, which made you work up an appetite. System, congratulations to the host. Signing up for Snack Street was successful, gaining 500,000 RMB. After closing the system panel, Jiang Mai and the others quickly arrived at the entrance of Old Wu Pan Fried Dumpling. Old Wu's Fried Dumplings is a small stall of less than 5 square meters, but it is very popular, and many people are already buying fried dumplings. Jiang Mai and his 3 roommates took a long time to get in line and hurriedly ordered 3 fried dumplings. "It's $5 a serving with 20 fried dumplings. A thief's bargain," Old Wu said with particular enthusiasm. "Packed for you. Slightly spicy. Add your own sweet sauce. This side of the code. 315. Good." When Jiang Mai picked up his cell phone to pay, suddenly a yang melodious voice rang out. "My treat." A cell phone swipes forward and you hear a ding. And straight away you're paying without confidentiality. Jiang Mai and Little White Pigeon, Kai Zi, and Lao He were all stunned. Not only them, even the college students next to them were shocked. A petite and cute girl stood there in front of her, wearing a small burgundy flower-married Lolita dress, with a snow-white fur shawl draped over her body, bright eyes and white teeth. Her mixed eyes smiled especially sweetly, and her small pear swirls were clearly visible on her face. Even the Huawei phone she was holding in her hand was particularly adorable, covered with a very cute sheep phone case. The boys next to them saw it and blushed with excitement. It's schoolgirl Jiang. Wow. Is she giving Jiang Mai a treat? Who says it isn't? Jiang Mai is really peach blossom lucky. I can lose 10 years of my life if I can hook up with Goddess Jiang. Goddess Jiang is my dream. Such an invincible and beautiful beauty. How come she likes Jiang Mai? What's wrong with our schoolgirls? Are they all going to become Jiang Mai's harem? Who doesn't want to slide on Shirley Khan's long legs? Who wouldn't want to swing on Shirley Khan's boobies? But the problem was that Goddess Jiang meant nothing to them and had only Jiang Mai in mind. They were now invincibly envious of Jiang Mai, a licking dog who had rebounded into 1,000,000 fans, charmed the 4 major school flowers, and all of them chased after him backwards. In the whole academy, who's got that kind of buzz? Jiang Mai was the first. Even after Lao He looked at it, his eyes went straight, and he directly started poking Kai Zi's hand ribs. Is it my Goddess Jiang? No? Keiko nodded, unable to contain his excitement either. Yes, that's her. Whoa, Master Cheng Hui. I'm kind of living the dream. Lao He's heart was pounding. Zhang Shuili is the old he's idol. He is from junior high school. Zhang Shuili is the cost sector resounding figure. Looks cute and beautiful. Not tall, but the proportion and body super good. That a set of sailor suits simply see people's heart surging. It can be said to be the object of Laoga's first initial experience of enlightenment, but he did not think at all that after he got into the university, Zhang Shuili will be a year lower than him to become his schoolmate. But Zhang Shuili activities are particularly moving, rarely appear in the school, so Lao He did not even see her over. But now it's up close and personal. Seeing it in real life, it's almost better looking than in the photo shoot. With a better body. Goddess Jiang, can you sign for me? Lao He was so hyper that he hurriedly started to take out a pen for Zhang Shuili to sign onto the clothes. It's okay. Zhang Shuili smiled as she took the pen and signed for Lao He. Little White Pigeon and Old He were also dumbfounded. We want it too. Shirley Jiang signed them all one by one. The 3 were so happy that they said in unison, Hey, no more laundry. Jiang Mai wasn't moved. Instead he felt that this was a bit too much. As a cosplayer, is Sherry Kang's ability to attract fans so strong? Do you want my autograph? Male God. A sweet smile appeared on Zhang Shuili's pretty face. Her white fingers holding the black pen were already moving stupidly. No need. I don't chase cosplayers. Jiang Mai politely declined. Congratulations to the host. Gained 200 points of RMB, now restoring his eyesight and improving it to 5.2 in both eyes. This is really useful for Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai was not nearsighted, but then always watched small videos in bed. The result is nearsighted, but the nearsightedness is not deep. Also vision 4.8, do not need to wear glasses, but it still affects Jiang Mai's life. Going for laser surgery is still prone to risks. Now the system is really helpful. Jiang Mai is not nearsighted. He now opens his eyes and feels that the whole world has become a lot clearer, and it's not too much of a struggle to see things. Give the system a good review. This skill is so useful. After being rejected by Jiang Mai, Zhang Shuili didn't get angry and still kept her sweet smile. She directly raised her proud peak mound in front of Jiang Mai. Her little bunny followed and swayed, and then she was looking at Jiang Mai with a look of adoration. Then you give me a signature. Just sign it too on my clothes. This statement shocked all 4 seats. A cosgod who ended up looking for Jiang Mai's autograph? How low the odds should be. But the problem is that it does happen right now. Jiang Mai was really lucky. Several people in the dormitory associated it with the confession wall, and all smiled their anti-smiles at Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai looked at the 3 roommates who were squeezing their eyebrows in depression, and turned to Zhang Shuili, saying, Sorry, I don't give autographs. Zhang Shuili was a bit regretful. That's too bad. If you don't sign it for me, you should be more careful with your workbook. Ha! Jiang Mai was a little unsure of what she meant. Zhang Shuili's eyes are as bright as stars, playfully said, Because I will go to steal your workbook overnight. Tear off your cover. Above is your signature. If you are willing to go to be my cost shoot partner to take photos, you must be on fire. I'm afraid that by then looking for your autograph or row protected too. Little White Dove was surprised to hear. Mako, you're going to be a cosplayer? After stroking his chin, Kai Zi started sizing up Jiang Mai and said, Actually, Mu Zi's appearance condition is really good. It's more than enough to be a cosplayer. Lao, he was so excited. Is there going to be a big brother in our dormitory? Wow. Then Mako, you also hurry to give me a signature, so I can take it to buy it that time. I don't know how much it's worth. The little white dove joked. Yeah, let's team up and steal your workbook. Jiang Mai looked at his several livestock roommates' uproar, then raised his eyebrows, thinking too much. I'm not interested in cos. I'm not going to go down to the sea to shoot a movie. Jiang Mai turned to Zhang Shueli and said, I'm welcome if you're friends, but looking for me to make a movie. Forget it, it's impossible. Zhang Shueli directly stretched out her hand, and then she took Jiang Mai's arm, looking at Jiang Mai aggressively. Oh, please. Jiang Mai looked at that delicate and pitiful face, and then after looking at Zhang Shueli's actions, he began to silently pull his hand out. Girls, don't move your hands. This drew a shake of the head from the sidelines. Young man, you are so young. Such a big beauty is pampering. You're indifferent. Even a few of Jiang Mai's roommates were envious and jealous. Although they had girlfriends, what geek wouldn't want to get close to their cos goddess? Of course, they have the heart of a thief but not the guts, and there is still the rightful owner at home. There was also the fatal problem that the goddesses were not likely to cuddle with them either. Then why don't you make a movie with me? Shirley Kong asked. Because we're long-lost siblings who can't shoot together. Chapter 74, we're actually brother and sister. This Jiang Mai casually talked about it, mainly to deal with Zhang Shueli. The little white pigeon next to him was eating fried dumplings, and when he heard this, he directly laughed and sputtered. Mako, you've pulled out all the bamboo shoots on the mountain. Who says it isn't? Speaking of which, both of you are surnamed Jiang. Lao, he smiled cheekily. The little white dove waved his hand excitedly and said, Prophet, knife up, knife up. Zhang Shueli slightly drummed her cheeks. Her red lips slightly pouted. Nonsense. I don't have a brother like you. We're not like each other at all. How is it not like it? You see, it's all two eyes, one nose, one lip. It's simply carved out of a mold. Jiang Mai said. Zhang Shueli grunted. Knowing that Jiang Mai was teasing her, she directly did not get on. Her twin ponytail swayed slightly, and her outgoing eyes curved, all of a sudden resembling a small moon, saying, well then, let's not talk about filming right now. Let's stroll around the snack street together. I'm so hungry. Zhang Shueli thought very simple. Put a long line to catch a big fish. First, do not rush for a moment. When she pleases Jiang Mai may loosen up. Goddess, come, have some fried dumplings. Lao, he served the fried dumplings. I want to eat yours. Zhang Shueli, however, eyed Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai didn't squirm and directly handed a fried dumpling to Zhang Shueli. It would have been her purchase. Old Wu, give me another copy. Jiang Mai decided to buy one for himself. Originally Zhang Shueli was wanting Jiang Muyi to feed himself a bite on the line, which thought Jiang Muyi himself called again. She skimmed her red lips. How can anyone not eat her beauty plan? Is she less attractive now? Old Wu immediately made a good one for Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai wanted to pay, but it turned out that Jiang Shirley quickly scammed the code again. Jiang Mai was helpless. You're a female. What do you need such fast hand speed for? It's literally a second sweep. But Shirley Jiang proudly said, there are definitely benefits. For example, pay your bill. Zhang Shueli said with a smile, all of today's consumption will be paid for by me. Ms. Jiang, no need. I have money. Jiang Mai doesn't want to owe Zhang Shueli a favor. When Zhang Shueli takes this to say something, blackmail him to make a film is not good. Besides this money he has, he struggled with how to spend the pocket money his aunt gave him. If he didn't spend the $10 million a week, his aunt would scold him again then, and might just give him $20 million a week again, like she did last week. Jiang Mai directly took out $100 from his wallet and handed it to Zhang Shueli, saying, here, no need to look for it. Zhang Shueli won't accept it. She had originally taken the opportunity to buy the bill to brush up her favor. If Jiang Mai was unwilling, then wouldn't her ploy fail? I have money too. Zhang Shueli laughed and teased Jiang Mai. If you want to pay it back, why don't you pay it back to someone else? Sorry, human trafficking is illegal. Jiang Mai said indifferently. Zhang Shueli was anxious. I mean to lend you for a day. No. Jiang Mai said. I don't want to. Alright, then I'll take the 100 first. Zhang Shueli snatched the $100 Jiang Mai gave her. Jiang Mai saw her accepting it, and thinking that it shouldn't cause any trouble, he started eating the fried dumplings. I have to say Lao Wu fried dumplings are really YYYDS. The pan-fried dumplings have a crispy yellow surface and are hot when you bite into them, and the broth comes out in a flash, leaking juices galore. Jiang Mai unprepared. A bite, splash juice. The soup splashed directly onto Zhang Shirley's delicate and cute face. Jiang Shuili herself was a little surprised as she stared blankly at Jiang Mai, the soup dripping down her face drop by drop, outlining her pleasing contours. It was even handed on her full red lips, lining them with a stunningly seductive color. The little white dove and the others were starting to fall back. Such an invincible and beautiful beauty, and famous. It was inevitable that she would have a bigger temper. And now that Jiang Mai had made people like this, the other party was definitely going to be furious. Jiang Mai was now so embarrassed that he began to blame himself for not having control and directly wetting Jiang Shuili. It's not burned. I'll rub it for you. Jiang Mai apologized. After all, he had done something wrong. He had to make up for it anyways. Jiang Mai took out a tissue and just started wiping Jiang Shuili's face. Jiang Shuili's melon face was full to the brim, full of collagen. And now after wiping off the soup, it was still fresh and attractive. But to everyone's surprise, Jiang Shuili didn't get angry. Instead she enjoyed Jiang Mai's service and said, "If you're guilty, then shoot the movie with me?" Jiang Mai said, "I'd better think of other ways." Jiang Shuili pouted her red lips, "But you got me wet. So you're not responsible?" "I didn't do it on purpose. It's not making up for it." Jiang Mai looked at Jiang Shuili. "Besides, I really don't like going to filming. It's tiring and bitter. The most important thing is that after the film is made it has to be pointed out by outsiders. Not only will it attract criticism but it will also bring some trouble to me. It would be too uncomfortable to be warmly noticed everywhere you go. Besides, there are too many rules in these cos circles." Jiang Mai doesn't like to be constrained. Even if he likes the second dimension, it doesn't mean he wants to be a cosplayer. But on the contrary, you'll be able to increase your popularity so much. And by then there will be so many girls who will like you. Jiang Shuili pressed on and said excitedly. As a result, little white dove interjected from the side. "School marm Jiang. He really doesn't lack for girls to like him." "That's right. If I remember correctly, the other 3 major schoolgirls besides you are quite fond of him as well." Lao he said. Keiko nodded. "I can attest to that. Other than that, he's got quite a few girls who like it." Jiang Shuili was named as one of the 4 major school flowers, so of course she knew about the other 3 major school flowers. But she herself was originally not very much in school, mostly skipping classes to her own studio, or going out of town to shoot a movie, so naturally she didn't care much about school gossip. But now, after hearing everyone say that the other 3 major school flowers were pursuing Jiang Mai, Jiang Shuili was instantly adoring. "Worthy of being my male god, and too powerful too." Jiang Mai smiled bitterly. He'd rather not be liked by so many girls, as long as the object of his affection liked him. "Alright, let's go shopping for the rest. I want to eat hot and sour noodles." Jiang Mai picked a look at Little White Pigeon, realizing that it meant that the few of us should quickly retreat. After all, they were brothers who had slept together before. How could they not understand what Jiang Mai was thinking? The little white dove nodded at once. "Right, let's buy something and hurry back to the dormitory. The weather is too cold." "Yeah, go together." Jiang Shuili smiled and followed Jiang Mai. When Jiang Mai took a step, she took a step, like a shadow. There was nothing he could do to make Jiang Shuili go away, right? After all, Jiang Shuili hadn't done anything bad, and he didn't run the snack street. Jiang Mai pondered in his heart for a while, but this snack street is something that can be acquired, and at that time, he can also add some of his favorite menu. "Boss lady, give me one, slightly spicy, with cilantro." Jiang Mai went to buy sad hot and sour noodles. In fact, he himself wasn't too much of a spicy eater himself, but without some spiciness there was no flavor in his mouth when he ate something. It didn't smell good at all. The little white pigeon chimed in. "Boss lady, give me one of those too, spiced to death." "As long as I'm not spiced to death." Jiang Mai subconsciously looked at the little white dove. "Will you still be able to get out of the toilet tomorrow?" Little white pigeon muttered to Jiang Mai. "Don't say this in front of other goddesses. If you have something to say, let's talk about it under the covers." Chapter 75, Out of the Comforter and Unrecognizable. "Screw you. Who's nesting with you? Don't damage my reputation," Jiang Mai said with a smile. "TSK TSK TSK, out of the quilt you don't recognize anyone." After Little White Pigeon finished squeezing Jiang Mai, she wanted to pay, but it turned out that Jiang Shuili had already handed the $100 given by Jiang Mai to the boss's wife, and said, "Boss's wife? Find the money. Didn't I say I don't need you to pay the bill?" Jiang Mai was surprised. Jiang Shuili, however, smiled and said, "But it doesn't say that you didn't pay the bill. I used the money you just gave me. I haven't used cash for a long time. It's too easy to lose, so just let me finish spending it." Jiang Mai was torn. "Forget it, let her pay the bill. The word is out." Little White Dove started and poked Jiang Mai's arm. Jiang Mai also stopped squirming and agreed. It's the same bills he just gave me that he spends anyway. I'm going to go buy a bunch of cheese rice cakes next door. And by the way, I'm going to buy Kanto boiled food for Xiaoyu. She loves it, Kai Zi said to Jiang Mai. Lao, he said. I'll go too. Kai Zi, wait for me. I have to bring it for Jing Jing too, or she's going to whine and give me a life-threatening rush. The little white pigeon smiled heatedly at Jiang Mai. I went to buy it too. Oh. Suya wants Xinjiang fried rice noodles. Go go go. Jiang Mai was loveless. What else is he going to eat? He'll be full on straight dog food. And Jiang Shuili looked at Jiang Mai standing there and smiled slightly. I want to eat roasted chamomile. You go buy it. Jiang Mai said. You buy it for me. Jiang Shuili hemmed and hawed. I see it's too embarrassing not to buy something for someone when you're the only single dog. So I wanted to give you something to do. I thank you. Oh. It's fine. I'm also a single dog. Each other. Jiang Shuili's small face surfaced with a smile. What do you like to eat? I'll go buy it for you. And then you'll go buy me roasted camas skin for good measure. Since we're both single dogs, why don't we report to the group for warmth? Jiang Mai pulled his lips helplessly. Sorry, no need. Then wait for me. I'll go shopping. Jiang Shuili blinked at Jiang Mai, running back and still barking. Make sure you wait for me. Then she ran away quickly. Jiang Mai didn't leave either, and the hot and sour noodles weren't ready, so he simply waited in his spot. After swiping his phone for a while, a reminder came from Jiang Mai's WeChat. Clicking on it, he found that it was a message from Lang Ruoli. Lang Ruoli, have you eaten? Jiang Mai, ready to eat? Bought a little something from the snack bar. Lang Ruoli, what did you buy? Originally, Lang Ruoli wanted to ask Jiang Mai to have dinner with her, but now that Jiang Mai has already bought it, then she won't force herself, and there will be another opportunity in the future anyway. She just simply missed him and wanted to talk to him. Jiang Mai directly began to take a photo of the hot and sour noodles stand, and then sent it to Lang Ruoli. Hot and sour noodles. Also bought a fried dumplings. There are still leftover bao chef cake in the dormitory. Enough to eat. Also, thank you for the bao chef you bought yesterday. It was really delicious. Lang Ruoli, if you like it, I'll buy it for you again. After she shyly snapped the word, she nervously waited for a reply. It was only a matter of seconds before the next text came on the phone. 1%, no need. Lang Ruoli was slightly lost. Still rejected. Ding dong. The phone rang with another alert. 1%, next time we'll go shopping together. I hear freshly baked is the best. Lang Ruoli's eyes instantly warmed up after seeing the words Jiang Mai sent. Her heartland was as sweet as honey. Lang Ruoli snapped the word right away and replied, good. She was already looking forward to the next time she could go out with Jiang Mai. Thinking about it made Lang Ruoli couldn't help but laugh out loud. At this moment, Jiang Mai's eyes became very gentle after seeing Lang Ruoli return the message. People came and went, and even the noisy quarrels or the sirens of the cars on the side of the road couldn't disturb Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai looked at the cell phone screen, the corners of his mouth rising slowly. Jiang Mai, so have you eaten? Lang Ruoli, I haven't eaten yet. I was going to wait for Moroku-san to come back from the show to eat. Jiang Mai, then I'll bring it to you? What do you want to eat? Lang Ruoli, I want to eat the same as you. Eating the same as him? Isn't that just sad chutney? Jiang Mai directly refused. Replied, hot and sour noodles are very spicy, and you have a cold. It's not good to eat. A moment of sore throat. Lang Ruoli looked at the cell phone screen. It's obviously just ordinary words, so why do they combine to give you an extra warm feeling? Lang Ruoli felt that the seasons were like spring, and the cold world instantly warmed up. Just because of his one sentence of concern, Lang Ruoli had already happily rolled around on the bed holding a pillow, her little legs already kicking upwards because of her excitement. Suddenly, it occurred to her that she was not too slow in returning messages. Will you keep Jiang Mai waiting? Lang Ruoli hurriedly stopped withholding words and sent a voice. Okay, I'll skip the chutney then. What do you think is good? Jiang Mai received Lang Ruoli's voice message and directly tapped on it. Her voice was soft and gentle as water, and you could hear the words coming out of a very quiet atmosphere. Jiang Mai felt tenderness, and the air was haloed with a hint of sweetness. He hit WeChat straight away and replied back. Wait for me. The opposite side returned. Good. Sounds especially well behaved. Although Jiang Mai did not see Lang Ruoli, but it seems to be able to see through the cell phone screen Lang Ruoli waiting for the beautiful face. So childish. So pure love. The corners of Jiang Mai's lips couldn't help but tickle. At that moment, he began to search for food suitable to buy for Lang Ruoli. After walking around, Jiang Mai settled on food and bought it. Jiang Mai carried back the food and started back to the hot and sour noodles stall. The hot and sour noodles were already ready. and Jiang Mai took them directly. It just so happened that Dove and the others were back, and they had each gotten something for their girlfriends. Let's go back. Little White Dove smiled and said to Jiang Mai, it's cold as hell. I miss the air conditioner in the dormitory. Wait a little longer. Jiang Mai said. Why? Who else do we have to wait for? The Little White Dove said curiously. You tell me. Jiang Mai cast his eyes to Little White Dove, who looked around and instantly understood. Where's Goddess Jiang? Where did she run off to? I don't know. Been gone for a while. Jiang Mai said lightly. As soon as the words fell, a running sound was heard. Hoo. Good thing you guys didn't leave. Jiang Shuili ran over, her twin ponytails fluttering in the wind, a smile on her delicate face, her heels full and wobbly as she ran, and she darted over carrying several bags of stuff. What did you buy? Jiang Mai looked at the bag as it sank. Jiang Shuili smiled and said, bought snacks and fruits. Oh, go back. Jiang Mai nodded. So a few people went into the school. As a result, before Jiang Shuili went to her dormitory, she suddenly made a move that surprised Jiang Mai. Chapter 76. Don't worry, I have a secret weapon. Jiang Shuili directly started handing the bag in her hand to Jiang Mai and said, here. Jiang Mai looked at Jiang Shuili's move and was a bit surprised. For me? What else? I'm still carrying it for you personally. Jiang Shuili smiled faintly. The Little White Dove and the others were instantly amazed. How what good luck all let Jiang Mai stalled. These goddesses how one by one all to Jiang Mai dead heart. But also so good. No thanks. Jiang Mai politely declined. Although it was someone's heartfelt gesture, Jiang Mai chose to deba. Congratulations to the host. Refused to send fruits to Jiang Shirley. Gained 200 bone value. Rewarded you with a Kyoto quadrangle. Now the deed documents are placed in your drawer. Kyoto quadrangle? This is something that money can't buy and is in short supply. System he was in a hurry. It's finally rolled up. Jiang Mai is very satisfied. This set of courtyard house left to mom and dad's old age is quite good. Just do not know push open the window can see the forbidden city. Jiang Mai said to the system, in the future, the standard of rewards will all be based on this as a benchmark upwards. Can you understand? System. The rewards are all randomly matched. You can enter the raffle pool to draw a prize, and you may be able to draw a super valuable prize. Jiang Mai wasn't going to make things difficult for this poor little system. And it's not just for you to eat. It's also bought for your dorm room. Jiang Shuili directly a few bags began to stuff into the old he's arms. Said, you take it back. Okay. Lao he smiled at Jiang Mai. Okay. Mu Zi. It's also a piece of people's heart. Just accept it. Jiang Mai looked at Lao he's now beautifully floating, and thinking that it wasn't good to refuse, he turned to Jiang Shuili, and said, thank you. Jiang Shuili smiled sweetly. It's fine. Anyway, it's bought with your money. Well, wave. I'm going back to my dormitory. She then ran for her dorm room. Lao He held the snacks and fruits and was happy. Schoolgirl Jiang is really nice. She bought so many delicious things. You just think about eating. Don't you know that eating people's mouths are soft? Forget it. You guys go back to the dormitory and divide it. I'll come later. Jiang Mai's words immediately made Kai Zi curious. What's the matter? You're not going back to your dormitory building now? There's still something to do. Come back when it's done. Jiang Mai didn't forget that he still had to send food to Lang Ruoli. Okay. A couple of the roommates went back. Jiang Mai then went to the downstairs of the women's dormitory, only to find a pavilion figure standing there. In the wind, her small face was frozen red, her light brown hair was now draped behind her shoulders, and in her white coat, she looked like a blood elf had landed on earth, churlish and beautiful to the eye. The turnaround was particularly high, with all the boys passing by looking back at her in unison, but she was holding her cell phone pressed and undisturbed by the stairs, even as she was determined, looking left and right, obviously waiting for someone. Jiang Mai hurriedly started to run up and started to blame Lang Ruoli. Why are you waiting here and wearing such a thin dress? You girls would rather freeze to death than be pretty, right? Lang Ruoli's eyes curved like a clear water when she saw Jiang Mai come, and she subconsciously smiled. I'm not cold. I just came down, and I've put on a warm baby patch. Lang Ruoli slightly pulled open her white jacket, and Jiang Mai saw several warm babies plastered on her sweater. Any way you look at her, she doesn't look like someone who would put on a warmer, but now proudly showing it off to him, and displaying it, and how it looked cute. Even if you put a warm baby on, you're still going to be cold. And aren't you going to be even colder now that you've pulled your jacket off? It was already a cold person still like this. Jiang Mai chided, saying that he put down his things and started to get on with it. He took the initiative to zipper up Lang Ruoli's jacket. Lang Ruoli looked down at Jiang Mai's slender white hands, long, bony fingers, A pair of hands that could be used as a hand model, especially good-looking hands. But at the moment, he personally zipped her up. Lang Ruoli's cheeks were crimson red, and she could clearly feel the refreshing citrus scent of him standing in front of her, as well as the warmth of his fingertips. She had been too shy to look at him, just felt his hot hand brush his body. Phew! Lang Ruorue's breathing became rapid. Okay. Jiang Mai's magnetic voice rang out. Lang Ruorue gave a small inquiry. Jiang Mai looked at her reddened face. His breathing was no longer calm. He even felt aroused. Are you still cold? Jiang Mai looked for a question. It's okay. Not too cold. How about you? Lang Ruoli looked at him shyly. It's okay. Boys wearing less can carry it. Jiang Mai said with a big grin. That won't work. Lang Ruorue said. You can't try to be brave. If you want to catch a cold, you'll still catch a cold. I've already suffered. You can't be next. After saying this, Lang Ruoli solemnly began to take off the scarf that was around her neck. All at once, Jiang Mai was surprised. What are you doing? How cold it is. He wanted to stop it, but it turned out that Lang Ruoli shook her head. You wear it. Don't. I really won't catch a cold. My physique is very good. Jiang Mai wasn't joking. After all, he had the body-strengthening liquid given by the system, and now his body was so good that it exploded and was alive and well. So how could he catch a cold? This little germ. What is it? He's invulnerable to all poisons. As soon as Jiang Mai's words fell, he smelled a charming fragrance, and in a moment he felt a slightly cool hand caressing his neck. Ambiguity swam in the air, making it difficult for Jiang Mai to catch his breath. He stared firmly at the persistent girl before him, her brow delicate, tenacious, and beautiful enough. No, you have to take good care of your body. She stood on her tiptoes, so she took the removed scarf and wrapped it directly around Jiang Mai's neck. His neck, which had been blown by the blowing wind, was now hot, and he could still feel the residual warmth of the other man. It's warm. It's also very comfortable. Jiang Mai's heart became tranquil. He felt that the whole world was quiet. Only a piece of ice heart's tenderness kissed him, making him fondly fascinated. He looked down at the scarf around his neck and his full eyes became soft. I don't know why, but he was just happy. Jiang Mai couldn't help but rub the scarf and said to Lang Ruoli, Thank you. This is called a courtesy. Lang Ruoli said shyly, You also bought me dinner, so I should return the favor. I just thought I'd bring it along, not thinking of you returning the favor. Jiang Mai said frankly, I'm just along for the ride. Lang Ruoli's lashes batted. You can't get sick anyway. Don't say it. You quickly go upstairs. How cold it is. Is your cold better? Jiang Mai frowned tightly. He immediately picked up the food, and then pulled Lang Ruoli to the bottom of the shed of the dormitory building. Much better. The medicine is a bit bitter, but don't be lazy and not eat it. Jiang Mai admonished. Lang Ruoli nodded and said, Good. Jiang Mai started to pass the food into Lang Ruoli's hand and said, Take it. I don't know what you love to eat. I bought some randomly. Okay, thanks. Lang Ruoli said petulantly. Quickly go upstairs. I'm going back too. Jiang Mai greeted Lang Ruoli and started waving goodbye to her before putting on the hoodie's hat and heading towards his own dorm room. Bye. Lang Ruoli couldn't take her eyes off Jiang Mai's back. She couldn't help but start to giggle a little, and with a girlish shyness, she stomped off to her dorm room at once. When Lang Ruorue returned to her dorm room, she began to feel curious about what Jiang Mai had bought. What did he buy? Chapter 77 You don't have good intentions towards cold school flour. As a result, Lang Ruoli found a bunch of things inside the bag. In addition to teochew kanji, there are shrimp dumplings, dunked soup dumplings, turnip cakes, vegetable buns, and lasagna. There's so much stuff. Is this a random purchase? So arrogant. Lang Ruoli's gaze became gentle, but it also made her like him more. The portion is a little too much. Lang Ruoli simply cannot eat all these. A bowl of porridge is full, but Lang Ruoli tried to eat a little bit of each. That is, until she realized what was placed at the very bottom of the bag, and one other special item. This was out of Lang Ruoli's expectation. Lang Ruorue couldn't help but burst out laughing. At this moment Jiang Mai had already returned to the dormitory. When he went in with his scarf around him, the little white pigeon that was eating powder stopped. He then touched his chin and sized up Jiang Mai and said, It's not right. What? Jiang Mai asked curiously as he placed the hot and sour noodles on the table. The little white dove smiled outright intriguingly. You didn't have a scarf on just now, did you? Hey, why are you suddenly wearing one? I want you to mind your own business. How come you're the only one in the dormitory, and there are two stupid dogs? Jiang Mai glared at the unsuspecting little white dove. Going to accompany his girlfriend? Suya has to study English today. I'll be by myself in the dormitory. But, the little white dove came closer and sniffed. It smells really good. Pervert, ah, if you do this again I'll kick you to death. Jiang Mai shooed away the little white pigeon. You smell like a girl's perfume. And this scarf is from a lady's scarf. Say, what did you just do? Going into the woods? Asterisk 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 Q. Dad is going to kill you. Don't be so nasty. Jiang Mai laughed and spat. Then tell me properly where the scarf came from, tell me and let you go. Little white pigeon. If you keep this dead look, you thesis don't look for me to change it. Jiang Mai said. Daddy, I was wrong. Forgive me. The little white dove was about to hug his thigh. If no one changes the paper, he'll fail it if the professor calls him back. Look at your backbone. Jiang Mai cast a sidelong glance at the little white dove. Can backbone be a meal? Surely still ask Dad to change the text. The little white dove said curtly. Alright, I'll eat the powder. Otherwise it'll get cold and not be good. Jiang Mai ignored the little white pigeon anymore and directly copied the hot and sour noodles and started eating. As a result, after taking a bite, Jiang Mai began to huff and puff out of breath, being spiced to death. Is this boss's wife from Chongqing or Sichuan? Can even mildly spicy be this spicy? He felt that the boss's wife was trying to make a fortune, which was adding spice to the mix. Jiang Mai hurriedly started drinking pure milk to relieve the spiciness, but the spiciness never went away. As a result, little white pigeon, who was inhaling the hot and sour noodles, started to meet Jiang Mai's eyes all of a sudden. No wonder I said how my bowl was so tasteless. It turns out that I took the wrong one. Jiang Mai gave the little white dove a blank look. Do you believe I'll knife you? I think the one who wants to harm me is you. The little white dove gave a dry laugh. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Change it back. You've eaten it all. Forget it. I'll bear it. It's spicy, but it's really thievingly delicious. Jiang Mai directly struggled with the perverted spicy, and in the end was eating on the verge of tears. Jiang Mai had just finished eating, and his mouth was swollen from the spiciness. In the middle of his milk binge, the ensuing phone started dinging with messages. Jiang Mai took a look at his cell phone and found that it was Leng Ruori's message. She had sent a photo. The photo is of none other than an ice cube. Leng Ruoli, you also bought me ice candies? Jiang Mai, I see someone is sick and coaxing. After all, last time someone coaxed me with marshmallows. I have to be courteous. Leng Ruoli smiled sweetly after seeing Jiang Mai's reply. Her hand was holding the string of icy candy canes, and her beautiful eyes had a gentle curve to them, so she continued to bury her head in her buttons. Jiang Mai in his dorm room was throwing away the takeout box when his cell phone came with an alert. Leng Ruoli, someone who is sick is coaxed to be happy. It was followed by a happy cat emoji. Jiang Mai directly started sending out emoticons, so the two started fighting somehow. Jiang Mai sort of took out his life's work. There were dozens and dozens of picture fights. As a result, he was sharp-eyed and realized that one of the emoticons sent by Leng Ruoli seemed to be one of the ones he had just sent. He was smug. You stole the picture and I caught you. Leng Ruoli's small face flushed, not expecting to be discovered. She replied back, you're not stealing pictures either? You can't save them if other people don't post them. Jiang Mai, okay, counting you as reasonable. Defeated. Allowing you to save all of it. Leng Ruoli, I'm the same. Jiang Mai was holding his cell phone and couldn't put it down when he ended up realizing that Kai Zi and Lao He had returned. Jiang Mai was surprised with a sentence. Back so soon? Big brother, we've been traveling for more than 4 hours. Is it still fast? It's almost lights out time. Lao He was speechless. It's almost 10 o'clock? Jiang Mai was surprised. I haven't taken a bath yet. I'll take a bath in the dark later. And I haven't washed my underwear and smelly socks. Time goes by so damn fast. Before I realized it, a night was almost gone. Go on, or you'll really have to take a bath in the dark. Lao He gloated. Okay. Jiang Mai answered, then tweeted to Leng Ruori. It's almost lights out. I'm going to take a shower, so hurry up and go to sleep. Leng Ruoli, good. After Jiang Mai and Leng Ruoli sent their messages, they were satisfied and started running to the bathroom. As a result, when Jiang Mai went in, the light bulb went directly black. Still lights out. Outside came the ghostly cry of the little white dove. Damn! My computer ran out of power and shut down directly. The dormitory ants are too punctual. Keiko nodded. Who says it isn't? I forgot to charge it. Who's got a rechargeable battery? Instead, it was Lao He who was particularly happy in bed. Ha ha, I'm really heartbroken about Mako now. Having to take a bath in the dark. How refreshing. Damn. Lao He, you stupid dog. I heard you. I'll get you killed later. Jiang Mai roared grumpily in the bathroom. Lao He, however, laughed particularly happily on the bed. Okay, wait for it. Jiang Mai decided to let Lao He cool off in a while, but the priority now was to solve the tricky problem now. How was he going to take a shower when it was so dark? Jiang Mai asked the system, what now? What's your solution here? System, it's a good solution. Host, you can enter the system mall and use the bone value to buy an all-purpose rechargeable treasure. Anything is electrified. Fully charged in a second. No need to worry about power outages. Jiang Mai took a look at it. And the Omnicharger required 200 bone value. It just so happens that he still has it. So Jiang Mai directly exchanged the Omnicharger. After one exchange, Jiang Mai got the skill. Follow the system's operating instructions and soon the bulb comes back on. The house was bright. Holy, 6. Jiang Mai was happy. What a good thing. He was worried about what lights were out. I guess the dormitory ants didn't think he could have this. Jiang Mai started bathing comfortably directly in his dorm room. It's just that there's no hot water halfway through this hot water wash. So Jiang Mai let out a wow sound. These animals, did they finish all the hot water in the water heater? Chapter 78, Bringing Brothers to Wealth and Fortune. System reminder, don't worry. Host, you have the idea breaking skill. Jiang Mai reacted after hearing the system's reminder. Yeah, how could he have forgotten about this super powerful skill? Jiang Mai immediately began to use the idea break. And in no time the cold water began to turn into steaming hot water. The wash was so good that you could say you didn't even have to plug in the card and burn the heat. Jiang Mai didn't have to fly through the wash like he had to before, and now was following his own mood after taking a hot bath. He started to change into his clothes and blow dry his hair. Hearing the whirring of a hairdryer inside struck a few people outside as odd. What the hell? Where's the hairdryer? Who says it isn't? Now that the lights are out and the power is off, it seems to be the sound of the toilet. What's the situation? But then again, Mako is addicted to smearing and bathing in there. So long and still not out. Urinating. Lao He got right out of bed and started to see what was going on. Who would have thought to find the toilet door open and Jiang Mai strutting out of it? Lao He's eyes are staring straight, looking at the bright lights inside. Incredulous, what is the situation? Now that the lights are out, how there is still electricity? Jiang Mai pretended to be confused. I don't know. Maybe there's a problem with the circuit. The toilet doesn't turn off the lights. Really? Lao He got excited. Isn't this a super benefit? It's cool. No more having to go to the bathroom with a flashlight. There are public restrooms in the hallways that are lit all night long. But the problem is that they're lazy and don't want to make another trip. So they're just going to make do with their own dorm rooms in their dormitories. Whoever was gloating just now, I want to teach him a lesson. Jiang Mai began twisting his knuckles and clicking them. Step by step, he approached towards Lao He, who was now scared to death. He smiled awkwardly at Jiang Mai. Big brother, I'm wrong, isn't it okay? Jiang Mai subconsciously began to serve a big torture meal. Can let Lao He know what is called peace and quiet. Lao He was close to wooing in Jiang Mai's arms. You're heartless. You're unrighteous. You're not. As a result, under Jiang Mai's danger-filled eyes, Lao He held back and gave a thumbs up. You are greatly good. Silly dog, aren't you going to the toilet? Don't you have to pee? Jiang Mai laughed and scolded. Forgot about business. I'll hurry up and fix it. Lao He smiled and went inside. Jiang Mai deliberately played a prank. And bam! The lights went black. Wow! Where's my light? It's so dark. Lao He shouted. Jiang Mai couldn't stop smiling. You'll have to go to the bathroom in the dark. How cool. Usually so many beautiful women chasing you even if this light bulb are female. Just squinting at you. For you to point well. Really unfair. Old He melancholy very much. Jiang Mai saw that the joke was almost over. How could he really let his brother go to the toilet in the dark? So he maneuvered the electric light back on. Hey, what's going on? Another call? Lao He was shocked. Jiang Mai said, I see that the electric light is calling to you. You are on and cherish. Asterisk 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 you. I'm such a bad taste. What are you thinking? I'm telling you to hurry up and numb the floor. Jiang Mai raised his eyebrows. What a silly dog. Asterisk 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 you silly dog. Get lost. Ha ha, I'm leaving, take your time on it. Jiang Mai headed for his bed after gagging with him. Jiang Mai got into bed and pressed the bedside table lamp. No power. It's okay, this is just a small thing for Jiang Mai. He was the one with the system. And he hadn't forgotten about the all-powerful rechargeable treasure he had just redeemed. Jiang Mai maneuvered a bit. The table lamp has power for a second. It's really cool. As for the cell phone running out of battery, it's even easier. Jiang Mai casually maneuvered. Whoosh! Originally only 20 batteries, turned into a full frame in seconds. He no longer has to worry about his cell phone running out of power or looking around for an outlet or rechargeable battery. It feels like I've saved $1 zillion by unlocking new features and giving myself convenience. The next day's bright sunlight, following the creepers on the boys' dormitory, then snuck onto the windowsill and tried to sneak out through the cracks in the curtains. There was a crash as the curtains were pulled back and the sunlight rolled in like crazy. This tossed Jiang Mai, who was sleeping soundly. His eyes were super uncomfortable, and he directly began to cover his eyes with the back of his hand right away, muttering, "My God, how else can I sleep?" Not only him, but also the wailing. "Yeah, I still want to take a nap. I'm so sleepy. I talked to Sua all night yesterday." The little white dove was full of tiredness, rubbing her eyes, obviously super sleepy. "Close the curtains. I want to sleep." Lao, he's waking up, is super heavy, directly pillow over his face. "Don't sleep. There's a class this morning. The checking is super strict." "But old Lin's class. You guys dare to miss it?" The person who pulled open the curtains was none other than Kai Zi, who was the dormitory head. His main job, besides overseeing dormitory hygiene, was to supervise the 3 slackers getting out of bed. Old Lin is a teacher of professional courses, especially strict. Connections are also wide, always to the major companies to introduce excellent internships. Things about the future of the matter of the natural class is very active. Do not dare to offend the old Lin. After all, anyone would want to move up the ladder a bit by relying on the resources of the old forest. No sooner. "I'll get up now." The little white dove's drowsiness was gone in an instant. Lao, he also put down his pillow and started dressing quickly. Only Jiang Mai was still sleeping on his back on the bed. Kai Zi instantly started patting Jiang Mai's bedside, reminding, "Okay, wake up." "But it's old Lin's class." "Oh, it's not just old Lin's class, so I'll sleep a little longer." Jiang Mai's tone was light as he continued, "Stay in bed for a while before going. I think you have an itchy skin. Aren't afraid that old Lin will take a small whip and whip you, know." "Lao," he said jokingly, "teachers can't do corporal punishment." Jiang Mai returned. Little White Pigeon said, "Then you are not afraid that he will not give you a good company to internship? After all, he has a strong network. We are counting on a good performance. He can introduce us to a good and stable job." Jiang Mai squinted lazily and said, "We don't need him to recommend us. Let's just go directly to the company to work." The little white dove and the others were instantly humbled. Jiang Mai is the heir of the $100 billion group, which is ordinary people like them. His family is really a throne to inherit. The little white dove muttered, "You're the crown prince. We're not like you, and we don't have billions of dollars to inherit. We still have to be an office worker working for someone. It's impossible to work part-time. It's impossible to work part-time in this life. You guys come directly to my company as executives." Jiang Mai raised the tip of his eyebrows and said, "There's money we can earn together." "Your company? Chen's group? You haven't taken over yet. Besides, isn't he in charge of overseas business? It doesn't interface with our design specialty." Kai Zi said doubtfully. Jiang Mai lazily said, "I started a business. Engaged in some land development in addition to the acquisition of some small companies, which there is a design company. Now there are professionals to take care of." "Which one? Is it some kind of studio?" The little white dove was gossipy. This was the first time he'd heard of it, and it was now generating a lot of interest. Kai Zi and others also feel that Jiang Mai now has money, but no background. Must be all engaged in more than 20 people of small companies almost. Otherwise how much risk? Chapter 79, I'm the one who logged into his Twitter account. Jiang Mai said faintly, "Not bad. UW Design." "UO?" The 3 men screamed out in unison. "Right." Jiang Mai nodded. "What's wrong? You're not kidding. UWO is a big company with over 1,000 employees. This is a small company?" Keiko gritted his teeth. The little white pigeon's eyes are red. "That's right. You know, before the old forest recommended a few seniors to go in. I am envious of the deaf. I heard that the wages and benefits of the old high. The result, you say small companies? What kind of company is considered a big company?" "It's probably like the Chun Group." Jiang Mai pondered for a moment and said. Everyone gasped backward. "Yes, Jiang Mai will be $100 billion in the future. But he will inherit the Chun Group. But the problem lies in the fact that the Chun Group is a big company in the top 50 in Asia. Of course it's a big company, but UWO is definitely not so small. It's just that Jiang Mai's ambition is more ambitious. His value has long exceeded the value of the common people, and he naturally feels that UWO is not a piece of super high cheese, but in reality UWO has been the bread and butter of everyone's eyes. Phew, I want to hug my thighs." The little white dove panted. "Me too." Keiko nodded. +1. Keiko responded. So start a business with me and I'll take you all to eat and drink. Jiang Mai said succinctly. Big brother. This is what kind of entrepreneurship, ready-made money-making projects in your hands are. Kai Zi pained. They are most looking forward to go in the big company. The result for Jiang Mai is the starting stage? It seems to be that they have a small grid. So come or don't come to the company as an executive. There's money we can earn together. Jiang Mai raised his eyebrows. Come. Who wouldn't hug a ready-made thigh? The little white dove was greedy. Lao he was also excited. Take me one. When the time comes, you can't cheat and not take us to make money. Will not. Am I that kind of person? Jiang Mai raised his eyebrows. Anyway, what help do you need and brother say a word? On the mountain of swords and the sea of fire will not, but small things will also help. Several roommates are clear about Jiang Mai's character. After all, together for 2 years, Jiang Mai do things focused and determined. The most important thing is the righteousness. Since he had promised, he certainly wouldn't go back on his word. Now a few people were glad that they had made the right friends. See, how cool it was to be friends directly with a big brother. Follow Jiang Mai mix, is to eat fragrant and drink spicy, become rich and handsome, on the peak of life, just around the corner. A little more sleep then? The little white dove was dumbfounded. What do you think? Really think I want to stay in bed? Respect Lao Lin. Do not make Lao Lin autistic. Even if I can get you to the company, to solve the internship problem, then the graduation problem. You want the old Lin directly give you this class to fail? Jiang Mai raised his eyebrows and said the point. Asterisk. Uttered the key. Then I hurriedly began to pack and clean up and got up. The little white dove hurriedly and nimbly got up from the bed, and did not want to stay in bed, lest you really flunk out and cry when the time comes. Jiang Mai then a few people's hands and feet, but it is calm. He only need to pull the bed curtains. With what intention? Just whoosh, less than a few seconds close on. Jiang Mai pulled the curtain and directly got out of bed. Stunned the little white dove. What the hell? What hand speed you have? Jiang Mai glanced back and said, that's what you call a real man. Fart. If you're a man you have to be slow. You're so close to being disliked by the girls. The little white dove laughed and spat. Don't blind a few hand mess driving. And I than the old driver. You a steering wheel can't grip tightly. The car tires on the pressure face in the past still don't know that I drove. Jiang Mai looked at the little white pigeon. Shame again. You are the legendary old driver. Compared to the speed of the car, I'm really inferior to you. Little white dove snickered. Jiang Mai grunted. Just no. He went straight to the restroom. The toothpaste was automatically squeezed onto the toothbrush, which instantly began to turn into an electric toothbrush under Jiang Mai's intentional control. After being served by the electric toothbrush, Jiang Mai, who had a taste for it, maneuvered the dental cup to rinse his mouth a few more times before letting the towel wipe his face. Soon Jiang Mai was comfortably engaged. When he went out, he saw the scarf sitting on the table. Abruptly his gaze became tender. Without hesitation, he tied it directly around his neck. This scene was seen by Kai Zi, who said strangely, Mako, it's in the teens today. It's so hot. What are you doing with a scarf? What do you care? I can't be afraid of the cold. Jiang Mai cast a sidelong glance at Kai Zi. In fact, he was going to class with a scarf around him, and then he went to return it to Lang Ruoli when class was over, without thinking of Kai Zi's attention. Instead, the little white dove giggled and giggled. Keiko was strangely very. What are you doing? The little white dove covered his stomach and said with a grin. Was thinking one thing led to another. What the hell are you talking about? I can't even understand you. Can you speak human? Keiko was puzzled. That can only be imagined, not spoken. The little white dove smiled mysteriously. As a result, Jiang Mai rolled his eyes. I think you're in heat and waiting for Fa Hai to collect you. Ha ha ha, is that you stinking monk? Actually, I think you could shave your head and you'd be the most handsome abbot. I see you have itchy skin. Jiang Mai began to roll up his sleeves, just about ready to plunge. The little white dove hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Hold it. A gentleman moves his mouth but not his hands. Come on, let's go to the cafeteria to eat. I'm starving. Go. Jiang Mai also felt a little hungry. So Jiang Mai started to follow little white dove and the others to buy breakfast and go to the specialized classroom to eat. Soon after finishing the specialty class, everyone went back in groups. Jiang Mai turned his direction and said, there's something to do. You guys go back. Okay. A few people had things to do as well and left. Jiang Mai turned his direction and headed upstairs. When he got upstairs, he waited in front of the classroom door. He glanced through the doorway and already saw the girl sitting in the last row packing her things. Today she had long hair like a waterfall and was wearing a light pink long-sleeved sweater JK and pleated skirt. Completely innocent and pretty. With her snowy skin and red lips, she was instantly visible in the crowd. It's so striking. Jiang Mai revealed a somewhat cynical smile, so he lazily hugged his arms and waited right at the door. Which thought a few girls fell out. Saw Jiang Mai directly power. You're Jiang Mai from the design department, right? Can you add a WeChat? Yeah. It's okay to go to the cafeteria to eat together then. Or go to KTV to sing. I don't suppose you'll turn us down. Obviously not waiting for Jiang Mai to refuse. Directly began to hand the cell phone's WeChat code to Jiang Mai's front. Just waiting for Jiang Mai to scan the code. Jiang Mai narrowed his eyes at once after watching their actions. Not quite willing. Sorry, I didn't bring my cell phone. Then let's accompany you to the dormitory to get it. A few girls looked at the tall and handsome Jiang Mai and couldn't move their eyes at all. Their eyes are especially eager to look at Jiang Mai, just waiting for their own WeChat to be added. Jiang Mai helpless, originally did not want to hurt too much. The result is that they are so persistent, so obvious meaning of rejection cannot hear it. When Jiang Mai was ready to reject it outright, a clear voice rang out. I'm sorry, I'm afraid it's not very convenient since I'm the one logging into his account. Jiang Mai fiercely followed the sound, and saw the drop-dead gorgeous Lang Ruoli. Chapter 80, Lang Ruoli. You're naked. Although Lang Ruoli was smiling, there was a hint of icy danger in her eyes, which caused the few girls who were still chasing after Jiang Mai to panic a little. They were definitely unwilling to offend Lang Ruoli. After all, Lang Ruoli was a plutocrat's daughter, rich and powerful, and most importantly, Lang Ruoli was now hinting at a very obvious meaning. It's either a couple or developing. Otherwise how would you log in such a private WeChat to someone else? One and all, not wanting to make a fool of themselves, said, well, forget it then. We'll go first. When the girls left, the girls faded to ice and were suddenly a little coy, rushing up to apologize. I'm sorry I took the liberty of saying those things. Mostly. Jiang Mai interrupted Lang Ruoli at once and said, it's okay, you're also helping me. Lang Ruoli froze for a moment. After looking at the handsome man in front of her, still wearing the scarf she gave her yesterday, her little face was crimson. I'm glad you don't mind, but what brings you to me? Jiang Mai subconsciously took off the scarf around his neck, and in a few moments it was tied around Lang Ruoli's beautiful white neck. Lang Ruoli looked at Jiang Mai in shock. She could feel the warmth on her neck spreading away. It was tainted with the mixed heat scent that belonged to Jiang Mai's body. Low converted, warm, comfortable, good smelling, refreshing, as long as Lang Ruoli could think of the beautiful words. There were all of them. It made her heart pound, and her heart broke into a runaway fawn that had been thrashing around. Jiang Mai smiled lightly. Of course I'm here to return things to their rightful owners. Lang Ruoli's pretty little face was filled with a flushed red color. She said sheepishly, I'll be fine getting it myself. Happened to be passing by, so naturally I sent it. Jiang Mai's ears burned a little, and he said with a feigned straightforwardness, thank you. Lang Ruoli smiled like a flower. So, are you feeling better from your cold? It's been good. Well, then I'll leave first. Jiang Mai said to Lang Ruoli. Lang Ruoli nodded shyly. Just as Jiang Mai was about to stride forward, he heard a light voice behind him. Wait. Jiang Mai turned back violently. Lang Ruoli was flying, but he couldn't control his speed and couldn't brake in time, and as a result, a head fell into Jiang Mai's arms. Jiang Mai also started to take a step backward out of inertia, but his arms steadily held her delicate body. Because of the suddenness of the incident, Jiang Mai could feel her pounding heartbeat, mixing it with his own. Hoo. Jiang Mai's panting became disorganized. It even felt a little thrilling, because just now, at the critical time, one of himself lowered his head, while she raised her head. Almost, the two people's lips were about to kiss. Jiang Mai's eyes looked straight at Lang Ruoli's red lips, the red lips and white teeth, the slightly curved lip beads, the beautiful lip line, and the lightly raised corners of the lips are all seducing Jiang Mai. It was soft, sweet, and had a great flavor. Jiang Mai's lips were dry from watching. For a moment, he wanted to kiss it hard, as if he was regaled. He really went down, and in the moment when he was foolishly about to force a kiss, it turned out that Lang Ruoli said sheepishly, sorry, I didn't break the car just now. After she broke away from Jiang Mai's arms, she lowered her body. The fragrant soft and delicate body in his arms was gone. Jiang Mai came to his senses, and only after the evil thought passed did he suddenly realize. He himself was tempted by beauty again. Something big was almost going to happen. Jiang Mai was complicated. He didn't even know whether he should be glad that he hadn't gone rogue or regret that he hadn't gone rogue. In a moment Jiang Mai felt some slight warmth on his shoes. He immediately bowed his head. As a result, he realized that Lang Ruoli was kneeling on one knee and was tying her shoes. It's the first time a girl has done something like this. Jiang Mai's heart was hot. His face instantly rose and he said, "No, I'll do it." "Don't. You're so tall. How tiring it is to bend over. I saw it and tied it for you. I'm afraid you'll trip over the shoelace then. That would be bad." After Lang Ruoli saw Jiang Mai's hot eyes, she immediately started to raise her head and smiled at Jiang Mai. Seeing that Jiang Mai wasn't quite used to it, Lang Ruoli's smile was quite big deal. "When the time comes and my shoelace comes loose, you tie it for me." "Good." Jiang Mai nodded. "It's a deal." Girls are really handy. Compared to Jiang Mai's shoelaces that looked big and grinning, Lang Ruoli's shoelaces were much prettier. Lang Ruoli stood up immediately after finishing. Jiang Mai said from the bottom of his heart, "Thank you." Lang Ruoli then said shyly, "Let's go back together. It just happens to be on the way." "Good." Jiang Mai nodded. Lang Ruoli was holding a book in her hand, and the young girl was shyly following Jiang Mai as she walked along the forest path. Someone came by on a motorcycle, bringing a strong wind with them, and it just so happened that Lang Ruoli was standing on the edge. The wind from the motorcycle made Lang Ruoli's pleated skirt sway, and it rolled up a corner with the wind, and the charming scenery slowly revealed the veil. Without being careful, Jiang Mai seemed to see white. It was hot to see Jiang Mai. It seems like a pot of hot water boiling. After all, is young and vigorous. How to see such a fragrant picture? How can there be no reaction at all? It's not like you're a monk. Jiang Mai's ears burned. It will be soon. Lang Ruoli just wanted to say something when she felt the dark shadow fall, followed by a pair of hands covering between her legs, pressing down on the hem of her skirt. Lang Ruoli's pupils widened violently as she looked at Jiang Mai in disbelief. His palms were so hot. The hotness of the hand instantly reacted very subtly with the ice of the leg as it touched the skin. It also made Lang Ruoli's little face blush with shame. This is what this is all about. While Lang Ruoli was thinking about it, she ended up feeling the hand start to move upwards. A moment later, a wave of warmth came up from behind. Lang Ruoli froze for a moment. Then she saw the teenager who took the initiative to approach. Taking off his clothes with one hand, he did it in one go, and in a few moments he tied the jacket around Lang Ruoli's waist from behind. Jiang Mai's handsome face, slightly drooping, his voice raspy but sexy, coolly said, "The skirt is too short. Walking naked. This is better." Lang Ruoli's face was instantly hot to the touch after she heard Jiang Mai remind her that she was naked. Did Jiang Mai see something just now? What a shame. But she was also starting to get a tickle in her heart and an inexplicable feeling burning in her petite body because of his few words. "Thank you." Lang Ruoli bit her cherry lips and said shyly, "It's fine." Jiang Mai forced himself to pretend to be calm, but in reality, his heart was already fluttering because of her mere words. He gently grabbed Lang Ruoli's wrist and brought her inside. "You walk inside, I'll walk outside. It's safer this way too." Her wrists were soft and small, and Jiang Mai's first impression was that they were too thin. Gonna have to patch her up after that. Otherwise it's too weak. Jiang Mai stepped to the point. "What did you say?" Chapter 81. I'm not short of money. I'm short of people. Jiang Mai stepped to the point. "What did you say?" "This Saturday is the 4th grade exam. The time is a bit tight. I have a lot of time to spare. If you are willing, I am willing to give you a lesson." Lang Ruoli coyly looked at Jiang Mai, a pair of eyes bright and vivid, obviously waiting for Jiang Mai's consent. When Jiang Mai thought about it, indeed, this Saturday was the 4th grade exam. "I've been so busy playing that I forgot about it." "No thanks." Jiang Mai refused. Congratulations to the host for rejecting the cold schoolgirl. He has gained 200 backbone values and received 1 million RMB. Lang Ruoli started to lose some of her eyes after seeing Jiang Mai reject her. Good. But for a moment Jiang Mai's voice rang out. "But I will definitely come to ask you for advice if I encounter problems." Jiang Mai's refusal was simply because he had the system now, and was completely able to take care of the 4th level, so he didn't need a separate small class. Of course, if he really encountered problems while reviewing, he would still be willing to ask Lang Ruoli for advice. This is to make the desert have an oasis. In the middle of a barren bloom vivid flowers. Originally struck by the Lang Ruoli instantly energized. Lang Ruoli happily shook her cell phone and said, "I'll have my cell phone on for you 24 hours a day." "Me too." The corners of Jiang Mai's mouth hooked slightly. "Since you're so enthusiastic, then I definitely have to pester you and ask." Lang Ruoli's ears reddened a lot when she heard it. "Of course, as a token of appreciation, I'll allow you to steal my emoticons this time," Jiang Mai said with a smile. As a result, Lang Ruorue turned red. You are not original. And there is no copyright. To steal is not considered to be stealing from you. Jiang Mai shivered and said, in that case I'll go back in a while and find the author and buy out the copyright of the emoji. Lang Ruali, looking at her surprised and dumbfounded expression. Jiang Mai snorted and laughed out loud. How silly. Well, go upstairs. To the women's dormitory downstairs. So fast Lang Ruoli was a bit surprised. She had somewhat not spoken to Jiang Mai enough, but as a result, she had already arrived at the dormitory downstairs. Still fast? We've been walking for 10 minutes. The corner of Jiang Mai's mouth lifted. Alright, you go up. Good. Lang Ruorue sweetly answered, then took the clothes down and returned them to Jiang Mai, reluctantly saying goodbye to Jiang Mai and then started running back to the building. Jiang Mai grabbed the clothes and put them back on before he vaguely smelled a fresh fragrance. It's not the smell of your own body or the laundry detergent smell of your clothes. Instead, it was the aroma that belonged to Lang Ruoli's body. Jiang Mai's heart was refreshed and relaxed just by smelling it. Glancing in the direction of the dormitory window where Lang Ruoli was, he never left, until after the window refracted a slender figure. Jiang Mai couldn't help but hook the corner of his mouth, humming and whistling as he headed back to his dorm room. The night filled in and up. At 8:30 p.m. The school building was brightly lit. A light in the window came on and slowly went out, and there were already people starting to come out one after another. The crowd then saw a beautiful figure standing there. She was wearing a light pink Han elemental dress, dressed to the nines, bright eyes, rosy pretty lips with a smile, and holding a superb hand-me-down in her arms. She kept looking into the building as if she was waiting for someone. The other students all looked excited, stopping to talk on the side. Isn't this the schoolgirl Jiang? How does she come to the teaching building? She is not uncle as the director of teaching. Pressure does not come to the evening self-study. I don't know, but who is she waiting for? This hand puppet in her hand, if I remember correctly. The king of thieves? Definitely not cheap. Who is Jiang's schoolgirl? The goddess of the Cos world. How can a hand puppet she can get her hands on be cheap? It's either a precious version or a limited edition. But who is she planning to give it to? He must be waiting for Brother Mu. Before that, schoolgirl Jiang confessed to him on the confession wall. Wow, I really envy Brother Mac. Do not ask Brother Mac to teach his life's work, but can teach me to pick up girls a few strokes. Can have Jiang's school flower this girlfriend? In the future, want to what limited edition dolls? What peripheral? Is not a handful of it. Who says it's not? It's worthy of being Brother Mu. Once he strikes, not an inch of flowers will be born. The 4 major schoolgirls all like him. If it were me, I'd probably wake up laughing in my dreams. Jiang Mai was now a godlike figure to the boys of Dongqing University. His history of adversity is really too much to write on hundreds of sheets of paper, and as a licking dog, he has been given a mysterious power that can make the 4 major schoolgirls never forget about him. Some people even think that when Jiang Mai went to propose to Xia schoolgirl, it was a part of his scheme, deliberately relying on 99 marriage proposals and confessions to make Xia schoolgirl unable to give up on him. Hi, absolutely hi, the best of the best. So now whoever wants to get off the hook and worship the Moon Lord, to worship Jiang Mai. If you want to get off the hook, trust Brother Mac. That's right. How many followers of the worship of pastoralism arose? It would be hate to hang the picture of Jiang Mai on the wall, and then inserted 3 incense sticks to worship properly, blessing themselves to chase the goddess earlier. Can get off the hook. So now, even if schoolgirl Jiang was waiting for Jiang Mai, it made sense. After all, Mako was no ordinary man. Under the exclamations of the crowd, Jiang Mai arrived late. At a glance, he saw the enthusiastic Zhang Shueli, who waved at Jiang Mai with a particularly happy smile. Hi, here, people on the sidelines are getting excited. See, it's just waiting for Mako. Brother Mac is always a god. As long as Brother Mac radiates his charms, no woman can resist. But the problem is, Brother Mac, so many people have fallen in love with you. Can't you keep one? Jiang Mai was helpless. How did he get squatted by Zhang Shueli again? Jiang Mai could only greet Zhang Shueli under the unsuspecting gazes of his brothers, saying, "Why are you here again? I came to pick you up back to the dormitory downstairs." Zhang Shueli smiled. "You don't need to be afraid of me. I'm not a jackal, wolf, tiger or leopard. What can I do to you? Come on, this is a gift to bribe you." Little White Pigeon went up with gusto and saw Zhang Shueli's deluxe hand puppet and was excited. "Isn't this the 3 pirate brothers? It's very expensive, isn't it? Limited edition. There are only 10 in the world. It's official and genuine. I specially begged for it. I heard that Brother Mac loves the King of Thieves, so I got this hand puppet. Jiang Shuili's address to Jiang Mai instantly made little white pigeon laugh like a thief and directly poked Jiang Mai. Brother Mu, what do you think? This hand puppet is something I really quite want. Thanks, count me in. Jiang Mai paused. Quote a price. I'll transfer it to you. Don't. I said I don't lack money. Jiang Shuili's eyelashes blinked and she was about to say something when Jiang Mai had already taken the first step to speak. You lack people, right? Yeah, that's smart. So when are you ready to move? Jiang Shuili smiled.